Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
That was Nellie's favorite tree, Luca muttered as Adam approached the counter of her stall. I've already apologized, he said. The large spider leaned closer to him. You possess a powerful relic, I can sense it. Are you talking about the abyssal tooth? I don't know what that is. Show me. Adam manifested the tooth in his hand and the spider pulled back immediately as though it was painful to be close to it. I cannot buy this. It is foul. Take it away. Even someone as sinister-looking as Luca doesn't like it. Quite the endorsement. He made the tooth go away and she calmed down. I'm here to look at the relics you have for sale. Of course you are, she replied, then she gestured to the black chest next to her and it started glowing. Relics for sale. Bone armor, uncommon, increases player defense by 30%. Breaks after 6 hits. Potion belt, uncommon, carries up to 3 potions and makes them indestructible, uses the rightmost potion when its associated resource is exhausted. Yellow trophy, rare, increase player speed by 15% for 10 seconds. 2-minute cooldown. Blink ring, uncommon, charged attacks are performed instantaneously when you blink. Blink ring might work with the wand. The bone armor is also not a bad idea perhaps. Can I wear the armor and still keep my crown? No. Damn. I'll buy and use a reroll. Excellent, she chittered. Relic purchased. Reroll die, uncommon. 2,605 points remaining. The chest closed and opened again. This time there was an epic. Relics for sale. Curse Giver necklace, rare, magical attacks inflict curse, increasing damage taken by 10%. Hobgoblin pendant, epic, player becomes immune to pain, survive a fatal hit. Relic breaks if triggered. Echo earring, uncommon, all trigger effects activate twice. Spellburn glove, uncommon, spells are infused with fire. Breaks after 4 uses. That's the pendant that Leonard got in the last loop. He recalled the fight with the Hobgoblin Lord. Being able to survive a fatal hit is good, but the way it actually works isn't. Just because you survive the fatal hit, it doesn't mean it actually heals you back to full. It's basically just delaying the inevitable at that point. The Echo earring is potentially interesting though. I think it would make my summons explode twice, which could be powerful. It might also trigger the Wraith Lantern twice, though I need to test how that one actually works. However, Willow told me that it also doubles the enemy's triggers, which makes a lot of them way scarier suddenly. Does the Curse Giver necklace's effect stack? No. The effect can only be applied once. The curse affliction lasts until the end of the stage. So it's just a flat boost in power, not as good as I thought. Although the fact that it lasts an entire stage is quite interesting. I think I'll just buy 2 reroll dice. You don't want to try your luck with another roll? Asked Luca. She's not even trying to hide the fact that this is basically gambling. I'm good. Relic purchased. Reroll die, uncommon, x2. 2,405 points remaining. Still 2,400 remaining. That's quite a lot. See you tomorrow, said the spider as Adam went over to the red-brown cockroach's stall. Hey, Bellin, he said. Hello Adam, are you looking for potions or temporary boosts? He thought about it for a moment. The roots only increase one stat by 10%. I'd like to get more health, but it would only put me at 55. I guess I don't need potions either, since I can find one in stage 3 next to the dead driver. Actually, never mind, he said and went over to the smith. Are you looking for weapon upgrades? Thea asked. I see you have a new wand. Adam took the wand from his belt. Sure, might as well see what kind of stuff it gets. Thea gestured to the anvil and 4 symbols appeared. All of them pictured the wand, which was peculiar, since he'd expected the relic to get upgrades too. Weapon upgrades for sale. Spell damage, uncommon, increases spell damage by 10%. Spell size, rare, increases spell size by 45%. Casting effect, uncommon, increases casting responsiveness by 20%. Casting efficiency, uncommon, reduces casting cost by 10%. It seems to follow the warder's upgrades. Although these upgrades, are they really only bound to the weapon? They seem a lot broader than normal. Weapon upgrades encompass all weapons and types of attack that are described within their text. So, since it says it increases spell damage, that would mean anything considered a spell? Yes. Then perhaps that's the true strength of the summoner. The wording of its upgrades broadly affect way more than just the wand. I suppose that's why my manipulation effect from the spell tome is making it easier to shape the chair in the tavern. Stolen from its rightful author, this tale is not meant to be on Amazon, report any sightings. I wonder if Amelia knows about this. It seemed like she wrote off the summoner really easily. Adam swapped to the shaper and the upgrades flickered and were replaced. Weapon upgrades for sale. Barrier durability, uncommon, increases barrier health by 20%. Barrier efficiency, uncommon, reduces barrier summoning cost by 10%. Manipulation range, uncommon, increases manipulation range by 20%. Manipulation effect, uncommon, increases manipulation responsiveness by 20%. Perhaps manipulation effect would influence how the wraith from the relic works. Although probably not, since it sounds like I can't actually manipulate it. He wasn't sure if he should buy an upgrade or save his points, so he mentally prompted his armament to appear. Weapon status. 1. Spell tome. Rare quality. Level 10. Stat upgrades. Barrier durability plus 90%. Barrier efficiency plus 20%. Manipulation effect plus 75%. Manipulation speed plus 55%. 2. Wand and Wraith Lantern. Rare quality. Level 0. Stat upgrades. Getting the manipulation effect would put me pretty close to 100% and I feel like I'm right on the cusp of being able to fold the barrier in half and coil it into a tube. But if I get it, then I only have 1,955 points left to spend on Levicidix. Although I think I need 4,000 or so to unlock the relic saving upgrade anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter since I'm still 2,000 points short. I'll buy the manipulation effect upgrade. Understood, Thea replied. Weapon upgrade purchased. Manipulation effect, uncommon. 1955 points remaining. One more upgrade and I can evolve the shaper, though I think I'll hold off until I feel like I've mastered the shaping a bit more. I think that I would benefit from upgrading the summoner anyway. Although in the next stage, I'll focus on getting health and defense upgrades. It's still way too risky for me to run around with just 50 health. All of the mini-bosses in Stage 4 will literally one-shot me. Adam summoned a barrier as he left the market. Migraine the Goblin walked past him right when he reached the fountain. He was heading for Weaver's stall for some reason. After watching the Goblin for a moment, Adam walked past Yenna, who'd switched out the handpan for a guitar. He paused and looked at her. "Can you play Anna Vidovic's cover of Pastorius?" "Of course, Adam," said the Wasp. He grinned as she started playing the frenetic rhythm. "Watch this," he told her and focused all his attention on the barrier. His brain did a somersault and a pirouette, but then it was like he'd cracked the code, because the barrier coiled itself into a tube. Fuck yes. Adam grabbed it with his metal gauntlets as it floated at eye height. With one final flourish of pure concentration, he curved the tube into a half-moon shape, forming a handle. Then he pushed it forward, dragging himself towards the center of the island while holding on like he was a windsurfer and the cobblestones were his waves. Dust shot out from the heels of his shoes as he skated across the island streets. The cube floated along beside him, not making a single comment about his ingenious transportation method. The handlebar shape held so long as he focused on it entirely, which meant that when he tripped over a root protruding out from the middle of a narrow street, the barrier lost its coherence and unfolded back into a large square. Its sudden transformation cut a long rend in the wall of a dumpy-looking house and nearly took his right hand off at the wrist. Adam lifted himself off the ground. Okay. I think I'll stick to just using it to push me from the back. He formed the barrier back into a tube and jogged the last bit to the island center, while playing around with the shaping power. He knew he needed to practice more so that he'd be able to do the transformations intuitively and not be locked down by having to concentrate on the barrier the entire time. It would be especially crucial when he was fighting a lot of enemies at once. When he reached the center of interim, silver scales fluttered down around him and the cube froze in its tracks. Then the great white moth alighted on the edge of a roof in front of him. "Hello again, Adam," she greeted. "You have visited the deep place below the island's surface, I hear. Amusing, isn't it? Even this island holds secrets for you to find. Are there other hidden envoys?" he asked. The moth shrugged, somehow. "Who can say?" She hopped down onto the cobblestone street and towered over him. "You've come for upgrades, right? You should hurry up before the sun sets." "I've got all the time in the world," he replied. "You've stopped it, after all. It would be a good idea not to abuse time. It can get cranky if you don't take it seriously." "What's that supposed to mean?" Levisidix waved an arm and her upgrades appeared. It was clear she didn't want to stick around for too long. He wondered why. Meta upgrades for sale. Damage, increase all damage by 10%, 1000 points. Rewards, increase reward options by 625/4000 points. Vendors, increase vendor options by 1 to 4000 points. Rerolls, start every loop with 1 reroll dice, 2500 points. Relic saving, start every loop with 1 saved relic slot, 1040/5000 points. Cheat death, start every loop with the cheat death relic, 10,000 points. I'll put all my remaining points into relic saving. Expedient. I appreciate that. Seriously though, where are you going? He asked. Wherever the sun takes me, she replied cryptically. Is that supposed to be a pun based on moths to a flame? The moth did not reply and instead his upgrade progress popped up. Meta upgrades progress. Rewards, increase reward options by 625/4000 points. Relic saving, start every loop with 1 saved relic slot, 995/5000 points. Since you have no points left, I will take my leave. See you tomorrow, Levisidix told him. Later. As the moth flew off into the orange sunset-stained clouds, time unfroze and Adam instinctively looked towards the tavern. But first he wanted to practice his new weapon at the player house. As predicted, using the wand was quite finicky. He'd spent the last 30 minutes just practicing the 3 spell patterns it had come with, and it had taken him nearly half that time to get one to fire back to back. I wonder if the casting effect upgrade would make the spells fire more consistently. Fortunately, the spells only used mana when they succeeded, but they were expensive. Each cost 25 mana per cast and only one of the 3 dealt damage. The first one had a pattern that like a square spiral with a half-moon at the very middle. It was performed from the outside moving in and even the slightest deviation caused it to malfunction. This was the one he felt the most comfortable casting though. When it succeeded, a grape-sized ball of violet energy fired in a straight line from where his wand aimed when he finished the pattern. It took 2 hits against the straw dummy to destroy it. When it broke, a tiny white firefly flew from its ruined remains and into the wraith lantern. Adam had absorbed the essence of 4 straw dummies so far and the relic had yet to activate. Relic. Wraith lantern, rare, when an enemy is slain nearby, their soul essence is absorbed. When the relic is fully charged with sufficient soul essence, a winter wraith is summoned. Maybe the dummy doesn't count. Would make it difficult to practice with though. Adam looked at the lantern that hung from the front of his belt like a trinket. The 4 white fireflies circled the pale blue flame inside. He focused on the rebuilt dummy and prepared to try out a different spell pattern. Besides the bolt spell, which he felt he was already quite proficient with, there were push and snare patterns. These 2 didn't deal any damage and were instead focused on utility. Although the push pattern could be used to potentially kill enemies by flinging them against things or off of high places. Adam moved the wand through the pentagram pattern for the push spell, before stabbing the wand through the middle. Nothing happened, so he tried again. And again. On the fourth try, he succeeded and a blast of air moved through the dummy, knocking it over and dispersing against the back wall of the house. Adam figured it might also work as a counter-projectile spell, but if he couldn't master it, then he was better off using the barrier to protect himself. The dummy reformed itself back into an upright position. It didn't count as a kill, so he didn't get any soul essence for knocking it over. Next he tried the snare spell. This was by far the hardest one to use. He had to hold the wand vertical for the start of the spell while spinning it in increasingly bigger circles and moving it down. To actually fire it, he needed to transition into a horizontal whipping motion. He'd only managed to get it to work once so far, and the effect was that violet rope emerged from the ground and tied itself around the bottom of the dummy, which would probably slow a moving target or trip them up. After 5 more minutes of failing to cast the spell, Adam gave up and switched to his spell tome, finishing off the dummy with a simple chopping gesture. As it broke apart, the soul essence firefly flew out from the severed remains and into the wraith lantern. A heart-stopping shriek filled the player house, and the temperature dropped several degrees. Then a vague pale blue ghost of a monstrous woman with large clawed hands emerged from the relic, flying across the room at the reformed dummy. Her bottom half was gone, and the upper half was so blurry that he couldn't make out the features. Her face had 2 black holes for eyes and a screaming mouth. From her abdomen was a very fine string that tied her to the hovering flame still inside the lantern, and her passage left snowflakes on the floor. The wraith swiped her claws through the dummy as she shot herself right through its straw torso. Her claws tore open its body, leaving frost behind on its straw skin. That's pretty strong. But then the true brilliance of his current build made itself known, since, instead of dissipating, the wraith gained a red outline and went absolutely berserk. She swiped her claws through the dummy until it broke apart, and a new one replaced it only to be torn apart as well. To really top it off, the kills sent fireflies back into Adam's lantern, meaning it was possible to end up with a never-ending cycle of wraiths creating more wraiths. Just when the duration of his crown's last stand's fervor wore off and the wraith exploded, a second one shot out from his lantern to attack. The death explosion from the wraith covered everything in a 3-meter diameter with ice. Stop respawning the dummies, Adam told the cube, since he didn't want to have the wraith spawn endlessly, which seemed the case as the second one had already made its 3rd kill. Understood. When the dummy didn't respawn, the wraith hovered in the air for a moment, red glowing and angry. Then it was reeled back into the lantern instead of exploding. Adam still needed to practice more, and he wanted to see how the wraith fared against the slimes and goblins, but for now he was quite satisfied with having purchased the summoner. It was quite obvious that Amelia had no idea about its potential. And if I can get the summoning relic from the boss of stage 3, then I'll become a one-man army for sure. Adam was in a good mood as he left the player house and went towards the tavern to meet up with his new friends. The silver light of the moon above guided his way through the streets. You what? Adam asked. I killed it, Gladwin said matter-of-factly. Beck shook his head. You should have tried talking to him first. He jumped out at me in the darkness, of course I'd think it was an ambush, the defender argued. Adam and I didn't try to fight it, Beck said. You're too trusting, he shot back. Did you get anything? Adam asked. You bet, Gladwin replied. I got an inert version of the Abyssal Tooth, which was epic rarity. I sold it for 500 points. Beck shook his head again. You've lost access to that vendor forever now. I still think it was worth it, he said. Even if Skoll has some interesting stuff to buy, trying to get the currency to buy them is a bad idea. You'll have to kill other players after all. Beck shrugged. They'll come back when we clear the trials though, so what's the issue? They might not even remember dying. Adam shook his head. Actually, I don't think they'll come back. From how the octopus phrased it, it seems like the sacrifice is permanent. I don't even understand why we'd get something like this, Gladwin said. So far the stages are just fighting NPCs. Are they planning on pitting us against each other? More importantly, Beck said, staring right at Adam, how did you know about Weaver and the Lucky Stone? You also knew about how the goblins fight. How? Someone else told me, Adam lied. That's suspicious, Gladwin said. Adam shrugged. I know you're not telling us the whole truth, Adam. Maybe you're not actually a player, but instead something like the observer sent here to lead us astray and ultimately betray us when we least expect it. Beck speculated wildly. That's crazy, Adam replied. Is it really? Beck asked, raising an eyebrow dramatically. A little bit, Gladwin admitted. I'm watching you, Beck said, gesturing with 2 fingers from his eyes to Adam's. Adam just laughed. So, how did you do in stage 2? I got the flawless bonus again, Gladwin answered proudly. Beck huffed. I got the speed run. How many points? 1,415 points for me, Gladwin said. I think my time was something like 320 seconds overall. I got a speed of 215 seconds, Beck gloated. But I took 70 damage, so my point total was 1,335. Damn, wouldn't that almost kill you as a spellcaster? Adam asked. It's okay, I have 75 health. Adam frowned. That's pretty reckless, Beck. That's what my ex-wife always said when I was driving too, but a near miss is still a miss. Adam laughed. Well, regardless of how fast you went, the result is that you're the loser, he said. What? Why? What did you get? Adam puffed up his chest a bit. 3,530 points. Gladwin and Beck shared a glance. Liar, Beck accused him, aiming the mustard-covered sausage of his hot dog at him. That shouldn't even be possible, Gladwin agreed. The seconds are clearly detracted from the overall score by 1 point per 1 second spent, and then there's the fixed score for killing the enemies. So, even if you completed the entire stage in 100 seconds without taking damage, that would only be 1,885 points with the 2 bonuses, des. Wow, he's already figured out the math behind it. That's quite impressive for just clearing 2 stages. It's simple, I bought and activated the hard mode that Olivita sells, then I also killed the secret boss. There are secret bosses? Gladwin and Beck both blurted out. This one required an item from the secret boss in stage 1, Adam revealed. I need to know. Beck said. How fast did you complete the stage? Adam grinned. 145 seconds. Are you like a time traveler or something? He asked skeptically. Adam laughed it off. I wish. Damn, these 2 are pretty smart. I need to be more careful. He tried bullshitting his way out by saying, if I were a time traveler, wouldn't I already have known about the nickname system? Gladwin shrugged. You could just be kind of a slow learner. Yeah, everyone knows that the heroes in time loop stories are all pretty clueless at the start. It's a pretty common trope, Beck added. Adam tried not to let their comments affect him. If you don't trust me, you could ask the cube to look up any player that has looped back in time, he suggested, knowing such a query wouldn't work. Don't think I won't call your bluff. Beck exclaimed. Then he turned away and his hologram vanished. Gladwin shook his head. He always gets fired up about random stuff. Adam smiled. A moment later Beck rejoined them. The observer got really mad that I asked about time looping. Apparently, such a thing would defy the trials. Isn't that the whole point? Adam replied, playing along. So, no one appeared? Gladwin asked. No, there was a person who showed up when I asked it to display everyone who had all the trophies for stage 3. It was this blonde chick with creepy purple eyes. Damn, I didn't know that would work. If he had asked for any player that had trophies for stage 3, then I would have appeared, since I got the flawless one last time. Adam decided to shift their focus away from himself and did his best to pretend to be shocked. Did she wear a red sweater? He asked. She did. That's the person who told me about stage 2. Adam exclaimed. Crap. Gladwin muttered. She's definitely a time traveler then. I'm gonna confront her, Beck decided. Hold up, Adam said. What? First you've gotta change your nickname. Beck blinked several times in quick succession, then his excited expression morphed into a frown. Shit. You made the rules, Gladwin told him. You did, Adam agreed. Beck sighed deeply. Get it over with, just tell me what to switch it to. Adam grinned deviously. Becky, he said. While Becky and Gladwin went off to the market to spend their points, having decided to delay their confrontation of Amelia, Adam leaned back in his recliner and absent-mindedly played with the barrier floating in the air. At the same time, he was watching Bellamorinth and Finian running along the tables. The two of them were dueling for some reason, using the bones from the girl's boar stew as weapons. She was surprisingly adept with the improvised weapon as she deftly deflected and riposted the slime humanoid's swings and jabs. The genuine version of this novel can be found on another site. Support the author by reading it there. Migraine came into the tavern and waddled over to sit down next to Adam. He smelled like dirt and cooking oil, and he seemed down. Adam sighed and finally asked, "What's wrong? Is already dark and nobody wants shag?" The answer caught Adam so off guard that he lost his concentration on the barrier and it unfolded itself with a loud whoosh. Actually, forget I asked. Nobody love migraine, sobbed the goblin. You've probably just gotta tone it down a bit. Maybe you're coming on too strong. Bulge said strong the only way. Adam sighed deeply, unsure of how to get himself out of this conversation. Another player is trying to communicate with you. Do you wish to talk to them? Oh, thank God. Who is it? He asked, glad for the interruption. Player Amelia. No last name. She must have set her nickname like me, all just to avoid me finding out her full name. That's kind of suspicious. I'll talk to her. Amelia appeared opposite him. Great timing, he said. Migraine was starting to ask some uncomfortable questions. That one is a menace. I've banned him from the tavern, she said. Didn't know you could do that. I thought you said Weaver would make you a shirt, she commented, looking at his exposed torso. It might be at the player house, I just haven't picked it up yet, he said and grinned. Is it making you uncomfortable? She ignored his jab and looked at his right hand, before moving her gaze to his eyes. The purple swirls pulled him in and he couldn't look away. You accepted the abyssal tooth, she stated, clearly having noticed the scale on his thumb. Are you going to use it? I don't know, he replied. The challenge stone appeared in Amelia's hand. I will stop you, she said decisively. Have you ever used it? No. Arturo warned me against it. Adam nodded. Because it messes up your universe. Exactly. He dealt with someone that got to stage 12 by hoarding all the points from the group stages. After killing the player, he used the tooth on her. In his next loop, all the groups ended up composed of different people. Even the rewards he got were changed, all because just one player didn't exist in the trials anymore. If you kill someone in a loop, like with the challenge stone, it doesn't drastically alter everything that comes afterwards, like drops and rewards. This means that the seed is planted at the start of the trials, Adam realized. But that's quite an impact. I guess this is Nwetra's way of usurping the perceived unfairness of the self-devouring eye. But if you're confident enough in your own power and have enough meta upgrades, then it can be a great way to mix up the odds and try to attain a better outcome. Of course, if you don't know, aren't prepared enough, or just get bad luck, then it could ruin your chances of getting the divine relic again. Wait, what do you mean killing someone doesn't drastically change things? As far as I can tell and from what Arturo has told me, the groups are decided at the beginning of the trials somehow. In my last loop, someone that I have to fight in stage 5 died earlier because of my actions somehow indirectly changing his decisions. When I got to stage 5, the rest of the group was the same, but that person was missing and someone who normally never survives to that point had replaced him. Weird. I wonder what Morrigan meant by my actions making her run unsalvageable then. I guess it's just because a small ripple of change can lead to bigger consequences. But even if I don't use the abyssal tooth, someone else might, Adam remarked. Amelia looked grim. I always keep an eye out for anyone who obtains the abyssal tooth. Besides you and your 2 friends, there was one other. I have already dealt with him. So long as I can get rid of Nwetra's adherents before stage 5, there is very little chance they will use it. Of course, they might use it on one of the island's denizens, but that doesn't affect anyone else. Adam felt uncomfortable at the mention of Gladwin and Beck, and the casual way with which she talked about having killed someone else. I should probably warn them about Amelia. My friends won't use it. Also, only Beck got the tooth. Gladwin killed the octopus. He killed Skoll. Amelia asked, sounding concerned for some reason. Is that bad? He replied. It will cause problems in stage 11. But he won't make it that far. Adam frowned. I could be wrong, she then said. After all, his friend survived stage 2 thanks to you. Holy shit, Beck was supposed to die to the goblins. They're both quite clever, Adam said. I think they can go far together. Did they find the deep place without you? Kind of, although I told them about Weaver. They found Olivida on their own. There's a shortage of curious people who make it far, she said. It's almost always the same type who makes it to stage 10, those that are resilient to despair and don't take unnecessary risks. How many make it to stage 10 usually? In my last loop it was about 3,000 players. Before that it was 4,500. Holy shit. I'm hoping for at least 10,000 this time, she said. Why is it so few? Well, stage 5 is a big reason. It cannot be defied. Even Arturo couldn't do it, and he looped more than 20 times before handing me the reins. It always reduces the player count by at least 80%. After that, most survive stage 6, but then they learn how the points are distributed for group stages and greed takes over. Don't get me wrong, the stages themselves become quite difficult and barely anyone would be able to beat one alone. But the number one issue is always the player factor. There's also a lot of paranoia going around since many players choose to worship Nharla, and his first boon randomly introduces the human mimic to stages. Human mimic? And who the hell is Nharla? What do you mean by worship? Adam asked. Is that what Skoll was talking about? Maybe it's tied to the forbidden altar. Amelia paused, as though realizing she'd revealed too much. I'll explain more after stage 4, she then said. What about the point distribution? What's the issue there? She shook her head, so he dropped the topic for now. I think Willow and I were right about the reward distribution for group stages. I hope she's alright. It feels weird not having her here. I think I'll try and ask Gladwin to approach her on my behalf later. I ended up picking Summoner, he said, breaking the silence. Before you say anything, it's a lot stronger than you think. Amelia paused, mouth half open. Then she smiled at his prediction. Why was I wrong? It works with the dented crown, and it can trigger itself. Stage 4 is going to be a bloodbath since I'll be able to just burn through the waves of enemies. She contemplated it for a moment. So, you're going for a summon-based setup? That does seem to be the way it's going. Arturo used the Shaper very offensively. He could fold and warp the barrier into a needle. It was able to pierce and kill almost anything in a single hit. It was essentially just a glass cannon setup that prioritized damage, but it worked well. A lot of setups are like that. They focus on damage for the most part, either through stacking multiplicative buffs or by boosting speed and impact. Although a few defense-oriented ones do appear after the rules for the flawless achievement change in stage 6. I haven't seen anyone make it far with summon-based relics though. I think it can do well. We'll see, she replied skeptically. Do you know what the evolutions are for Summoner? Only the first set. They're Elementalist and Invoker. The first one, as the name implies, adds 4 elemental boosts to the set of wand spells. What about Invoker? It increases total summons by 1, she said. Adam grinned. Guess I know what I'm leveling next. If you have a reliable way of triggering the Wraith Lantern, then it could potentially be strong, she admitted. It should also give me another barrier, he said. It's hard to say for sure, she replied. I don't know the exact wording. For both the zealot and pit fighter the descriptions just say, weapon damage, which is why they apply multiplicatively to whichever weapon you're holding. I'm surprised their effects work even when they're not equipped. It's one of the quirks that's good to know. Normally, the evolution descriptions are either specific, such as with Shaper, which only says you can shape the barrier, but a few have broader wording. It's all about figuring out the loopholes. The spear dancer applied its effect to all damage. She nodded. That one is popular. It combos well with a lot of stuff. I used the spring boots in my last run, he said. It worked really well with my relics. Then why didn't you make it past stage 5, she asked. Part of it might have been because of the fiend barb relic I was using. Amelia gave him a look as though she thought he was stupid. You do understand that the main benefit of going fast and increased damage is that you can tear through armor, right? Using the fiend barb basically negates the main purpose of spear dancer's boost. You can use paper-thin armor and you'll survive against that relic. Even the stuff Weaver makes can protect you from the fiend barb. Alright, I get it. It was stupid to use it. It's good in certain situations, certainly, but the fiend barb mostly gets players killed because it becomes a crutch. In my defense, Adam started, Morrigan basically handpicked the person who killed me in the Forbidden Altar. She knew he would be in my group, so she taught him everything he needed to kill me. I had no chance of surviving that. And even if I had, there was another hitman waiting for me in stage 6. Did she find out you were a time looper? Amelia asked. Is that why she was after you? Yeah. She was talking about the loop being unsalvageable because of me. Amelia frowned. I hope I don't end up like that. I don't think you will, Adam said sincerely. Your goal is to help people. I think Morrigan wanted power more than anything else. I don't think she was even trying to complete the trials. Amelia smiled at his words, but then her expression hardened. Arturo said that the power of the divine relic was addicting. So far, all I feel is this great responsibility to use the power well. I don't like experimenting with people's lives, but I have to help as many people survive as possible. Even just 1 or 2 extra people making it past stage 20 could make a huge difference. There's quite a lot of stages, it seems. You won't tell me how many stages there are, right? If I knew, I would. So the furthest you've gone, the place where you found the divine relic, it's not the end? No. Adam could tell she wouldn't reveal what stage it was and, though he understood why, it still frustrated him. She had all this knowledge, and he was the ideal person to impart it to, and yet she was unwilling to do it. With a small sigh, he decided to ask about something else. His eyes briefly shifted to where Finian had turned into a big blob and Bellamorant was splayed out on top of it, fast asleep. They were like 2 kids who'd played until their bedtime, with their improvised bone weapons on the floor nearby. How can I save Belle? He asked. You have to get the secret relic from stage 3. It's on the driver's body. The All-Mother's Wrath. That's right. It has several hidden effects. One of them is that it breaks and permanently curses you with lethargy if you're wearing it and act with malice towards a child. Another is that any child who wears it will be protected from harm thanks to the All-Mother's benevolence. If you want to save Bellamorant, you have to give it to her. That's what I thought, Adam said, relieved. It's not completely straightforward, she continued. If you give it to her before stage 4, it will disappear during that stage when her and the queen are preparing the ritual. My guess is that her mother knows it will interfere with the ritual, so she gets rid of it. You have to give it to Bellamorant just before you take the final chest after killing the boss and ending the stage. That's the only way to save her. Does it change anything? She nodded. It's one of the variant triggers, although a minor one. Variant triggers? That's what Arturo called them, Amelia explained. Basically, it's possible to alter stages in certain ways. The most common one is by every member of a group fulfilling the same requirement. Anyway, it's not important to you right now. The variant from saving Bellamorant doesn't come into play until stage 6. Amelia paused and looked to a seat further down the table. It seems your friends just returned. She's keeping tabs on them. Does she have some kind of query going just to inform her when certain people arrive? Suddenly two holograms appeared opposite Adam, then Amelia flickered and reappeared next to him. The two older guys were both wearing newly spun clothes, courtesy of Weaver. Both of them had bought relics as well, with Gladwin getting the bone armor and avalanche boots. Beck had bought the Cursegiver necklace and probably spent the rest of his points on upgrades. The tall guy looked between Adam and Amelia suspiciously, while Gladwin said hello. Beck fixed Adam with a stare. "I knew you'd betray us," he said. "It's not like that at all," Adam defended himself. "Hello Beck and Gladwin. My name is Amelia," she greeted. Gladwin was looking at her eyes, while Beck continued to stare at Adam. "Actually, he recently changed his name," Gladwin said. "Oh right, I almost forgot," Adam added. Beck deflated. "I'll win the bet for the next stage, I swear." "That's actually what I wanted to help you with," Amelia revealed. "You're a time traveler, right?" Gladwin asked. She paused for a moment, then smiled slightly. "That's right," she said. "So listen up, unless you want to die. Stage 3. Forest Escort. 5 waves." Adam startled awake as his whole world shook. He stood up in a brief moment of panic but then realized where he was. The light of an orange sunset flashed through a window nearby. The wooden interior and green bench cushions were a familiar sight. Opposite him sat Bellamuranth, wearing the green dress that Weaver had made and dangling her legs over the edge of the seat. Adam was also wearing his new set of clothes, and in the right pocket of his newly spun pants was the spider silk sack he'd ordered. "Christ, I don't even remember putting these clothes on." Amelia, Gladwin, Beck, and Adam had talked until the tavern closed, although the time looper repeatedly dipped from their conversation to help out other people. The initial meeting had been slightly tense as they all tried to figure each other's motives out, but they'd left there with mutual respect, he thought. Of course, Amelia had impressed upon Beck the danger inherent to the abyssal tooth, while he and Gladwin had grilled her about being a time traveler. She'd been a lot more candid with them than Adam had expected, basically explaining how there was a way to go back in time and that she was trying to use her power to save humanity. She'd then taken over as the one providing tips for the stages, saving Adam from having to keep up the pretense that she was feeding him the info. He'd taken the opportunity to ask more about the hard mode for Stage 3, as well as its secret boss, but she'd insisted that the hard mode would get him killed and only reiterated the facts about the boss that he'd already heard. Basically, it was a giant bat that was weak to light. It wasn't a whole lot to go off of, and he got the feeling that she'd only fought it once and didn't actually know what moves it had, perhaps because she'd killed it too quickly. Beck had insisted that he'd try to unlock the secret boss too, but Amelia had warned him against it, telling him the sobering fact that he normally died in Stage 2 during her previous loops. Adam only needed the secret relic from Ezreal and to kill the secret boss in order to unlock his third special denizen. He wanted the points a lot more and really contemplated the hard mode, but he figured that Amelia might actually be right. During his last loop, he'd breezed through the stage thanks to the Fiend Barb, so he didn't actually know a lot about the enemies he'd be facing. Tripling their numbers was unlikely to be wise. In the end, he'd completely forgotten to ask Gladwin about helping him with Willow. Adam was about to sit back down when suddenly the carriage jerked to a halt and the shrieking of scared horses filled the air. He flew forward and slammed his forehead into the wall above Bellamuranth. The crown on his head pressed into his skin and a stinging pain filled his head. "Arg, fuck," he muttered. "The road is blocked," came the driver's voice. "We have to find a way." Arrow dash. The crackle and snap of a spell struck the carriage and the whole vehicle shook violently for a second. "Stay here," Adam told Bellamuranth. "Understood," she replied. He opened the carriage door and stepped outside, then he went around to where the drivers lay dead against the front of the carriage. The horses stomped nervously but stayed put. Alpha Beta. The cube appeared from between the two dead drivers and floated over to Adam. Stage 3 will introduce objectives to the trials. 4. Skip. Stage objectives. Protect the carriage and the elfin child. Complete all waves. Wave 1 will begin in 60 seconds. The stone orb with the eye appeared from thin air and floated in front of him. Unlike the last stage, the iris was already red. Shit, the toggle carries over between stages. Adam reached out and touched it. The world shook and the iris turned green. Hard mode. Deactivated. The hard mode switch followed him like the tesseract as he climbed up onto the driver's seat and located the silver necklace that one of them was wearing. He pulled it over the dead guy's head. Secret relic obtained. All-Mother's Wrath, rare, when the wearer is damaged by an attack, curse attacker with lethargy for 30 seconds. 1 minute cooldown. The description really doesn't make it seem like Bell should be able to use this. He was about to hop down to the road again, when he looked closer at the wounds that had killed them. The first time he'd seen them, it had looked like they'd been shot by something that cauterized the skin, almost like a bolt of fire. But when he actually looked closer, he realized that the darkness around the wounds weren't scorch marks, but instead some kind of necrosis. I don't remember the boss using any attacks like that. They were all claw slashes and barriers. Maybe it's an attack he only uses during hard mode. Amelia had just said that the boss got new moves with hard mode active but hadn't elaborated. She insisted that the tripled summons was the biggest danger. She's probably right, but whatever spell caused these wounds is probably no joke either. Maybe she'll be more forthcoming about specifics if I ask her after beating the stage. Adam slipped the necklace over his crown and let it hang on top of his newly spun shirt. Then he climbed down from the driver's seat and searched around for the pouch containing a potion. Willow had been the first one to tell him about it, but Amelia had reminded him again last night. He was actually quite impressed with how much she'd shared with Beck and Gladwin. She'd also told them what kind of setups they should aim for. Apparently, she really wanted Gladwin to lean into his defender role, since he could become very useful to groups later, although this last part she'd only told Adam. He found a little leather pouch by the back wheel, and sure enough, there was a small healing potion inside. The pouch didn't disintegrate when he picked it up, so he tied it to the front of his belt and left the potion inside. With all the hidden loot out of the way, Adam walked down the small slope from the road where the carriage was stopped and towards the tree line in the distance. He summoned a barrier and turned it into a saw blade with 30 angled teeth, then ran it along the trees, cutting halfway through as many as he could until the cube announced that the time was up. Somehow, the barrier had survived without a single crack. It seemed that the shape mattered a lot when he was using it like a spinning blade, perhaps because friction and small impacts normally damaged it. Stolen content warning, this tale belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences elsewhere. It should be easy enough to remove all the shadows caused by the trees when the secret boss appears, he thought to himself afterwards. This hadn't been one of Amelia's suggestions, but if he didn't remove the canopy shadows from the forest, his only other choice was to fight on the road next to the carriage, which seemed profoundly stupid. He also figured that the trees might be useful in a pinch if he struggled to deal with the slothling ogre. Wave 1. 60-second timer. As the rustle of the first enemy came from behind the tree line, Adam quickly shaped the barrier into a hollow tube and lifted it in the air in front of himself. The moment that the slothling imp emerged, Adam shot the tube forward. The imp cackled and launched itself at him, immediately colliding with the barrier, which pierced all the way through its round furry body, such that half the length of the tube was poking out on either side of it. Instead of falling to the ground, the imp just floated there, stuck on his barrier. Then Adam let the tube unfold and the imp simply exploded from within. Left behind was a perfect cylinder of imp flesh and fur that had been formed by the hollow tube. The rest of the enemy was splattered about the place. I can't tell if the cruel summoner's gauntlets actually affected it or not. But I don't think so. Maybe Ezreal's summons don't count. A firefly of soul essence floated from its remains and into his lantern. It was bigger than the ones from the dummies. Adam grinned. Using the enemy's speed against itself had been an obvious strategy, but he hadn't expected it to work quite this well. Excellent. You cleared the wave within 5 seconds. He quickly switched to the wand, just as the announcement appeared. Wave 1 complete. Choose your upgrade. Maybe I can use the tube shape to safely harvest the cores inside the blood elementals and defeat them in the same way as the imp. The cube unfolded itself and Adam looked through the rewards. Upgrades available. Spell damage, rare, increases spell damage by 15%. Casting effect, rare, increases casting responsiveness by 35%. Health, rare, increases health by 5. A shame that rare health is only a 5-point increase, but rare or even uncommon defense is definitely worth grabbing if it shows up. Casting effect would be good, if I was actually planning on using the wand, which I'm not. Given how broadly spell damage from the summoner applies, I've gotta grab it. It should increase the damage of my barrier after all, since that's a spell. Upgrade selected. Spell damage, rare. Adam folded the barrier back into a tube again and swung it through the air, preparing to quickly deal with the blood golem when it appeared. The air traveling through the rapidly moving tube produced a strange hum sound. Wave 2. 90-second timer. The tree trembled and a large hand of liquid blood emerged. Adam didn't waste a moment and shot the tube forward right as the golem pushed through and its core was visible. Unlike when he'd had the fiend barb, the golem didn't immediately succumb to his attack. Instead its body hardened as the surface facing him turned solid. It swung its big hand and knocked the barrier aside. Adam managed to retain his shaping effect on it, but the strike had been enough to crack it. His dented crown triggered the last stand's fervor, and a red glow suffused the spell. He started shaping it into a saw blade, but then the golem swung its fist forward and the liquid hand detached, solidifying as it flew towards Adam. Adam immediately resummoned the barrier in front of himself, catching the fist. It struck with enough force to push the barrier back into Adam and immediately cracked, turning red. Then the fist exploded, sending blood shrapnel everywhere. Thanks to last stand's fervor, the barrier was invulnerable for 10 seconds and none of the projectiles managed to pierce through and hit him. With a quick gesture he shot the barrier forward, shaping it into a tight cone mid-air. Even though the golem hardened its body to stop it from piercing, the shape was like an ice pick that easily pierced its tough exterior. Adam pushed it all the way into the blood golem's torso, before letting it unfurl like an umbrella. The elemental's top half exploded and covered the tree behind it. Adam quickly changed the shape into a tube and moved it around the partially exposed stone core. Then he wrenched the barrier back towards himself, yanking the core free of the elemental's body. Its shape lost coherence and became a puddle of blood on the forest floor. Another large firefly of soul essence flew into Adam's lantern. He quickly summoned a new barrier, replacing the other one a single second before its fervor was set to expire and the cruel summoner's gauntlets would have made it explode. Excellent. You cleared the wave within 15 seconds. Adam switched to the wand again. Wave 2 complete. Choose your upgrade. That almost went sideways. The tube shape definitely only works if the target is squishy or moving fast enough. Perhaps I should work some more on shaping the edges to make them sharper. That sort of shape was a lot harder to maintain for him, since he had to mentally keep track of all the edges, along with their positions. He stooped to pick up his prize, while the cube unfolded into the podium. Collectible relic. Blood elemental core, common, the hardened soul of a blood elemental. The coconut-sized core seemed a lot more powerful than the ones from the slimes, but would sell for the same price since it was still common, which felt like a rip-off. Maybe they're worth more to Finian. I could also try giving it to one of the elementals in Wave 5, although that would just make the challenge harder for no extra gain. Maybe I'm better off cracking it and using it to kill one of them quickly. Adam pulled out the spider silk sack and put the core inside, before leaving it next to a tree since he couldn't carry it around while fighting. Then he turned his attention to the upgrades. Upgrades available. Spell speed, rare, increases spell speed by 35%. Casting range, rare, increases casting range by 35%. Movement, rare, increases movement speed by 15%. Spell speed is the obvious choice here. With that I should have 90% total speed for my barrier, unless they interact multiplicatively, in which case it would be more like 109%. Upgrade selected. Spell speed, rare. He folded the barrier into the narrow cone shape again, leaving a small hole at the tip to reduce drag. When he swung it around, it definitely felt a lot faster than just moments prior, but it was impossible to conclude if that meant the two separate speed buffs were multiplicative or additive. Wave 3. 90-second timer. The tree lean rustled and Adam backed up slightly while flinging the cone directly at the imp emerging to his left. Fuzzy black fur poked out from the trees, but the imp didn't even have the chance to look around before he drove his barrier right into its body and let it unfurl. As it exploded in a shower of gore and fleshy bits, Adam resummoned the barrier and flung it at the other imp to his right, which had just locked its eyes on him. Warning. Mana below 50%. The soul essence of the first imp flew into his lantern, as the other one launched itself right at him before he could shape the barrier. Instead he induced a spin in the vertical pane of magical glass, moving it around so that the imp collided with the edge. A horrendous tearing sound emerged from the lesser demon as its own momentum and the rapid spin of the barrier caused it to be perfectly split in half. Its blood and guts plopped onto the forest floor, some of it splattering onto Adam's shoes. Another soul essence entered his lantern. I thought for sure that each of these large souls would count for double. Guess I still need to get at least one more kill to power it. But that would be awkward, since it would trigger on the ogre and then just go to waste. Excellent. You cleared the wave within 10 seconds. Adam switched to the wand again. I should have activated the hard mode after all. My barrier has gotten strong enough that I doubt even the slothling ogre will pose a challenge. Wave 3 complete. Choose your upgrade. The impact with the barrier's edge had caused the spell to crack, and Adam summoned a new one. Warning. Mana below 30%. The wooziness hit him, but it was not as bad as before, since practicing and repeatedly exhausting his mana had helped build up a tolerance. Shitbox, don't alert me to low mana unless it is at 25% or less. Understood. Adam sat down to recoup his mana. He looked at the 3 options available to him this time. One had gone up to epic rarity, which was lucky. Upgrades available. Spell size, rare, increases spell size by 45%. Casting range, epic, increases casting range by 50%. Defense, rare, increases all defense by 15%. Finally, a defense buff. Shame that the epic was for casting range, although a 50% increase is pretty powerful. Select defense when there is 1 second remaining. Understood. Adam spent the remainder of the time meditating while playing around with the shape of his barrier, trying to figure out what would work best to take down the ogre. When his break came to an end, he had settled on a tube-like screw shape. It was difficult to maintain coherence for, especially when he induced a spin in it. Unlike the normal tube shape, this one had the corner of the folded square as the tip, which would make it better at piercing. Upgrade selected. Defense, rare. Wave 4. 150-second timer. Alright, you big bastard, come on out. The ground trembled and the tree lean shook as the massive slothling ogre broke through. The trees toppled behind it and blocked off the path its huge body had made. Even though Adam had defeated it before, the sight was no less intimidating. The 4-meter-tall ogre pulled itself forward on its 2 massive arms and basically dragged its small legs along behind it. First time he'd seen it, he'd thought it was like a gorilla with the way it walked, but he now felt that its posture wasn't actually comparable. The legs were feeble, incapable of holding up its weight properly, and so it was forced to rely on its bulky arms to move. Adam immediately shot the screw-shaped barrier at the ogre's fuzzy black torso, aiming to avoid its lower body, legs, and arms which were covered in the dense bone-white armor. It had been incredibly difficult to pierce during his last loop, so instead he focused on where he knew he could deal damage. Keche keche keche. The beast laughed, its violet eyes transfixing him while its needle-toothed underbite smirked at his obvious discomfort. As the screw shape spun through the air, Adam backed away from the giant and tried to maintain enough awareness of it to not get himself squashed. He managed to pierce it through the side of its torso with his barrier, and it dug in quite deep. But as it partially left his line of sight, he lost control of the transformation and the shape unfolded violently. The ogre groaned in pain and Adam switched tactics, turning the barrier into the many-toothed saw blade and sending it at the monster's neck while spinning. A deep thrum emanated from the barrier as it spun, but when it struck the ogre's neck, a crack formed. Then the dented crown triggered fervor and the saw blade glowed red, picking up speed. Black fur and blood spattered from its neck as he continued to press his barrier into it, but then the ogre reached up and grabbed the disc with its left arm, before smashing it into the ground. Adam lost sight of the barrier under the ogre's fist and, since he still relied on visual contact to manipulate it, it returned to its square shape. But the monster was strong enough that it could not fully unfold below the weight of its arm. Then the fervor expired and the barrier exploded under the ogre's palm. It groaned in pain again and swung its arm out in retaliation. Adam was far enough away to avoid it, but the powerful clawed fist tore through a few trees and sent them toppling in his direction. Oh shit! He summoned a barrier above himself just before a falling tree crushed him. The impact against his spell was enough to crack it, which immediately triggered fervor. Adam angled the barrier so that the tree slipped off, and then he flung it towards the ogre and gave it a narrow cone shape. The mini-boss swung to try and grab the spell, but Adam maneuvered it around its arm and hammered it into the soft furry flesh right behind the shoulder joint. Then he let it unfold like an umbrella, and the result was devastatingly gory. Fur, flesh, and blood shot out in all directions, and the ogre's left arm separated from its body, a few resilient strings of muscle and tendons holding it for a moment before those snapped too. But Adam wasn't done. He pulled the barrier back a bit and shaped it into the cone again. Then he hammered it into the bloodied tissue where the shoulder joint had been, burying the barrier as deep as it would go inside the ogre's body. When he lost sight of it, it unfolded into a square, the fervor expiring at the same time and his cruel summoner's gauntlets making it explode like a glass grenade. Ka-dash! The slothling ogre started, but then its voice died in its throat along with the light vanishing from its eyes. The mini-boss collapsed onto the forest floor with such an impact that the ground bounced Adam half a meter into the air and 3 nearby trees toppled over, compromised by Adam sawing through their trunks earlier. That could have gone smoother, he thought to himself. But he knew he'd managed to kill it pretty quickly. Excellent. You cleared the wave within 25 seconds. Any slower than that and I wouldn't have gotten the rarity upgrade. The ogre's soul essence flew out from its corpse. It was the size of a crow, whereas the ones from the imps and golem had been like sparrows. The ones from the target dummies had been fireflies. Adam watched as the soul essence flew into his lantern. Then a loud shriek filled the air and a wraith shot out from his relic, bound by a tendril to the pale blue flame within the small black lantern on his belt. Despite being fueled by far more potent soul essence than ever before, it wasn't any bigger. However, the wraith seemed more complete than before. Without a target for her ire, the wraith just floated on the spot and slowly turned to face him. She seemed less monstrous this time around, as the details of her face and clothes were clearer. Her face was angular and her mouth was wide with the purple-blue lips of a corpse. Her eyes had black irises and her eyebrows were thin. A slender neck ran down to an emaciated body clad in a transparent dress. Last time her body had been a blur, but now he could make out the individual folds of her clothes. After a couple of seconds of looking at Adam, the wraith just simply broke apart into snowflakes. They drifted to the ground where frost already coated the tips of the grass and moss in ice. It apparently didn't count as a death, since the effect of his gauntlets didn't trigger. As expected, it was a total waste since it was summoned after the wave completed. That being said, it's good to know that it needs to absorb 5 souls to trigger, no matter what. Makes it easier to plan around. Wave 4 complete. Choose your upgrade. Adam let out a deep sigh before sitting down on the ground. The cube unfolded itself next to him, having patiently waited for the wraith to dissipate before getting on with business. I should have completed the first step of the secret boss unlock conditions, since I've completed the first 4 waves in 55 seconds, which is well within the 100-second limit. Next I've gotta kill Ezreal's 4 waves of summons in quick succession to get him to summon the secret boss. I'm guessing that I have to wait to cut off the arm holding the secret relic until afterwards, since it seems to be how he summons stuff. Amelia didn't mention anything about it, so I'll just play it safe. I do wonder if I need to wait until after killing the secret boss before I cut off his arm or not. The imp summon it would give me would definitely be useful in the fight against it. Adam remembered how Karsten had explained the relic to him, and he knew it would be powerful when combined with the dented crown. He was still a bit bitter about the fact that he'd missed the opportunity to get it last loop, but this time he had a much better build for it. If I can evolve summoner and get double summons, then it would be truly powerful. He looked at the upgrade podium. Ah shit, I forgot to switch to the wand. He'd been too distracted by the wraith. Upgrades available. Barrier durability, rare, increases barrier health by 35%. Manipulation effect, epic, increases manipulation responsiveness by 50%. Luck, epic, increases luck by 5. Adam blinked in surprise. Wait, huh? 2 epics. All 3 options were actually good for once. If I select manipulation effect, it should greatly boost my ability to fight with the barrier. He was fairly sure that his current way of using the barrier wasn't the most optimal and speculated that if he could fold it more than once, then he'd be able to use it like a telekinetic arrow that could pierce almost anything. Amelia had said that Arturo was able to fold the barrier into a needle, so Adam figured that he'd probably focused on maximizing manipulation effect. But man! 5 more points of luck is so tempting. 10 seconds remaining. Adam rapidly ran through the pros and cons of picking either, but the choice was obvious. I don't need the immediate power boost here and now, so there is more value to be had in the long run from increasing my luck. I currently have 10 points in total. Sooner or later I should be able to hit the threshold for where all options are guaranteed rare. Then he remembered the stats from the Fool. He hadn't thought about that class in a while, but he had a sudden epiphany as it re-entered his mind. The next threshold has to be 25. The Lucky Bracelet relic probably just works by adding 25 luck to a player's stats, which ensures that all options are rare quality or higher. I just need 10 more to reach that point, and given the self-reinforcing nature of luck, that should be easier the more I have. 5 seconds remaining. I'll pick luck, he said. A case of content theft. This narrative is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. Upgrade selected. Luck epic. Adam rolled his shoulders. Alright, I know what the first 3 waves of summons are, but no clue about the 4th. I've gotta stay on my toes for this one. There are 3 wolves to start off with, then 2, and then an imp. That means the wraith will trigger off the second wave of summons. I can't really control it, so I'm not sure how to avoid it going right for Ezreal, and I've gotta keep him alive to summon the secret boss. Maybe I can position myself in a way that the wraith will go for the imp instead. Though I might have to keep one wolf alive to time it properly. He took a deep breath. I can do this. Wave 5. 240-second timer. The tree lean rustled, and he shaped the barrier into the narrow cone with a hole at the end, hoping for better aerodynamics and thereby speed. It produced a whoosh when he swung it through the air as fast as he could. I'll go for the closest wolf, he decided. Then the trees shook again and liquid red snouts poked out of the tree lean, before the 3 wolves all hopped out at the same time. Less than a second later, his barrier lanced through the central wolf's neck, just behind the baseball-sized stone core in its head. He unfurled the cone and exploded its body across the trees. As the other 2 bounded for him, he flung his barrier into the right one, slicing it in half with the unshaped barrier. Even though the wolves had the same ability to harden as the golem, it seemed they could not defend against what they couldn't see. Although, I'm not actually sure where their eyes are. The severed wolf collapsed, but wasn't defeated, since enough of its liquid body remained attached to the core. Adam couldn't swing the barrier back around fast enough to protect himself from the last wolf, so he summoned a new one in front of himself. The blood elemental struck the barrier hard and left a small crack, before bouncing onto its back. It hadn't dealt enough damage to trigger Last Stand's fervor. Adam quickly shaped the spell into a saw blade and sliced through the wolf's body. Even though it hardened its outer layer, it could not withstand the many teeth of his spinning saw and he easily carved it into pieces, going until there was not enough liquid left to sustain its body. While he finished off the one that had survived being cut in half, Ezreal emerged from the trees, accompanied by 2 more wolves. The soul essences of the 3 wolves flew into the Wraith Lantern, while their intact cores were left behind where they'd died. Like the first time Adam had encountered him, Ezreal wore a stained grey travel cloak over a dark blue shirt and black pants. The hood of the cloak covered his head in shadows and black tattoos swirled around his hands. In his left hand was the secret relic, which looked like an old dried worm with a purple string around its middle. The violet leashes on the wolves connected to the worm relic. Adam immediately flung the barrier into the wolf on his left, just as they both surged towards him. It died quickly with his stab and unfurl technique, and its soul essence went into his lantern. A moment later he cut the other one in half, making sure not to kill it so that the wraith wouldn't be triggered early. "Give me the girl," Ezreal demanded and raised the dried worm, which started to glow violet. "You'll have to try harder than that if you want her," Adam replied. "You have no idea what she will unearth. In my care, the world will not have to suffer." Adam was forced to move the barrier in front of himself as the summoner flung a rapid blood dart at him. It struck Adam's defense but didn't stop. The spell pierced through the barrier with ease, penetrating Adam's shoulder and exiting out his back, before getting lodged in the trunk of a tree behind him. "Fuck," he exclaimed, dropping to a knee. The pain was immense. It felt like hooks were pulling open the narrow wound even after the attack had finished, and his shoulder throbbed and cramped with every pulse of his heart. Warning. Health below 25%. You are close to dying. You have been afflicted with necrosis. Health recovery reduced by 50%. Shit. The All-Mother's wrath triggered, and a dark purple lightning bolt shot out of the strange pendant. It struck the boss, turning his skin sallow with dark veins. Adam mentally prompted the damage readout, fumbling with the pouch on his belt as he tried to find cover behind a tree. The attack dealt 45 points of damage, which was reduced to 38 thanks to your defense rating. That means you now have 12 health or 24% remaining. Even though the spell had left a hole in the barrier, the impact hadn't actually dealt enough damage to break it. It was clearly designed to pierce armor and magical defenses. That was the attack that killed the drivers. He realized. Adam finally managed to get the small healing potion out of the pouch and drank it while keeping a tree between him and Ezreal. Small healing potion consumed. Healing effect have due to necrosis affliction. Recovering health back to 44%. If I take another hit I'll die. I am doing this for the good of all. Ezreal yelled and started mumbling something into the worm idol. The violet glow flew off to the side where it took on two separate shapes. 2 imps. Amelia didn't say anything about this. She also didn't mention the piercing attack. The change in the boss summons had to be because Adam was going fast enough to be able to trigger the secret boss. As for the special attack, it was likely a response to Adam attacking from afar, which would explain why Amelia didn't know about it, since she used a melee-focused build. To make matters worse, Ezreal was already invoking the next summon, which was no doubt going to be stronger. He better not summon another ogre. Adam flung the barrier out and killed the blood wolf just as it had finished rebuilding most of its body. Its soul essence flew towards him, while the two new summons appeared in front of the blood mage. I'm screwed if the wraith goes straight for the boss, Adam realized. A loud shriek filled the air and the bark of the tree Adam hid behind was covered in a layer of frost as the wraith emerged from the lantern on his belt. Unlike after the ogre, she was a bit less detailed this time, perhaps because the mini-boss soul had contributed a lot more essence. She immediately flew towards the closest imp, trailing snowflakes as she moved. The imp was looking right at Adam when she swung her claws through it, leaving nasty cuts all up its round torso. As the last stand's fervor triggered, following her opening attack, she started glowing red and went absolutely berserk on the imp with a flurry of slashes. The minor demon tried to fight back but was unable to hit the ghost. The other imp ignored the wraith and launched itself at Adam. He didn't have the time to turn its momentum against it and was instead forced to use his barrier as a shield. Its flying slash was caught by the magical defense and left a big crack, triggering fervor as well. The imp bounded off the barrier with a flip, but, before it could launch at Adam again, the wraith came up behind it and tore it to shreds. Adam flung his barrier out, shaping it into a saw blade and cutting the imp's torso in half. Its soul essence, along with that of the first, flowed into the lantern. The wraith turned around and flew at the summoner, only a couple seconds left on her fervor. Adam's barrier would blow up any second now as well. Just then, Ezreal finished his new summoning spell and two coconut-sized stones appeared in front of him, before blood-red liquid emerged from within them and took shape around the cores. He had summoned blood golems. The wraith exploded right in front of the golems, freezing both of them solid. Adam's barrier was behind her and struck the golem on the right, before it too exploded. The elemental burst into tiny shards of frozen blood and its core was destroyed. Ezreal stumbled back a step and yelled, "You have left me no other choice." He put his right hand over the worm relic. Blood dripped onto it from a hole that opened in his palm, causing a bright violet glow to emanate. That's it. He's summoning the secret boss. Adam summoned a new barrier and flung it forward to destroy the last golem. Their essences joined the imps, and Adam knew that Ezreal's soul would be the fifth and final one to summon another wraith to take on the giant bat. He backed away and started destroying the half-severed trees around him, creating a domino effect as they toppled into each other. Within a few seconds he'd cleared half of the area of trees and the shadows cast by their canopies. Then the glow from Ezreal's worm idol shot forward onto the ground where it took on a massive shape. A purple leash formed around the neck of its large head, but the bond immediately broke, with the summoner grimacing. It was clear he'd instantly lost control of it. Adam sent his barrier forward in the shape of a spinning saw and quickly severed Ezreal's left wrist, causing him to drop the secret relic. Then, before he could react and raise a blood shield to defend himself, Adam moved the saw up through his torso and neck, killing him. It was clear the lethargy caused by the All-Mother's wrath had dulled his reactions. Secret boss discovered. Dwarf Nightwing. Wave timer extended to 150 seconds. The summoning finished, and before Ezreal's gutted corpse stood a towering 6-meter-tall bat. Its hide was reddish-brown and covered in bristly black hairs, and its head was as big as one of the blood golems. It leaned forward on the claws at the end of its wings, its feet pressing its weight into the ground. Malevolent violet light glowed from its eyes, but if not for its size, it would have been very close to a fruit bat in terms of appearance. Adam pulled his barrier into the back of the boss, producing a loud shriek from it in response. Then the soul essence from Ezreal's body, which was as large as the ogre's, entered his wraith lantern and a new shriek filled the forest. With a single flap of its massive wings, the Nightwing leapt across the area and landed within the shadows cast by the remaining trees, somehow careful enough not to topple them over. The wraith immediately chased after it. Adam feared the boss would go directly for Bellamorinth, but its eyes were locked on him. It seemed that without Ezreal's control, it was just like a wild animal. He quickly went over to the summoner's corpse and picked up the worm idol. For a second he thought it might turn to ash in his hands, but then the system announcement appeared. Secret relic obtained. Fetish of Sloth, rare, summons a slothling imp to perform a single attack on a designated target. 1 use per stage. The wraith reached it and swung its claws at the beast, but they just phased right through its body as if it wasn't there. In return, the bat grabbed the wraith with one of its feet and crushed it against the ground, triggering the dented crown's effect. Adam didn't want to waste the wraith like that, so he put the barrier behind his back and pushed himself towards the secret boss. It seemed content to just wait for him in the darkness, even though it would be a bigger threat if it went on the offensive. Adam came to a skidding halt 10 meters from it and flung his barrier out to strike the trees, creating a new domino chain of collapse that robbed the Nightwing of its precious darkness. When the last shadows disappeared from the beast, the wraith was finally able to strike back at the boss, pinning her down. At the same time Adam activated his new relic by squeezing the dried worm in his right hand. Violet light shot out in front of him and manifested a slothling imp identical to the ones he'd fought, even down to the violet leash connecting it to the fetish. The imp cackled and launched itself at the boss. Adam flung his barrier forward while shaping it into the narrow cone, hoping to strike the bat in the head to instantly kill it. The Nightwing was about to leap out of the imp's path, but the wraith exploded and froze its legs together. Adam's summoned demon tore through the boss' right wing as it flew past. Then, instead of vanishing like it was supposed to, the fervor triggered and it cackled even louder. With renewed power and speed, his imp launched itself at the Nightwing's back, while the bat tried to break the ice binding its feet. The moment that the red glowing imp struck its flesh and carved through part of its left wing, Adam's barrier struck its neck, digging deep. Then he unfolded the barrier and the Nightwing's neck immediately exploded. The boss died before it could even launch a single attack. Well done. You cleared the wave within 40 seconds. The imp jumped around on top of the corpse until its fervor timer expired, then it popped like a flesh end for a balloon, showering the area in gore. If you know the gimmick, then the boss really isn't a big deal. But the waves of summons preceding it might have been hard to deal with if I didn't have this current setup. This time, Adam remembered to switch to the wand before the pop-up arrived. The spell tome went to his hip and the wand appeared in his hand. Wave 5 complete. Stage complete. Tallying score. Adam was excited to see what score he would get, but as the adrenaline rushed out of his bloodstream, he started to feel the pain in his shoulder. It throbbed insistently, and cold sweat ran down his neck and back. It was a different kind of pain from the rest he'd experienced so far. The necrosis affliction was quite a nasty debuff it seemed. Score. 95 seconds completion time. 600 point secret boss bonus added. 300 point speedrun bonus added. 150 point all secrets bonus added. 38 damage received. 2,406 points awarded. Damn, that's barely any higher than last loop. I would have gotten almost 3,000 points if I'd known about the unblockable spell. Adam winced as his shoulder throbbed again. Also, I would have been dead if Ezreal had fired that dart at my head. I suppose it's for the best that I discovered that my barrier is not bulletproof now, rather than during stage 4 or 5, but it's still hard not to feel bitter about it. He sighed and sat down, while the cube unfolded itself into a podium and the relic chest appeared next to it. I just need a few minutes, then I'll be ready again. It took 3 minutes before the necrosis affliction finally started to dissipate. He'd been getting increasingly worried that it might follow him to Interim Island. After regaining his composure, Adam picked up the spider silk sack from where he'd discarded it earlier and went around the forest collecting the blood elemental cores. He ended up with a total of 6, since the 2 from the last pair of golems had been destroyed by the freezing effect caused by the Wraith's death explosion. When I sell these, it'll put me at 2,856 points for this stage. That's not bad, but still a far cry from what I got in 2. It's a shame they all sell for the same price. The Nightwing hadn't dropped any special reward, which was disappointing. Unless I'm expected to chop it up to get a special prize. But Amelia didn't mention anything like that, so I guess not. He frowned when he realized that he'd have to literally carve open the enemies in stage 4 to get their collectibles, the Hearts of Darkness. Still, I can't wait to see how my setup fares in a stage with a lot of enemies. If I can get the committed attack ring, then I could double up the number of imps as well. That would be pretty powerful considering how strong they are. Just a shame that I can't use the cruel gauntlets along with the ring. Although perhaps the ring's effect would make it so I can only use the imps every 3rd stage, which is clearly no good. Guess I'd have to ask Shitbox if it becomes relevant. It's a bit hard to say with its 1 use per stage description, since that's not really an explicit cooldown. Adam went over to the carriage and collected Bellamurinth. She followed him as he returned to the podium next to the Nightwing's giant corpse. Still can't believe that thing was just a dwarf. The real thing would have to be like 10 meters tall or something. Thou fought well, Adam, Bell praised. To take down such a monster as this is the mark of a hero. Adam grinned. Thank you, but it wasn't so tough actually. Will we go home now? She asked. In a moment, I just have to finish up here. She nodded. I wish to thank Weaver for this dress, and I hunger for Charlie's stew. Oh, she means home as in Interim Island, not the Elfin Sanctuary. That's new. 5 minutes remaining. Adam eyed the upgrade podium. I get 2 upgrades for killing the secret boss, right? Yes. Awesome. I've only gotten 2 upgrades for Summoner, so I still need 4 more to evolve it to Invoker. Then this build will really start to shine. Upgrades available. Spell size, rare, increases spell size by 45%. Casting effect, uncommon, increases casting responsiveness by 20%. Dodge, uncommon, grants a 10% chance to dodge a direct attack. Damn, they're all kind of bad. Dodge would take a long time to build up, and it's really only reliable as a defense when I hit 100%, since anything lower means there's a chance I still get hit. Not to mention, it only works on direct attacks, so I'm still better off focusing on defense and health. Ro epsilon. I also don't think spell size will benefit me, since my barrier will grow to be about 3 meters wide and tall. As Shitbox mentioned, I cannot shape it into something smaller, and its current size is already good enough for defensive purposes. Guess I'll pick casting effect. Maybe it'll help make the wand and its spells more useful, although it does kind of feel like a waste. Wait. I forgot I bought rerolls. I should use one. I want to reroll the options, Adam said. Understood. The upgrades were scrambled and changed. Upgrades available. Spell damage, uncommon, increases spell damage by 10%. Casting range, rare, increases casting range by 35%. Venom, uncommon, attacks inflict venom slowing target by 10% for 10 seconds. That's better. Damage is something I can definitely use. Of the summoner's 6 potential upgrades, only spell damage and spell speed seemed worth picking, which was frustrating since that meant he only had a 1 in 3 chance of getting either of those as reward options. Before he selected it, he pulled out the wand just to ensure that the next set of upgrades would still be applied to it. Upgrade selected. Spell damage, uncommon. The upgrades flickered and were replaced. Upgrades available. Spell speed, rare, increases spell speed by 35%. Casting effect, uncommon, increases casting responsiveness by 20%. Crush, rare, increases the impact of attacks by 15%. Definitely speed, he immediately decided. Although, I am a bit curious if Crush would even affect the barrier. It does seem like it would be better with weapons that rely on blunt force, like maces and maybe the brawler's gauntlets. Adam put his hand in his right pocket to touch the lucky stone he'd looted from the hobgoblin's room in stage 2. If I use it I'm guaranteed rare relics from the chest, but is there actually something I want from there? He quickly ran through the options in his head. The spring boots and fur coat were both useful to have, but also things he could live without. I'm better off saving the lucky stone for later. I should probably ask Amelia about the potential rewards for future stages so I can plan ahead. Upgrade selected. Spell speed, rare. The cube folded back into a cube and floated over next to the relic chest. It immediately began to glow, and a moment later it popped open and revealed a glove, a collar, and a black furry vest. Relics available. Barrage glove, uncommon, all projectiles are split into 3, each dealing a third of total damage. Glutton collar, uncommon, consume 2 potions within 10 seconds of each other without incurring toxic backlash, but toxicity buildup is tripled. The narrative has been illicitly obtained, should you discover it on Amazon, report the violation. Slothling fur coat, rare, increases player defense by 25%. Breaks after 5 hits, increases movement speed by 10%. Well, that's fortunate. While the barrage glove might boost his wand, the fur coat was a much better choice given his low health. Besides, he could sell it if he didn't want to keep it. Relic selected. Slothling fur coat, rare. A vest of fluffy black fur manifested on his torso. It was puffed out slightly, which gave the impression that Adam had a pot belly. Not the most fashionable thing, but it's a definite boost. Before he had a chance to check out his updated stats, the cube released a cloud of darkness that devoured his surroundings. Now entering Interim Island. The buildings that appeared around him looked slightly less dumpy than before, but he realized they hadn't changed anywhere near as much as during his last loop. Does that mean a lot less people died in stage 3 this time? Silver scales immediately started floating down around him, freezing the cube and Bellamurinth in time. He looked up to find Levicidix already sitting on the building in front of him. Hi again, Adam. Another companion, right? He asked. Exactly. I don't think I can handle more dumb ones, so please tell me you brought someone intelligent this time. Migraine is really disturbing, and Finian is working his way through Charlie's food supply, no doubt stressing it to its limits. The tavern keeper's supply is endless, Levicidix reassured him. But not to fear, this companion is different from the first 2. I'll believe it when I see it. The white moth floated down in front of him and landed gently on 2 of her 6 legs. She then held the remaining 4 arms out before pressing them together. When she pulled them apart, a person appeared from between them like a magic trick. It was an actual human, something Adam hadn't thought possible for the system to create on Interim Island. She was either in her late teens or early 20s. A gray hooded travel cloak covered her, and she wore a dark blue shirt and black pants, as well as worn brown boots. Her face was obscured in the shadow of the hood, but he could tell that she had vibrant red hair and violet glowing eyes. Black tattoos covered her hands. Adam thought she looked quite familiar, but it took him a second to realize why. He glared at the moth. "Are you serious? This is clearly the apprentice of the boss I just killed." Levicidix nodded. "Very astute, Adam," she praised. "Won't she hold a grudge? And what about Bellamurinth? She might go after her." "Not to worry," the moth said cheerfully. "Sylvia isn't evil. And for the record, I wouldn't be allowed to send hostile denizens here. The Interim Island is a safe place." "Tell that to the squid downstairs," Adam muttered. "The deep place is not a part of Interim Island," Levicidix replied, her tone turning serious. "You take care to not upset the envoy of Nwetru." Adam swallowed at the warning. He hadn't realized it wasn't safe in Skoll's cave. "Have I unlocked anything new from Olivita?" he asked, deciding to change the topic. "You have not. Then why did I get something for getting the special denizen in Stage 1? Olivita's upgrades are based on milestones. The first time you fully completed a stage was one such milestone, Levicidix explained. It wasn't because of the denizen. I guess that makes sense. Beating Stage 5 has to be another milestone, maybe because it's the first time players kill each other. Or wait, no, that can't be right, because I killed Charlotte Hayes and it didn't change my upgrade options. Maybe beating the stage is the milestone. Based on what Amelia has said, it has to be the challenge stone that is unlocked. Anyway, that's something to worry about later. Right now I need to figure out how many points I've got to play around with. I'd like to buy 2 more upgrades for Summoner to evolve it, but that would cost me 900 points. Can I see your upgrades for a second? Adam asked. Always. Meta upgrades for sale. Damage, increase all damage by 10%, 1000 points. Rewards, increase reward options by 1,625/4,000 points. Vendors, increase vendor options by 1 to 4000 points. Rerolls, start every loop with 1 reroll dice, 2500 points. Relic saving, start every loop with 1 saved relic slot, 2,995/5,000 points. Cheat death, start every loop with the cheat death relic, 10,000 points. So, I'd need 2005 points to get relic saving locked in. That would probably be the best thing to get done now. But even if I sell the blood elemental cores, I've just got 851 points left after that. I could perhaps sell the cruel summoner's gauntlets, but that seems a waste since the Wraith's explosion is quite useful. I suppose if a better alternative appears I might sell them, but selling them just to buy 2 weapon upgrades seems foolish. I think I should definitely buy the relic saving now though. I almost died twice in Stage 4 in my last loop, and I have a lot less health this time around, so death is not unthinkable. I really want to start the next loop with the cracked slime core available, since that'd enable me to pick the fool and get a lot of points. I could use my remaining points to buy a relic or maybe a couple health or defense upgrades. I'll get the last 2 summoner upgrades in Stage 4 instead. I'll pay the rest of the amount to unlock relic saving. Excellent, Levicidix replied cheerfully. Meta upgrade unlocked. Relic saving, start every loop with 1 saved relic slot. A special container is now available in your player house, she explained. With 1 relic slot unlocked, you can send any common relic back to the start of your next loop. I can keep investing into it, right? What does the next upgrade look like now? The moth waved a hand. Meta upgrade for sale. Relic saving, start every loop with 2 saved relic slots, 0/5,000 points. So, I was correct that each upgrade is still 5000 points, that's good to know. I'd still need to unlock it 2 more times to be able to send a rare relic back. Would I be able to send the Wraith Lantern back? he asked. Relics tied to classes cannot be saved in the special container. Figures. So much for trying to send the lucky bracelet back after picking Fool. You still have points remaining, Levicidix said. Would you like to buy any other upgrades? Not right now, he replied. Then I will take my leave for now, she said and lifted off from the ground. The orbiting silver scales returned to her wings. The moment she vanished into the clouds, time resumed its natural flow. Bellamorinth and the cube both moved closer to Adam, while the new denizen awoke in front of him. Dash, the cube groaned. Adam felt his heart skip a beat at the sound. Then the Tesseract announced, "Congratulations. You have unlocked a special denizen due to your stellar performance in Stage 3, Forest Escort." Holy shit, that scared me. Is it making that noise because I didn't get all of the achievements in the same run? He thought back to the first special denizen where it had produced the same soul-quaking sound. It hadn't done it the second time, when he unlocked Migraine. So, it's making that sound because some kind of fuckery is going on and confusing it? Or maybe its memory is being overwritten to not question why I have the achievements I didn't get in this loop. The first time it made that noise was when I killed it. I should ask Amelia if she's heard it as well. The new denizen looked at Adam with her violet glowing eyes. Strands of her vibrant red hair poked out from within her hood. "Hello Adam," she said. "My name is Sylvia. You were Ezreal's apprentice, right?" She didn't blink as she stared into his eyes. "I was," she said. Then her gaze ran down to his belt where the fetish of sloth was attached while not in use. "I see you have obtained his demonic idol. You're not gonna hold a grudge against me, right?" he asked. Bellamorinth came up next to Adam, putting her left hand on his fuzzy vest while looking up at the newcomer. Sylvia's eyes flicked to the elfin girl. Unmasked fascination and curiosity filled her otherwise neutral expression. Adam put his gauntlet hand atop Belle's head. "If you so much as touch a hair on her head, I will do to you what I did to your master," he told her. There was no hostility in his voice, just a cold-hearted promise. Sylvia's gaze returned to him and she said, "An apprentice does not often get to choose their master. Certainly not when what they study is a very limited field with very few magicians teaching it. Ezreal may have taught me much of what I know, and he was certainly a genius, but cavorting with demons warped his faculties. His obsession with the elfin and their rituals drove him to ambush in your carriage. I had nothing to do with it." It was hard to give her the benefit of doubt when she was clearly a blood mage like Ezreal. And the way she looked at Bellamorinth was unsettling. "Shitbox, can I command special denizens?" he asked the cube. He recalled the conversation with Amelia where she'd said that Migraine was banned from the tavern in her world. You may bar denizens from certain actions or parts of Interim Island if you so wish. They will be encouraged to obey your commands, so long as they are within reason. Adam kept eye contact with Sylvia as he asked, "What if I decide to kill them?" "It would be a waste, but you would not be prevented from doing so." "You heard the cube," Adam said to her. "Fret not, Adam," she replied, clearly not scared by his threat. "I am sure I am worth more to you alive than dead. We'll see, but you are under no circumstances allowed to be alone with Bellamorinth. Don't touch her. Don't talk to her. Don't do anything to even slightly inconvenience her. Do you understand?" "Of course." Sylvia's lack of expression was quite off-putting, and he couldn't tell if she was actually going to comply. "I really hope she doesn't fuck up my chances at saving Belle from the events of Stage 5. So, what do you sell? You're a vendor, right?" She pulled her hood back and long vibrant red hair fell down her shoulders and back. "Have a look," she then said. She flung out her right arm and revealed scrolls hanging on the inside of the cloak, as though she was some back-alley drug dealer. "Spell scrolls for sale. Frost, your next attack inflicts frostbite, halting all of the target's regeneration, 200 points. Conflagrate, your next attack inflicts conflagration, dealing periodic burn damage to the target, 200 points. Zap, your next attack inflicts electrification, periodically draining the target's mana, 200 points. Desiccate, your next attack inflicts wither, increasing damage inflicted to the target by 50%, 200 points. Tangle, snare indicated target, 500 points. Blink, teleport to target location within your line of sight, 750 points. Shade barrier, negate the next attack that would deal damage to you, 2000 points. These are actually quite useful. I kind of assumed they'd be terrible because Amelia said she was similar to Belen. How many times can I use them, he asked. Only once per scroll. Figures. How long do they last? Tangle lasts until the target is able to free themselves. Shade barrier lasts until its effect is triggered. The afflictions last until the end of the stage or until the target cures themselves. Frost and desiccate are both quite good considering their cost. Shade barrier would also be great if I'm struggling with obtaining flawless on a stage, but it's way too expensive to be used regularly. These mostly seem like they're intended for encounters with very powerful bosses though. Will your inventory of spell scrolls expand at some point, he asked. It might, she replied vaguely. I don't need any of these for stage 4, so I guess I'll just go to the market. Adam ruffled Bellamourin's hair. Let's go say hi to Weaver. Okay. Come find me when you need my spells, Sylvia called as Adam started walking towards the southern end of the island. They started off by visiting Weaver in the market. Did the rope and sack come in handy? The spider asked. They did. One question though, is the sack easy to stain? I'm planning on using it to carry hearts in the next stage and I'm expecting it to end up quite bloody at the end. It is watertight, so the blood will not seep through. As for stains, it is hard to say, but with a rigorous wash it should be easy to clean. I love mine dress. Bellamourinth exclaimed. Thou should come work in the sanctuary, my mother would reward you well for such high-quality clothing. Thank you, Weaver replied, but I think I will remain here. The elfin girl turned and looked up at Adam. Can my mother come visit this place? He suppressed a frown. I don't think so, he replied honestly. Can we bring her a dress from Weaver? The spider crawled forward on the spiderweb counter and looked down at the girl properly. What color should it be? This is new, Adam noted. Green. Belle exclaimed. Last time, the queen wore a silver dress. Green would probably suit her though. Weaver looked up at Adam. That will be 100 points. He almost refused right on the spot, but stopped himself before the words could come out. This is something new that didn't happen last time, and it's only 100 points. I currently have 401, but it'll be 851 when I sell the cores I'm carrying. Spending 100 here doesn't change what I can and cannot buy. Deal, he said. He suddenly remembered what Amelia had said, there's a shortage of curious people who make it far. Curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction brought it back, he quoted in his head. Item purchased. Green spider silk dress. 301 points remaining. While Bellamourinth discussed the exact dimensions and design of the dress with Weaver, Adam went over to Luca's stall. He emptied the spider silk sack onto her counter. Elemental cores, she said in her sinister tone. If she had a real face, he was sure she'd be grinning widely. The slime is looking for these. I already sold the last cores you brought for a tidy profit, so I'll pay you 100 points for any other elemental cores you bring me. Rob. Adam blinked in surprise. Deal, he said. Relics sold. Blood elemental core, common, x6. 901 points remaining. 150 more points than expected. That's a pleasant surprise. Still, kind of silly that I can't sell them to Finian directly. He told me he had no money. What about trophies, he asked. Like goblin ears and such. I have also sold the trophies you brought me yesterday to the goblin. I'll pay you 100 points for any other trophies you bring me. So, this must be to balance out the fact that the collectibles have more value now that the special denizens have quests involving them. A 33% increase in profits is pretty nice. Gonna be even harder to get myself to not sell the collectibles now though, no matter how interesting Finian and Migraine special weapons might be. I wonder if this increased value goes away if I complete their quests. Would you like to buy some relics with your profit? She asked, clearly eager to earn back what she'd just paid him. He wondered if the points actually had any meaning to the vendors or if they were just urged by the system to collect as many as possible. "I'll definitely take a look," he replied. Relics for sale. Scroll Preservation Talisman, uncommon. When a spell scroll is activated, this relic is consumed instead. Relic Renewal Stone, epic. Relics no longer disappear or break when all uses are exhausted, restores the use of one relic of rare or lower quality. 1 use per stage. Slothling Claw Bracer, uncommon, can be used to perform an armor-ending slash. Breaks after 2 uses. Slave Driver's Kilt, rare, sacrifice nearest summon to negate an affliction. 1 minute cooldown. The talisman is new and clearly tied to Sylvia's scrolls. It can't be a coincidence that it appeared immediately after I unlocked her. I might eventually find a use for the renewal stone, perhaps if I end up going with some kind of affliction build that involves the overflow diadem. The kilt seems to be tied to my summons. It's not very strong since it'd be impossible to control what affliction is negated and the cooldown is long. If there was no cooldown it would be amazing for counter-affliction defense, but alas. Adam didn't want any of the relics, but he also didn't want to use his rerolls since it would be worth more in the next stage. "I'll come back tomorrow," he told the spider. He went over to the cricket's wooden stall next door. He had decided to buy 3 general upgrades since that seemed to be the best use of his points. "Show me your upgrades." "Of course," Carrie replied. She waved one of her arms over the bubbling black cauldron next to her and 4 upgrades popped up. Upgrades for sale. Luck, uncommon, increases luck by 2. Bleed, rare, attacks inflict bleed dealing 15% weapon damage over the course of 10 seconds. Damage, uncommon, increases all damage by 10%. Defense, uncommon, increases all defense by 10%. Luck plus 2 or defense plus 10%. Status, he said. Player status. Adam. Shaper. Level 21. Stats. Health, 50. Stamina, 75. Mana, 200. Damage, 65% plus 15%. Defense, 140% plus 40%. Dodge, 10% plus 10%. Speed, 85% plus 10%. Luck, 15, plus 10. I'm only 10 points short on luck reaching the next threshold, so I think that's worth more right now. Did you know this text is from a different site? Read the official version to support the creator. It would be nice to get defense to 200% though, since that would effectively double my total health. I'll buy luck. General upgrade purchased. Luck, uncommon. 601 points remaining. The upgrades disappeared from above the cauldron, before it bubbled and a new set popped up. Upgrades for sale. Luck, uncommon, increases luck by 2. Venom, uncommon, attacks inflict venom slowing target by 10% for 10 seconds. Bleed, epic, attacks inflict bleed dealing 25% weapon damage over the course of 10 seconds. Dodge, uncommon, grants a 10% chance to dodge a direct attack. Luck is shining on me it seems. I'll buy luck again. General upgrade purchased. Luck, uncommon. 301 points remaining. Last one, let's see if the extra luck helps here or not. The cauldron did its thing a 3rd time. Upgrades for sale. Force, rare, attacks pierce armor by 15%. Crush, rare, increases the impact of attacks by 15%. Health, uncommon, increases health by 2. Damage, uncommon, increases all damage by 10%. Shit. I guess I'll buy damage. I could reroll but I'd rather save it. Actually. Maybe I should just buy 3 rerolls. It's not really damage holding me back right now, I think. I might be back later, he told Carrie. Still, I just need 6 more points of luck to go and then I'll be guaranteed rares every time. Adam returned to where Weaver and Bellamorinth were still talking. The spider had several silken fabrics arrayed on her counter for the girl to choose from. Each piece had a different pattern. At some point Belle had crawled up onto the counter and she was now kneeling over the samples like a discerning clothier. "I'm going to the tavern," he told her. "I shall find thee when I am done with mine task," she replied. It was the first time he'd experienced her care deeply about something other than food, so he didn't want to disturb her and quickly left. He stopped past the imp statue fountain where Yenna was playing a cello. The current melody was Bach's Cello Suite No. 1, and she was in the middle of the saraband. Adam listened until she finished playing the rest of the suite. "Hello Adam, did you like the melody?" He nodded. "You played it magnificently. Are you a fan of classical?" "A bit," he replied. He didn't mention that he'd tried for years to learn how to play the piano. He'd never been very good unfortunately, but he'd come to love classical music as a result, as well as gaining an immense sense of respect for those who could master instruments. "Is there a melody you would like to hear?" she asked. "Could you play Fors Pavon on the cello?" "I could attempt to play it by myself, but it would be incomplete." "Ah. I could play it solo on the piano instead. I would not have to compromise the melody." Adam paused. "You have a piano." "I have all the instruments you could desire." "That's a lie," he replied. "I know for a fact you don't have a theremin or a stylophone." "Are these culturally significant instruments from your world?" she asked, instantly giving him a sense of déjà vu. "I have practiced with all those provided to me by the all-seeing system." "Those two were not included as part of your world's heritage." He shook his head. "I'll have a talk with the system about this. Clearly there are gaps in your resume." The wasp stared at him wordlessly for a few seconds. "So, would you like me to bring out the piano?" He grinned. "Sure, I'd love to see where you're hiding it." Yenna leaned off the stool she always used. Then it shaped itself down to something smaller and more suitable for a piano. She laid the cello out in front of her, and it immediately started unfolding like a piece of origami, but with clearly way more mass inside than was possible. Within just a few moments, the cello had unfolded and refolded itself, taking on the shape of an actual piano. "Have you always been able to do that?" he asked, not believing what he'd just witnessed. It was even more impressive than when the cube did its podium unfolding trick. "Yes. This instrument was gifted to me by the all-seeing system. I wonder if it has its own dimensional core like the cube." Before he could comment on how overkill it was for her to possess, she started playing Pavon on the keys. Despite her lack of fingers, she was able to leverage her 4 arms to play the notes perfectly, while her 2 legs worked the pedals. Adam shook his head with a smile before continuing on his way to the tavern, the music accompanying him on the way. When Adam walked into the dimensional tavern, Finian was literally shoveling food into his face. Migraine was talking to Sylvia up on the floor above by one of the small tables, and they seemed to be having fun, which was worrying. Charlie came over and he could tell she was looking for Bellamuranth. "She's busy at the moment, but she'll be here later," he told her before she could ask. "I see. What would you like to eat?" Adam thought about it for a moment, before saying, "Insalata di pulpo, a Weissbier, and some fries with lots of salt." The red-brown ant nodded and went to the kitchen. Instead of sitting down on an available seat, Adam brought out his barrier and shaped it into a chair, although it was really just an upside-down U-shape. He cleared away a stool and moved his improvised seat down into its place. Then he sat on it. A few cracks appeared, but it held. Maybe it works because the weight is distributed evenly. Around him, the seats filled with players. A few of the ones nearest to him noticed his strange chair and pointed. Then they flickered and were replaced. This went on for a few moments until Adam made them all go away. "Show me Amelia, Gladwin, and Beck." Only Amelia appeared and Adam felt a blip of panic flow through him. He verbally queried the cube to get a response. "Show me Gladwin and Beck. These players are not currently seated in the tavern." He breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God, they're still alive. He looked at the time looper and, unsurprisingly, she was looking back at him. "What are you sitting on?" she asked. Adam laughed. "It's my barrier. I've never seen Arturo use it like that," she replied. "Well, I'm not Arturo, no matter how much you compare me to him." Amelia paused. Sorry. I shouldn't get stuck in the past. It's a bad habit of mine. Don't worry about it, he told her. So, how did it go? She asked. Based on her question, it seemed she wasn't querying the various achievements non-stop to find out herself. Or, if she did, maybe she was simultaneously searching for Adam and confusing the results she got by the queries overlapping. Unless there's a way to color-code the queries. Adam mentally queried the tavern, while Amelia stared at him, waiting for a response. One moment, he told her. Show me all the players who received a flawless speedrun, all secrets, or secret boss bonus. Give them each a separate color and, if they achieved more than one, show all their colors combined. To his surprise, the complex query worked and the tables filled with people. There were a lot of players with a white pillar encapsulating them, some had a green pillar, and only a few had a red one. 3 people had both a green and a red light. Amelia, unsurprisingly, had a red, green, white, and orange light pillar. So the queries shouldn't actually interfere, he realized. Maybe that means she already knows how I fared, if she's got a query like this running all the time. Adam added to the mental query. Maintain this query until I cancel it. You already know how I did in the stage, don't you? He then asked Amelia. She nodded. Of course. I just wanted to hear it from your lips. He wanted to ask, why, but he already knew the answer. It was because she cared about him. Or well, the previous him. I just did a complicated query that shows me people with various colors based on achievements. It's pretty cool. I hadn't even realized it was possible to do something like that. There's no manual for the tavern, which can be frustrating, Amelia replied. But yes, it's an invaluable tool. Do you also see colored lights over my head? I have mine set to show colored dots that appear on people's foreheads. What the hell? Let me guess, he said. I have 3 of them. She nodded. Speedrun, secret boss, and all secrets, she said. For me you have all of them, he replied. There are more than just 4 achievements, she said. Stage 4 introduces the eradication achievement since there are no more waves from that point and onward. You have to kill all enemies before the last boss to get it. Although the secret boss doesn't count into that. Wait, Adam said. He brought out the description of his crown. Secret relic. Dented crown, rare, a regent must repel all invaders tainted with the lust for power, lest his kingdom fall to ruin. Subordinate allies gain 10% more health, subordinate allies gain last stands fervor upon death, extending their lives by 10 seconds and increasing damage and speed by 25%. Is the eradication required to unlock the next evolution of the crown? Sort of, but for that one you have to kill the secret boss as well, and he leaves after the captain dies. It's quite difficult. The reward is worth it though, since the crown gains 2 new bonuses. One is additional fire damage and the other is immunity to the taint affliction. Is that the highest it goes for evolutions? He asked. It is, but you actually need that final evolution, called the True Flames icon, to take on the secret boss in a later stage. I tried it thanks to Arturo's help in my first loop, but it was tough. We were the only 2 survivors of our team of 6. And the fight is unavoidable if you have the crown on you. Plus, once you beat the secret boss, the crown loses all its power. Arturo said he always used the crown, but he usually avoided evolving it the final time, since you're forced to bring it to the stage with the secret boss it triggers. That's way more complicated than I realized, Adam thought to himself. He had just assumed the next evolution was the final one, but to know that it was required for a secret boss down the line was exciting. There's gotta be other stuff like this just waiting to be found. Does the secret boss in stage 4 drop something special like the crown? The giant bat didn't give anything, which was disappointing. Amelia paused. Shit, she muttered. What? I forgot to tell you about the Nightwing's heart. Adam frowned. You didn't expect me to be able to trigger the secret boss, did you? No. God damn it. I knew I should have chopped up the boss, he said, annoyed that he'd assumed she wouldn't withhold information. It's okay though, she continued. You wouldn't have been able to use the heart until much later anyway, and the ritual is quite dangerous. I really thought you would tell me everything you knew, he said. I just underestimated you. I wasn't deliberately keeping secrets. Tell me about stage 4. Does the hidden boss give something special if you kill him? You really shouldn't fight him. He's fast. Way faster than you expect. Amelia, just answer the goddamn question and stop coddling me. She paused at his tone. If you want me to survive stage 8, he continued, then you have to trust me. I do trust you, she said. But I'm being serious. The forlorn aristocrat is a challenge if you've never faced him before. Unless you've got fire damage, you can't really defeat him easily. Aristocrat? That matches what Leonard told me he saw. He described the boss as a nobleman after all. Adam sighed. He missed his friend. Wait, fire damage. I can get that with Sylvia's scroll. I should have enough to buy a conflagrate scroll. Perhaps Amelia thought his sigh was because of her, because she finally answered his actual question. He drops a round pearl. You use it to unlock a secret chamber in stage 5 by slotting it into the empty eye socket of a statue. Inside the chamber it opens is a chest with a map. I never found out where it leads or what stage it's made for. That's one of the things I'll be trying to figure out in this loop. Adam nodded. Thank you. Just then Bellamourinth came into the tavern. As though she had been waiting for this exact moment, Charlie came forward with Adam's octopus salad, fries, and beer. She also had a casserole with some kind of stew and a bowl of mashed potatoes. Belle sat down in front of the boar stew and immediately dug in, not even uttering a word to the tavern keeper and. Nonetheless, Charlie looked immensely satisfied. What kind of stew is that? Adam asked. It smells delicious. Since you were having an Italian dish, Charlie started, I thought it was fitting to also prepare cinghiale in dolce forte for Bellamourinth. Delicious, the girl exclaimed. Charlie giggled. The sound was like bubbles in water. Amelia was looking down at Adam's food. That looks good, she said. Adam stabbed his fork into a bit of octopus and pointed it at her. Wanna try? He teased. Amelia paused for a moment, her purple spiraling eyes locked onto his. Then a dark tablet-sized round and flat stone appeared in the palm of her right hand. It had a strange pattern carved into it, which exposed blue glowing gems under the stone's surface. She put her left hand on it and then vanished without even standing up. Visiting stone activated. Player Amelia has entered your dimension. Adam's mind raced with the implications of the announcement he'd just received. Amelia is here. In my world. Where is she? He asked his cube. Visitors to other players' dimensions always arrive at the center of the island. Adam got up from his seat and ran to the exit. Belle looked up as he left, but he told her to stay put. After he went outside, he pulled the spell tome into his hand and summoned the barrier. Then he used it to push himself through the streets towards the middle of Interim Island. The sun was setting in the sky, and the town was dyed in orange-pink hues. Why would she come here? If she wanted to kill me, she would have used the challenge stone. Or maybe she really just wanted to try the octopus salad. Adam shook his head. That was the least likely answer. He skated across the cobblestones on his shoes, casting dust and dirt behind him like a trail of smoke. Adam hadn't expected to encounter anyone with the visiting stone, but, given Amelia's motivations, he understood why she possessed it. She couldn't have come here to. No, that makes no sense. We don't even know each other. Willow popped into his head unbidden. He barely knew her, but despite that he'd been obsessing about being her friend in this loop. He wasn't even sure why. Was it really just friendship he sought? Maybe it's in the nature of time loopers to be clingy. I suppose it's not too weird to feel a connection to someone that drastically shaped your life in some way. If not for Willow's advice, I would never have killed Shipbox. If I hadn't killed it, then I would never have gained the power to loop. Maybe Amelia has similar conflicted feelings about me. Or well, past me. Still, it's weird to be on the receiving end of this sort of thing. Really puts my own actions into perspective. Not too surprised that Willow would think I'm a stalker, especially not if she has experience with that sort of thing. Adam sighed and slowed down the barrier. He skidded a few meters before coming to a complete stop. The cube floated up next to him. Is she still in the center of the island? Adam asked. No. She is currently standing outside the player house. Can you highlight her for me somehow? Understood. A white pillar of light rose up into the sky to the east. He brought the barrier behind his back again and pushed himself towards it. When he was only a street away, he slowed down and walked the last bit. At the same time, he folded the barrier into a narrow cone spear. I don't think she has come to hurt me, but it would be foolish not to be prepared for anything. I'm fairly sure I'm not immortal on this island, even if coming here heals my wounds. Knob. Adam's heart was pounding in his chest so loudly that he could feel its beat inside his ear canals. He walked around the side of a dumpy building, and the player house came into view. Like every time before, it stood within the round patch of grass, surrounded by a brown wooden fence. There was the apple tree and 3 small critters beneath it, a goblin, a slime, and an imp. Leaning on the wooden fence was a woman. She wore a red oversized fuzzy sweater and under it was a black sports bra. She had loose blue jeans on and Adam noticed several relics as well. There were the unmistakable slothling spring boots from stage 3 on her feet, and on her right hand was the duelist's glove. Hanging from her belt was a blue goblin ear, which had to be the damage-boosting blue trophy from stage 2. Next to that was the fetish of sloth. On her right hip hung a flanged iron mace and next to it was a rosary from the priest class. The brawler gauntlets hung from her left hip. Despite all her relics and weapons, she didn't actually look too intimidating. She was also a fair bit shorter than Adam had expected, maybe 165 centimeters or so compared to his 186. It hadn't really been noticeable when they sat opposite each other in the tavern. In the darkening town, her purple spiraling eyes seemed quite sinister as they bored into him. A brief undecipherable expression crossed her face for a split second, before she clenched her jaw and pushed off from the fence. She eyed the barrier that floated next to Adam. She brought all her relics just in case I tried to harm her, he realized. But it was clear that she hadn't come here to fight, so he dismissed the barrier and unequipped the spell tome. Hello Adam, Amelia finally said. Adam swallowed down his apprehensions and approached. What are you doing here? He asked her. You invited me over, didn't you? She replied, a small grin tugging at the corner of her mouth. Right. So why are you at my house and not the tavern? He replied, playing along with the joke that this was all about the octopus salad. Follow me, I've got something to show you, Amelia said. She walked around the fence and disappeared behind the house. Adam ran to catch up, but she was a lot faster than him, probably because of her stats. What are you planning on showing me? He asked, apprehension creeping back into his voice. She was moving towards the eastern edge of the island. The house was placed pretty close to the precipice, but there were still about 10 meters to where the land actually stopped. Adam hadn't even thought to check behind the house and there wasn't actually anything there except for a patch of grass with some trees. Is there another cave down below? He asked. Amelia paused in front of the trees and looked back at him. Why won't you answer me? Dig here, she said, ignoring his question. Adam looked down. There was a patch of upturned dirt and grass in front of the trees. It looked as though something had been buried here just recently. He brought out the spell tome and summoned a barrier. Then he shaped it into a shovel and used it to dig up the loose earth. Amelia just watched as he cleared away the dirt for the next 3 minutes. There came a loud clink as his glass-like barrier struck something. He moved the shovel out of the way and looked down into the hole. What the hell is that? He asked, getting down on his knees so he could reach in and grab it. As he lifted it up out of the hole and set it on the grass next to him, he realized it was a bronze brazier. It had a rounded shallow bowl and 4 clawed legs, as though sculpted after the talons of an eagle. Flames were engraved along the outer edge, and on the inside was strange hieroglyphic text that he couldn't read. The tale has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. Secret relic obtained. First Light's brazier, common, in the beginning there was a single spark of creation. From it burst the first light, and with it came the life of the universe. Without a spark there can be no life. Without a kindling flame there can be no fire. Is this why you came here? Adam asked her. To show me this? This is the main reason, yes. It's my way of showing you that I do trust you, no matter what you might think. Am I supposed to light a fire inside it? Not you, she replied. Someone else is meant to activate it. What do you mean? He asked as he got to his feet. She walked over to where Adam had set the brazier down on the grass. Then she held her right palm upwards and a tiny white flame appeared floating above her duelist's glove. She carefully lowered the flame down into the bowl. Secret relic activated. Amelia stepped back and grabbed Adam's wrist, pulling him several meters away from the brazier. Her touch was surprisingly warm even through the sleeve of his shirt and the glove she wore. The ground around the bronze brazier rumbled ominously. What's happening? Just watch, she told him. She didn't let go of his arm and remained by his side, but Adam hardly noticed as he stared at the relic. The ground under the brazier bulged upwards as though something was clawing its way up from below. Then a whole entire building just appeared from one moment to the next, growing up into the air for several meters and pushing the brazier along for the ride. When it was done, a small white lighthouse rose from the edge of the island behind the player house. The nearby trees had been shifted out of the way and were spared destruction. At the top of the tower a small glass chamber surrounded the flaming brazier. Adam pulled himself out of Amelia's grip and approached the building. There was a doorway that only barely allowed him to enter, his hair running along the top of the frame as he walked through. Inside was a hollow tube with a simple wooden ladder. He climbed it up to the top where he emerged into the small glass chamber. He reached out to feel the heat of the small white flame inside the bronze brazier. Secret relic. First light's brazier, uncommon, grows for 4 stages. It's just like the glass acorn, he realized. There was nothing else to see here, so he climbed back down the ladder and returned to where Amelia awaited him outside. What happens when it's done growing? He asked. And where did you get that flame from? When 4 stages have passed, your flame will reach maturity and spawn a kindling flame. You can give it to another player, if you have a visiting stone, and perform the same trick I just did. But I want you to give your first kindling flame to me. So, this is all just something to make you stronger? He asked. This will also benefit you, she said. When the flame has matured, it will give you a boon in team-based stages. I don't know what exactly it will be, since the effect changes based on the player. Mine is a passive health recovery of 75% of missing health lost from the first attack suffered. It resets after every stage and covers each of my team members individually, as well as me. If you give me your kindling flame, it will go up to 100%. If I can get one more after that, then my brazier will evolve to epic rarity and gain a second effect. That sounds really strong. It is, she replied. Arturo is the one who gave me his kindling flame originally. His brazier was legendary rarity and gave 3 very strong boosts. I'm surprised the trials would have something like this. I thought for sure everything was designed to make us kill each other. That's not exactly wrong, Amelia said. But just like there's the deep place for worshippers of Nwetru, so too is there this lighthouse for worshippers of the first light. The first light is a god too? He asked, surprised. She nodded. Once you find this brazier, he shows up as an option to worship in stage 5. Although you have to claim the altar without killing any other players for him to appear, which is really difficult. He seems very pacifist in nature, but I think that's because he's the god of life. Adam frowned. So the forbidden altar forces us to worship a god. Is that what you meant when you mentioned human mimics? It was, but I'll explain it after stage 4, she said, brushing him off like always. He sighed, but knew to drop it for now. Who gave Arturo his kindling flame? Adam asked. I don't know, Amelia replied. I'm not actually sure how it starts. There's gotta be someone who receives the kindling flame first, but perhaps it's tied to worshipping the first light. There's something I actually wanted to ask you, Adam said. But do you mind if we go back to the tavern? It's getting dark and I'm hungry. Would you like me to return to my own dimension? she asked, her take-charge attitude suddenly replaced with insecurity. You're already here, so you might as well come with me. Okay, she replied, her verbosity all but gone. They walked along the edge of the island as the last embers of sunlight steadily vanished from the sky. What did you want to ask me? Amelia asked. It's about shitbox, he started. The cube floated along beside them, but like in the past, it seemed to ignore anything said that wasn't directed at it. He still felt the need to be cautious with his words. Amelia blinked at the name, then she laughed. Even though you're not the Adam I knew, you still gave it the same name. Adam grinned. I'm nothing if not predictable, he replied. Then his tone became serious again. When you've unlocked the special denizens, has the Tesseract ever made any weird noises? Amelia eyed the floating cube. I know what you mean, and yes, it has. It's caused by inconsistencies. Arturo warned me not to strain it too much, since he believes it has some sort of failsafe to eliminate players it believes are violating the all-seeing system's rules. Adam frowned. So I should avoid unlocking special denizens unless I can get all achievements in one go. I don't think those are a big issue, she replied. It seems to be focused more on how players act at the start of the trials. I don't know why, but I believe it is a test. Those too careless will be caught and eliminated, proving themselves unworthy of the divine relic. The way the system explained it to me, it seemed more like there'd be consequences for carelessly looping back in time repeatedly. But perhaps that's unique to just me. After all, when Amelia loops, she isn't leaving a hole behind. Although she is resetting the timeline, which I doubt is a simple thing to do. It would kind of make sense that there'd be some sort of filter to get rid of time loopers that cannot utilize the power well. If someone decides to go full-on murder mode, they could probably fuck up the trials a lot, and it kind of seems to me that the goal of the all-seeing system is for the game to run forever. At least if it was speaking the truth about its objective being to harvest our suffering. I wonder if Morrigan was on the verge of triggering a response from the cube. It seems like if you kill enough players with the abyssal tooth, then eventually the trials should grind to a halt. I wonder what happens if there is nobody left to take the self-devouring eye and keep the time loops going. Would it just end, trapping all those devoured by the system forever? Adam pushed the thoughts from his mind. It really didn't matter. The important part was just to avoid triggering whatever failsafe the system had installed. He looked at Amelia, who walked next to him. She was staring at the sunset-stained clouds with a small smile on her face. It only just now struck him what he was even doing. Wait. Why did I invite her to dinner with me? They entered the tavern and Adam returned to his place where his fries, beer, and octopus salad remained untouched. Fortunately, Finian was still busy devouring his own tower of food, so he hadn't eaten any of Adam's. Next to his seat, Bellamorinth was fast asleep with a blanket over her and an empty casserole on the table in front of her. Grease covered her face and hands, but she looked happy as she slept. Amelia ruffled the elfin girl's hair and then sat down next to where Adam placed his barrier chair. Charlie came over to them and asked, "What would your guest like to eat?" "I'll have the same octopus dish as him," Amelia answered. "I would also like a lemonade and moles frites. For dessert I would like a caneel and millefeuille." Adam grinned. "Quite the appetite." "You're not the only one who's hungry," Amelia replied. "Would you like anything else, Adam?" Charlie asked. "I suppose once I'm finished with this, I'd like a vanilla milkshake and some homemade chocolate chip cookies." "I bet yours taste delicious." Charlie laughed in that bubbly way of hers, before heading for the kitchen. "Is it okay for you to be here?" Adam asked. "Aren't you busy helping people?" "I can talk to them from here," she told him. She paused, her spiraling eyes fixated on his. "What is it?" he asked. Amelia looked away. "Nothing. I'll tell you later. Another player is trying to communicate with you. Do you wish to talk to them?" It was clear she could hear the cube's announcement as well, since she turned to look at it. "Who is it?" she asked before Adam had the chance. "Player Gladwin." When Amelia realized that she'd answered in his place, she apologized. "No problem," he replied. "Do you want to talk to him?" she asked. He nodded. Put him through. Understood. Gladwin appeared opposite them and a second later Beck arrived as well. Adam finally had the chance to try out the food he'd ordered earlier. When he picked up one of the fries, it was somehow still hot as though it had just been made. He crunched down on it and then used his fork to try out the octopus salad. Beck stared at him. "You look so blissful," he said. "I thought only children smiled like that." "It's delicious," Adam replied, looking up at him. Beck and Gladwin both had colored lights above them from his previous query. Looks like the bet to find the winner of stage 3 might be close this time, he realized. "What are you eating?" Gladwin asked. "Octopus." Beck switched his gaze to Amelia. "Were you two already talking? Were we interrupting?" "Not like you to be considerate," Gladwin commented, nudging his friend, although his arm passed right through him. "You weren't," Adam said, washing down his mouthful with the Weissbier. Beck turned away to talk to someone, presumably Charlie. Seeing other people eating had no doubt made him hungry. At the same moment Amelia reached over and stole one of Adam's fries. "Hey," he said. "You just ordered your own, don't steal mine." "You can just order more," she told him. Gladwin gasped and the two of them froze, slowly turning to look at his surprised face. "Don't worry, I won't tell him," Gladwin quickly said, doing a "my lips are sealed" gesture across his mouth. "Tell me what?" Beck asked after he finished ordering. "Nothing," Gladwin said. "Still," he continued, looking between Adam and Amelia, "didn't it take a long time to get?" He had immediately guessed that they were using the visiting stone. Amelia nodded. "It did," she confirmed. "What did?" Beck asked. "Nothing," Adam said. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "Why are you keeping secrets from me?" Amelia laughed and Adam couldn't help but join in as well. Beck looked to his friend for help. "I think they've gone crazy." Adam laughed even harder. Gladwin continued to look at Adam and Amelia with a barely suppressed grin on his face, while Beck remained blissfully ignorant to the fact that they were in the same dimension. "I think it's time," Adam started dramatically, "to figure out who won." Beck grinned. "This time I won't be last place," he said confidently. "None of you have me beat," Amelia told them. "What did you get?" Gladwin asked. 3,000 points. 4,308, she answered, leaning back in her chair with a smug look on her face and a French fry hanging from the corner of her mouth. While Adam was seated on his barrier, she sat on a stool that had been sculpted to look like a padded recliner. "Damn, I really should have done the hard mode," Adam thought to himself for a second time. Beck's grin faltered. "Time loopers don't count." "Obviously." Amelia nudged Adam's arm, but Beck didn't notice. Gladwin laughed. "What did you get?" Gladwin asked him. "You two first," Beck replied, clearly hiding the answer. Adam could already kind of guess what they had gotten, based on the lights from his earlier query that was still running. It was a bit of an eyesore though. "Change the pillars of lights to colored spheres above everyone's heads," he told the tavern, restructuring the command. It immediately obeyed. Both of them had 3 colored spheres above their heads, but they were not the same. Neither of them had unlocked Sylvia, which was a shame. "I got 2,406 points, Adam said. "I didn't get the flawless bonus, but I got the bonuses for speedrun, all secrets, and the secret boss." "I got flawless but not the secret boss," Gladwin said. "I ended up with 2,200 points exactly." "You got the speedrun?" Adam asked him, surprised. "I learnt a thing or two from Amelia's advice last night," he replied. "Besides, I can't let Beck be the only one who kills things quickly." Beck grinned victoriously. "That makes me the winner," he said. His tone was so smug that Gladwin and Adam both looked like they wanted to slap him. "How much?" they asked. "I didn't get the secret relic from the boss, so I missed out on that bonus, but I did get the secret boss and flawless, and of course speedrun." It was clear that Amelia's words had made him less reckless in his approach to stages, but Adam knew he still had to have gone pretty fast in order to unlock the Nightwing. able-bodied. "Wait, I'm the only one amongst us who took damage." God damn. How many points? Gladwin asked, clearly worried about losing to him. 2,690, Beck answered. The number hung in the air above them like a guillotine. Adam saluted Gladwin. It was good knowing you. He sighed loudly. Just get it over with. Beck looked positively villainous as he gave his friend his new nickname. From now on you will be known as Princess Buttercup. Amelia laughed and Adam shook his head with a smile. I'll get you back for this, Gladwin threatened him. Just you wait. Beck turned to look at Amelia. You didn't mention that the secret boss had a special collectible, he then said. I forgot, she replied. Beck suddenly pulled a massive bloodied organ out of nowhere, and placed it on the table in front of him. No, you can't eat it, he said to someone off to the side that the others couldn't see. Adam knew it had to be Bellamorant he was talking to. This description, he then started, it's a reference to the Black Mass from Castlevania, right? It's used in a ritual to awaken something, isn't it? Amelia shrugged. I have no idea if it's a reference to something, but yes, it is used in a ritual during a later stage to awaken a secret boss. I'll tell you how to do it when we get closer to the stage, but you should keep it in your player house until then. Does it awaken a Dracula-type enemy? Gladwin asked. Again, I'll tell you later, Amelia repeated. It's a bad idea to focus on what lies far in the future, since you'll end up neglecting the preparations for the challenge right around the corner. Stage 4 is quite tough after all. Just then food arrived in front of Beck and Gladwin, and while they were looking away, Adam reached over and stole one of the mussels from Amelia's moles frites. At the exact moment that Beck turned back to face them, Adam tossed the empty shell back into Amelia's pan. He didn't even notice, since his eyes were locked on the double-decker cheeseburger in front of him. He'd also ordered a beer like Adam. Gladwin had a plate of fish and chips in front of him, along with a red margarita-looking cocktail. After everyone had eaten a bit of their food, Amelia started telling them about the next stage. She started by describing the locations for the termite nest and 2 relic chests. Adam had only found one during his last loop and it had been rather easy to spot. The other was apparently atop one of the tower-like buildings. Amelia said that the easiest way to get it was to go inside and crawl out of a window to the roof. Gladwin asked if knocking the building down would work, but she said no. She also told them about the Rotmaker idol but made it very clear that it was dangerous to use, since the monster it summoned would attack everyone, themselves included, and would also make the elfin hostile to them. You especially can't use it, she said to Adam. Since you've got things that boost summoning, like your crown relic, the Rotmaker would become way stronger than normal. She then went on to describe the enemies and how destroying their heads was the best way to kill them. For the mini-bosses she recommended incapacitating or snaring them before striking their helmets repeatedly to break through. Beck said that he had quite a few force upgrades and Amelia told him that they would help a lot. Adam mentioned he had a crush upgrade, but apparently that was more useful against living opponents, since it could cause internal bleeding which didn't affect the Forlorn unless he was able to strike their heads hard enough. She also explained that the Forlorn were weak to fire and that burning them would make them more susceptible to damage. Adam added that corrosive slime would also work and she nodded along. Neither Beck nor Gladwin questioned how he knew this. Adam turned and asked, what about the conflagrate spell scroll that Sylvia sells? Amelia nodded. It would work, but you should save it for the secret boss. She then talked about the forlorn aristocrat and his moves but urged them to avoid fighting him unless they were absolutely sure. Additionally, she explained the main things to look out for during the stage, such as the crossbow knight, plus the areas of the city that would be hit and in which order. Amelia also mentioned that the All-Mother's Wrath, the necklace they had all looted from Stage 3, should be given to Bellamorant before looting the final chest after defeating the forlorn captain. When Beck and Gladwin had learnt that the girl would die without their intervention, they both became eager to learn how to save her. Even though he'd heard it once already, Adam listened closely to make sure he didn't forget how to do it. Aside from keeping Belle alive, the biggest impact from saving her was that Stage 6 would change somehow. Lastly, Amelia said, there is a hidden weapon in the stage, but I don't know where. If you somehow find it, please let me know, but don't take any unnecessary risks to try and locate it. With the explanation done, Amelia moved on to helping other players by using Adam's dimensional tavern. Unauthorized duplication, this narrative has been taken without consent. Report sightings. Adam finally asked the cube how many had survived stage 3, and the answer surprised him a lot. 285 million players had survived. In his previous loop it had been 173 million. It was impossible to tell if the difference was entirely thanks to Amelia's efforts or not, but he was sure she played a significant role. However, if Arturo had looped countless times before her, then he was sure to have managed something similar if not more impressive, and yet it apparently hadn't mattered. Amelia had said he'd given up looping to go through the gate of nihility. Adam didn't know if that was the way forward or not, but it sounded ominous. If it was the way forward and he successfully beat the trials, then why is everyone still here? Or did Amelia accepting the self-devouring I reset this universe before the trials could be cleared? Maybe taking the divine relic sent her back to a new version of the universe, blocking her from escaping if Arturo beat the trials, and making a new dimensional copy of all the players. After all, she said that Arturo is still here, but that he doesn't remember anything. Adam tried to not dwell too much on such worries, but he feared that the trials were designed to be an endless loop with the divine relic being a test. The name of the relic certainly seemed to hint at that, since it invoked in his mind the idea of the Ouroboros that represented eternity. Perhaps the system asked the players remaining at the end to pick between the chance to do everything all over again or risk it all to beat the trials. Anyone who had fought to reach that point would no doubt have a lot of things they wanted to change, people they hoped to save, and wrongs they wished to right. He shook his head. Amelia had the right idea. Focusing on the future was dangerous when the present posed a huge threat. She could afford to plan ahead since she had overcome these challenges before, but Adam had barely survived stage 4 last time and stage 5 had killed him. "I'm going to find Sylvia," he told Amelia. She nodded to show she'd heard him, before continuing with her explanation to the 20-plus players she was currently connected with. She'd set up the conversation in a way that none of the people there could see Adam. He wasn't quite sure how that worked, but guessed it was similar to how she'd hid her weapons and relics from him before they'd met in person. Sylvia had left with migraine at some point and Adam exited the tavern to track her down. With the cube's help, he managed to locate them in the garden next to Olivia's tent. They were having a picnic in the silvery moonlight, and it looked like they'd raided Charlie's kitchen given the amount of food they'd brought. "Sylvia," Adam said. The blood mage's apprentice looked up at him. "Have you come to purchase spell scrolls?" "I have," he told her. Without even standing, she unfurled her travel cloak and revealed her wares. "Spell scrolls for sale. Frost, your next attack inflicts frostbite, halting all of the target's regeneration, 200 points. Conflagrate, your next attack inflicts conflagration, dealing periodic burn damage to the target, 200 points. Zap, your next attack inflicts electrification, periodically draining the target's mana, 200 points. Desiccate, your next attack inflicts wither, increasing damage inflicted to the target by 50%, 200 points. Tangle, snare indicated target, 500 points. Blink, teleport to target location within your line of sight, 750 points. Shade barrier, negate the next attack that would deal damage to you, 2000 points. "I'll buy a conflagrate scroll," he said. "Good choice," she replied. Spell scroll purchased. Conflagrate. 101 points remaining. Sylvia pulled a scroll free from its straps on the inside of her cloak and handed it to him. She refused to stand up, which made the whole transaction feel extremely weird. "Thanks," he said and returned to the tavern. "I should go back to my own dimension," Amelia said, pulling out the visiting stone. She paused without actually activating it, and gave Adam a strange look. The tavern had closed and they were standing outside the building. Adam was carrying a sleeping Bellamorant on his back. He met her purple spiraling eyes and did not look away. "Thank you for today," he told her. Amelia lowered her head slightly. It was probably not the response she'd expected. "Can I come back tomorrow?" she asked. Adam paused. It was clear she had just used the kindling flame as a pretense for coming here, and he knew what her ulterior motive was. Even though my initial encounter with her left a bad taste, she does seem to be trying her best to help people. Although I don't think I can reciprocate her feelings. But if I outright reject her advances, will she stop talking to me? He didn't want that, since he felt that they could still be friends. But perhaps that was just wishful thinking. It was an awkward situation to be in, and it didn't help that she knew so much about him and he knew basically nothing about her. Maybe if they had met under different circumstances he would have felt otherwise, but it was hard to form a relationship when she was projecting her past experiences onto him. She was expecting him to act like the Adam she'd known, and it caused a disconnect every time he didn't live up to that. It was a difficult thing to reconcile. Amelia looked up at him, meeting his eyes again. Adam swallowed hard. Sure, he told her. You can visit me again. He didn't move any closer to her, and she remained where she stood. A few awkward moments passed in silence like that. Then she said, "When I come back tomorrow, I have something I want to give you." Without any further explanation, she pressed her hand against the flat stone and vanished. Visiting stone deactivated. Player Amelia has left your dimension. Adam let out a deep sigh. Olivita said it could only be used once per day between the stages, so she won't be able to return. I don't think my poor heart can handle more surprises for today. He had so many complicated feelings inside of him and it was hard to figure out how he was supposed to feel. He felt guilty for overriding the past version of himself and his relationship with Amelia, but at the same time it felt so one-sided and unfair. She had all the power, all the cards, and if he didn't react like she expected she got upset. This must be how Willow felt during my last loop, he realized, feeling shameful. I just come barging into her life, telling her that I already know her even though we've never met from her perspective. Then when I did it this loop and she rightfully assumed I was some kind of creep, I still had the audacity to get upset about her blocking me. He shook his head. I thought it would take longer for the time looping to mess up who I am, but it's already done a lot of damage without me realizing. I could easily have ended up like Amelia if I hadn't met her and experienced the other side of this kind of lopsided relationship. He pushed his inner turmoil aside. Now's not the time to worry about this. I have to be prepared for stage 4. Hefting Bellamorant slightly, Adam set off towards his house. After walking through the moonlit town for a bit, Adam reached the player house. Outside stood Yenna. I thought we agreed that I'd visit you in the market, he told her. This is easier, isn't it? She replied. Are you allowed to leave the market like this? I am not bound to my place by the fountain. My duty is to play music for the player residing on Interim Island. It does not matter where I play it, she explained. It is the all-seeing system's benevolence that allows me such freedom. Compared to the other denizens in the market, I alone received a special instrument and knowledge of your culture. Maybe the system is a fan of music. Kind of odd for a god defined by eyes and not ears. Adam smiled at the thought. Then he went through the garden gate and opened the door to the player house. Come on in. Last night he'd tucked Bellamorant to sleep in a bed that appeared at the foot of his own bed inside the house, and then he'd gone to the market to see the wasp and have her sing him to sleep. He'd been worried about leaving the elfin girl alone, but the cube had assured him no harm would befall her. Still, this was a much better alternative, since he would not feel guilty for leaving Belle to sleep alone. He carefully lifted the girl from his shoulders and down onto the bed. Then he noticed something new in the player house. I forgot about this. Next to the shelves and mannequin was an obsidian chest. To the right of that was his wooden storage chest, which had appeared when he dropped off the cracked slime core after stage 1. For some reason, the relics he stored were actually just displayed on the racks and mannequin next to the trophy shelves, while the wooden chest seemed to hold stuff that couldn't fit on the available space or was somehow different. He opened the wooden lid and a small menu appeared. Player storage. 1 item. Cracked slime core, common. Adam pulled the core out and the chest vanished, which was odd. He looked to the cube floating nearby. Can you bring the storage chest back? It will return when you have something to store within. That's a strange way to do it, but I suppose it eliminates clutter. He moved over to the new chest. It was a cube-shaped thing with a flat lid. There were no obvious seams or clasps to show where the top opened, so he just kind of fumbled with it until he managed to push the lid up. Inside the relic-saving chest was a swirling violet vortex. He dropped the cracked slime core into it and the core immediately vanished. Then the lid snapped shut and another menu appeared. Relic saving activated. 1 item. Cracked slime core, common. Adam took off his cruel summoner's gauntlets and opened the chest back up. Then he dropped them inside. They were immediately spat back out, landing on the floor with a clunk. Relic saving. Unable to store relic. Yenna watched him as he picked the gauntlets up and placed them next to his bed. Then he started undressing while looking over his trophies. He had all the available ones for the last 3 stages, and they were on separate shelves. Before the end of the trials, this whole wall is just gonna be trophies. He was looking forward to getting some for stage 4, since he currently had none. There was one trophy for stage 2 that he hadn't noticed before. It was obsidian black like the new chest and red, in gold letters, Goblin Village Hard Mode. I wonder if something happens if I collect a lot of these hard mode trophies. After he'd undressed, taking off all but his shirt and underwear and placing it on the floor next to the bed, he lay down and had Yenna sit next to him. Without needing to ask, she started singing. He was surprised by the fact that he could look at her wasp body and not be freaked out anymore. In fact, he felt that her presence was comforting somehow, even though it was very transactional in a way. The lights in the room dimmed until there was only darkness. With a contented sigh, he sunk deeper into his bed. Within moments, Adam fell asleep to the sound of Yenna's lullaby. Now entering. Stage 4. Siege of the Elfin Sanctuary. 20-minute timer. Adam led their carriage through the stone gate to the Elfin Sanctuary. The living roots writhed around on the walls of the city, and he stared at them while the horses pulled the vehicle into the city. No matter how many times I experienced this sensation, it's still super uncomfortable being puppeteered like this. His hands moved the reins as though he was an expert driver, and the horses followed his commands without question. The city's many citizens watched him suspiciously from the buildings and walkways above, and the guards on the ground followed along beside the carriage. Bellamourant had her face pressed up against the window in the vehicle's door and he noticed many of the guards staring at her while they kept track with him. Then Adam blinked and his surroundings changed. He was standing in the pit at the center of the sanctuary, a place full of uncomfortable memories. This time it will be different, he promised himself. This time I'll save Belle. The girl's mother, the elfin queen, stood before him. The first time he'd been here, he'd thought her tall and strikingly beautiful figure was alluring, but now he hated the sight of her. Still, she looked so similar to Bellamourant thanks to her long golden hair. Unlike last time, she wore a tight-fitting emerald green dress made with a barely perceptible pattern of overlapping leaves. This was the dress Belle had worked together with Weaver to come up with, and it suited the queen's ashen skin well. Her glowing orange-yellow eyes burned into Adam's and her horns rose above her like the roots of a great tree. The smaller horns that sprouted around the top of her scalp and created the impression of a crown was like a match for the iron one that Adam wore. His eyes shifted to the translucent red wing that hung down her back. It contrasted the green dress starkly, and he wondered if he pulled it out whether it would grant him a special reward or not. Adam's gaze shifted down to Belle's face. She was holding her mother's hand and grinning. Her face portrayed a blissful ignorance that made his chest hurt. The queen smiled widely, revealing sharp carnivore teeth. My gratitude, traveler, for returning mine daughter to me. At last, she can fulfill her destiny and bring prosperity to our people. Adam looked to the side where a runner came down the steps into the pit where they were gathered. Mine queen, he exclaimed. The enemies are at our walls. The forlorn king truly believes he can defeat me, the queen asked defiantly. Her eyes moved across the warriors surrounding her and Adam. Defend the sanctuary and slay every last invader. I will lend my aid to your people, Adam said, though the words were not his. Ugh, he thought. Having the system decide what he was supposed to say felt awful, and he feared how it would be used in future stages. The fact that the system even had the ability to control him in these cutscenes proved just how powerful it was. How would it even be possible to defeat such an entity? Surely these trials are just an idle game it plays to pass the time. If it is an infinite being, it is no doubt bored of the monotony of existence, so I'm sure my species' suffering must be entertaining somehow. And if not that, then the petty drama with other incomprehensible deities taking part in the trials, like Nwetru and whoever it got the dimensional cores from, would help stave off its boredom. He looked back at the queen. I will prepare the ritual of adherence while you help protect this sanctuary, she said. Then he was released and once again able to control his own body. The stone eye that could activate hard mode floated out from behind him, but he ignored it. Amelia had told him what it did in this stage, and he was not interested in experiencing that. After all, it would make the normal soldiers stronger and give all the mini-bosses much more powerful shadow-based attacks. Knobs! Everybody, he shouted, and all the elfin warriors stopped. Remain around the pit and protect your queen. A few of you should gather the rest of your kind from around the city and tell them to come here. Do not throw your lives away for nothing. Let me show you how to win this unfair fight that has come to your city. Their united voices called back to him, and it was clear they would follow his commands. At least this part is easier since I know they can be controlled. Adam looked down at the gauntlets on his hands. They had been re-equipped after he'd gone to sleep, along with the rest of his gear, which was odd. I wonder if the elfin will pop like the slothling imps when they die, due to this relic's effect. As the elfin mostly remained on the stone steps of the stepwell-like pit, a handful of runners went off in different directions to bring the rest of the defenders here. He highly doubted they would lose if they concentrated all their defenders on this place, rather than spread out to defend each individual breach. After all, the elfin had archers and the enemy did not, aside from the one mini-boss that he was still terrified to encounter. Stage 4 is the first stage in the trials that does not feature Wa. Skip. Stage objectives. Defend the ritual site for 20 minutes. Defeat the forlorn captain. As Elfin flowed in from various parts of the city to the center, Adam ran up the steps leading out of the pit. The 20-minute timer has begun, the cube announced and the hard mode orb vanished. He immediately summoned his barrier behind himself as he reached the top of the ritual site, then he used it to push himself towards the north where Amelia had told all of them about the hidden relic chest atop one of the towering buildings. The city was no less jaw-dropping than the first time he'd seen it, but this time he didn't stop and stare. His boots tore up the mossy ground until he hit one of the stone roads designed for carriages. Around him the 4-story towers of lashed-together boulders covered in writhing roots rushed past. Then he realized he could go even faster. He slowed to a halt briefly and then smacked the barrier into the ground repeatedly to trigger Last Stand's fervor. With the barrier glowing an ominous red, he put it behind himself and continued forward. In his head he counted down the 10 seconds until it would explode. It was a huge boost in speed, which no doubt meant the various speed effects on his barrier were multiplicative. He just hadn't noticed it until now since it was hard to gauge based on the rotations of his sawblade shape. The loud thrumming wail of a horn from the north announced the true beginning to the stage, but Adam knew he was close to his destination. An explosion quickly followed the horn as a breach was blown open in the wall. Since he'd called away the defenders, he needed to hurry up and get over there to eliminate the invaders. Amelia had described the particular building as one with a small red maple tree growing from halfway up and red berry bushes dotted sporadically along its length. Adam skidded several meters and stopped almost directly in front of the exact building, then he flung his barrier away and it exploded harmlessly into the air, none of its fragments reaching him. It'll be too slow to go up the stairwell inside, he thought. Especially since my speed is only 85%, even with the slothling fur coat. He summoned a new barrier, flipped it horizontally and then climbed on board. It immediately cracked under him and triggered Last Stand's fervor, but it held thanks to the effect, which was exactly what he'd been hoping for. With a gesture, he lifted the barrier up towards the top of the tower, moving faster than any elevator he'd ever used. He climbed off and onto the building, which was about 6 meters wide and 8 long, then flung the barrier away out of sight where it exploded. In front of him was a wood and stone chest. You have discovered a relic chest. Unlike the chest at the end of a stage, this chest's reward options cannot be re-rolled. Should I use the lucky stone? He wondered, putting his hand in his pocket to feel the relic he still kept there. Is it possible to use the lucky stone on this? Yes. He thought about it for a few precious seconds. What I really need is the captain's cape, but just using the lucky stone won't make it appear. It'll just guarantee I get at least rare quality options. It could be anything that shows up. I'll save it for now. Adam kicked the chest and it popped open. He recognized the first option as the affliction ward, but the second, a necklace made of translucent red pearls, was new to him. It was also epic. The last option was a rare rusted chest armor, like what the forlorn soldiers wore. Relics available. Affliction ward, uncommon, negate any affliction. Breaks after use. Queen's pendant, epic, sacrifice the nearest subordinate ally to negate the damage from an attack. 1 minute cooldown, wearer is afflicted by curse, increasing damage taken by 10%, wearer is afflicted by scorn, removing all beneficial effects of worship. Forlorn cuirass, rare, reduces damage received inflicted to anywhere below the neck by 75%. Increases damage received to the head by 200%. Breaks after 6 hits, reduces movement speed by 30%. Holy shit. This book is hosted on another platform. Read the official version and support the author's work. He immediately pulled off the All-Mother's wrath around his neck and stuffed it in his pocket with the lucky stone. Then he selected the pendant. Relic selected. Queen's pendant, epic. You have been afflicted with curse. Damage taken increased by 10%. You have been afflicted with scorn. All beneficial effects of worship removed. I wonder what Amelia would say to this relic. It's possible that the scorn affliction greatly outweighs the damage negation effect, although right now it shouldn't do anything. Adam summoned another barrier, but instead of using it like an elevator again, he started scaling down the side of the tower to reserve his mana. The moment he reached the ground he would run back towards the city center to cut off the invaders led by the greatsword-wielding forlorn knight. Since my crown has that subordinate ally reference and affects my summons, then the pendant should work with my barrier too. The real question now is what is defined as an attack. He looked down at the ground below. I doubt falling from here and landing on my head would be considered an attack. Best be careful. He had to climb around one of the red berry bushes since it was full of thorns, but after that he was able to drop the last 2 meters and land on the soft mossy ground. With his barrier pushing him from the back, he returned to the ritual site. This pendant gives a pretty big clue about the elfin queen, Adam thought to himself as the buildings rushed past him. She is scorned by her god, the All-Mother, and so she seeks to use her daughter, whose blood is special somehow, to open the way to a forbidden temple underground. Given that she's scorned, I doubt that finding a different god will help. I wonder what happens when I give Bellamorant the All-Mother's Wrath necklace. How will the forbidden altar be opened then? There were other elfin children in the city, but I don't think she'd use any of them. He pushed the thoughts aside as he saw the elfin defenders fighting the forlorn invaders near the sanctuary's center. The soldiers accompanying the knight were full of arrows from the many archers in the walkways above them, and only a few defenders had perished. Adam skidded along the ground as he moved the barrier out in front of himself and shaped it into a narrow cone. The forlorn knight had black smoke billowing out from his helmet and killed a new defender with every strike of his greatsword that landed. The sun from above was incapable of illuminating him properly as though the shadowy smoke repelled it. The 12 forlorn soldiers around the knight wore dark rusted armor while the elfin might as well have been naked given that they just used silk and bark as protection. However, now that Adam was here, those elfin that suffered grievous wounds started to glow red from their eyes as the last stand effect of his dented crown took hold. Damn, I thought it would work no matter the distance, but it seems to require me to be within sight of the subordinate allies. One of the elfin with last stand's fervor tore through several forlorn soldiers with his sword, cleaving off limbs left and right. Remembering how he'd fought the knight last time, Adam sent his cone shape right into the towering invader's hip and let it unfurl. The barrier cracked from striking the armor aggressively, but the result was glorious as the knight was split into 2 and fell over. With the last stand triggered, Adam shaped the cracked barrier into a saw blade with as many teeth as he could manage, then spun it up and drove it down onto the knight's armored neck. Sparks and shredded metal flew all around until it was suddenly replaced with black blood. The knight's head was cut off and he immediately died. With his death, the soldiers became susceptible to mortal wounds, and, given that they were all pierced through by arrows and had suffered many grievous injuries, their deaths followed shortly after their leader. The soul essences of all the forlorn dying at once flew into the wraith lantern while he quickly switched to the wand for the upgrade reward. Choose your upgrade. 2 overlapping shrieks preceded a pair of wraiths shooting out from his relic. They floated in front of Adam while the cube unfolded itself into a podium. Go, he told them, knowing there were more enemies beyond the walls of the city. But the wraiths did not listen. After a moment of just floating there, they returned to the lantern. God damn it. I thought they'd seek the nearest enemy in the stage, but it seems they have to have line of sight. What a waste of souls. He quickly looked through the upgrades. Upgrades available. Spell size, uncommon, increases spell size by 30%. Casting effect, rare, increases casting responsiveness by 35%. Defense, uncommon, increases all defense by 10%. Defense is good, but with my new pendant I should be alright for now. What I really need are 2 more wand upgrades to be able to evolve Summoner into Invoker. That should be my focus right now, unless I get luck as an option. He selected casting effect since the spell size upgrade would likely mess with his barrier. Upgrade selected. Casting effect, rare. With his selection done, he once again ordered the elfin to guard the ritual site. Then he used his barrier to push himself towards the east, just as an explosion echoed out across the city. I'm faster than last time, even with the detour to grab the relic chest. Still, there's no way I can get the speedrun and kill the secret boss. After all, Amelia had said the speedrun required them to beat the stage in 5 minutes or less, which was pretty absurd given that it had taken him 17 minutes last time. When the eastern breach came into view, Adam moved the barrier out in front of himself and skidded along the ground until he came to a stop. 12 forlorn soldiers charged in his direction and atop the wall stood a tall dark shadow. He angled the barrier 30 degrees along its vertical axis with the hope that it could deflect the knight's enormous projectile. It had almost killed him last time, so he was on guard. A glint from the mini-boss caught his eye and he flung the barrier forward, moving to the side. A thick crossbow bolt struck his defense and went right through, whizzing by his head with only half a meter between them. Shit. Okay, my barrier is not great for defending against any piercing attacks. With the massive hole in its shape and enough damage to crack it, the barrier became red as fervor triggered. Adam quickly shaped it into a sword-like shape and spun it horizontally at neck level, then moved it right into the incoming soldier's path. They were too slow to avoid it, and the frontmost 4 were immediately decapitated on impact. At the same time, Adam ran towards the wall that the forlorn knight stood atop. He had only a few more seconds before the mini-boss would fire another bolt. The soul essences of the dead soldiers flew into Adam's lantern and a shriek cut through the air as a wraith emerged. This one was more detailed than the previous 2, which to him indicated that the great sword knight's soul had been used for its creation. He summoned another barrier while the wraith shot forward with a swipe of its claws, immediately killing 2 soldiers by shredding their heads and necks into bits. Warning. Mana below 25%. Adam stumbled a step but quickly recovered. I've got 1 more summon left in the tank after this one. Soul essences flew into his lantern as the first wraith continued fucking up the soldiers thanks to fervor. Just as Adam threw himself out of the way of the knight's next shot, a wraith was summoned and immediately flew up to the mini-boss on the wall. Of the 4 forlorn knights, the crossbow-wielding one was definitely the creepiest. Thanks to the black cloth that covered his body and the shadows that clung to him like a veil, he looked like an incarnation of death itself. The black smoke billowing out from the depths of his drawn hood also really added to the creepiness factor. The knight swung his enormous crucifix-shaped crossbow at the wraith, but it passed right through. Then the ghost launched forward with a swipe of its rending claws. Frost bloomed up the sides of the boss body as the claw wounds manifested. With its opening attack done, the wraith went into last stand's fervor and absolutely shredded the boss. Instead of stopping, Adam ran through the breach as the mini-boss and soldiers perished to his wraiths. He made sure to switch to the wand before the notification hit him. Choose your upgrade. Once it was clear the knight was dead, he switched back to his spell tome, while moving towards the storage-like hut on the other side of the wall. Forlorn guards stood in front of the hut and the black relic chest sat behind them, just waiting to be looted. Unlike the soldiers that accompanied the knight on the wall, these men were not affected by its death, perhaps because their fates were tied to that of the captain. It didn't matter though, because the last few soul essences followed him out through the breach in the wall and fueled his wraith lantern for another charge. The ghost shrieked as it was summoned. Adam flung his barrier out in front of himself and swung it in a cleaver shape, chopping off heads left and right. All of them died in short order and yet another wraith was summoned from their soul essences. It disappeared along with the previous one before either could fully expire and explode from his gauntlet's effect. I should probably swap out the gauntlets, Adam thought to himself. As he approached the black chest, he remembered that he was supposed to collect the hearts of darkness that the forlorn possessed. Damn, can't believe I forgot. There's too much to keep track of here. You have discovered a relic chest, the cube announced while Adam quickly got to work chopping up one of the dead soldiers. Before checking out the relics, he peeled open the corpse with the cleaver-shaped barrier. It was grisly work, but after a few moments he revealed the forlorn soldier's heart. It looked like a shriveled raisin. Despite his apprehensions, he reached down and yanked it free. Nothing happened when he pulled it out. Is this not a collectible relic? He asked the cube. No. He tossed the blackened heart aside with an annoyed grunt. Maybe only the knights and the captain possessed the special hearts. Adam sighed and wiped his bloodied and foul-smelling hands on the mossy ground. Then he opened the chest. Inside was a flask with an oily liquid, a cape, and a plague doctor mask replete with a beak and weird goggles. Relics available. Tainted oil, uncommon. The player's weapons are coated with the darkness of the forlorn, imbuing their attacks with taint, lowering target stamina regeneration by 40% for 30 seconds. The coating lasts for 2 stages, after which the relic disappears. Captain's Cape, rare, increases movement speed of allies by 10%, increases attack speed by 25%. Plague Spreader Mask, rare, afflictions jump to nearest available target within 10 meters when afflicted opponent dies. I got the cape. Lucky. That mask is new, but it sounds like it has the potential to work in terrible ways, depending on how available target is interpreted, since it may affect allies and even me. Still, Stage 4 is great for anyone with an affliction build. There are so many options to choose between. I wonder if the overflow diadem and mask would be possible to wield together, because that would be incredibly powerful. Regardless, the choice was obvious. Relic selected. Captain's Cape, rare. Adam grinned as the cape appeared on his back. This loop was going really well for him. The pessimistic part of his brain was wondering when things would take a turn for the worse. An explosion echoed across the city and the clearing it was situated within, originating in the west. Then another came from the same area a moment later. He moved the barrier around his back and returned to the breach. The crossbow knight's corpse had fallen off the wall and landed inside the city. His head was separated from the rest of his mangled mess of a body, and both of his arms and one leg remained above on the wall, not to mention, his torso was already mostly open. With a few quick slashes of his barrier, Adam was able to fully break open the knight's ribcage. Inside was another blackened raisin, although this one was slightly bigger. When he pulled it free, a system message appeared. Collectible relic. Heart of Darkness, common, a heart borne by those who gorge on darkness. He pulled the spider silk sack from his back pocket and tossed the heart inside, then tied the sack to the back of his belt. The cube was unfolded into an upgrade podium nearby and he was glad to see that it showed upgrades for Summoner, since it meant he'd timed it correctly. Alright, here we go. With this upgrade I'll finally get Invoker. Upgrades available. Spell damage, uncommon, increases spell damage by 10%. Casting efficiency, rare, reduces casting cost by 15%. Movement, uncommon, increases movement speed by 10%. Upgrade selected. Spell damage, uncommon. The wand hanging from his belt glowed golden, and after the cube reverted to its cube shape, the weapon exploded into golden particles that it hoovered up. Your summoner class has reached level 6. At level 6, your class can be evolved in one of 2 possible directions. The cube changed into a pyramid shape and dropped to the ground. Two holograms appeared on either side of it. The one on the left was a longer reddish-brown wand formed of one gnarled piece of wood, while the one on the right was almost identical to the original bleached one, except instead of a red lace string it now had a blue one with a little silver bell at the end. Select an evolution. Elementalist, unlock 4 elemental effect patterns to boost the versatility of spells. Invoker, increase summon count by 1. Adam picked the invoker without even hesitating. Evolution selected. Summoner to invoker. The wand reappeared in his right hand, and the spell tome was unequipped to his left hip. A pyramid gem appeared in front of him and flew into his chest. Mastery shard obtained. I can't wait to try this out. He switched back to the spell tome and continued on his way. Fortunately, the barrier he already had summoned didn't suddenly gain a duplicate, possibly because the evolution's effect wasn't retroactive. He was rather happy about that, since wielding 2 barriers simultaneously would be hard to figure out while he was in a hurry, though he knew he'd still have to tackle that issue before he took on the aristocrat. Adam continued towards the center of the city with his barrier pushing him forward. It had gotten faster again, thanks to the cape. It was a bit strange, he thought, since it specifically stated movement speed, which he assumed would exclude the lifeless summon and only affect his wraith and imp summons. Glad to be proven wrong though. For some reason, however, the boost to attack speed didn't seem to be applied to the spell. He wondered why, but guessed it had to do with how he was currently using the barrier. Maybe it's about the intentions behind the movements of the spell. He pushed aside this speculation for now as he rushed towards the next battle. He was also formulating a strategy for how to give himself enough time to take on the forlorn aristocrat. His best idea so far came from an old zombie game he played, so he wasn't sure if it would be effective or not. I've just gotta give it a try. The sounds of fighting came closer as he tore across the city. Alright, listen up, Adam told the squad of 4 archers and 2 swordsmen he'd gathered to him. Nearby, the other defenders were keeping the forlorn soldiers at bay while a rain of arrows from above slowed the dual-wielding swordsman by exclusively targeting his legs. I need you 6 to pull the halberdier with you towards the northern part of the city. Don't try to kill him, just keep antagonizing him into following you. I will disable one of his legs, so he won't be able to catch up. The elfin listened with rapt attention and he hoped they could accomplish what he wanted them to do. He'd actually gotten the idea from the zombie mode in a game he played several years back with some friends. One person would drag around a slow zombie while the rest of them worked on secondary objectives. Still, he wasn't entirely sure this would work and he felt stupid for not asking Amelia how she planned on taking on the aristocrat while not losing the defense objective. Go, he told them as he himself moved closer to the fray and sent his barrier out in a cone shape. The halberdier had just speared the same red-glowing elfin warrior for the 3rd time, before his last stand's fervor finally expired and he exploded like a blood balloon. It was horrible to watch, but the dented crown made each of the defenders' lives count for way more as their deaths were extended by 10 seconds of pseudo-immortality. They were no longer just slaughtered with ease, though they still couldn't really do much against the forlorn knights other than slowing them down by repeatedly absorbing lethal hits until their fervor ran out. Adam's barrier flew through the air with a loud whistle, and he weaved it between the fighters like a homing missile, before smashing it through the halberdier's knee and sending him to the ground. Now that he was using the spell offensively, it gained the 25% increased attack speed boost from the captain's cape, which almost felt like a 50% buff thanks to the multiplicative effects of the 4 separate speed buffs on it. After all, it got 2 different boosts from the cape, the spell speed upgrade from the wand, and of course from the spelltome's manipulation speed. The end result of all those stacking buffs was that his barrier moved insanely fast and gained a lot more piercing potential and impact damage. And that was before triggering fervor, which might make it reach uncontrollable speeds. The squad he'd assigned to stalling duty began harassing the disabled knight with annoying hit-and-run attacks. Much to Adam's excitement, they successfully managed to drag him away from the fight, just as the last soul essence he needed entered his lantern. Synchronized shrieks cut through the air as 2 identical wraiths emerged from the relic on his belt and flew across the battlefield, tearing into the forlorn soldiers. He pivoted his attention towards the dual-wielding knight currently fighting off a pair of red-glowing swordsmen whose bodies were covered in wounds. Adam curved the barrier projectile around at the swordsman, while two more wraiths emerged from his lantern. If not for the limitation on the relic that stated only the souls of enemies counted, then all the dead elfin would have been enough to trigger it 3 times already. Still, with just a handful of kills he already had 4 of them devastating the invaders. He predicted that the fight with the forlorn captain would be an absolute cakewalk. The moment that Adam's barrier came within reach of the dual-wielding knight, he somehow parried the narrow cone and sent it off course, then he pushed through the defenders and leapt right for Adam. He didn't have time to pull the barrier back despite its speed, so he resummoned it in front of himself. Warning. Mana below 25%. 2 panes of white magical glass appeared in front of Adam, and the knight drove his swords right into them. Adam suddenly struggled with how to apply his shaping powers to 2 barriers at once, so he just pushed them both forward like a mobile wall, knocking the mini-boss onto his ass. Everyone not dealing with the halberdier, focus on the dual-wielding swordsman, he commanded in his panic. The elfin swordsman surged forward, leaving the forlorn soldiers to their impossible fight with the wraiths. Adam backed away and attempted to shape his barriers while they dogpiled the knight. It felt like an impossible task until he managed to convince himself that they were part of the same whole. As the defenders died to protect him, Adam shaped the 2 barriers into one piece, a coiled horn not too unlike the wand hanging from his belt. But the 2 barriers rubbing against each other created a lot of friction and they immediately cracked, both triggering Last Stand's fervor. Adam spun up the red glowing barriers like a drill, and the air thrummed with a roar like that of an airplane propeller. Horn was rotating so quickly that it generated a vortex of air around itself. All the stacking buffs made this type of rotation truly deadly. With a single command, he had the elfin disperse before he shot the intertwined barriers directly into the knight's head, instantly turning it into a red mist. Choose your upgrade. Adam resummoned the barriers before they could explode and looked across the battlefield at the remaining soldiers who almost immediately succumbed to their many fatal wounds. One last pair of wraiths emerged from his lantern, but, with the halberdier boss out of sight and all other targets dead, they simply just floated in the air before they were reeled back into the relic along with the rest. The cube unfolded into an upgrade podium while Adam kept his ears open for the sounds of the captain's horn. If he'd done things correctly, the halberdier should still be alive, which would stop the stage's boss from appearing early. According to Amelia, he would always show up when 5 minutes remained, even if the forlorn knights were still alive. Last time, the captain had appeared thanks to the timer, but this loop he was going fast enough that he could trigger the boss early. He could even use Amelia's advanced strategy of attacking the enemies outside the walls. RNB. I still need to cut open the knights and get their hearts, but I'll do that before I trigger the captain, I think. He dropped the bloodied spider silk sack next to the dual-wielder's corpse. Weaver had been true to her word, as not a single drop of the putrid black blood leaked through the sack. How much time do I have left? 13 minutes remaining. Plenty of time to deal with the aristocrat. I hope. He looked at the upgrade options in front of him while trying to figure out a way to utilize both barriers without causing them to break prematurely. Upgrades available. Barrier size, uncommon, increases maximum barrier dimensions by 10%. Manipulation range, rare, increases manipulation range by 20%. Damage, uncommon, increases all damage by 10%. The best choice is damage, but if I pick manipulation range, I'll gain 2 extra meters of space to move the barrier around in, plus my spell tome will reach level 12 and evolve. I should have had Amelia tell me about all the evolutions she knew, particularly for Warder, since I have no idea if evolving will actually make a difference. Lancer's second evolution had given him Spear Dancer, which had been incredibly powerful. He had no idea if he would get something to make his shaping easier or if it would be some random buff associated with it. It was also possible he'd end up with a change to the available upgrades, like how Lancer had gained parry shield buffs instead of throwing related ones. I'll take a chance on the evolution. But I'll use my reroll dice, I think. He'd already gotten the captain's cape, which was the main thing he'd sought from the stage and, since he wasn't sure investing into range was worth it when he would be better off with effect or speed, he decided to scramble the upgrade choices. I'll use my reroll. Understood. The upgrade holograms flickered and reappeared with new symbols and rarities. Upgrades available. Barrier durability, uncommon, increases barrier health by 20%. Manipulation effect, rare, increases manipulation responsiveness by 35%. Defense, uncommon, increases all defense by 10%. That's what I'm talking about. Upgrade selected. Unauthorized use, this story is on Amazon without permission from the author. Report any sightings. Manipulation effect, rare. The spell tome in his hand glowed with golden energy. Your Shaper class has reached level 12. At level 12, your class can be evolved in one of two possible directions based on your previous evolution. The cube folded itself back into a tesseract and then sucked up the weapon. Then it dropped to the ground and took on the pyramid shape. On the left side was a hologram of the spell tome with bleached white leather and the bronze embellishments replaced with silver. The signet had changed from the closed fist to a hand holding a hammer. The other hologram had green-dyed leather, gold embellishments, and the signet were two hands with their curled fingers interlocked. Both of the tomes still had clasps preventing them from opening. Select an evolution. Armorer, halves all damage absorbed by the barrier when it is used for protection. Fusionist, the barrier can be fused with another spell to gain a new effect. Okay. Not what I expected. Armorer sounds like it wants me to lean into using the barrier as pieces of armor or like some kind of shield. While he thought about the options, Adam hurried towards the southeastern corner of the city, beyond which he would find the hill and the forlorn aristocrat. Does the barrier become more difficult to pierce with the armorer evolution? Adam asked the cube. Even though it had not moved from where it dropped, its voice was easily heard by him. All damaging effects are halved. This includes impact and penetration damage. Likewise included are spell damage and affliction effects. Weird, so such things are considered damaging effects and not something separate. That's an important distinction that probably makes the defensive route slightly less punishing. But if I take that upgrade, then I'm sure the last evolution will be based around defense. What are the limits of the fusionist? The barrier can only be fused once. So I'd need to resummon it to fuse it with something else? Yes. What about enemy spells? Can I fuse it with that? Yes. That might actually be pretty powerful. In effect, it could become a way to eliminate a powerful enemy spell, such as Ezreal's piercing blood bolt. How exactly does the fusion work? Will the barrier gain all of the effects from the spell it absorbs? He asked, passing by the giant tree atop which was the Rotmaker idol. He'd already decided that he would get the idol and builder's egg after he'd dealt with the forlorn captain. He figured there was no way he'd discover the last secret if Amelia hadn't been able to, so there was no need to collect the other ones before the end, since he wouldn't be getting the all secrets bonus anyway. Yes. The fusion will imbue the barrier with all effects. This includes positive and negative effects, meaning any weaknesses inherent to the fused spell are passed on to the barrier. Additionally, the state of matter is also imbued. So, if I fuse the barrier with a water spell, it will turn into water? Yes. Adam suddenly had an epiphany. Wait. What about? If I have several barriers, do they all gain the same fusion or are they separate entities? They are separate. Holy shit. Does that mean I can fuse my barrier with one of its clones? Yes. Adam laughed. I'm selecting Fusionist. Evolution selected. Shaper to Fusionist. The spell tome appeared back in his hands, now green with gold embellishments. It had gotten heavier as well. The mastery shard was immediately absorbed into his body rather than floating towards him dramatically, perhaps because the tesseract was several streets away. Mastery shard obtained. With a blink, the cube reappeared next to him. There's no way Fusionist won't be utterly broken with my setup. Adam came to a stop, the city wall within sight, and summoned his two barriers. It took him a moment to figure out how to actually fuse them, but then he thought of the signet on the tome and pushed them into each other while imagining them becoming one whole. The barrier on the left glowed, while the other turned translucent. With what amounted to a magical slurp, the two became one. Adam grinned so wide that he thought his skin might split. He swung the barrier around with a few gestures and couldn't believe what he was seeing. The speed was literally doubled. Fuck yes. The math is totally broken on this. It's taking the buffs on the fused barriers and adding them on top of each other, even though it definitely shouldn't work that way. This means the manipulation effect and barrier durability should be doubled as well. With a few mental nudges, he folded the barrier onto itself 5 times, reducing its 2-meter width to just about 6 centimeters. It had gone from being longer than him to now being the length of his thumb. Adam laughed like a madman. Suddenly it made sense how Arturo had been able to turn his barrier into a needle. Although, since Adam had used the additional summon from the invoker to get there and Amelia insisted that the class was terrible, it probably meant Arturo had found a different way to gain more summons for the trick. With double the durability, I might be able to do the flying carpet trick now, he realized. With a few mental twirls, the narrow barrier unfolded itself and he shaped it into something approximating a sled, giving himself a handle at the front. Adam climbed on board, and though a small crack immediately formed, he was able to remain seated without fully breaking it. "It's working," he gasped excitedly. Then he shot himself up into the air, going from 0 to 100 in about 4 seconds. Adam flew through the air between the towering homes of the Elfin, passing above the southeastern wall and spotting the raised hill on the edge of the dark blue tree line. He banked around to the side of the hill, his eyes locking in on the lone figure seated atop the chair next to the sapling that sprouted there. After reaching the ground a few meters from the bottom of the hill, Adam climbed off the barrier and quickly folded it into the long narrow needle. He tried to fold it a 6th time to reduce its width to 3 centimeters, but his mind strained with the effort and he knew he wouldn't be able to maintain its coherence, let alone complete the fold. It's probably bound by the same limitations as paper, which can normally only be folded about 7 times. He wondered how hard the impact would hit, but guessed it was going to be quite devastating given the speeds it could now move at. Adam pulled the fetish of sloth from his belt and momentarily unequipped the spell tome so he could grab the conflagrate scroll from his back pocket. After uncrinkling the scroll, he lifted it up in front of himself and walked towards the secret boss. The aristocrat turned in his seat and looked down at Adam from atop the hill. He was dressed like a 17th-century nobleman, wearing a frayed and damaged blue suit jacket with tarnished golden embellishments, a black and gray brocade vest beneath, blue airy silken pants, and decayed black leather boots and gloves. His head was sickly with purple-tinted gray skin covered in sores, and he had not a single hair on his scalp. Ominously, his face was covered by a pristine off-white porcelain mask sculpted into an expression of mirth. Secret boss discovered. Forlorn aristocrat. Unlike the other times he'd triggered the secret bosses, this one didn't extend the stage timer. That alone seemed like a big spike in difficulty, but he had already kind of guessed that stages 1 through 4 were all lessons in what to expect, with stage 5 being the exam. This was just another lesson to learn: time is not on your side. The aristocrat rose from his chair, pulling a rapier from the scabbard on his belt. The rusted blade trailed a dirty black smear in the air. Adam's eyes ran down the spell scroll's curling script. Then his mouth worked on its own and exclaimed, "Conflagrate." Conflagrate spell scroll activated. Next attack will be imbued with conflagration. The scroll turned to ash in his hands, and energy surged through him, looking for somewhere to go. He pulled out the spell tome and squeezed the fetish in his hand. Violet light shot out in front of him and manifested 2 identical slothling imps. The same light coalesced about their necks, forming collars with leashes tethering them to the dried worm in his right hand. With just a simple mental nudge, the imps launched themselves at the aristocrat and Adam fired the folded barrier along with them. Although his spell was faster than the lesser demons, they were the ones buffed with the conflagrate, since they'd counted as his first attack. Flames trailed off of them and their skin crackled like an inner fire was trying to burst out from within. For some reason, they'd both gained the spell scroll's buff, which meant they counted as 1 attack rather than 2. I need to keep that in mind. That kind of quirk has a lot of potential to be exploited. The aristocrat launched forward, sliding his rapier along the barrier needle just as it came within reach. The move was so fluid and simple, and yet it diverted Adam's spell with ease. While he worked to curve it back around, the boss parried both of the slothling imps simultaneously as they flew past. Holy shit! How did he do that? Without stopping, the boss launched itself down the hill, flying right at him. The aristocrat's movements were clearly quickened by the smoky dark energy suffusing his body. Adam dodged out of the way just as the rapier passed through where he'd stood, then his barrier struck the boss' left shoulder and tore off his arm with its explosive force. The spell was moving so fast that it struck the mossy ground and buried itself halfway into the soil like a javelin. The aristocrat spun on his heel and hopped forward with a downward swipe of his rapier. Adam resummoned the barriers in front of himself, but the blade passed through the left one with ease, cutting it in half. Instead of triggering Last Stand's fervor, it just exploded. He immediately realized that the effect of the boss weapon was to blame. Shit. There's a way to negate my crown's effect. With a flourish, the other barrier was cut in two as well, but Adam managed to summon replacements before the boss could strike him. Then he pushed both barriers forward, catching the aristocrat mid-swing and knocking him back. A red glowing flame-infused imp flew directly at the boss, but he was ready for it, parrying its claws and immediately cutting off its head, making it pop like a balloon. But then the second one came flying past, slicing its claws along his unprotected back. Flames exploded across the aristocrat's body and Adam quickly fused his barriers together, shaping them into a folded narrow tube. He shot it forward like a missile, aiming for the center of the porcelain mask, but the boss deflected it to the side using his inhuman reactions. With a yanking motion, Adam called it back and it pierced through the boss' hip. He let it unfurl, and it exploded the aristocrat's lower body, taking his left leg with it. Unperturbed, the boss whirled around and took off the last imp's head, before launching at Adam. He slammed the unfurled barrier into him from behind while throwing himself to the side. The aristocrat tumbled forward while the flames continued to burn him, slicing his blade along Adam's thigh. The barriers exploded into shards as the queen's pendant triggered to negate the damage and the boss was knocked to the ground. You have been afflicted with taint. Stamina recovery reduced by 50%. You have been afflicted with forlorn curse. All healing effects negated. Shit. Adam got to his feet and resummoned his barriers above the still prone boss. Warning. Mana below 15%. He flipped them horizontally, stacked them on top of each other, and then flung them down at the aristocrat with an aggressive gesture. The impacts of the two barriers caused them to crack and trigger Last Stand's fervor, which immediately increased both their speed and damage as they crushed down on the boss. A loud crunch and splat came from under the barriers as the forlorn aristocrat was reduced to a fine paste and tiny bone fragments. Adam stumbled back a step and collapsed onto his ass, managing to send the barriers away before they exploded. That was way too fucking close. How long before the afflictions wear off? Taint has a 2-minute duration. Forlorn curse lasts until the end of the stage. Are you fucking kidding me? He looked at the smushed remains of the secret boss. Amidst all the blood, pulped flesh, and bone shards was a single untouched pearl. It was a hazy blue color. Don't I get any other rewards? There will be a second upgrade reward at the end of the stage. Adam sighed and remained seated. He had to wait and refuel his mana before he took on the last boss. I need to have a talk with Amelia about this. She needs to properly tell me what to look out for with these bosses, because that was way too close. With Forlorn Curse's effect, any wound could easily turn fatal since it wouldn't be possible to heal, which I'm guessing also prevents coagulation to stem the blood flow. I hope Beck and Gladwin are alright. Hopefully they didn't try to take on the aristocrat. Adam sighed again. Let me know when I'm back to 50% mana. Understood. Collectible relic. Sky blue pearl, rare, thine eyes hold a power oft forlorn, oft forgotten to time, oft lost to conflict. An unclouded gaze is the key to a world of secrets and thine eyes are a gift from on high. Adam sat atop his fused-together barriers, flying back towards the center of the sanctuary with the aristocrat's relic in his right pocket next to the lucky stone. In his free hand he clutched the boss heart, annoyed with himself for not bringing the spider silk sack along. The description of the pearl was odd. He had no idea how anyone was supposed to figure out that it was meant to go inside the hollow eye socket of a statue. The last part of the text must be referring to the all-seeing system. It itself said, I am the sight you wield. I don't understand what it means by unclouded gaze, but it almost feels like this relic is hinting at something bigger than just some treasure map or whatever Amelia said was in the chamber. Adam was high in the air, since he'd decided to grab the Rotmaker idol on the way to the center. From his vantage over the city and beyond its walls, he saw many groups of forlorn soldiers, with the biggest one at the northern edge of the city. "What's the timer at?" he asked the cube which floated alongside him. 8 minutes remaining. "I need to hurry this up." His flying barrier sled reached the crown of the great tree, and he hopped off onto the top of the trunk from which the canopy's many branches protruded. After climbing through to the center, he found the cocoon made of bark and vines. Its pale fleshy appearance was no less off-putting than last time, and the malevolent purple light pulsing from within felt truly evil. Secret relic obtained. Rotmaker idol, rare, turns a tree into a living monster for 30 seconds. Relic disappears after use. I wonder how Amelia's fight with the Rotmaker went, he thought to himself as he stuffed the relic into his back pocket and climbed back onto his barrier hovering nearby. She'd bet on the idea that turning the great tree into the Rotmaker would be what she needed to find the hidden weapon in the stage. Perhaps it isn't a weapon, and she was just lied to. He considered as he took off on his barrier. Since she was only working off someone else's info, it could be wrong. After all, it didn't sound like Arturo had been the one to tell her what the last secret was. It could be anything, and the stage was too massive to sift through it all in 20 minutes. Adam saw the disabled halberdier knight hobbling after the group of elfin down at the northern end of the city. "I should kill off all the forlorn outside the walls first, leaving just the captain and his entourage. Those soldiers will be harder to deal with once I trigger the boss by killing the last knight." He flew west and aimed himself directly at a group of 4 soldiers that stood next to a hut like the one that had the relic chest. He'd noticed several of these huts during his last loop, but by then all the soldiers were gone, since they vanished when the last boss was defeated. Adam made quick work of them after alighting in front of the hut, using his evolved barrier to devastating effect. He was getting better at controlling its insane speed by maneuvering the folded needle in figure eights as it pierced through the soldiers' heads. When their soul essences flew into Adam's lantern, they summoned 2 wraiths that looked stronger than any that had come before, with their features quite distinct and hardly any blur to them. Surprisingly, they were even less monstrous now, looking almost alive. Their gaunt angular faces had more plump to them and the skin was far less pale, now tinged almost golden. Even their purple-blue lips had turned reddish. Their screaming mouths were less demented as well. It was an odd detail, and he wondered what would happen if he ended up filling the lantern with only powerful souls. Not wanting to let them go to waste, he reshaped his barrier and shot off towards the next group of soldiers, pulling the wraiths along. Just when he thought it might not work, the pair locked in on the 6 forlorn and flew forward. In their wake the ground turned completely to ice, though Adam was spared. He didn't even need to stop, since the wraiths quickly dispatched the soldiers. Unlike before, their attacks froze the enemy's bodies, turning their flesh and armor brittle. And once the last stand's fervor triggered, it was game over for the forlorn. Since he was coming up on the captain's group, Adam flew over their heads towards the northeastern part of the city's outskirts, where a group of 5 soldiers also stood by a hut. Their death spawned another pair of wraiths, but these vanished as soon as they realized there were no enemies to attack. 5 minutes remaining, the cube announced. Shit. Adam flew back to the northern part of the city, quickly locating the halberdier. With his fused-together barriers, he formed a spinning saw blade that he quickly ran through the forlorn knight's neck. Choose your upgrade. The sound of the wailing horn filled the air. Then 3 loud explosions from nearby rocked his world, knocking him off his feet. The northern wall was devastated from whatever they'd used to make the breaches, and the last 30 or so soldiers surged towards him, the forlorn captain in the back. Return to the ritual site, he told the elfin as he got to his feet. Tell the other defenders to protect Bellamurinth with their lives. Without question, the men and women ran off, though the archers on the walkways shot a few arrows towards the invaders before they left. I don't think I missed anyone. Once I kill all the soldiers here along with the captain, I should be able to evolve my crown for the last time. There were 2 essences already in his lantern, so he only needed 3 more kills to trigger the relic. Fortunately, the soldiers charged for him with no sense of self-preservation. Adam launched the fused barrier forward to meet them, striking their heads with such momentum that the exit wound exploded their skulls. It moved with enough speed to even pierce their armor, but after killing 3 in a row, the accumulated damage was enough to crack the barrier completely and trigger fervor. Thanks to the multiplicative effects of the many speed buffs and the doubling effect of the fusion, the 25% boost from fervor was more like a 100% addition on top of what was already something like 400% speed. The barrier's passage through the air sounded like a zipping whistle that was interspersed with the crunch and pop of heads. "This is insane." Shrieks filled the air as 2 wraiths were brought forth. A moment later 2 more came. Then as they flew into the invading force, yet more wraiths were summoned from their kills. As expected, it was an absolute slaughter. By the time the forlorn captain joined the fray, he was facing down 8 red-glowing angry wraiths, but the knight was no less intimidating than last time, owing to his immense size. A frayed blue sash was bound around his abdomen like a belt, and the same cape that Adam wore fluttered behind him. In his right hand was a sword that oozed dark smoke, and his shield trailed a black haze. His bucket helmet was like the rook piece from chess. Despite his men being cut down, the captain did not waver in the slightest, striding forward confidently. Adam's fused barrier exploded as fervor expired, and he quickly resummoned the pair, just as the captain slammed his sword into his shield and shot out an expanding ring of darkness. It struck the wraiths and, though they were in the invulnerable state of last stand's fervor, all of them were suddenly frozen in place. Dirty tainted energy filled their bodies, and Adam, who was behind them, only had a couple seconds to protect himself. "It's gonna pass through the barriers," he realized, and dropped to his stomach. He had an idea and moved the barriers into the attack, triggering fusion to absorb the dark spell when they connected. The ring continued outwards, passing over Adam's head, but a part of it had been cut out directly where the white barriers had been. He watched as they turned into floating shadows letting off black smoke. Then the captain swung his sword in front of him, flinging black slashes through the air before Adam could get up. But he had a suspicion that the tainted elements could not damage each other, similar to using acid against a slime, so he positioned the 2 barriers right in front of himself. The captain's shadowy attack struck the dark barriers. Nothing happened. It worked. The momentary freeze on the wraiths wore off. 4 exploded almost immediately after from their timers expiring, but the last 4 surged for the boss and started tearing through him with ease. Adam shaped the 2 shadow barriers into narrow cones and shot them at the captain, but when they struck, they just passed through him without dealing damage. "Okay, that doesn't work." 2 more wraiths exploded as their fervor expired. The captain was so covered in wounds that he was struggling to move. Then his body glowed with an unholy light and dark smoke exploded out from him, shoving the remaining wraiths 3 meters back. Adam got another idea for a fusion and resummoned his barriers. Then he moved them down to the wraiths just as they were about to explode. He activated the fusion and managed to grab the ice effect from their deaths, but only with one of the barriers. He silently cursed himself for not having figured out how to maneuver them separately yet, but then he realized something. As the rightmost barrier turned into a sheet of ice, he moved it close to the other and activated fusion with the normal barrier. The 2 combined, producing a reinforced frozen barrier, which moved as fast as the barriers fused together normally, but was now made entirely of ice that immediately started melting in the sunlight. The captain strode forward with arduous steps. The dark shadow covering his body looked to be holding it together. If not for his magic, he would have been spread across the ground in several pieces thanks to the wraith's merciless attacks. Enjoying the story? Show your support by reading it on the official site. Adam shaped the ice barrier into a cone, though the effort made it crack and shed large chunks of itself onto the ground. He barely managed something one could call a lance before firing it at the captain who was getting closer. It struck the boss in the chest and lodged itself firmly into his body. Then, within a split second, he completely froze over. Holy shit. The simple barrier lance cracked and fell apart, followed by the boss. As the top of his torso toppled away with his head, the announcement rolled out across the city. Stage complete. Tallying score. I need to practice more with the fusionist. It clearly has so much potential. But man, it's super difficult to move the barriers independently. If I can master that though, then I'll be able to attack and defend simultaneously. Score. 15 minutes 52 seconds completion time. 800 point secret boss bonus added. 500-point flawless bonus added. 500-point eradication bonus added. 0 damage received. 3,100 points awarded. Nice. That's much better than last time. Still, it feels weird that I got more points from the Goblin Village. If I'm calculating this correctly, it means I could have gotten 1,300 extra from using hard mode in this stage. There's also the all secrets and speedrun bonuses, so the max potential is probably around 5,000 points. If I count all the hearts I can get here, my total comes to 3,700 though. That's pretty good. Upgrade from defeated forlorn knight consolidated into final reward. The cube announced and floated off towards the ritual site. That's new. The crown atop his head suddenly burst into flames, popping off and landing on the ground in front of him. The fire didn't char the moss, and it wasn't even hot when he approached it. After a moment's hesitation, he picked it up. It was only lukewarm to the touch. The crown was now flawless and golden-orange in hue, a warm energy swimming along its reflective surface. Despite being pure gold, it didn't weigh a lot nor look gaudy. Secret relic obtained. True Flame's icon, epic, only by the light of a true flame may the forlorn shadow be truly banished. Subordinate allies gain 10% more health, subordinate allies gain last stand's fervor upon death, extending their lives by 10 seconds and increasing damage and speed by 25%. Subordinate allies are blessed with the true flame, imbuing all attacks with 10% bonus fire damage, become immune to taint. Nice, an affliction immunity and bonus damage. Not amazingly strong, but I'm not gonna scoff at extra damage. Adam summoned 2 new barriers and fused them together. There was an orange glow inside the white spell, the only indication that the true flame was active. He tried to harvest the heart of darkness from the captain, but the fact that the boss body was reduced to frozen chunks of ice made it impossible. The new fire buff also didn't help. It was a shame, but it was only 100 less points, so not a massive loss. However, he did manage to harvest the heart from the halberdier, returning with the foul collectible in his hand to where he'd left the spider silk sack. After plopping both the aristocrats' and halberdier's hearts into the sack, he went about harvesting the ones from the greatsword knight and the dual wielder. When he was done, he wiped his bloodied hands on the moss under his feet and returned to the center of the city. A lot of elfin were awaiting him, and it was clear that way more of them had survived this time around, thanks to his orders. The fact that he'd taken on the last boss alone also saved a lot of them from dying unnecessarily. Even though they weren't real, he felt proud that he'd managed to keep so many alive. The first thing he did was walk down into the stepwell-like pit and approach Bellamurinth. The cube was unfolded into the upgrade podium nearby, but he paid it no mind for now. "Thou fought well," Bell praised, looking up at him with her large orange eyes. He nodded his thanks before pulling out the All-Mother's Wrath necklace from his left pocket. All around them watched the elfin survivors. This has to be why the queen won't remove the necklace if I give it to Bell after the captain is dead. There are too many witnesses after all. Adam slipped the relic over Bellamurinth's neck. Her skin hadn't been painted with the silvery pigment yet, and he wasn't quite sure exactly what preparations her and the queen had performed during his defense of the sanctuary. "Don't take that off," he told her. "Understood." He shook his head with a smile at her serious sincerity, before approaching to the upgrade podium. Since he'd taken out the aristocrat and the one from the halberdier had been consolidated, there would be 3 upgrades this time. I wonder how the bonus upgrade stuff will work for group-based stages. Does everyone just get the extra upgrade? And what about stage 5? Does it even have a secret boss? Amelia had mentioned a stone spear as one of the secrets in the Forbidden Altar, but she hadn't said if it was obtained from killing a special boss or just found somewhere. He pushed the thoughts aside for now and looked at the upgrades. Upgrades available. Barrier size, uncommon, increases maximum barrier dimensions by 10%. Manipulation range, uncommon, increases manipulation range by 20%. Bleed, uncommon, attacks inflict bleed dealing 10% weapon damage over the course of 10 seconds. I would probably be better served taking the upgrades for Invoker, since those affect all spells and have damage as an option. Adam switched to the wand before making his selection. Upgrade selected. Manipulation range, uncommon. The upgrades were scrambled and a new set appeared. Upgrades available. Spell speed, uncommon, increases spell speed by 20%. Casting range, rare, increases casting range by 35%. Venom, uncommon, attacks inflict venom slowing target by 10% for 10 seconds. Spell speed, nice. Soon the barrier will be so fast I won't even be able to track its movements. Upgrade selected. Spell speed, uncommon. The upgrades flickered and were replaced for the third and final time. Upgrades available. Spell speed, uncommon, increases spell speed by 20%. Casting effect, uncommon, increases casting responsiveness by 20%. Force, rare, attacks pierce armor by 15%. Speed again. Nice. I wonder how much that puts me at. Upgrade selected. Spell speed, uncommon. The cube folded itself back into a cube and golden light shone from under the relic chest nearby. Whoops, almost forgot about the builder's egg, Adam realized. He moved his fused barrier in front of himself and turned it into the sled before climbing aboard. It hardly took him any time to fly over to where the termite nest stood. With a simple nudge from his barrier, it toppled over, revealing the egg. Secret relic obtained. Builder's egg, rare, wriggles with inner life. Even though it was full of bloodied hearts, Adam tossed the egg down into the spider silk sack. He paused for a moment, then he threw the Rotmaker idol in there too, keeping only the sky blue pearl and lucky stone in his pockets. He zoomed back to the center of the city where the cube waited next to the relic chest. Before he looted it, he looked through his stats. Player status. Adam. Fusionist. Level 29. Stats. Health, 50. Stamina, 75. Mana, 200. Damage, 65%, plus 15%. Defense, 140%, plus 40%. Dodge, 10%, plus 10%. Speed, 85%, plus 10%. Luck, 19, plus 14. Attack speed, 125%, plus 25%. The attack speed boost from the captain's cape is visible on there too now, he noticed. I guess it's defaulted to 100% and only appears if it's different. Similar to how luck only appears if you have more than 0. There are still quite a few stat buffs to keep track of, since ally buffs aren't visible on there, nor crush, for some reason. I think I could make it appear by saying upgrades, he recalled. Upgrades. Upgrades. Crush plus 15%. He brought up his weapon status too and went through it. Weapon status. 1. Spell tome. Rare quality. Level 13. Stat upgrades. Barrier durability plus 90%. Barrier efficiency plus 20%. Manipulation effect plus 130%. Manipulation speed plus 55%. Manipulation range plus 20%. 2. Wand and Wraith Lantern. Rare quality. Level 8. Stat upgrades. Spell damage plus 35%. Spell speed plus 110%. Casting effect plus 35%. He grinned to himself at the stats. A 110% speed buff from Invoker, 55% from Fusionist, 25% from Last Stand's Fervor, and 10% and 25% separately from Captain's Cape. If all of them were active at the same time, that meant the base 100% speed of his barrier would go up to 559%, thanks to the multiplicative way they clearly stacked. If the buffs had been additive, it would only have been 325%. Further, if he used Fusionist to combine his two barriers, he was doubling the effect, meaning 1118% was theoretically possible, regardless of whether he activated Fervor before or after fusing them. Adam shook his head, unable to stop grinning. It's so ridiculously fast now. He hadn't pushed the flying sled to its limits though, since once the fused barrier reached its top speed, it became very difficult to effectively control. If I could get one more separate speed buff it would get even more insane. Even a 10% buff now effectively becomes 100% extra base speed. The true strength of multiplicative buffs came from having several of them, since every new buff added became increasingly more potent. The elfin around him watched as he just stood there a few meters from the relic chest. It was starting to make him feel a bit self-conscious. Guess I'll get this over with. Adam went over and kicked the chest, popping it open. Relics available. Overflow diadem, uncommon, activate to immediately deliver all remaining damage of afflictions, dealing 10% increased damage for every affliction affected. Breaks after use. First strike earring, rare, the first hit against a target deals 25% additional damage, subsequent hits deal 10% less damage. Heart flame robe, uncommon, all summons release a heart flame on death which will seek out the nearest target and inflict soulburn, doubling all mana consumption for 10 seconds, increases mana by 50. The heart flame robe seems surprisingly good for an uncommon relic. I'm guessing it has to have several downsides or something. Probably the nearest target part of the effect also includes the wearer and allies, and the all summons thing no doubt includes enemies too. It's also just kind of awkward to use an armor slot on something that's so niche in effect. Like, most enemies, for now at least, wouldn't really be affected by soulburn in any meaningful way. Given that everything I've fought so far has usually died in one hit, the earring might be worth using. He'd been planning on picking it regardless, since it was worth the most, but the more he thought about it, the better it seemed for his current setup. Relic selected. First strike earring, rare. Adam winced in surprise as the act of equipping the relic literally meant having it pierce his earlobe. In hindsight, I should have been prepared for that. The cube released a pulse of magic and Adam blinked. He'd shifted a few meters from where he'd stood before and was now closer to the middle of the ritual site. All the engraved channels in the stone disc under him were filled with a liquid silvery metal. Opposite him were Bellamurant and her mother. The girl was painted with the reflective silver pigment, her body and horns covered in lines and swirling spirals, and her golden hair hung down her back in a large Dutch braid. Still weird that they needed time to prepare the ritual when all the makeup and stuff weren't applied until after I looted the relic chest. The elfin surrounded the three of them on the steps on the outside of the pit. Unlike just moments prior, there were now children and civilians mixed in with all the defenders he'd saved from certain death. Bellamurant looked up at him with her orange glowing eyes. Her expression was serious, but this time it didn't hurt his heart to witness. After all, the pendant of the All-Mother's wrath was proudly displayed over the top of the green dress Weaver had made her 2 days ago. The solid sphere inside the wireframe pyramid seemed to glow with a deep blue energy that hadn't been there before. It was different from the dark purple energy it had fired at Ezreal after he'd injured Adam when he'd worn it in Stage 3. "Thank you, Adam, for bringing me home and allowing me to fulfill my destiny," she said. Unlike last time, Adam actually replied in the cutscene. "The All-Mother watches over you, Bellamurant," he said. The words felt weird in his mouth, but he was certain that this was a sign that things would be different at the start of the next stage. Then darkness flooded his surroundings and took him away. Now entering Interim Island. The sound of strings filled the air, but no sooner had he arrived than an announcement hit him. Visiting stone activated. Player Amelia has entered your dimension. Already? Amelia arrived almost directly in front of him. He hadn't even had time to get his bearings or come to terms with the fact that Bellamurant would once again not be returning with him. Before she could open her mouth, he said, "You can't just show up like this without warning." "You said I could come back," she replied. "I didn't realize you meant as soon as the stage was done." "It's how I've always done it," she argued. Adam frowned. Amelia paused, realizing what she'd said. He took a deep breath, deciding that it was for the best if he told her how he felt. "Listen, I've really enjoyed your company dash." "But," she immediately interrupted. "You clearly want something out of this, but I don't even really know you." Her expression darkened and she suddenly looked really sad. Adam felt bad for her, but she would only get hurt more if he continued to play along for his own gain. And he had to consider his own feelings too. Besides, it was just too complicated for time loopers to get involved in the way she was seeking. Surely she had to know it wouldn't last. She took a step towards him and he instinctively stepped back. Amelia paused and asked, "Do you fear me?" "I would be a fool not to," he replied. "The first time we met you treated the death of my brother-in-law like it didn't matter, and you threatened me with the challenge stone. We've had fun since then and I consider you my friend, but that first impression isn't something that's easy to forget." She frowned, but instead of apologizing she asked, "What about Willow? If you had the visiting stone and she hadn't blocked you, wouldn't you have wanted to visit her? Even though she doesn't know you in this loop?" Adam clenched his jaw. It was a fair question, although it felt hypocritical for her to bring that up now. "Our relationship was never more than a friendship," he replied. "Well, ours was," she shouted. "Until you came here and fucked it all up." The image of her threatening to use the challenge stone on him popped back into his mind and he summoned his barriers in front of himself. "It's not like I had a fucking choice," he replied, his own temper rising. "But you do. You can control everything in this universe because you've got the divine relic on your side." Tears ran down Amelia's face, but she didn't come closer. Instead she summoned something into the palm of her left hand. Adam froze, wondering if she was about to attack him. Until now they'd been friends, but maybe he'd pushed her too far. She stooped and placed the object on the ground, almost like an offering. "Maybe you'll understand if you use this," she said. Then the visiting stone appeared in her hands and she vanished. Visiting stone deactivated. Player Amelia has left your dimension. Adam let out a deep sigh. "Well shit. Maybe it would have been better if I'd said something when she showed up earlier instead of waiting until now." The object remained where she'd left it. He was fairly sure it wasn't possible for her to give him any of the relics she carried, unless the cube had lied to him about trade between players, or the visiting stone created a loophole. Beta S. He cautiously approached the item, worried it might be a trap. He relaxed when he saw that it was a pearlescent and glittering scale a bit smaller than his hand. It reminded him of Levisedix's scales for some reason. "Shitbox, what is that?" The cube did not reply. Maybe it couldn't if this was an object obtained from the denizens it had no awareness of, like the Moth Sisters or someone Adam might not yet have discovered. "Loot," he said, wondering if that would work. Loot. Scale of remembrance. A scale? Despite his apprehension, he picked it up off the cobblestones to look closer. Scale of remembrance. Would you like to access the memories stored within? Adam blinked. Is this what I think it is? He swallowed hard, then mentally prompted the scale in his hand, expressing his consent. The world froze. "I'm Adam," he said, introducing himself to the 5 people that had appeared around him. The world was a blur of white, light blue, brown, and gold, but the details were missing. The people around him were all blurry shapes as well, and their voices were garbled and unintelligible. He couldn't feel the ground under his feet nor the wind, sun, or anything else. Is this a memory? My name is Amelia, someone responded, and he looked past the blurry figures and saw her standing there, the only piece beside himself that made any sense. Can I only see me and her? The surroundings skipped ahead. Adam charged forward with a two-handed sword, cleaving through some enemy that was a blur like everything else. He slashed through 2 more in his way before he saw the figure lying on the ground, bleeding and unconscious. She was like a light in the blurry world, the only thing he could see. Around him, the shapes of his group members surrounded and protected them. I've got her. Adam yelled, pulling a medium healing potion from a potion belt relic he was wearing. He pulled out the stopper and fed it to the unconscious Amelia, who quickly woke up. She looked up at him, her face the only thing he could see. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on Royal Road. Her eyes weren't purple spirals. They were blue-green, like gems. This is before she became a time looper, he realized in the disembodied part of himself that was watching everything unfold. The scene skipped to later in the stage where Adam and Amelia were fighting side by side against something. Only 2 of the incomprehensible shapes of their group members were with them now. The thing they fought towered over them, but it was impossible to tell what it was. Adam swung the two-hander with efficient moves. When the enemy sent an attack his way, he quickly pulled the potion belt off and used it to block with. What the hell? Is he using that relic as a shield? Amelia looked at him in awe, before surging forward with a mace. She was using the priest class. After they defeated the enemy, the four of them gathered around something, high-fiving. Well fought, Adam told them. The way Amelia looked at him made it seem like he was the only thing in the world she could see. I suppose this past version of me did save her, which must be how she was able to go on to get the divine relic after meeting Arturo. It explains her obsession with trying to have me survive the stage where I died in her first loop. The scene switched to Adam and Amelia sitting opposite each other. Even though everything was still blurry, it was clear they were in the dimensional tavern. Your last name is Bell? Adam asked, maybe commenting on a connection request that stated her full name. Her name is Amelia Bell. It comes from Old French and means, beautiful, she replied. Adam grinned. They proceeded to talk for hours, discussing food, their past lives, their hobbies, and so on. Amelia explained how she was from a small town called Pont-en-Royans, but had moved to Lyon with her father at age 5. Her favorite pastry was chausson aux pommes. She liked helping at an animal shelter on the weekends. Her best friend was an old widower who lived in an apartment on the floor below hers. She had been an optician before the Trials of Defiance. Eventually, when the tavern closed, they parted ways, promising to talk after the next stage and wishing each other good luck. The memory rewound, or so it seemed. I'm Adam, he said, introducing himself to the 5 people that had appeared around him. Is that it? I died right after that. That means we met in stage 7, since I'm apparently destined to die in 8. My name is Amelia, she responded, once again the only thing not a blur around him. Wait, is this the same as before? The scene skipped to Adam fighting his way through enemies to where Amelia lay unconscious and bleeding. It's the exact same. The rest of the memory played out like the first, ending with them promising to meet again. The memory replayed again, and again, and again, and again. The first 8 times it was the exact same thing he was shown. Maybe the scale of remembrance was a trap. This will never end. The 9th time, there was a slight difference. Amelia had an armor relic, the forlorn cuirass to be precise, though she still ended up unconscious and needing to be saved. In the 10th rerun it was back to normal, same as the 11th. The 12th time, the memory playback did not end after their talk following the stage. Instead it skipped ahead to another conversation between them sitting across from each other inside the tavern. They both expressed relief that the other was alive. Something happened to save me from stage 8. Amelia and Adam both continued to chat like their first meeting in the tavern, most of it innocuous stuff, though they were both opening up more to the other. Amelia told him about her mother who had died from cancer. Her family had moved to Lyon so that they could visit the hospital where she was being treated. It had been hopeful at first, as the disease showed signs of remission, but then it came back stronger. The funeral had happened only 2 weeks before Amelia's 7th birthday. Adam talked about his dad, who'd lost his memories following a risky brain surgery to save his life. He expressed the deep-seated sadness he felt every time he looked into his father's eyes and saw a different person looking back. Some early memories from his dad's childhood remained, but he had almost entirely forgotten about Adam and his sister Helena, though he was aware that he had children. I've never told anyone about that. But that disembodied part of him that observed these memories knew why he'd opened up to her. It had just felt right, and Amelia, the only thing not a blur in the memory, had watched and listened without judgment as he poured his heart out. He was starting to understand how the Amelia and Adam of this universe were drawn to each other. If not for the trials, they would never have crossed each other's paths, but here they were linked together. Then Adam said, I don't think I would have survived Moonport if not for Suleiman's help. Amelia asked, who is Suleiman? Adam went on to describe the person as a kind African man with ominous purple eyes that looked like a never-ending spiral. I've never even heard of this guy. But he was clearly a time looper in this world. They talked until the tavern closed and then the memory restarted from stage 7. Even though I survived 8, I perished in 9. Or maybe Amelia did. It's hard to tell since I can only see the memories where she is present. The memory loops continued, with more than 30 nearly identical ones back to back, though there were minor differences in several of them, mostly just in what relics both of them carried. It was as if someone was making tiny changes, and those changes somehow rippled outwards to affect very small things about their builds. Then there came a loop where suddenly there were only 3 other members in their group, with one of the blurry shapes of another player missing. There was no meeting in the tavern, as the last part of the memory was them both bleeding to death next to each other. The next 7 were much like the ones before and their group went back to full, but they were followed by an 8th where 2 of the shapes of their group members were different, as though the people had been replaced by others. In that one, Adam didn't save Amelia in the same place as usual but instead caught her before she was about to fall off the edge of something. He then saved her again later in the stage when she was almost dead from some brutal attack, which had torn open a large portion of her torso. After that they worked together to take down a different boss than the one they always fought at the end of the stage. They met at the tavern afterwards, their conversation basically the same as before, and then the memory ended and the next began. Maybe 2 of the players normally there died early, while these other 2 are people who normally died but who instead survived this time. I think I understand what's happening here. A time looper, maybe Suleiman, maybe someone else, is messing with various methods of saving people's lives. They're causing new ripples to see what happens. Like a trial and error involving people as nothing more than simple numbers. Countless memory loops followed where this new pattern held true with no deviations, neither big nor small. The nameless blurry members of his group never returned, permanently replaced with the 2 new people. Okay, maybe those 2 were actually sacrificed to Nwetri using the abyssal tooth, unless whoever is looping back is repeating the thing that made them switch places. Then, suddenly, Amelia sat opposite Adam in the blurry tavern. This is different. Do I know you? Adam asked. He was unsettled by her spiraling purple eyes. Amelia looked at him and smiled sadly. No, she said. But I know you. I know you very well. She almost exactly replicated the back and forth that the disembodied Adam watching the memory had had with Willow after his second loop back in time. From the context clues he could gather, they were talking after stage 1, though she was doing a terrible job of explaining the situation to him. But then she pulled out the visiting stone. The scene skipped to Adam and Amelia staring at each other in what seemed to be the center of Interim Island. She held the scale of remembrance in her hands. Holy shit, she's done this to me before. If I hadn't broken the cycle this time around, she would have given me this after stage 1 when she first contacted me in the tavern. She led Adam behind the player house after he'd experienced the remembrance and gifted him the kindling flame to create the lighthouse. Then they went to the tavern together, where they talked about what Adam had experienced when he used the scale. Arturo gifted me one as well, Amelia revealed. It's how I knew that you've always saved me every time we met. If nothing had changed, you would have continued to save me in every future loop. She then explained the future stages to him and what to expect, but a lot of her words were garbled and unintelligible. What the fuck? Why is the system censoring this? After they finished talking, the scene skipped forward in time to the next day where Amelia and Adam met in the island center. They walked through the market together as though they were on a date. It ended at the tavern, where they talked more about future stages, once again incomprehensible to the disembodied Adam observing them. After the tavern closed, they walked together to the center of the island and shared a goodbye kiss. Another skip forward and they met at the center of the island again, visited the market, sat and talked in the tavern, and then went to the player house where she helped him improve his fighting style and practice with various relics he was using. She'd told him not to pick the potion belt, which he'd always been using in past memories. Instead of saying goodbye, they shared the bed together, with the blurry outline of something at the foot of the bed indicating that Bellamorinth was sleeping there too. Another skip, another date, advice, and training session. This time they were alone at night and ended up having sex after lying in the bed and talking for hours. The next day they brought dinner from the tavern to the edge of the island and watched the sunset while sharing stories. It feels inappropriate to watch all of this unfold, even though I'm viewing this through the eyes of myself. I hadn't even realized how serious past me and Amelia had been about each other. The skip forward continued, each new day spent differently. The two of them fell deeper and deeper in love, until stage 7 where they fought together like in all the past memories, although Amelia was totally mopping up the enemies and barely leaving anything for Adam and his team to do. They also went around and did more things in the stage, fighting what seemed like several different bosses, and also collecting a ton of different loot. Though he couldn't see their faces, the other party members seemed extremely excited. After returning from the stage, they met at the island center yet again and did some intensive shopping and planning, since it seemed Adam had a bunch of points to use. Then they had food brought from the tavern to the player house, where they spent the rest of the day in each other's naked embrace. The memory ended with Amelia sobbing while Adam held her tightly against his chest. She begged him not to die in stage 8. The world unfroze. Adam looked around as the scale in his hand turned to lighter-than-air fragments that were carried off into the clouds above, glittering like silver rain. The world looked so bright and colorful for a moment, but then he stumbled onto his ass and blacked out. Adam came to only a few moments later with stars fluttering around in his vision. Holy fuck, that was intense. Like waking from a dream, most of the memories he'd just relived started to slip away. But that last memory. It didn't go anywhere. It was burnt into his mind. Despite it all, despite the feelings he'd had a minute earlier before consuming the scale of remembrance, he now felt an aching and longing. It was uncomfortable to be aware of how reliving his past lives affected him, but he couldn't dismiss these new feelings either. In this universe, Amelia and I were always meant to meet. If not for me she would have died. If not for me she would never have become a time looper. Of course she would try to save me. After all, it was the same reason why he'd felt indebted to Willow, even though the version of her he'd gotten to know last loop had been someone other than the one who first helped him. There was also something else. He'd managed to survive stage 8 somehow, thanks to the guy named Suleiman. Unfortunately, he hadn't regained any memories of the stages where Amelia didn't participate, so he had no clue how he'd been saved. But to know it was possible was a welcome revelation. I wonder what the trick is though. He still remembered the name of the stage. Moonport. If only I knew more about my past lives. If all the information hadn't been blurred and censored, it might actually have been useful. Parts of their conversation still lingered, but with every passing moment they became harder to recall. They were like messages written on a sandy beach shore, and every attempt to read what they said summoned waves that washed over their letters, making them harder and harder to discern. He was fairly sure they'd talked about who they fought in stage 5 during the last memory, but like so many things the information had been garbled and unintelligible, probably because it was deemed an unfair advantage. I need to ask Amelia about it so I can properly prepare for the stage. Though she probably doesn't want anything to do with me now. Instead of running to the tavern to find her, Adam decided it was best to let her at least think about what he'd told her. Despite the things he'd learned from the scale of remembrance, he still felt that his words hadn't been wrong. There was no problem with them being friends he thought, but to project a past relationship onto him entirely dismissed who he was as a person now. And even though he felt closer to her thanks to the new memories, he could also tell they didn't belong to him. They belonged to his other self, who differed from him in some fundamental way. If I get a scale of remembrance, I wonder if it would even work. Would it show someone only their past interactions with me in this universe? Or would it show their interactions with this specific version of me that has moved across universes? He shook his head. Right now it wasn't important. He needed to be prepared for stage 5. All of this other stuff could come later when his survival seemed more assured. RAB. Though he had his barrier next to him, Adam decided to walk to the market with his spider silk sack full of loot. On the way there, he prompted his currency to appear. Player currencies. Points, 3,201. Mastery shards, 2. I could buy the Orb of Insight now, I think. He didn't know if it would actually be useful, but it was possible that it could help with secrets, although Olivita had been pretty vague. Given its 3-stage cooldown and cost, he had a sneaking suspicion it did more than just that. It was strange that Amelia hadn't mentioned it though. Then again, she'd probably spent her shards on the visiting stone and other upgrades that were more relevant to her. The usefulness of the Orb of Insight was clearly diminished by having already seen the stages. I'll get 500 points from selling the Forlorn Hearts. I could sell the Sky Blue Pearl and Rotmaker Idol, but I feel like those will end up being worth more later. Most people's instinct is obviously to use the idol in stage 4, but it's possible there's some special tree later that using it on will unlock a secret. There aren't any trees in stage 5 as far as I can tell, and I don't want to have to carry it around with me. Shitbox, I'd like to store the Rotmaker idol in my player house. Understood. The relic vanished from the spider silk sack. Then Adam rounded a corner and came out into the market. Secret relic activated. The large termite egg lifted up from the sack and into the air, then flew down to Weaver's stall and planted itself next to it. The dusty nest-like stall popped up in an instant and Builder appeared within, no less freaky-looking than last time. You have unlocked the Builder. This vendor sells upgrades to your player house. Yenna was kneeling in front of the fountain and playing a half-tube zither, which looked like a Chinese guzheng. In front of her stood Sylvia the spell scroll vendor. Adam approached her and said, "Thank you for the scroll, it was quite useful." Sylvia didn't turn away from the music, but replied, "You're welcome. Scrolls are useful for those deficient in the magical arts." "I'm not deficient," he replied. "You're not," she agreed. "If you'd like, I can teach you the spells written upon my scrolls." He paused. "Really? You can do that?" "Of course. You would need a catalyst, although I see you have a wand. It will suffice. I can cast those spells with my wand." It sounds like there are several types of catalysts though. Maybe the spellcaster's staff is another, and probably those weird blood magic tattoos. How much would conflagrate cost to learn? 5,000 points, she answered, eyes still locked on the wasp's instrument. Of course. No such thing as a free lunch in this world. I'll think about it, he replied. Out of curiosity, how much would Shade Barrier spell cost to learn? 20,000, she answered. That's a lot of points. He said. What do you need all of them for? Sylvia shrugged. I might come back tomorrow, he said and left the mage and musician, passing by the fountain to reach the stalls. Small statues that looked like the forlorn captain were shooting water into the top bowl. He wondered what they'd change into after stage 5. As he walked to Luca's shop, he thought about Bellamurinth. I wonder what happens if she's saved. Hopefully I can see her again. It would be cruel if saving her didn't mean she'd return with him, he thought. The spider vendor leaned out of her stall as he approached, all 8 of her eyes locked onto his spider silk sack. What a delectable smell, she chittered. Adam put his hand on her creepy head and pushed it back under the red overhang, then he plopped the sack on the counter, producing a wet and sticky squelch. I'd like to sell these. Excellent. These ones I will not give away to the gremlin, but instead keep for myself. Adam suppressed a shiver. Why is she so interested in the hearts? Wait. Does that mean you're willing to pay more for them? I am already paying you more for trophies, do not be greedy. Well, it was worth a try. For these 5 I will give you 500 points, she said. Deal. Relics sold. Heart of Darkness, common, x5. 3,701 points remaining. Would you like to see my wares? She asked. Sure. Doubt there's anything I'd want though. The dark chest next to her glowed and popped open. Relics for sale. Affliction Ward, uncommon, negate any affliction. Breaks after use. Sanctuary Defender's Robes, rare, increases movement speed by 25%, increases dodge chance by 10%. Breaks after 2 hits. Cracked Conjuring Stone, epic, combine 2 relics of rare rarity or lower to produce a new unique cracked fusion relic. Relic disappears after use. Tainted Helmet, epic, attacks inflict taint, lowering target stamina regeneration by 40% for 30 seconds, when an afflicted target dies, its afflictions are spread to nearby targets, healing effects are 75% less effective. Holy shit. 2 epics. The Conjuring Stone sounds potentially overpowered. I wonder if I can use it on the Wraith Lantern. Shitbox, what does it mean by cracked fusion relic? A fusion relic is a combination of 2 relics and their powers. Cracked indicates that the relic has a major flaw, usually in the form of some weakness. Like what? It will most often take the form of a large stat reduction or a permanent affliction. Is it random what this weakness will be? No. So it will 100% fuck me over then? The cube did not reply, which he took to assume the answer was yes. Still, it could be super powerful. Would the conjuring stone work on any type of relic? No. Class relics are ineligible, as are relics of a similar nature to the conjuring stone. I guess I should have expected that. What a shame. He looked at the other relics available, but none of them were useful to him. I'll buy and use a reroll, he told Luca. Excellent. Relic purchased. Reroll die, uncommon. 3,601 points remaining. The chest closed and popped open again. Relics for sale. Tainted bracer, uncommon, fire off a shadowy slash that penetrates armor and inflicts taint, lowering target stamina regeneration by 40% for 30 seconds. Breaks after use. Overflow diadem, uncommon, activate to immediately deliver all remaining damage of afflictions, dealing 10% increased damage for every affliction affected. Breaks after use. Enjoying the story? Show your support by reading it on the official site. Heart Flame Robe, uncommon, all summons release a heart flame on death which will seek out the nearest target and inflict soulburn, doubling all mana consumption for 10 seconds, increases mana by 50. Glutton Collar, uncommon, consume 2 potions within 10 seconds of each other without incurring toxic backlash, but toxicity buildup is tripled. What the hell? Did I burn out all my luck with that first pull? I'll reroll again, he decided. Relic purchased. Reroll die, uncommon. 3,501 points remaining. The chest closed and popped open, revealing 4 new holograms. Relics for sale. Barrage Glove, uncommon, all projectiles are split into 3, each dealing a third of total damage. Potion Belt, uncommon, carries up to 3 potions and makes them indestructible, uses the rightmost potion when its associated resource is exhausted. Plague Spreader Mask, rare, afflictions jump to nearest available target within 10 meters when afflicted opponent dies. Chaos Fragment, epic, all players equipped relics are randomly changed to something of equal rarity. Disappears after use. Despite the epic that appeared, Adam's eyes immediately locked in on the potion belt. It felt so familiar to him after repeating the memories where he'd used it defensively. I think that indestructible description on it means that nothing can destroy the potions inside the belt, which in turn makes them perfect for defense. Past me wasn't a complete moron, it seems. Would the Chaos Fragment also change my Wraith Lantern? He asked. No. I guess that would be something then, since I wouldn't lose its power. Although the fact that the scramble is only based on rarity means that I could end up with copies or something like 2 separate pairs of gloves or whatever. He looked through the other options but none of them were worth taking. I'm better off not buying anything since I will be getting a lot of relics from the next stage, he mused darkly. Charlotte Hayes' face suddenly popped into his mind and he frowned. He wouldn't actively hunt down other players, but he needed to win. If he did have to kill someone to do it, then there was no going around it. But there has to be a way to defy that, right? Maybe for now I should just focus on surviving it so I can learn more about what comes after. Adam left Luca's stall and made a brief stop in front of Nellie's to see what weapons were for sale. None of them were new, so he continued down to Weaver's stall and thanked her for the spider silk sack, which had come in handy. Then he stopped by Carrie's stall to look at the general upgrades she had. The cricket made a gesture over the cauldron and a large bubble formed, releasing a puff showing 4 upgrades. Upgrades for sale. Defense, rare, increases all defense by 15%. Health, rare, increases health by 5. Venom, uncommon, attacks inflict venom slowing target by 10% for 10 seconds. Movement, rare, increases movement speed by 15%. He didn't even have to think about it and said, I'll buy defense. Thank you. General upgrade purchased. Defense, rare. 3,201 points remaining. The remaining upgrades were sucked down into the cauldron, and then a bubble appeared and popped, showing 4 new options. Upgrades for sale. Defense, uncommon, increases all defense by 10%. Damage, epic, increases all damage by 25%. Crush, epic, increases the impact of attacks by 25%. Bleed, uncommon, attacks inflict bleed dealing 10% weapon damage over the course of 10 seconds. Damn, an epic damage upgrade. I'll buy the damage upgrade, he said. General upgrade purchased. Damage, epic. 2,901 points remaining. The cauldron bubbled again and revealed 4 new options. Upgrades for sale. Luck, uncommon, increases luck by 2. Crush, uncommon, increases the impact of attacks by 10%. Movement, uncommon, increases movement speed by 10%. Force, uncommon, attacks pierce armor by 10%. I'll get luck. General upgrade purchased. Luck, uncommon. 2,601 points remaining. Should I keep going? Adam wondered. The cauldron bubbled and new upgrades appeared. Upgrades for sale. Dodge, rare, grants a 15% chance to dodge a direct attack. Health, epic, increases health by 10. Damage, uncommon, increases all damage by 10%. Force, uncommon, attacks pierce armor by 10%. None of these are that amazing. I suppose health would be good, but I should have a lot of defense now. He brought up his status while trying to figure out how best to spend his points. Player status. Adam. Fusionist. Level 32. Stats. Health, 50. Stamina, 75. Mana, 200. Damage, 90% plus 40%. Defense, 155% plus 55%. Dodge, 10% plus 10%. Speed, 85% plus 10%. Luck, 21, plus 16. Attack speed, 125% plus 25%. Extra health would be good actually. General upgrade purchased. Health, epic. 2,301 points remaining. A new set appeared. Upgrades for sale. Movement, rare, increases movement speed by 15%. Bleed, uncommon, attacks inflict bleed dealing 10% weapon damage over the course of 10 seconds. Dodge, uncommon, grants a 10% chance to dodge a direct attack. Crush, rare, increases the impact of attacks by 15%. He wondered if he should keep going or not, but decided it was better to hold off. Thanks, that's all for now, Adam told Carrie. I'll invest the rest with Levisitics I think. I'm fairly confident in my current setup and I don't think there are any relics that could help me right now. He looked down to the builder. Might be worth trying out whatever she can sell me, since it could unlock more secrets around Interim Island. Adam paused as he remembered he had the ability to fly. That was way more likely to help him find hidden places than buying random extensions to his house. He returned to Luca's stall and purchased 3 reroll dice. Relic purchased. Reroll die, uncommon, x3. 2,001 points remaining. That 1 point is really bothering me. Can I give you 1 extra point? He asked the spider. The cube was the one to answer. You cannot give points away. Why not? The all-seeing system has decided it should be so. That's a weird rule, he commented. Adam went over to the builder. Inside the dirt, sand, and wood chip stall was a workbench upon which lay saws, screws, hammers, measuring tapes, and other such tools. How do you do, Adam? You can call me Builder, said the termite with a southern twang. Howdy, he replied. Can you build a basement for my player house or a well in the garden or anything that goes down into the ground like that? Sure can, she replied. How much for a basement? 4,000 points. A well would cost you 1,500 points. There might be something under the player house that is only accessible with this vendor's help, but it feels kind of wasteful to spend that much. I might come back later, he told her. He fused his barriers into one before flipping it horizontally and shaping it into a sled. Then he climbed on board and lifted up into the air. The vendors all leaned out of their stalls to watch him fly over the trees that lined the edge of the island. Since he wasn't keen on falling to his death, he slowed down to a leisurely pace when nothing but clouds stretched out below him. Above, the sun cast its glow down into the bowl-like shape the clouds formed around the island. Ahead of him was the wall of the bowl, but he only managed to get about 20 meters out from the edge before he stopped moving forward. The sensation was familiar. "Is there a boundary around interim?" he asked the cube floating next to him. "Yes. Above and below as well. It does not stop you from falling below." Adam frowned. "Cool. Wait, why are you stopping me from flying out and away then? Or above for that matter?" The cube did not reply. "That's fishy as hell. What is out there?" he wondered, flying back towards the edge and dipping down. He was fairly sure there weren't any caves he'd missed, but he really wanted to see the bottom of the island since it was totally inaccessible if you couldn't fly, unless you had some insane climbing skills. The cliffside extended down from the edge in a vertical wall for about 12 meters before it started tapering to a point. He hadn't been able to see it from above, but as he lowered his flying barrier down, he was able to get a good look. What he found made him wish he'd remained ignorant. At the very bottom of the floating interim island were 3 enormous 7-fingered hands grasping sprouting from the tip, holding an orb with a toothy mouth, within which was an eye. The hands and orb were made of solid stone, but the eye looked squishy and alive. And it was staring right at him. "What the fuck?" he muttered. "You should not be here." Adam looked at the cube next to him. "What is that thing?" "You should not be here," it repeated. The giant eye stared at him unblinkingly. It made gooseflesh ripple across his skin. Adam decided not to tempt fate and quickly flew back up towards the island's surface, going faster than was probably safe. "I bet Amelia has no idea that's down there." He thought about the implications of the strange eye as he reached the top side of the island and headed for the tavern. Although it was different in nature to his constant companion, it felt like the giant eye confirmed that Interim Island itself was alive. And it was no doubt a servant of the all-seeing system. Why couldn't it just be a normal island? The fact that creatures lived on and inside Interim felt very uncomfortable now that he thought it was a living thing. It was like they'd taken the concept of a floating island in the sea actually being the shell of a giant turtle, and then flipped the idea on its head and made it way creepier. Does that mean that the player house, tavern, and market stalls are all part of its body? He shuddered. There was also the fact that with more players dying, its houses became more coherent, meaning the island itself was fueled by the death. He hadn't really thought about it much until now, but it was possible that the servants of the all-seeing system gained more power alongside it. Adam landed by the dimensional tavern and got off his flying barrier, pausing in front of the door. This tavern is part of the island. Maybe its dimensional nature is thanks to that giant eyeball. It felt like cursed knowledge, and he genuinely wished he hadn't discovered this fact about the only place that felt like a safe haven. Adam pushed open the door with a sigh. Once inside he resummoned his barriers and fused them together. Charlie came over, looking for Bellamuranth. "She's not coming today," he told her. The ant lowered her head slightly, but then she said, "The All-Mother watches over her." Adam blinked in surprise at the phrase. "That's right," he then replied with a grin. "What would you like to eat and drink?" she asked. "A vanilla milkshake," he said. "Any food to go along with that?" "Surprise me," he told her. Charlie giggled in that bubbly way of hers and left for the kitchen. Adam looked at the fused-together barrier in front of him, trying to figure out how best to turn it into a seat. After some consideration, he ended up shaping it into a high-backed throne and sat down on it, before floating up to one of the tables on the first floor. The moment he sat down, the tables on the ground floor and the smaller ones up here all filled with random people. Those who noticed him waved, pointed, or just stared in surprise before flickering and being replaced by others who did the same. His query from last time was still active, since he saw colored spheres over a couple people's heads. "How many survived Stage 4, he asked the cube. 160 million players survived Stage 4. Currently, 87 million players are utilizing the Dimensional Tavern. "Holy shit," he said out loud. "Last loop it was only 39 million. That's 4 times as many who survived compared to then. Once again he had to wonder if this universe was special or if the last one had been cursed. He lacked a proper frame of reference to say for sure. Another player is trying to communicate with you. Do you wish to talk to them? Adam's breath caught in his throat at the sudden announcement. At some point I won't get shocked every time that happens. Who is it? Amelia? Player Princess Buttercup. Adam choked on his spit and started laughing. Put him through. Gladwin appeared behind the small table he was floating in front of and immediately frowned as he saw Adam in hysterics. Next to him were Beck and Amelia. The time looper glanced Adam's way but didn't say anything. Gladwin looked between them and asked, "You aren't doing that thing today?" "What thing?" Beck asked. "We're not," Amelia said, sounding very nonchalant about it. Adam saw the colored spheres over their heads and did a double take when he noticed one that Beck had. "You found all the secrets," he blurted out. Beck grinned proudly. "That's right. About time you showed up," Amelia said. "He wouldn't tell me how he did it until you got here." Adam though it was kind of uncanny how she was treating him like nothing had happened. Perhaps she's really good at hiding her true feelings. What I saw earlier is probably a side of her only very few people have seen. "First," Beck said, "we need to find a winner and a loser." "I got 3,100 points, Adam said. 3,848, Amelia followed. Adam noted that she didn't have the green and red spheres to indicate speedrun and flawless. Gladwin and Amelia both had a new color above their heads. It was yellow, and Adam guessed it was for the eradication bonus. If he could see himself, he knew he would have had it too. "I got 2,535 points, Gladwin said. "I defeated the secret boss and got the eradication bonus, but I took about 130 damage from several hits. Somehow the aristocrat didn't hit me once though." Adam had no idea how Gladwin had pulled something like that off against the secret boss with a sword and shield, but he knew that behind the man's humble facade was a real warrior. Beck's victorious smile faltered. Aside from the all secrets bonus, he just had speedrun, meaning he'd taken damage, which would hurt his overall score. "Just admit you lost," Amelia told him. "Becky lost?" Gladwin teased. "He won't beat Becky for much longer," Adam said with a devious grin. Beck frowned. "If you give me a horrible nickname I won't tell you how I got the tainted blade. So the last secret was a weapon. Sounds like it came from one of the forlorn knights perhaps. How many points did you get?" Adam asked. 1,780, Beck said. "I would have gotten a lot more if the timer actually mattered for points like the previous stages. The system fucked me. Still a lot better than my last loop." Amelia gave him a serious look. 1,780 means you took 140 points of damage. Unless you upgraded your stats like I told you to, you should still just have 75 health and 75% defense. "I upgraded it," he said. "I have 90 health now and 40% dodge." "Defense is better than dodge," she told him. "If not for my dodge, I would have been dead," he said. "It's better to completely avoid damage than to have it reduced." It was clear he was gunning for as much dodge chance as possible. "You've gotta be careful," Adam told him. "Also, 100% dodge doesn't make you immune to attacks. It has an internal cooldown of 2 seconds according to Shitbox. Plus, it won't protect you from indirect attacks." Beck folded his arms. "It's working just fine for now. Besides, it was worth it, wasn't it?" he replied. Amelia shook her head. "Regardless, you lost so I get to pick your nickname." "Hey, that's not fair," Adam protested. "You're not even part of the bet." Amelia pointed her tongue at him petulantly. "We're getting into stages that are a lot harder to breeze through, so I think it's more than fair that I get to join in on the bets." Beck grinned. "She's got you there," he said. It was also clear that he thought she'd be more merciful with her nickname. "From now on your name is Granui," she told him. "Ha," Gladwin said. When neither Beck nor Adam got the joke, he explained, "It means frog in French." Actually, I think it's also slang for PR dash. Anyway, Amelia interrupted. Tell me how to get the weapon. Beck shrugged. It was easy. I just bum-rushed the first night before he could get through the breach. He dropped his great sword onto the ground and I could pick it up. It doesn't really work with my build, but it seems strong enough. It comes with a special cleave that sends a shadowy slash through the air and inflicts taint. Amelia frowned. I can't believe it was something so simple. Did you get nothing from the rotmaker? Adam asked. I got a seed of the great tree, but that's about it. What's that? Gladwin asked. It's a collectible that automatically planted itself in my garden, so now I have 2 trees there. But it doesn't do anything as far as I can tell. She sounded disappointed about that. Adam guessed that she'd taken damage from the rotmaker as well, since it had to have been enormous. To get such an insignificant reward must have made the frustration of taking damage hurt a lot more. As though the different versions of Charlie across dimensions were synced together, all 4 of them received their food and drinks at the same time. The one in Adam's dimension had to walk up the stairs to reach his table on the first floor. He was still floating up in the air in front of the table on his barrier chair, but none of the others had made any comments about it, so it probably looked like a normal chair from their perspective. Adam looked down at the food he was served. She'd made him 5 different tacos with 3 types of sauces on the side in small ramekins. There was salsa verde, salsa taqueria, and a chipotle salsa from the looks of it. The 5 tacos were, al pastor, tinga de pollo, barbacoa, one with just melted cheese that was closer to a quesadilla, and one with what looked like mushrooms that he didn't know the name of. There were also chopped white onions and cilantro to add on top, as well as a lime split in half and a small bowl with guacamole. He turned to the ant and said, "This looks delicious, but I can't eat cilantro." "Try it," she encouraged him. He wasn't super excited to be proven right, but did it nonetheless, putting a bit in his mouth. "It doesn't taste like soap." He muttered in disbelief. Charlie giggled and left. Adam turned back to his friends and said, "Guys. You won't believe this." "What?" they asked. "Cilantro doesn't taste like soap anymore." Amelia shook her head with a smile while Beck just laughed. "What the hell are you talking about?" Gladwin asked. Amelia took a sip of her glass of rose and then lifted a French fry from her McDonald's Happy Meal to point at them with. "It's time I tell you 3 about the Forbidden Altar," she said. "Loops hard. Is it any different than the last 4? Beck asked. "Much different," Amelia replied. "You'll have to fight other players." Gladwin frowned, but Beck looked confident. "I thought it might come to that," Gladwin said. "Do you know who will fight?" Adam asked her. She didn't look at him as she said, "I only know who Adam will be facing. Granui normally doesn't make it this far, and I'm not familiar with Princess Buttercup's matchup, but I think he usually wins. However, it's best I explain the various types of players you'll encounter at this point, so you're as prepared as possible." "You really don't have to use our nicknames," Gladwin commented. "Then start winning the bets," she told him. "Actually, let's make it so the winner gets to also reset their nickname on top of picking the losers." "Fine by me," Beck said immediately. Adam and Gladwin agreed too. "All right. So, here are the main types to look out for, but keep in mind that there are a lot of variations. There are also those who got this far without a solid setup, but you don't need to worry about those. First off, afflictionists. They should be your main concern, regardless of what weapons or relics you're using. Even having an affliction ward won't help you. These are players who stacked afflictions like bleed, venom, taint, and anything else they could find. The very strongest of them use the overflow diadem with the relic renewal stone, so if you see anyone with a diadem on their head, try to target it. When the relic breaks, it triggers a violent backlash that'll usually kill the wearer. You cannot properly defend against afflictions until stage 8, so you have to go on the offensive against players like that. Holy shit, I didn't realize the diadem had such an insane weakness. I didn't even think to target someone's relics, to be honest. Ilya was using an affliction build when he killed me, and it's true, I don't know how you really defend against that unless you have a bunch of affliction wards. I wonder if there are any players that got the cracked conjuring stone and used it on the diadem with something else, like the plague spreader's mask. The next ones on the list are the parry masters. Basically, anyone with the ability to parry. It can be a parry shield, like the one from the level 12 hoplite evolution of Lancer. It can also be a rapier like the duelist receives from the start, or a parry dagger that backstabbers get from the opportunist evolution. Why are these a problem? Beck asked. I use magic, I can't be parried. Projectiles, whether magical or not, can be parried. They are physical and can therefore be affected by physical interactions like parrying. Those competent enough can and will try to parry you, whether you use magical bolts, a sword, or a barrier. She said the last part while looking at Adam's ridiculous floating throne. Being parried means you'll be disoriented, which makes you unable to do anything. In a fight against another player, a moment of inaction means death. They can long-range disorient by parrying? Adam asked, surprised. Yes, that's why it's a problem you'll have to worry about. I totally underestimated the parry shield. If I had parried one of Ilya's thrown spears, I could have killed him and survived last loop. Knowledge truly is power. Can they parry magical traps? Beck asked. Amelia shook her head. Thank God, he muttered. What do you mean by traps? Adam asked. The spell staff allows me to prime magical spells, but I have to strike them to fire them off, he explained. If I don't strike them, someone else can trigger them, which usually means they get a backlash equal to the spell's damage. That sounds pretty powerful if you know where the enemies are coming from, he replied. It is, Amelia said, which brings me to number 3 on the list, trappers. These include spellcasters like Beck, blood mages, which are extremely rare, and huntsmen. A Nigerian Naira BS. Huntsman? Adam asked. It's a level 12 evolution of woodsman, she replied. It unlocks a unique relic that lets them place a bear trap. It may sound easy enough to avoid, but the traps can be hidden, and they deal 100% of the player's damage. They'll also inflict any afflictions they possess, as well as a unique one called Trapped, which marks you to the huntsman until you heal back to full. I've only encountered someone like that once, but it nearly killed me. With just a couple uncommon relics like Committed Attack Glove and Echo Earring, they can kill just about anything with their traps. New fear unlocked. What about warders like me? Adam asked. We can use our barrier to try and crush people. There aren't any competent warders besides you, Amelia commented, so it's not something to worry about. What can blood mages do? Beck asked. Gladwin nodded, clearly also wanting to know. You saw the tattoos that Ezreal had in Stage 3, right? Those are the weapons of a blood mage. Basically, they can prime spells like spellcasters by using their blood. If they absorb or infiltrate enough of an enemy's blood, they can do some pretty horrific things. That being said, there are only 4 of them left. Only 4? Adam asked in disbelief. It's the most difficult weapon to use in the trials until stage 10, and its epic rarity. Only about 6,000 people started off with it. Since it has very low mana and also uses the caster's own blood for spells, it's really easy to end up dead from mana exhaustion or blood loss. Anything else to watch out for? Gladwin asked. The 3 I mentioned are the main ones to worry about, since they'll be able to kill you before you know what happened, she replied. But competent players are dangerous regardless of what weapons they use, so stay on guard. Anyone with the level 12 trickster evolution of Archer can be super dangerous in the narrow halls of Stage 5. Other than specific classes, it's important to watch out for certain relics. The main ones are the slime gloves and blood rings, since they are quick to use and can deal a lot of damage, if not be an outright one-shot like the green slime glove. Anyone with the slime crown is also going to be hard to beat, but there are only 3 players still using that. Those with the Fiend Barb relic can also be bad news, however, you can completely counter it by having Weaver make you a full-body suit to go under your clothes. I hope you still have points left to buy that, but it only costs 100. You should also get a medium healing potion just to be safe. I already spent all my points, Beck said. Gladwin shook his head. I'll go do that now, Adam said. Now. Beck asked. It'll take her a while to make, he argued, although his main reason for going was that he needed to visit Levicidix before it got dark. If you come across this story on Amazon, it's taken without permission from the author. Report it. Amelia nodded. You should do that too, Gladwin. Gotcha, he replied and stood up, vanishing from the table. Before Adam could leave, Amelia said, "You have to get rid of that pendant." Her tone was serious. He paused and looked at her. Why? Because scorn will guarantee you die in stage 5. Once you and Gladwin are back, I will explain the worship portion of the forbidden altar. But I will tell you right now, you cannot worship anything if you're wearing that. If you cannot worship an absolute in stage 5, then you cannot claim the altar. If you cannot claim the altar, you cannot beat the stage. So get rid of it. What if I just take it off before I try to claim the altar? He asked. It will be too late by then. How can you be sure? He wanted to ask, but her tone made it pretty clear he had no choice. Fine, I'll get rid of it, he told her. Then he floated down to the ground floor and dismounted his barrier. Shitbox, store the queen's pendant in my player house. No way, I'm just gonna sell something that useful. Understood. Adam had finished ordering a spider silk onesie from Weaver and flown to the center of Interim Island just as the sun was about to set. Levicidix flew down from the clouds above and alighted on the edge of a house in front of him. You know how I feel about you showing up late, she scolded him. I've been busy, he replied. Just show me your upgrades real quick, and I'll let you go to wherever it is you go. Thank you, she replied. Meta upgrades for sale. Damage, increase all damage by 10%, 1000 points. Rewards, increase reward options by 625/4000 points. Vendors, increase vendor options by 1 to 4000 points. Rerolls, start every loop with 1 reroll dice, 2500 points. Relic saving, start every loop with 2 saved relic slots, 5000 points. Cheat death, start every loop with the cheat death relic, 10,000 points. Adam wanted to leave some points remaining for last-minute purchases, and, since he had 1,901 points left after buying the anti-fiend barb clothing from Weaver, he knew exactly how to spend it with Levicidix. I will spend 1,000 points on the damage upgrade and 1 point on rewards. Just 1 point, she asked. That's right. Why? Because it's annoying to look at. That's a strange argument, Levicidix replied. Well, it's how I've decided to spend my points. I see. Meta upgrade unlocked. Damage, increase all damage by 10%. Meta upgrade progress. Rewards, increase reward options by 626/4000 points. What does the damage upgrade cost now? He asked. Levicidix waved one of her black banded arms and the next upgrade appeared. Meta upgrade for sale. Damage, increase all damage by 25%, 2500 points. Is it adding 25% to the 10% I just unlocked? He asked. No, the 10% increase will become 25% once you unlock this second step. What is the next step? I cannot say, she replied. Been a while since I heard that phrase. Speaking of things you can't tell me, will you end up selling a scale of remembrance at some point? You know the answer to your question already, Levicidix replied and lifted into the air. Good night, Adam. It was worth a try. Good night. He watched the moth take off into the sky and pull the floating scales with her. Guess I'll go see Olivita before I return to the tavern. I shouldn't have been gone that long, so they probably won't mind if I take a little longer. You're back. It has been a while, said Olivita. I brought 2 mastery shards with me, he told her. That's good. Have a look at my upgrades. The small black moth swiped an arm over the purple glowing crystal ball and her selection appeared. Mastery upgrades for sale. Skipping stone, skip a stage if eligible, 2 shards. Orb of insight, view info about the upcoming stage, 1/3 shards. Visiting stone, visit the dimension of a known player, 8 shards. Vanity, Turn an interim island denizen into a humanoid, 10 shards. I think I'll get the orb. Since it has a 3-stage cooldown, that means I can use it right away and it would still be ready for stage 8. I'll buy the Orb of Insight. Thank you, Olivita replied. Mastery upgrade unlocked. Orb of Insight, view info about the upcoming stage. You wouldn't happen to sell a scale of remembrance at some point, would you? No, Olivita replied firmly. So it definitely comes from Levicidix. Guess that makes sense, given her color scheme. How do I use my new upgrade? Adam asked. The moth indicated the crystal ball in front of her on the round table. Ah, it's more than just a prop, he said. Peer into the Orb of Insight. Adam leaned closer and then. Orb of Insight activated. Viewing stage 5, the Forbidden Altar. Adam's mind was sucked into the purple glowing orb. His vision flickered black for a second before switching to a hallway of stone. He was seeing from the perspective of something like a drone that hovered slowly through the air while looking at the walls and elfin statues lining them. Then one of the statues broke free from the stone and raised a weapon. Time froze, and something like an X-ray vision overlaid the statue elemental, revealing the glass core in its torso. The perspective switched to a dead-end hallway with more statues lining its walls. One of them held 2 swords, and as the thing guiding him moved closer, its right sword pulled down, and the end of the hallway opened like a door. His vision flickered again, showing a chamber with 3 solemn elfin statues standing in front of a carved stone shrine, upon which a dark spear lay like a sacred object. As he hovered closer, he saw the statues were actually alive, although their skin was dark gray and their eyes totally black. The perspective switched again, showing a statue with a missing left eye holding a spear. Then a blue pearl floated into the empty socket and the wall the statue was mounted on swung open to reveal a small chamber with a stone chest inside. It switched again, and this time it showed a large altar in a natural cavern that the underground stone tunnels clearly led to. Puddles covered the floor, created by the dripping stalactites jutting down from the ceiling. The altar was a round stone disc full of carved channels that the cave water filled. There were 15 plinths on the outer edge of the disc, all the same size save for 4 which were larger than the rest. Each plinth had a rounded hole in the top, and in the center of the disc was a heavy-looking stone orb. Suddenly his perspective was forcefully torn away, and he saw 6 faces in quick succession, one of which was his own, and another which belonged to Willow Martin. The remaining 4 were a woman and 3 men, but he didn't recognize them. Orb of Insight deactivated. The vision ended abruptly and his mind was shot back into his own body with such force that he stumbled a step and nearly slipped out through the door flap to Olivida's tent. Adam breathed rapidly as his mind reeled from what he'd seen. It showed me the stone spear weapon and how to open the way, and it showed me how to use the sky blue pearl to get to the map. Just like Amelia told me. The Orb of Insight is clearly a useful tool to find secrets. I guess there aren't any secret bosses though, unless those black-eyed elfin count as one. From what I can guess, the altar part of the stage works by lifting that stone orb and placing it atop a plinth to pick someone to worship. He paused as he realized what the last part of the vision meant. Fuck. Suddenly Amelia's reaction to Willow's name made more sense. It explained why she wouldn't help him get in touch with her. She'd been trying to protect Adam from getting hurt, because she'd known. She knew that I would have to fight Willow in stage 5. He couldn't accept it. There had to be a way for him to defy the Trials' cruelty. Adam ran out of the tent and jumped on his barrier, flying off to the tavern. Amelia immediately accepted his connection request. Neither Gladwin nor Beck were with her when she appeared. She looked at Adam's face and then at the simple stool he sat on. He had been too much in a hurry to bother shaping his barrier into a seat. "What's wrong?" she asked, sounding genuinely concerned. "I found out who I'm fighting next," he told her. Her expression darkened. "How?" she asked. "I bought the Orb of Insight and it showed me." From the look of surprise that flashed across her face, it was clear Amelia hadn't given the upgrade any thought whatsoever. "You need to help me defy the Forbidden Altar," he pleaded. "It can't be done, Adam. I've already told you." "Why not?" "There has to be a way." I asked Arturo many times and he said it couldn't be done. I haven't been able to prove him wrong. Adam felt like he was gonna throw up. A ball was lodged in his throat and bile rose up, threatening to spill out. I don't want to kill her, he said, feeling on the verge of despair. You don't have to, Amelia replied. Someone else will, his mind said, finishing her sentence. You don't understand, he told her, basically pleading for her to fix what couldn't be fixed. She's the reason I even started time looping in the first place. Just like how you wouldn't have survived to find the divine relic if I hadn't saved you in stage 7. Amelia froze. You used the scale. Of course I did, but it's not important right now. We need to find out how I can save Willow. She reached an arm across the table and tried to touch his hand, but her fingers passed through him. Let me tell you about the rest of the stage and how the altar works. Maybe there's a way. Adam knew that she was just lying to be nice to him. But he let himself be swept up in the lie. He needed to save his friend, even if she was just a stranger to him in this universe. Do you want to know the people you're up against? Amelia started off asking him. Tell me what weapon Willow has, he said. She gave him a worried look. It was obvious that she didn't believe that it was possible to save anyone in stage 5, but she kept her thoughts to herself for now. She uses the level 12 longshot evolution of Archer, which deals increased damage based on the distance an arrow travels. For relics she has the Blink Ring, Barrage Glove, First Strike Earring, Sanctuary Defender's Robe, and the Captain's Cape. She seems to focus on damage and draw speed. The guy who killed me last loop had the Blink Ring too, Adam said. She nodded. It is quite effective up close in a confined space, but it takes a lot of skill to use at range. However, Willow normally dies to 2 other players that team up, according to what you told me last loop. Adam frowned. Amelia continued, the pair who team up are the biggest hurdle. It's a man and a woman. The man has the assassin evolution of Backstabber and focuses on speed. The woman has the level 12 Crusader evolution of Priest. If you take out the assassin first, you'll be fine, but if he can get close, you'll be in trouble since he has an affliction-focused setup. And the last 2, he asked. One has some evolution of the Berserker weapons, but I'm not sure what it does. The other is an unevolved Lancer. I've been watching them, and it doesn't seem like either has much of a plan for what they're doing. They both died to the duo last loop. You should watch out for the Berserker if you run into him though, since he has the purple slime glove. The Berserker dual wields weapons, right? That's right. This guy still has axes, but I know it's possible to get dual swords or chains. Chains? From what I've been told they're like whips, she explained. They sounded difficult to use. Do you know why the priest and backstabber team up? Adam asked. I don't. You never told me, she replied. I've been watching them through the tavern, but it doesn't seem like they're talking to each other, so I think 5 is the first time they meet. Is it unreasonable to try and save them all? Adam wondered. Yes, she replied honestly. He sighed. The all-seeing system told us to defy it. There has to be a way to avoid killing each other. However, she started and Adam's ears perked up, it is possible there is some way to dual claim the altar. Really? He asked. How? I'll have to explain how worship works first. Okay. The thing is, there are 15 potential absolutes to worship. But you don't just get to pick and choose. You must fulfill their requirements for them to be options, and several are unknown to me. In my vision from the Orb of Insight, I saw 11 small plinths and 4 big ones. The big ones are for the strongest of the absolutes, as far as I can tell, Amelia explained. Of the 4, I know 3, and they are, the First Light, the Eternal Serpent, and, the Void. The Serpent appears to anyone who has looped twice, the Void seems to always show up, and the First Light appears after finding the brazier behind the player house, but only if you haven't killed other players or island denizens. You don't know what the 4th one is? Amelia shook her head. Even Arturo didn't know how to make it appear. What are the rest that you know? He asked. I don't know the unlock conditions for each of them, but these are the ones I'm fairly sure about. The All-Mother appears if you save Bellamurinth, Harla appears if you've killed 3 players, Nwetru obviously shows up if you have the Abyssal Tooth, Mesmer always shows up like the Void, and Morelight appears if you've used fire magic to kill something. Last loop, Masked Courtesan, showed up for me but I'm not yet sure why, Reino Thailand bot S. I wonder if the way I killed the aristocrat counts for Morelight, but otherwise the kills with my summons should count, thanks to the True Flames icon. So, counting the one big absolute, there are 6 you still don't know about. Arturo didn't know either. Adam asked. I do know 2 others, but not how to make them appear. They're the Flayed Lady and the Guardian. Arturo also didn't know what the missing 4 were. I think their conditions are really obscure or difficult. When we first met, you asked me what the Void does, Adam recalled. What was the answer? Amelia looked away before saying, it kills you. What's the point of that, he asked. It permanently kills you. Adam blinked. Oh. He realized why she wouldn't meet his eyes. The Void is probably the only way for me to escape my death loop. What about Nharla? He then asked, changing the subject. You said something about a human mimic connected to him. All of the absolutes give you a boon when you first worship them, but they also give you a curse or some demerit. Nharla allows you to rearrange your stats, enabling you to take one value of an attribute and swap it with another. It's extremely useful, and many players choose to worship him as a result. He usually shows up as an option since the winner of Stage 5 tends to kill at least 3 other players to claim the altar. They pick it even though they know they'll be cursed with a mimic. Adam asked, surprised. It is definitely a useful power, but the thought of having to encounter whatever the hell a human mimic is sounds like it'd deter a lot of people. They don't know, Amelia replied. The negative effects are usually unknown. I only know about the link between Harla and the mimic thanks to Arturo. But I know what the demerits are for the serpent, the first light, and the All-Mother. The serpent doubles the duration of effects on the player, both positive and negative. The first light makes it so you take damage if you injure another player. And picking the All-Mother gives you a soul wing like what the Elfin have. It's a pretty serious weak point, since any damage dealt to it cannot be healed between stages and attacks against it bypass your defense. What do you usually pick? Adam asked. Mesmer, she said. But this will be the first time that the serpent is available to me, so I might pick it instead. You pick Mesmer even though you don't know what the weakness is. I don't think it's something major, and the appraisal, skill and improved eyesight he gives are super helpful. Love this story. Find the genuine version on the author's preferred platform and support their work. That does sound useful. An appraisal skill probably makes it so much easier to assess dangers, at least if it works like I'm assuming it does. Should I pick that too? Adam asked. I don't know, she said. The last 2 loops, when you were using the warrior, you picked Nharla to swap your stats around for more health and speed. It always resulted in you having to fight the mimic in stage 6. What did Arturo usually pick? Morelight, Amelia answered. What does he give? You start off with receiving the Sun Flare spell. It's like a fireball, except it deals sun damage. I think it could be very good for stage 8. That sounds powerful. Wait, what do you mean by start off with? Are there more boons than that? After beating stage 10 you can upgrade your worship or switch to another, although switching is often not a simple thing. As you find more altars in later stages, you can continue to upgrade your worship. If you upgrade, you get another boon but also a new weakness. The second weakness for Mesmer is pretty bad. What is it? He asked. It's not important right now, she told him. I disagree, he said. Knowing future demerits could change things. None of them are bad enough to kill you outright, and it's more important you pick one that benefits you, rather than worrying too much about whatever weaknesses it might have. All of the boons come with weaknesses after all. Can't you just tell me? He asked. Amelia's expression softened and she finally explained, Mesmer's second weakness turns your eyes into weak points and prevents you from wearing anything to cover them. Even a small hit to the face can deal over 100 points of damage because of it. Anyway, it seems Mesmer is a god associated with eyes. Just like the system, Adam replied. What do you mean? Amelia asked, clearly confused. Adam paused. You haven't seen it between loops. Seen what? The all-seeing system. It refers to the cubes as its eyes, and it's clearly responsible for all the weird eye-based symbolism. Skoll called it the Watcher, which seems a lot more fitting. What are you talking about? She asked. I see nothing except the spiraling eye when I loop. The spiraling eye? What the hell is that? When I died and looped last time, I talked to him, Adam said. The Watcher. Do you think he's one of the missing absolutes? She asked. Adam shook his head. It sounds like, from what Skoll was saying, that the all-seeing system is the organizer of the Trials of Defiance. The other absolutes might be participants, like sponsors or something. And the audience are their spawn and misbegotten demon offspring, she added. Adam frowned at the thought. But it is fitting that such a cruel game is to be observed by gods and demons. Anyway, Amelia said, bringing the conversation back on topic, I think if you want to save Willow, you should try and claim the altar together. How does claiming work? You have to step onto the stone disc and touch the orb that's in the middle of the altar. What about the layout of the stage? He asked. I saw from the orb of insight that the altar itself is in a cave. It can change a little bit, depending on how many players participate. The default is 5, but sometimes there are 6. I think it has to do with who survives and who doesn't. Probably Beck will end up as the 6th in his stage since he normally dies in stage 2. Each player goes down a stairwell, and these are arranged in a circle around the cave with the altar inside. It only has one entrance, and all the stairwell chambers lead into tunnels that come together into chambers. Adam nodded. And those chambers lead to new tunnels that lead to other chambers. It's meant to be a maze, and the ambushing statue elementals are supposed to slow people down. But you'll always get 1 or 2 players that just take off running immediately. It's better to be methodical and take your time, otherwise you'll easily fall into traps. Besides, you have at least 5 minutes to get to the altar if someone claims it, and it's pretty difficult to defend, since the space is so open. Unless whoever claims it first has a ranged weapon or traps, Adam added. That's only kind of true. There are several statue elementals in the tunnel that leads to the altar, and they always get dragged into the cavern by whoever goes in first. Wait a moment, Adam said, realizing something. If there are supposed to only be 5 people in the stage, why do I have 6 in mine? I don't know, Amelia replied. Then he remembered something else. In my remembrance, there was a time looper called Suleiman. Apparently he helped me survive stage 8 once. I had a memory of you and I discussing it in the tavern before stage 9. Amelia's eyes widened. How? I don't know, the explanation was completely impossible to understand. She sighed deeply. That's right, I forgot it did that. But I've never even heard of someone called Suleiman. Do you think he was a time looper before Arturo? Adam asked. Amelia didn't immediately respond and she was looking off to the side. Then she turned back to face him. There's no one by that name, she said. I forgot to even check. But then again, he had immediately been invited to talk by Gladwin when he got to the tavern after seeing the past memories. Maybe it was a nickname, Adam guessed. Or we're missing his last name, she said. What did he look like? He was apparently a kind-looking African man. I never actually saw him in the memories. I don't know any African player who goes by that name, she replied. But I'm relieved to hear that it's possible for you to survive stage 8. My plan for this loop was going to be quite grim. How so? She shook her head. It doesn't matter now. Amelia then went on to describe the exact layout he could expect from stage 5. She also told him the approximate location of the statue that could be activated with the sky blue pearl, as well as the hallway with the secret lever that led to the chamber with the stone spear. According to what the past version of him had told her, he started on the northern side of the stage. From what he could gather based on the descriptions, the place he'd started in his last loop was on the southwestern side. She didn't know where the other players would start, but the northern stairwell was the one furthest from the other 5, hence why Adam had apparently always reached the altar around the time the others were almost dead in the past. What do I do about the secrets? He asked. The pearl statue was on the way to the altar, but the hallway to the spear was a detour since it was closest to the eastern stairwell. You should grab the map if it's safe to do so, but hold off on seeking out the stone spear, unless you can convince Willow not to fight you. If all other players are dead and you claim the altar, then the stage will end. If it comes to that, you should hold off on claiming it and try it out. Is the fight for the spear difficult? He asked. I saw what looked like Elfin guarding it. I'll have to get the Orb of Insight next, Amelia said. It really showed you everything. But yes, the fight with the Death Guard can be tough since there are 3 bosses to deal with. And they're fast. I don't think I'll have trouble with them even if they're fast, he said confidently. After I evolved both the Summoner and Shaper last stage, my power really spiked. Invoker gave me an extra summon and Fusionist allows me to combine 2 barriers to get a single barrier with double stats. And I think I can chain the fusions together to combine several elements if I can get additional summons. I don't really understand what that means, she admitted. After I survive stage 5, I will show you, he said. Amelia paused and some unintelligible emotion flashed across her face. I thought you didn't want me to visit you again, she said, her voice quite small. You just surprised me and I felt like I was put on the spot. Sorry. But you still used the scale, she replied. I did. It was quite unsettling, but also eye-opening. Did you get it from Levicidix? Yes. It's unlocked after 5, alongside the challenge stone from Olivita. I see. A long pause followed where neither of them spoke. Then Amelia said, I'm sorry. Even though you're not the Adam I know, I kept trying to force you to become like him. Adam smiled slightly. Time looping is confusing, isn't it? After I lost you in my last loop, I thought about giving up, she admitted. The challenges and suffering now is nothing compared to what comes later. I've gone through it twice and I'm afraid of what it's doing to me. Why? What's coming? The stages get longer and more complex and the dangers compound, making everybody paranoid. Stage 8 where you always die is the first sign of that. Moonport, right? He asked. She nodded. It's a beautiful city on the water, but the objective is to find and kill a coven of vampires. During the day you hunt for clues, and at night you have to hide. It breaks a lot of players' psyches, especially since 7 is like a fantasy adventure to many, so the contrast is hard to handle. And it's so easy to make a mistake and have the townsfolk or even players turn into thralls you must kill. I hate that stage, not just because it always takes you away from me. And it's just the start. Once the stages begin lasting several weeks, it completely screws up your sense of self. Every one of the stages past 10 requires you to envelop yourself in their worlds, only to then be abruptly pulled away when they're done. Several weeks. Adam exclaimed. As I say, the stages get longer and longer. 5 lasts 30 minutes. 6 is a full day. 7 lasts 3 days. 8 lasts 5 days. And stage 9 is a full week. Fucking hell. But it matches the trend of the system getting more and more powerful as time progresses and players perish. You won't be alone to deal with those stages this time around, he told her. I'm not planning on dying in stage 8. I've gotten really strong in this loop already, so I feel quite confident about my chances. Survive the altar first, then I'll believe you, she said with a small smile. Did you buy a medium healing potion yet? No, I was thinking of Dash. Don't be an idiot, she scolded him. It's 500 points, he complained. Did you spend all your points already? No, but Dash. Then no excuses, she interrupted him. Go get yourself that potion. Adam sighed with a smile. Fine, he said. After that, you should go practice against the dummy in the player house. If you set it to mimic the forlorn captain, it will be a good substitute for another player. Try to see if you can find a way to defeat it in one hit. You've got the first strike earring so it should be possible. Adam saluted her. Yes, ma'am. Amelia laughed. What time should I visit you tomorrow? She then asked. The memory of how Amelia and his past self had met after every stage to go on dates popped into his mind, and he paused for a moment, thinking. Let's first meet through the tavern after I'm done in the market. Okay, she replied. Her expression didn't let anything show, but he couldn't help but wonder if she was disappointed by his answer. They said their goodbyes and Adam left for the market to buy the healing potion like she told him. Now entering. Stage 5. The Forbidden Altar. 30-minute timer. Adam opened his eyes, immediately recognizing the strange sensation of being stuck in a cut scene. But it was different from last time. He stood on the engraved stone disc in the middle of the elfin sanctuary's ritual site. Under his feet, reflective mercury flowed through the grooves in the stone. Ahead of him, in the very center of the disc, stood Bellamourinth. Behind her was the elfin queen. Both wore the green dresses that Weaver had spun. The girl was facing Adam and, as he watched, her mother lifted a silvery dagger in the air, unseen by her child. Adam could neither move nor speak. He was forced to watch as the blade plunged down towards Bellamourinth's neck. The necklace he'd given her glowed with a dark blue light and a thunderclap rocked the air, sending the elfin queen hurtling along the ground while Adam stumbled back a step. Enormous blue petals emerged from the air around Belle and all the spectators on the steps of the pit gasped, dropping to their knees in religious supplication. Then the petals closed around her. A beautiful flower formed briefly, before vanishing without a trace, taking Bellamourinth with it. She's saved. Was that the All-Mother coming to her rescue? The elfin queen screamed, her voice like the banshee's Adam's lantern manifested. She stumbled towards the center of the disc while the voices of the elfin around them blended together into an incoherent chorus. The wing that hung from her back, the translucent red extension of her soul, was coming apart. Glowing purple slashes adorned it, and the wing broke into pieces like glass as she staggered towards where Adam stood, unable to move. Then she fell to her knees in the center of the disc and rammed the silver dagger into the side of her own neck. I do this for mine people, she wheezed, and wrenched the blade through her flesh, spilling cerulean blue blood into the engraved pattern. Adam was forced to watch as the woman bled to death, her lifeblood spreading across the disc, flowing alongside the mercury without mixing together. The elfin on the steps continued to pray and weep, but unlike last time, their wings and skin had not faded and become pale. The ground rumbled and the stone disc under his feet started to rotate. He turned away from the dead queen to watch the entrance to the altar be revealed. This time there was no one here to tell him to become the champion of the elfin. A Nigerian Naira. With the sacrifice of Bellamourinth prevented, the people of the sanctuary have not caught the All-Mother's ire. Though they may have lost her favor, it is better to be godless than scorned. Without a word or a glance back over his shoulder, Adam moved towards the stairwell at the edge of the stone disc. Then he blinked. Like last time, Adam found himself wandering down a spiraling staircase made of stone. On his right was a hole leading straight into darkness below. With a blink he was transported deeper. The stairwell had become narrower. Openings in the walls revealed the vast chamber he was descending into. As he looked around, his head and eyes the only things he could control, he spotted 5 other spiraling staircases. I really am facing 5 other players this time. Last time it was 4. Then he saw the other players imitating his movements on the other stairwells. He looked around for Willow and found her directly opposite him, in what was the southern part of the stage. She stared right back at him in surprise, and he held her gaze as their bodies were puppeteered down the steps until they lost line of sight of each other. As he came back around, he immediately spotted another woman. That's the one with the Crusader class. She had caramel skin, black hair styled into a bob, and looked to be in her 30s. Something told him she was Caribbean. Though he squinted and tried to gauge her equipment, he couldn't see her weapon or relics. Adam looked at the others but couldn't tell who was who. However, he did notice one of the men staring intently at the Crusader. He had a complexion like her, and buzz-cut black hair. Given their similar appearances, he wondered if they were related, friends from the same place, or something. He felt fairly confident that the man was the assassin that Amelia had warned him about. Maybe that's why they end up working together, because they know each other. The last two were an Asian man with a goatee and slick-back black hair, and a tanned blonde late-teens guy whose eyes were huge and terrified. The Asian guy seemed a bit more put together and was probably in his 40s if Adam had to guess. He tried to map out where each of them were in relation to him and Willow while considering the layout that Amelia had explained to him. He was dismayed to realize that to Willow's immediate right was the assassin, and to her left was the crusader. The Asian man was to the crusader's right on the eastern side, and opposite on the west was the blonde guy. Adam blinked and suddenly found himself at the foot of the stairwell. He took a deep breath as control of his body returned to him. Willow is going to run straight into the assassin based on their locations. I have to go as fast as I can to get to her. He summoned his barriers and combined them in front of himself. I can do this. Stage objective. Claim the altar before the timer runs out. He formed the barrier into a narrow sled and climbed on top. He was going to fly down the hallways since running wouldn't be quick enough. Because he knew the layout, he knew which way to go to reach Willow. If he was fast enough, he knew he might be able to get to the chamber where her path connected with the assassins before either of them could get far. The stage will begin in 30 seconds. Only one player may claim the altar. If there are other players alive, claiming the altar takes 5 minutes. Once the altar is claimed, surviving players will perish. Adam knew he couldn't trust the words of the cube, but it was hard for him to not feel anxious about his plan. If it really was as simple as two people claiming the altar simultaneously, then surely Arturo would have known. But there has to be a way to save other players. It wouldn't make any sense if it wasn't possible to defy this stage. Or would it? The only way I've been able to defy the game, besides getting a shard lodged in my chest, was to give Bellamorant the necklace, and that wasn't really much of a defiance. In terms of the story I'm playing through, it makes sense that it would work that way. I don't know enough about this setting and these absolutes to say if there's a way to defy the player versus player design, but maybe there's something like a twin god that would allow two players to survive together. After all, Amelia didn't know what four of them were, so they could be anything. You could be reading stolen content. Head to the original site for the genuine story. He shook his head. First I need to save Willow from the others, then I can find out a way for us to both survive the stage. Adam swallowed. He'd already decided that the crusader and assassin had to die, since they were too dangerous to leave alive, but he couldn't decide if he should attempt to save the other two. Begin. Adam gripped his flying barrier tightly and shot himself down the stone hallway. He zoomed past the statues that came to life, too fast for them to catch him, and rounded the first corner without slowing down. The stone corridors were lit by yellow gems in the ceiling as he flew through, taking every new corner with reckless speed until he reached his first chamber. Unlike the first chamber he'd encountered in his last loop, this one only had 2 tunnels branching from it. The room itself was like a triangle, with a tunnel in each wall, and the walls were covered in hieroglyphs. At the center of the room was a treasure chest made of stone, and on either side of it stood 2 sword-wielding statue elementals. I'll come back for it, he decided, and took the right tunnel. From behind came the echoing steps of the many enemies that trailed after him, but they would never be able to catch up. I wonder if I should try and harvest their cores. It seemed like they were made of glass, so they'll be difficult to break free of their bodies without destroying them. Although, if he could harvest the cores he'd get a lot of points out of it, since there were a lot of enemies in the stage. It was something else to try after he had saved Willow. While he flew through the tunnels and chambers, following the fastest route from the northern stairwell to the southern one, he considered the 2 potions he'd bought last night. Amelia had told him to just get a medium potion, but he'd bought a small one as well. With his remaining 300 points he'd gotten the potion belt from Luca, and it was now strapped around his right arm. It was not only to protect his healing items but also so he could utilize the relic as a shield. He'd gotten the idea from his memories of the past, which had made him realize that the indestructible description of the relic literally made the potions impossible to break. It was a simple exploit but far more useful than anything else he could have spent his remaining points on. If my reflexes are fast enough, I might even be able to block an arrow, he thought to himself. Though probably not if they're instant. I really hope she doesn't try to fight me. Sounds of fighting came from a right branching tunnel as Adam flew through a box-shaped chamber. It was the direction of the blonde guy's stairwell, but he didn't stop. The elementals he'd triggered were unable to keep up and he couldn't even hear them anymore. I wonder if they'll just hang around where they lost sight of me. Or maybe they'll return to their starting points. He wanted to get the chest he'd passed, so he was gonna find out the answer later. The tunnel he flew through had a strange U-shape and he banked hard on the first corner, slamming the bottom of his flying barrier into a statue elemental that came to life. The stone elfin was knocked back into the wall with enough force to detach its head, and the impact damaged the barrier enough to crack it completely, triggering Last Stand's fervor. Oh shit. Adam didn't stop to finish off the elemental and instead surged around the next corner in the U-shaped tunnel, going a lot faster than before thanks to the new buff. He banked around the turn leading out of the strange corridor and emerged into a wider hallway that fed into a large oval chamber. As he flew into this new room, he counted down the timer in his head. The chamber was identical to the one that Ilya had ambushed him in, with statues standing around a large central pillar and stone coffins placed near the walls. Unlike last time, all the statues were intact. Adam put the brakes on his barrier and stepped off, before resummoning its replacements. While fusing the two fresh barriers together, some of the statues awoke and started to approach. But he didn't have time to fight them and quickly shaped his spell into a sled, before climbing on board and taking off down past the pillar. The eyes engraved on the structure seemed to be following him as he moved. It's definitely the same room I died in last time. He suppressed a shudder. This chamber brought back bad memories. Adam flew down through a tunnel on the left side of the far wall, retracing his path from the last loop. It brought him to a chamber with a closed stone chest and two tunnels connecting to it. If he went right, he would go to the chamber he'd encountered Charlotte Hayes in. But he went left to go towards Willow's stairwell, zooming down the tunnel. He immediately noticed that statues were missing along the hallway walls. Then he realized the ones that should have been in the previous chamber were gone too. Shit. Adam came out of the tunnel and into a circular room with a raised dais in the middle and dead statues lying around its stone steps. On the platform lay Willow, her blood running down the stones from a gash across her neck and a wound in her back. Above her stood the man with the buzz cut, holding a single bloody dagger. He wore the same fur coat armor relic as Adam and had the blood mage choker on his neck. No. Adam roared and leapt off his barrier, flinging it at the assassin and shaping it into a cone mid-flight. Adam skidded along the stone floor on his boots as the killer turned in his direction and immediately leapt toward him. He wasn't fast enough to avoid the barrier, and it flew through his left leg with ease, tearing it from his body and leaving just a frayed stump. The assassin tumbled as he landed at the foot of the dais and immediately began screaming in pain. Adam brought the barrier back and drove it down through the guy's head, piercing his cranium like it was made of wet paper and cutting off his scream. He ran past the dead assassin to where Willow lay, taking the medium healing potion out of his potion belt and pouring it into her mouth. "Don't die. Don't die," he muttered repeatedly in desperation while making sure as much of the potion went into her mouth as possible. The cube floated over next to him. When looking at a lootable corpse, you may utter the command loot to receive a list of relics available to take. Adam froze. What the fuck did you just say? He looked down at Willow's body. The red liquid from the healing potion was spilling out of her open mouth. Her lifeless eyes stared into the distance. No. No. She can't be fucking dead. This player has perished. You cannot heal dead players. Adam wanted to yell at the cube and swing his barrier to try and kill it. But he knew it was pointless. It wouldn't bring her back to life. He finally noticed the blood that covered his hands and soaked into the silken pants and undersuit that Weaver had made for him. The red puddle he knelt in reflected his face. Bile filled his throat, but he swallowed it down. What was I even thinking? How arrogant to assume I would find a way to save Willow when Amelia and Arturo couldn't defy this stage. I didn't even get to try my plan with the altar. He knew it wouldn't have worked. It was too obvious. But he wanted to at least have been able to give it a try, just so he could say he hadn't given up without knowing. Adam shut Willow's eyes and got to his feet. He gritted his teeth and said, "Loot. Loot, Willow Martin. Captain's cape, rare. First strike earring, rare. Sanctuary Defender's Robe, rare. Barrage Glove, uncommon. Blink Ring, uncommon. Small Healing Potion, common. He grabbed the potion first and it immediately appeared in the potion belt strapped around his right arm. Can I wear 2 first strike earrings? He asked the cube. Yes. He nodded. That was good. When he looted the earring, it pierced his left earlobe and equipped itself. The pain was hardly noticeable. I don't want to take her clothes. He grabbed everything else and stuffed it in his spider silk sack, leaving Willow with the robe still on her body. It took a surprising amount of effort to leave her behind, but he didn't have a choice if he wanted to live. I will save you. He promised her in his mind. Adam walked down the steps to where the assassin's corpse lay and prompted the loot command in his mind. Loot, a Johnny Lewis. Blood Mage Choker, epic. Slothling Fur Coat, rare. Affliction Ward, uncommon. Parry Bracer, uncommon. Tainted Bracer, uncommon. Adam could picture how the fight between the two had gone. Willow had probably not noticed him at first and fought through the statue elementals he'd brought with him. Then, when she'd spotted him, she might have managed to shoot an arrow at him, but because of the choker, he'd survived the hit. He pulled all of the relics into his spider silk sack. It was already full, and he knew he'd have to discard stuff before he was done with the stage. There were 3 other players he'd have to loot before then. Equip Affliction Ward, he said. You are already wearing a relic on your available belt slot. Would you like to unequip Fetish of Sloth and replace it with Affliction Ward? I guess I can't unequip the Wraith Lantern, which must be taking up another slot on my belt. Even though there was plenty of space on his belt, he was apparently limited to just 2 attachments. It was just another weird quirk of the slot-based system, similar to how he could only use 1 ring relic per hand. Strangely, the potion belt allowed itself to be strapped anywhere on his body as far as he could tell. Sure, unequip the fetish and equip the ward. I'll swap it back before I take on the death guard. The dried worm popped into his hand, and he plopped it down into the spider silk sack. He wondered if getting a backpack would be more efficient. Adam's barrier was still buried in a Johnny's skull, and when he lifted it up, his body followed. He frowned, an irrational thought burning in his mind. He doesn't deserve to lay dead in the same chamber as Willow. Adam slowly walked out of the tunnel as his barrier moved in front of him, the assassin's dead body still attached. When he got to the smaller chamber, he threw the murderer's body off to the side and went over to loot the stone chest. There was no golden light or anything, but inside lay a stone mask with a similar appearance to the elfin statues' faces. It had hooded eyes and a flat smile with thin lips, as well as pointed cheeks and a sharp chin, making the face quite angular. The top of the mask cut off in the middle of the forehead. He lifted it up. Relic. Stone mask, uncommon, sacrifice the relic to negate the damage of the next attack. When the relic breaks, the wearer is cursed with wither, taking 50% increased damage from the next attack. This wasn't a relic chest, but this is a good reward. If the assassin had taken a second to grab this, he might have been able to put up a fight. Can I equip this even though I'm wearing the earrings and crown? Yes. Your face is not covered by anything. If I'd worn a nose ring, would I still be able to wear it? No. This slot system is truly bizarre. Adam put the stone mask on, and his vision narrowed to slits. He took a deep breath and retraced his steps to the chamber with the pillar. I will find a way to save everyone from this stage in the future. Adam folded the barrier into the needle shape and prepared himself for his next encounter. The sounds of fighting pulled Adam down a hallway to the western stairwell. He'd eliminated 6 statue elementals on the way here. The ones he'd aggroed earlier had all returned to their original spots, making it quite easy to deal with them. Unfortunately, he was unable to extract any of their glass cores intact, mostly because he didn't have the time to be careful. He had, however, summoned 2 wraiths with their deaths, but they were gone now. He walked past the statues lining the walls. Several empty plinths indicated that the ones lying in wait here had already been triggered. It was no doubt the ones the blonde guy was fighting in the adjoining chamber. Stage alert. Player Shurong Zhang has claimed the altar. Adam picked up the pace. I'll have to get there as fast as I can to stop him from winning, but I need to deal with Blondie first, otherwise he'll sneak up behind me. He frowned to himself at his lazy justification for murder. It would be easier if I could just be delusional and convince myself I was doing this for their sake. Perhaps if I knew I could get to the divine relic, then I'd feel better about killing someone like this. I guess I should first see if he's friendly. Adam came out of the tunnel and into a rectangular chamber with a stone coffin on a raised dais in the middle. The blonde guy stood atop it, wildly swinging 2 axes to try and kill the 3 statues in front of him. The remains of 3 others lay around him. He wore the purple slime glove like Amelia had said, as well as the forlorn cuirass and tainted helmet. Adam was surprised Amelia had missed such an obvious sign of an affliction build, but as he continued watching from afar, it was clear that she hadn't mentioned the helmet because the guy didn't seem to have a good strategy for using it. That being said, his strikes did leave black slashes across the enemies, indicative of the taint affliction. He's got a terrible setup. The cuirass slows him down by 30% and makes his head take double damage. Not to mention, the helmet significantly reduces the healing effects he receives. I wonder if he could take off his relics and shed the detrimental effects or not, since Amelia said that it wasn't possible with the Queen's pendant. I'm guessing he can't, even though it was possible with the Fiend Barb. The Berserker's weapons had what looked like the engraving of a wolf's head on the pommels, and the axe heads themselves had metal claws on the sides of the blades. Adam brought the fused barrier out in front of him and folded it into the thin needle shape. Although he wanted to learn more about the blonde guy's weapons, he was on a strict timer. The Berserker used his slime glove to send a purple spike through the chest of a statue elemental and killed it. As it died, a soul essence flew back to Adam, and something black and tainted jumped to the other 2 statues, likely the affliction-spreading effect of the tainted helmet. Then the guy did something bizarre. He slashed widely to knock back the 2 remaining enemies before letting out a terrifying howl like a demented wolf. His eyes suddenly glowed with a malevolent yellow light, and a strange haze surrounded him, giving off the impression of flowing fur rising from his arms and back, as well as the outline of a wolf's head around his head. New Thailand bodies. What the hell? With a sudden spike in movement speed and damage, the Berserker tore into the 2 statues, his axes carving through their stone flesh despite having been unable to do so just a second prior. Their essences flew back towards Adam, and the blonde guy traced them to him. He howled again as he locked eyes with Adam. Oh shit. Not friendly. Adam shot his barrier forward as the wolf-possessed Berserker loped for him. Despite the cuirass slowing him down, the guy still moved pretty fast. But even with his powerful buff, he was no match for the speed of Adam's fused barrier. It tore through his head, leaving a hole where his eye had been. The wound was immediately cauterized by the burning effect imbued by the true flame crown. But disturbingly, the Berserker did not stop, even though there was now a piece of his brain missing. He's still alive. With a forceful tug, he pulled the barrier back, piercing the Berserker from behind and breaking open his ribcage as it burst out through the front of his body. The guy face-planted the stone floor, sliding a meter before coming to a stop and leaving a red smear in his wake. This time he was completely dead. That was too close, Adam scolded himself. He must have had the hobgoblin pendant that allows the wearer to survive a fatal hit, he realized. Adam had been careless because he'd relied on Amelia's simple description of the guy, assuming he wouldn't be a threat. No one who makes it to stage 5 is a complete pushover. What weapon evolution was he using? Adam asked the cube floating next to him. I cannot say. Shame, it seemed pretty cool. I'm guessing that buff must have had a long cooldown or something, since he wasn't using it until now. Loot. Loot, Eric Tornquist. Tainted helmet, epic. Purple slime glove, rare. Forlorn cuirass, rare. It seemed like the guy had used all his points on expensive relics and upgrades. No potions. Or maybe he used them all. They would have been ineffective with the tainted helmet though. A shame I couldn't kill him without destroying the epic rarity pendant, Adam thought, before immediately feeling guilty about it. He looted the relics and stuffed them inside his bulging spider silk sack. It was already becoming too cumbersome to continue lugging around. I'll have to leave this somewhere. Stage alert. Player Zania Lewis has claimed the altar. Adam was in the middle of unfolding his barrier into the flying sled when the announcement hit him. If you encounter this tale on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. That's gotta be the Crusader. Based on the last name, she is obviously related to the assassin I killed. That must be why they normally team up. I doubt she'll be happy to know I killed her family member, but maybe I can use it to make her drop her guard. Adam sighed. These horrible thoughts are coming to me so easily now. Regardless, it should be down to just us two, unless Shurong fled with his life intact. Adam lifted the heavy sack up onto the front of his barrier before climbing on himself. He took a moment to remember the best route to the altar, picking the one that would bring him past the eyeless statue that could be triggered with the sky blue pearl. I need to keep an eye out for traps, he thought to himself as he took off. Several statue elementals were hot on his trail when Adam reached the oval chamber wherein the eyeless statue was supposed to be located. He quickly scanned the walls until he spotted it. Aside from the hole where its left eye should have been, it looked just like all the rest. He didn't have time to activate it now, so he dropped the spider silk sack in front of it and continued through the tunnel at the far end. It snaked around and eventually linked up with a triangular chamber that had already been cleared. In the center of the room was an open chest. He had no idea what had been looted from it nor what kind of relics were available in the stage. If she's picked up a stone mask like me, I need to make sure to strike her twice to kill her. Maybe even 3 times if she has a hobgoblin pendant as well. Adam climbed off his flying sled and shaped it into the needle while cautiously moving through the hallway that led out of the triangular chamber. From what Amelia had told him, it would now be a straight shot to the cavern within which the altar resided. Behind him came the sounds of stone feet slapping the hard floor. Fortunately, the statues weren't that fast when not in melee range. Maybe I should slow down and let one of the statues catch up. I just need one more kill to trigger the Wraith Lantern. He paused for a second. Hold on. I needed 4 essences to fill it before I fought the Berserker, but I only got 3 from that fight. Adam pulled up the description. Relic. Wraith Lantern, rare, when an enemy is slain nearby, their soul essence is absorbed. When the relic is fully charged with sufficient soul essence, a winter wraith is summoned. Ah. It's only enemies. Weird that players don't count for that, even though it's a player versus player stage. Wait, is that supposed to be a clue? Is the answer to saving everyone that we have to work together? Bit late to try now, of course, and I might also just be reading too much into this. Adam checked his setup just to make sure he was fully prepared. There was only one more bend in the tunnel before he'd reach the cavern. Let's see, I have the True Flames icon crown, stone mask, slothling fur coat, 2 first strike earrings, captain's cape, cruel summoner's gauntlets, the potion belt with 2 small healing potions, the affliction ward, and my wraith lantern. He paused. Shit, I should have swapped the ward with the fetish of sloth. Oh well, I think I'll still be fine. Adam continued moving. 3 minutes remaining until the altar is claimed by player Zania Lewis. He didn't let the cube goad him into panicking. She couldn't have left the altar if she was claiming it, so there was no way for her to hide from him. It was more important that he didn't fall into any traps. Unlike the other tunnels, hallways, and chambers, the stone walls of the snaking tunnel leading to the altar were absolutely covered in hieroglyphic scribbles. It was almost like looking at a mural produced by a madman, given how none of it made any sense to his eyes. There were no actual words, just a bunch of symbols, such as a crown, an eye, a strawberry on a branch, a jagged stone, an open book, a swirling vortex, a moon, and other iconography that he couldn't make sense of, but which seemed to be depictions of deities. Maybe if I study these, I can pick up clues about the absolutes that can be worshipped. He shook his head. Not now. Focus. The tunnel curved left and then just immediately transitioned from hand-worked sand-colored stone to the rough dark gray rock of the cavern he'd seen with the orb of insight. Stalactites jutted down from the ceiling like monstrous teeth, and water dripped from their tips and down to the floor, leaving puddles. There weren't any stalagmites rising up from below, which seemed strange to Adam, given that this place had to be many thousands of years old and the stalactites continually dripped water down, which should have created deposits over time. It was a straight shot to the altar from the mouth of the tunnel, and Adam saw the Crusader standing there in the center of the 15 plinths almost 20 meters away. She had something metallic around her neck and wore the forlorn cuirass just like Eric. There was also a bracer on each of her arms, the slothling claw and the parry one. She didn't have any special boots, just normal sneakers, and in her hands was a mace and a medium-sized shield. He couldn't tell if she wore any rings or special gloves from this distance, but the priest rosary hung from her right hip on her belt. Adam attacked first and immediately shot his needle barrier at her, but since his effective range was only 14 meters, he moved forward with his spell. She lifted something in her shield hand and aimed it at him. Violet light manifested in front of her and took the shape of a slothling imp. It crouched down and leapt for Adam with its claws raised. A second light followed, before an identical copy appeared behind it and surged for him as well. 2 imps. Adam quickly swung his right hand to the left, shifting the trajectory of the needle so that it slipped through the first imp's head midair, before weaving through the neck of the second. The first demon flipped and struck the cavern floor on its back, and the second one just face-planted the rocky ground and stopped. Then they broke apart into violet light that retreated back to the Crusader's relic. From where they died appeared 2 soul essences which flowed into his wraith lantern. Adam curved the needle around the side of the Crusader, but she flung her shield out and managed to just barely clip the thin barrier, since it was quite long. The bracer on her arm exploded into fragments and he lost all control of the spell as it was flung across the cavern and embedded in the ceiling like a dart. She parried it. In the same moment, the shrieks of 2 wraiths manifested in front of Adam. They instantly flew toward Xenia with their sharp nails extended and ready to attack. Adam hadn't realized that he'd lose control of the barrier if it was parried by a player, but fortunately she wouldn't be able to repeat the trick. He resummoned the barriers while the wraiths went wild, both already turned red following their opening attacks, thanks to the last stand's fervor. Their claws tore up the Crusader's armor relic, leaving red-glowing frosty tears in the metal with every attack. It seemed weird that the Winter Wraith's inherent frost attack was not negated by the fire damage from the crown. Xenia triggered her other bracer and released a slash of 2 claws that tore through the wraith on her right, but it didn't work. The bracer immediately exploded. Clearly desperate, she then used a blood magic spell twice in rapid succession to pierce them both with long red spikes. The wraiths were invulnerable to the damage, even though it could affect them. The next hit from the left ghost destroyed her armor. From one moment to the next, the forlorn cuirass turned into bits of scrap that fell away from the Crusader's torso, revealing the orange blouse she wore beneath. Adam was busy slamming his barriers into the rocky ground until they cracked and triggered fervor. Then he quickly fused them together and shaped them into a narrow cone that he spun up like the head of a drill. The moment that the wraiths died and released an explosion of ice, freezing Xenia's body, Adam shot his barrier forwards. She had no way to defend herself since she was encased in ice. The projectile just tore through her torso, leaving a large hole where her heart should have been. She collapsed in a heap, instantly dead. The barrier exploded a moment later as the fervor expired, sending shards of magical glass plinking across the cavern. Adam stumbled towards the altar, making sure not to step onto its round platform. He swallowed at the sight of the woman. Why was that so easy? Even though these players had made it this far, he'd been able to defeat 3 of them without taking a single hit. He summoned 2 new barriers and used them to pull the Crusader's body towards him. Loot. Loot, Xenia Lewis. Blood Fist Ring, rare. Fetish of Sloth, rare. Committed Attack Ring, uncommon. Glutton Collar, uncommon. She didn't drop the rosary, but I guess I shouldn't be surprised since it's bound to the priest's weapon. I really underestimated the committed attack ring, he realized. If I'd gotten too close, she would have instantly killed me with the blood fist ring. I wonder how past me survived that, unless the potion belt can be used to guard against blood magic. He looked around and quickly spotted a body that lay behind the 4 large plinths in the back of the altar. Unsurprisingly, it was Shirong Zhang, the first guy to claim the altar. He had 2 holes in his torso, making it clear that Xenia had killed him with a double-activated blood fist. Even with a tripled cooldown, it's only a little over 2 minutes, since its default cooldown is 45 seconds. Adam pulled off his cruel summoner's gauntlets and dropped them to the floor, then he looted all of the Crusader's items, pulling the rings into his hand and dropping the rest at his feet. Equip committed attack ring and blood fist ring. Understood. He brought up their descriptions. Relics. Blood fist ring, rare, charge a powerful punch that shoots a blood spike through the target on impact. 45-second cooldown. Committed attack ring, uncommon, all cooldown-based relics gain a second use that can be triggered within 10 seconds of the first activation, but the cooldown is tripled. I should probably put on the glutton collar as well, he realized, since he had 2 potions in the belt on his arm. Relic. Glutton collar, uncommon, consume 2 potions within 10 seconds of each other without incurring toxic backlash, but toxicity buildup is tripled. Adam stooped down and picked it up from the pile of relics. Are cooldowns inherent to their relic and not the player? He asked the cube as he contemplated swapping his affliction ward for the fetish of sloth that the Crusader had dropped. Yes. Is there still a cooldown on the blood ring then? Yes. It has 112 seconds remaining before it can be activated again. Additionally, the fetish of sloth at your feet has a cooldown of 3 stages. Both have had their cooldowns extended because of the effect of the committed attack ring you are currently wearing. Adam blinked. Okay, I won't be using it with the fetish then. So much for spawning 4 imps at once. Also shows that even the 1 use per stage description is considered a cooldown. He equipped the glutton collar and headed back out of the altar chamber to find the spider silk sack he had discarded next to the eyeless statue. How much time is remaining? 16 minutes. More than enough. Adam hacked his barrier into the abdomen of the last statue elemental, separating its torso from its legs. He had already removed its head and arms, and now just a slab of stone sculpted like a man's chest lay before him. He formed the barrier into a simple pick and started chipping away to reveal the glass core in the center, little by little. Since he had to clear the oval chamber with the eyeless statue before he could use the sky blue pearl, he wanted to ascertain if it was possible to harvest the statue elemental's cores or not, since he had time to be meticulous now. That being said, he'd already destroyed the last 2 cores, even though he was being extra careful. It also didn't help that they still moved even after all their limbs were chopped off. His barrier pick struck the torso stone and perfectly split it down the middle. Adam thought he'd screwed up until he saw that the core within was completely intact. A soul essence left its body and went into the wraith lantern. Finally, he said excitedly. He lifted the glass core up to his eye to give it a closer look. Collectible relic. Statue elemental core, uncommon, the crystallized soul of a statue elemental. That's the first uncommon core I've found. I wonder if it'll be worth more to Luca than the normal selling price of an uncommon relic. Adam put the core into the already full spider silk sack and got up from the floor. Then he went over to the statue missing its left eye and pulled the sky blue pearl from his pocket where he'd kept it next to the lucky stone. He still couldn't get himself to use that relic, since it might be really powerful later on. He read through the description one more time before slotting it into the hollow eye socket of the spear-wielding statue. Collectible relic. Sky blue pearl, rare, thine eyes hold a power oft forlorn, oft forgotten to time, oft lost to conflict. An unclouded gaze is the key to a world of secrets and thine eyes are a gift from on high. The pearl fit snugly inside the statue's eye socket. Once fully inserted, it glowed briefly before the statue and the wall it stood up against swung inwards, revealing a small hidden chamber with a stone chest inside. It was just like the orb of insight had shown him. Adam went inside and opened the chest. It didn't look any different from the rest, but what lay within was the first of its kind he'd found in the trials. Map obtained. Golden map, follow the trail of this map at thine own peril, but at its end awaits a treasure unlike anything known to thee. He lifted it up into the light of the yellow gem in the ceiling. It was a round piece of tough canvas with flecks of gold on it, depicting what looked like islands. It was impossible to tell what exactly was depicted, but one of the golden spots had a black X on it. It was clearly a treasure map. R-Alpha B. I wonder what stage it's for. Adam left the secret chamber and put the map into the sack. Before I go take on the Death Guard, I should return to that chest I passed by. He shaped his barrier into a sled, but before he got on, he unequipped the affliction ward and equipped the fetish of sloth. I wonder if I get anything for defeating the secret bosses. Unless the stone spear is the reward. I've got the feeling that there are no normal relic chests or upgrade rewards for this stage. But whatever, I've collected a fortune in relics already. He flew through the tunnels and chambers until he returned to the stone chest he'd abandoned earlier. After pushing it open, he found what looked like a small stylized sword carved from stone. Relic. Stone talisman, uncommon, sacrifice the relic to curse a target with wither, increasing damage inflicted to the target by 50% with the next attack. This is the exact same as Sylvia's desiccate spell scroll. But it isn't bad. With my 2 earrings, the way my barriers double their damage when fused together, and now this, I should be able to one-shot one of the Death Guard bosses. My imps will deal with the other 2. Adam put the talisman in his left pocket and got back on his barrier. Then he took the shortest route to the hallway with the false dead end. On the way there he stopped to get enough kills to set his Wraith Lantern at 4 out of 5 soul essences, preparing it for the boss fight. The plan was to summon his imps at the start and use the stone talisman on the boss they didn't end up targeting, before killing it with the first strike of his barrier. Then its death would trigger the 2 wraiths to clean up the rest. In theory it seemed a pretty solid strategy, but he had no idea if he'd be able to pull it off that smoothly. He reached the false dead end near the eastern stairwell and scanned the walls for the statue that would open the way. There were several paths like it and this one didn't seem any different at first glance. Without the orb of insight, how would anyone know there was a false wall here? Adam wondered to himself as he dismounted the barrier. Even with the orb, he wouldn't have known it was this hallway either, since they all looked the same and the vision had only given him a quick glance. The secrets are all seemingly made for the time loopers. That seems kind of unfair. Although, Beck did manage to find the secret weapon in the last stage. I wonder how him and Gladwin are doing. I can't tell if they are strong enough to win their altar fight since I don't know what they're up against, but they've both been achieving the special bonuses, so maybe they'll be fine. Taken from Royal Road, this narrative should be reported if found on Amazon. But all it takes is one mistake. At least their fates aren't sealed in stone, thanks to encountering Amelia and me. But it's up to them to make their own fates with the power they've been given. And knowing them, they'll definitely survive just so they can argue over who won their last bet. Adam reached out and grabbed the right sword of the dual-wielding statue. I guess this is the one difference in this hallway, he realized. After all, there are no dual-wielding statues elsewhere. The moment he pulled down the sword, a loud grating sound came from the end of the hallway as the back wall swung open to reveal darkness. Adam moved the barrier out in front of him and shaped it into the narrow cone, refining its shape until it was like the tip of a spear. He'd noticed from a few tests in the player house with the fused barrier that it actually slowed down if he put a hole at the tip of the cone shape. He'd also realized that if he really concentrated, then he could make its shape extremely narrow. It was different from folding the barrier but equally powerful against the dummy. The way the impact worked with the folded barrier probably made it stronger in most situations, since it seemed to involve some odd physics when it was folded, but in terms of explosive force, the unfolding of the cone shape was unrivaled. Interestingly, hammering the cone tip into a target and letting it unfurl was counted as the same attack. Given that he had 2 first strike earrings, it basically guaranteed that anything he used the cone unfurl trick on would die immediately, unless he missed. He looked to the cube floating next to him. How does the stone talisman work? Does it take up a belt slot? Yes. So, I'll have to swap to the talisman after using the fetish of sloth. If I unequip the fetish after activating it, do the summons remain? Yes. That seems pretty open to exploitation, but that's only a good thing for me. I should keep the other fetish so I can use both once its 3-stage cooldown wears off. Adam rolled his shoulders. He was ready. With the green and gold spell tome in his left hand, the flaming white barrier in front of him and spinning, and the fetish of sloth in his right hand, he entered the darkness. The moment Adam's foot crossed the threshold, gems in the ceiling of the hidden chamber lit up with a dull orange hue. The place was a lot bigger than he realized, maybe 10 meters wide and 20 deep. In the back was the shrine he'd seen in his vision. It was a rectangular stone engraved with patterns and imagery that was about 1.5 meters tall. Two stone hands reached up from the top of the block at either end, a dark spear resting atop them. A few meters in front of the shrine stood the three elfin he'd seen. The Death Guard, Amelia had called them. They had dark gray muscular bodies, completely black eyes, no hair, wearing simple white cloth skirts. In a way, they reminded him of the Forlorn, since they were clearly not alive in the true sense of the word. He hadn't noticed their weapons in the vision from the orb, but they all had two swords each, hanging from their hips and made of the same dark stone as the spear they were protecting. Secret bosses discovered. Elfin Death Guard. Before they could move, Adam squeezed the fetish of sloth and summoned the two imps. As the violet light coalesced in front of him and took form, the committed attack ring on his right hand vibrated, begging him to activate it. I'm not adding 2 extra stages to its cooldown just to make this easier. The moment the two slothling imps were fully formed, the Death Guard trio shot forward, clearly considering their summoning a hostile action. Swap fetish with stone talisman, he said while focusing his attention on the leftmost Death Guard, which the imps weren't targeting. Understood. The carved stone sword trinket appeared in his right hand, swapping places with the dried black worm. At the same time, the two imps collided with the two other elfin, claws striking blades with loud metallic echoes. Adam fired the spear-tip barrier at the remaining Death Guard while also aiming the talisman at him. The very act of pointing the stone blade at a target was enough to activate it. The talisman shot a sandy-brown beam of light at the elfin charging him, before crumbling into sand in Adam's hand. His barrier made a whistling sound as it flew through the air. He just barely noticed that the skin of the Death Guard he'd cursed was rapidly aging as the narrow cone struck. The sharp tip of the barrier planted itself to the left of the elfin's nose and caused him to stumble. Then Adam wrenched his right hand violently through the air and unfurled the barrier's shape. Bang! The Death Guard's head became a mist of dark blood, his body dropping to the floor with a thud. A large soul essence, similar in size to the essences of the Forlorn Knights, emerged from the corpse and floated towards his wraith lantern. Adam didn't wait for it to reach his relic and trigger the wraiths. Instead he quickly reshaped the barrier and flung it towards the other two bosses, who were in the midst of trading blows with the imps. The barrier pierced the side of the nearest Death Guard's head, just as the other one finished off his imp. As Adam unfurled the hastily shaped cone and popped open the elfin's cranium, the last one decapitated the remaining imp and surged towards Adam. Two shrieks filled the air as another headless body thumped to the floor, and Adam resummoned the barriers in front of himself. The wraiths moved through Adam's defense, but the Death Guard was unfazed by them, performing a simple cross-slash through their translucent bodies without stopping. To Adam's surprise, the wraiths simply fell apart into pieces. Whatever material the swords were made of, it had the ability to not only damage incorporeal beings, but also basically one-shot them without letting his crown's effect save them. It reminded him of the forlorn aristocrat. Shit. Adam shoved his barriers forwards when the Death Guard got close, catching him mid-step and knocking him onto his ass. Instead of trying to attack with the barriers, Adam ran forward while pressing them down against the sitting elfin, shaping them around his arms and shoulders to keep him locked in place. He struggled admirably, but he couldn't even lift his swords to strike the barriers. Adam clenched his left hand and punched the incapacitated Death Guard in the head, releasing a spike of blood from the ring he'd looted off the Crusader. Skying. A meter-long crimson spike pushed through the elfin's dark gray bald head, spattering the ground with dark blood. The committed attack ring vibrated again, wanting him to double-trigger the blood fist ring, but the Death Guard was already dead. Adam stepped back, pulling the spike free from the boss head and revealing the massive hole he'd created. The blood forming the spike swirled and moved back to his hand, becoming a ring once more. This thing is pretty damn strong. No wonder Amelia warned us about it. Shirong must have had a lot of health or defense if Xania needed to strike him twice to kill him, he considered. I think I'll keep it unless I find a better ring or glove. The cruel summoner's gauntlets are very situational and kind of a liability, so swapping them out won't really change much anyway. Perhaps I can fuse the blood spike with my barriers as well, that'd probably be powerful. 10 minutes remaining. I wonder what the speedrun time was for this stage. Maybe 8 minutes or something. I've at least got the all secrets, flawless, and secret boss in the bag. They should give a good amount. But still nothing compared to all the relics I collected. I feel like after this stage, all players who survived will have a massive spike in power from all the points they got. At the cost of the survivors being cut down by more than 80%, of course. Adam walked past the dead elfin to the shrine and reached out to grab the weapon. Amelia had called it a stone spear, but it was more like one big piece of dark flint rock. Secret weapon obtained. Salber, rare, spear of a forgotten elfin hero. Unique skill, scattershot, launched the tip of the spear forward as a barrage of piercing darts. That sounds pretty good, especially if all the boosts on the spear affect the attack. And if they count as separate attacks, it could be a way to stack afflictions or something. It might also benefit from projectile boosts. You are already carrying 2 weapons and cannot carry a third. Would you like to swap one of your weapons to wield this weapon? No thanks. The spear slipped from his hands as though he'd let go of it, clattering back down onto the stone hands it had rested on. Can I not bring it with me? You cannot carry a third weapon. Not even if I put it in my spider silk sack. No. But I'm allowed to carry all the relics I can't equip. Yes. Adam sighed. That's nonsense. He tried to grab the spear again. The cube repeated itself, you are already carrying 2 weapons and cannot carry a third. Would you like to swap one of your weapons to wield this weapon? No. Once more the spear slipped from his hands. He tried again, this time not responding to the cube's question, but he only made it a few steps away from the altar before the weapon slipped from his hands again. That's such a bizarre limitation. Whatever, he muttered and made to leave the chamber. He paused mid-step. It still counts for the all secrets bonus even if I don't have it on me, right? Yes. Thank God. Adam left the secret area and returned to the altar. It was finally time to figure out which deity he would worship. Adam walked around behind the altar without actually stepping onto it, using his barrier to pull Shirong's body towards him. Loot, he said. Loot, Shirong Zhang. Bone armor, uncommon. Fragile impact glove, uncommon. Stone bracer, uncommon. Stone bracer. That one's new. Relic. Stone bracer, uncommon, sacrifice the relic to prevent a target from activating relics for 30 seconds, when the relic breaks, all of wearer's relics are put on a 2-minute cooldown. Yikes, that's a nasty backlash effect on the user, but it's got a lot of potential if you're focused on just using your weapon to fight other players. Adam looted the 3 relics and brought them over to the pile next to Xania's body, before pushing it all onto the altar platform. He then used his barrier to move the heavy spider silk sack onto the stone disc as well, taking a moment to lift the other relics on top of the sack, stacking them precariously. Lastly, he carefully pushed the barrier underneath the sack and lifted it and all the contents up off the floor. He took a deep breath and walked onto the altar platform, quickly putting his left hand on the floating spider silk sack, hoping that simply having contact with the thing would count as him holding it. You have reached the altar, the cube announced. Place your hand on the worshipping stone to lay your claim. Adam reached down to touch the round stone in the center of the 15 plinths. Stage alert. Player Adam has claimed the altar. Congratulations. You have defeated all your opponents and successfully claimed the altar. Stage complete. Tallying score. I just realized that the hard mode eyeball thing didn't show up this time around. I guess that makes sense since Olivita said it only works for stages I've completed. N epsilon. Alright, let's see what I got. I'm guessing the actual deity selection thing comes after this. Score. 24 minutes 3 seconds completion time. 3 players slain 750 points. 10 statue elementals slain 500 points. 1000 point secret boss bonus added. 800 point flawless bonus added. 150 point all secrets bonus added. 0 damage received. 3200 points awarded. It counts how many players I kill, so there's gotta be some bonus for killing everyone. What was the speedrun time for this stage? He asked the cube. 10 minutes. Besides speedrun, what other bonuses did I miss? Is there one for killing all the statues? I cannot say. Figures. Adam sighed. Then the whole world blinked. Adam reappeared exactly where he'd just been standing, except all his relics were gone, as well as the spider silk sack, the cube, and his weapons. He wore the clothes he'd arrived at the trials with, not the spider silk variants made by Weaver. I feel naked without all my stuff. Around him, 8 of the 15 plinths were lit up with potential energy. The altar was made of solid stone, but the platform under his feet was full of channels like the one in the Elfin City, and the drip water from the stalactites filled them. Adam stooped down and picked up the stone orb at the center of the platform. The moment he touched it, all the water under his feet stopped moving, becoming perfectly reflective. Am I in a cutscene again? He wondered, since the movement had not been his own. His eyes ran along the plinths from left to right. The first 3 were lit up with a white haze, almost how heat waves were visible in the horizon during a hot day. The 4th was unlit, but the next 2 were lit. Then his eyes reached the big 4. The first 2 were active, but the last 2 weren't. Of the last 5 plinths, only the second was lit up. Suddenly the stone in Adam's arms felt heavy and painful to carry. He recognized the sensation of the cutscene letting go of him. Worship. Select the absolute you wish to serve. The voice was that of the system, the same one he'd heard in the darkness. It was his voice, but it was spoken through an alien mouth granting it extra bass and authority. Adam looked to the lone one on his right. Nwetru. Lord of black holes and deep places. Primogenitor of gluttony. Boon, breathe underwater, black ponds traversal. So that's how it shows up. I thought for a second I'd just have to guess what each one did. It doesn't show the negative effect, but I'm guessing it's connected to the abyssal tooth or something. Being able to breathe underwater is pretty useless right now, but it might turn out useful later on. The black pond's traversal must have something to do with the pond I saw in Skoll's chamber. Still, serving Nwetru is bound to force me into permanently sacrificing other players. I don't think I'd ever pick this option. It's clearly meant to just fuck up the trials. Adam moved his gaze to the 2 big plinths that were lit up. The normal plinths went up to his hip, while the big 4 were only slightly shorter than him. He'd really have to lift the orb high to get it into the cavity at the top of either of them. The void. Lord of nothingness. The dark of the cosmos, the null and the empty. Boon, the end to the suffering. The eternal serpent. Lord of eternity. Icon of immortality and time. Boon, pause time for 10 seconds, 1 use per stage. The void. What a creepy option to give players in the stage where they are forced to kill other people to survive. He thought of Xania and the Johnny Lewis. They wouldn't have been able to both claim the altar, and if Adam had died, one of them would have had to kill the other. Right after that, they'd then get faced with the option to end their own suffering. It was messed up, he thought. Like the whole point was to antagonize the players. The system's voice filled his head as he recalled its word, the suffering fuels me. Perhaps the void isn't actually an evil choice. It is perhaps the greatest defiance one could show the system. Instead of playing along with its game, we are allowed to decide that we won't go any further. You could be reading stolen content. Head to the original site for the genuine story. Of course, we've always had that option. They put the safe zone on a floating island for a reason. Adam already knew what the demerit for the Eternal Serpent was, since Amelia had told him. It doubled the duration of all effects on the player, good and bad, which could actually be quite powerful if you knew how to manage it. The next plinth showed him the absolute that Amelia normally picked. Messimer. Lord of Adjudication. Envoy of the Watcher of Worlds. Boon, Appraising Eye. Lord of Adjudication. Makes him sound like someone who enforces the rules almost. I wonder if the Appraising Eye is part of his character. But he's also clearly here on behalf of the all-seeing system. I guess the downside to running the trials is that the Watcher can't participate himself. Adam looked at the next plinth, adjusting his grip on the heavy orb in his arms. He was fairly sure dropping the stone would not be a good idea. More light. Lord of solar flares and flensing wind. Primogenitor of wrath. Boon, Sun Flare spell. This is the one Amelia recommended I pick. One thing that makes these choices a bit difficult is that I don't know the demerits of most of them, and I have no idea what powers they unlock later. It's conceivable that something that starts off weak could end up very strong later on as a form of balance. I wonder what the primogenitor part of the description means, but wrath is one of the 7 deadly sins, so maybe there's an absolute for each of the sins. The next plinth was unlit, but the last 3 weren't, and he scanned them all in a row. Nharla. Lord of Transformation and Hallucinations. Sire of Mimics. Boon, rearrange player stats. The All-Mother. Lord of Sustenance and Fertility. Mother of all Elfin. Boon, All-Mother's Fruit, 1 use per stage. The Tome Keeper. Lord of Knowledge and Curiosity. Primogenitor of Greed. Boon, Erudition Barter. The Tome Keeper is an unfamiliar name. I don't think Amelia knows about this one. But greed is such an insidious vice, though I suppose it makes sense for a deity whose name implies they hoard knowledge. I know the weaknesses of the All-Mother and Nharla, but not Morlight, Messimer, or the Tome Keeper. Although Amelia told me about Messimer's second weakness, which seemed problematic. As for the boon unlocked by the Tome Keeper, it sounds like it might be a trade of knowledge. At least if I'm understanding erudition correctly. If it really works how I believe it does, it could help me find out how to defy this stage. If I ever end up with Willow or one of my other friends pitted against me, I need to know of a way to save them. Adam tried to ask a question, but he was physically unable to open his mouth. Besides, the cube was nowhere in sight, so he doubted he'd even get an answer. It was just him and this momentous decision. I have no idea what triggered the Tome Keeper to appear, so I think I should pick it now. I know how Morlight appears, so I can always try him out in my next loop. Unlike Amelia, it doesn't matter if I make a bad decision here, since my death will help me learn more and guide me in the future. Of course, I'd rather not pick something that clearly kills me. But I would be lying if the idea of a god of knowledge didn't entice me. Adam had decided on his pick and slowly labored his way towards the plinth while the stone orb weighed him down. His arms were full of staticky numbness, and his lower back was killing him. He hadn't felt any sensations like these since entering the trials, and he had the uncanny sense that this current version of himself was the mortal one. The version of him without the system's power heaped on top. With a groan, he lifted the stone orb up over his waist and deposited it in the recess at the top of the plinth. All of the other plinths were snuffed out, their potential energy running through the reflective water in the disk below his feet and up into his chosen one with the orb on top. Worship chosen. The Tome Keeper. Darkness surrounded Adam, pulling him away from the stage and its stone tunnels and chambers. Now entering. The Fleshcrafter's abode. Adam opened his eyes and realized he was walking through a vast quivering hallway made of organic material. It was yet another cut scene, for which he was grateful, because the sight of the living and breathing walls terrified him, making him want to turn around and find the nearest exit. In front of him walked a tall and muscular man. His hair was shock white, and it seemed like he had a mask on his face. Disturbingly, he wore a patchwork coat of skin, as though taken from many unwilling donors and stitched together to form a robe. Is this the point where I realize I made a mistake? Adam wondered. Amelia hadn't mentioned anything about being transported somewhere after selecting who to worship, but he got the uncanny sense that this was the domain of the Tome Keeper, because as he advanced through the living hallways, he saw signs of living experiments and monstrosities best described as creatures born of curiosity. His guide led him through an arboretum that seemed to house thousands of unique trees, a few of which he recognized, but no two the same. The ceiling here was made of glass, showcasing an inky black beyond with the glowing dots of stars. Strange silvery stilt-legged creations meandered about, pruning, trimming, and tending to the trees. From the arboretum he went through a lab of sorts. Within were simian creatures performing vivisections on screaming and frothing monsters, as well as constructs of bone and muscle assembling their own companions from pulsing vats of flesh and shelves of organized and labeled bones. Then they entered into a library 10 stories tall, each floor simply a balcony ring around the walls upon which were countless creatures. These two were like monsters and moved up and down ladders or climbed on the shelves to organize and sort the impossibly vast collection of books. Several of them took to the air on improvised wings after finding what they were looking for, only to go higher up or further down to place their books somewhere else. Adam's attention snapped to what was right in front of him, when his guide stopped by a round wooden table upon which rested an enormous tome with pages a meter wide. The tall, muscular and masked man stepped around the table and stood behind the chair, upon which sat a youth. But it was no mere child before him. He had skin like liquid porcelain in perpetual motion, and his eyes were like windows into the cosmos, showing tiny galaxies and their light. Like the tall man behind him, the youth wore a hooded robe made from skin. This was the skin of demonic creatures from the looks of it, as there were horns and bristly hairs poking out here and there. A moving tail flicked about as though responding to the youth's enjoyment of the tome he was reading. The tome itself was seemingly alive. The words on its pages hopped and danced around, fighting to avoid comprehension. The tome keeper looked up at Adam, his very gaze pulling him out of the cutscene controlling his body. "I'm glad you chose me, Adam," said the youth. His voice didn't betray the insane power visible in his eyes, nor the authority with which he surely ruled this absurd domain of monsters and scientific perversion. Although Adam had a million questions, many of them existential and horrifying to know the answer to, he knew better than to interrupt the absolute seated before him. "You possess knowledge that I do not have," the tome keeper explained. "I wanted it for my collection." Something skittered past Adam and the breath died in his lungs as he saw it was a giant spider made of bones, its legs all tipped with fingers. A large bird made of shadow and bone alighted next to the tome keeper's seat. Its head was a barn owl's skull, though its eyes were very real. Two skeletal arms emerged from its coat of shadowy feathers, holding a pen and an open book, ready to transcribe what was said between them. "What the fuck is happening?" Adam opened his mouth, and it terrified him to realize that the entire library full of creatures fell silent such that his voice was not overshadowed. "What is the knowledge I have that you wish to know?" he asked. "That is the trouble, of course," said the porcelain youth with the cosmic eyes. "I know that you possess it, but I do not know what it is. Difficult. Every time." Adam nearly jumped out of his skin at the utterance of the tall man standing behind the Absolute. "I think I know what it is," Adam said. "Excellent," the tome keeper replied, seeming almost gleeful. The shadowy bird scribe fixed its eyes on him expectantly. "Do I receive knowledge in return?" Adam asked. The tall muscular man grunted humorlessly, his dark eyes staring daggers at him. "Blame not the beast, Heskel," said the tome keeper. "It is fair to want compensation, after all." Adam swallowed. The tall man with the mask and skin robe somehow terrified him more than the shadowy barn owl or the literal god in front of him. Deciding it was best not to test his patience, Adam quickly explained the knowledge he was absolutely certain no other mortal possessed, how he was able to loop back in time across universes. It wasn't a long story, but it felt like it took forever due to the fact that the library, which thronged with creatures and constructs, was so quiet that nothing but Adam's voice could be heard. When he was done, the shadowy barn owl snapped its book closed and withdrew its skeletal arms into its dark coat, before taking off into the air to presumably store the new knowledge somewhere far above. "Thank you, Adam. What a fascinating new bit of knowledge I have gleaned from you," said the tome keeper. The masked man, Heskel, grunted, and the youth quickly added, "I almost forgot, you may ask your question now. If I know the answer, it is yours to have." Adam had several questions he wanted to ask, such as, "How do I win the Trials of Defiance? How can I survive Stage 8? And, what happens if I die and loop enough times to run out of universes to replace myself in?" He also wanted to ask more philosophical questions like, "What's the meaning of life?" In the end, the question that he yearned to know the most was, "How do I defy Stage 5 and save other players without dying myself?" Heskel made a surprised sound. "Excellent question," the tome keeper responded. "I am glad you did not waste your question on something pointless and irrelevant." Even Heskel seems impressed. Despite the praise, Adam feared that the answer wouldn't be useful to him. Instead of answering like normal, the tome keeper put a liquid porcelain hand on the large tome in front of him on the table. Adam noticed that the hand had too many fingers and shuddered. Then the Absolute made a simple flicking gesture, and text lifted from the large page and flew right into Adam's forehead like a spell. The answer to his question planted itself in his mind, spreading its contents across his memory as though he'd always known. The answer isn't simple, but it's also not impossibly complex. Amelia could already pull it off. To save another player in Stage 5, there were 3 requirements. The first lights brazier, with a mature flame to spawn a kindling flame at the start of a loop, a visiting stone to travel to another player's dimension to give them the kindling flame after Stage 1 so it had time to mature before Stage 5, and both players had to meet in the same instance of Stage 5, without killing any players or interim denizens, before claiming the altar together. If it was possible to have several players start off with the mature first light's flame, then it was technically possible to save a lot more people from having to die to the stage. Fortunately, even though it seemed the first light was the absolute responsible for making the act of saving another player possible, the players saved this way and the players saving them were not required to worship the absolute. However, it wouldn't be feasible for me to attempt, unless I can immediately figure out who I'm up against in Stage 5 when I go to a new dimension. My only real hope for pulling it off would be to get the self-devouring eye. But I'd also need the scale of remembrance to make someone else believe that I am worth trusting enough to attempt the trick with me in Stage 5. Maybe I could pull it off in this universe. I'm so much stronger this time, and might actually be able to get to the divine relic, though I'm sure Amelia would fight me for it. Still, is this the only way? I find it hard to imagine there isn't something easier that anyone can do without being a time looper. Adam blinked, realizing he was getting lost in his thoughts while standing in front of the Tome Keeper. To his credit, the Absolute didn't seem bothered by it, though the body language of Heskel suggested he'd overstayed his welcome. "Thank you," Adam said sincerely. The god looked up at him again and said, "I will call upon you if you find knowledge that I would like to barter with you for." "I don't have any other knowledge you'd like to know?" Adam asked, jumping on the opportunity to get as much out of this bizarre but enlightening meeting as possible. "No, Adam," said the Tome Keeper. "There is nothing else that you know which I am not already in possession of." "That's creepy." Heskel grunted. "I do not care if it sounds creepy, it is simply the truth," the Absolute said, making it clear the masked man had made a comment similar to Adam's thoughts. The Tome Keeper turned his gaze back to him and said, "The Watcher rewards us for guiding players like yourself through its trials, so I must ask you to seek the Godstone on my behalf. If you survive and obtain it, I shall reward you a second boon as a sign of my favor." Adam was about to ask what he meant, but the Absolute continued and said, "Do not tell Amelia about me and our meeting in this loop. I am allowed to intervene, though I would prefer not to, so do not violate this simple rule of mine." Heskel's stare intensified and Adam had a new fear added to his list, since the thought of an Absolute's intervention sounded positively horrifying. "Understood," Adam said. Then he blinked involuntarily and was suddenly standing in the center of Interim Island without even an announcement from the system. He had the feeling that his meeting with the Tome Keeper was something beyond the control of the all-seeing Watcher. That was crazy. But I think I chose a good Absolute to worship. At his feet was the spider silk sack stacked high with relics, and he was once again wearing his gear and weapons. The cube had also reappeared next to him. "Oh, thank God. I was worried my trick with the sack wouldn't work this time around." Suddenly, silvery scales fluttered down around him and time froze. He knew it was time to meet the white moth and see what new things she had for sale. "Hello, Adam," greeted Levicidix. "You look different," he replied. "I thought I had to get the vanity upgrade for you to become humanoid. My sister and I cannot be affected by the vanity upgrade, nor any of the other upgrades that might affect the Interim Island's denizens. Our transformations are caused by the progression of the trials." "Wish I'd known that sooner," Adam said. The white moth was no longer a giant fluffy insect. No, she had turned into a woman. Sort of. 2 black comb-like antennae sprouted from her fluffy white shoulder-length hair, and white wings hung down her back. Her skin was pale and her eyes were huge with black irises and long lashes. She had a simple white dress made of fluffy scales and her arms were pale, with black bands running down to her fingertips, making it appear as though she wore socks on her arms. Her legs had the same pattern. "Since you have cleared the 5th stage, I have a new item for sale. My sister has 2 new things for sale as well. Let me guess, your new item is the scale of remembrance. Levicidix gestured with a hand and her menu popped up before his eyes. She was shorter than him by a head now, but still gave off the same feeling as when she'd been a huge moth. Meta upgrades for sale. Damage, increase all damage by 25%, 2,500 points. Rewards, increase reward options by 1, 626/4000 points. Vendors, increase vendor options by 1 to 4,000 points. Rerolls, start every loop with 1 reroll dice, 2,500 points. Relic saving, start every loop with 2 saved relic slots, 5,000 points. Cheat death, start every loop with the cheat death relic, 10,000 points. Scale of remembrance, 25,000 points. That's pretty pricey, he said. You have already witnessed its power, surely it is worth acquiring. Think I'm better off getting cheat death, truth be told. It's more of a long-term goal, to be honest, he said. I'd need the visiting stone to utilize it anyway. Levicidix looked up into the sky briefly, before saying, since you have experienced the scale's power, I am allowed to explain its function more in depth for you. So, let me correct a misconception. You do not need to be in the same dimension as another player in order to gift them the scale. It is capable of piercing through the dimensional veil, meaning you can give it to another player in the tavern, if you so choose. I see. Although I'd still need the visiting stone in order to give someone the kindling flame and set up the events necessary to save them in stage 5. I don't think I ever asked this, Adam started, but how exactly does the cheat death relic work? Does it take up something like a ring or necklace slot? Levicidix looked up into the clouds briefly again, and Adam realized she was likely asking for permission before answering, perhaps because she was unsure what she could and could not say. It will not use any relic slot you are familiar with, that is all I am allowed to say. It's not something like the backside of my eyeball, right? He joked. I cannot say, she replied seriously. Now I'm kind of worried where it would show up. The description of the upgrade says that I'll start every loop with it, if I unlock it, but that doesn't mean I have to wait until I loop to actually obtain it, right? Epsilon. You will receive the relic the moment you unlock it, but if you use it in this loop, you will only get it back when you start a new loop. That's good to know. But how does it work? It's not like the Hobgoblin pendant, right? Once triggered, the cheat death relic will return you back to full, refilling all lost health, stamina, and mana. Awesome. That definitely makes it worth getting. Alright, thanks. I'm going to sell off my haul in the market, he said, summoning his barriers and fusing them together before sliding them under the sack of relics. I will be here when you return, she replied. Her floating scales flew back to her wings and with a lazy flap she lifted into the air, gracefully ascending into the clouds. As time resumed, flute song flowed across the air in waves. The cube floated over to the center where Adam had just been standing and spewed dark smoke out from within its cube body. The smoke took on the shape of a plinth with a round stone orb on top of it. It was part of the altar, glowing with that white hazy energy that told Adam it was active. Because you chose an absolute to worship, an altar to your chosen patron can now be found at the central point of Interim Island. Communing with the altar will allow you to receive instructions, should your patron have the need for you to fulfill a certain task. Is there a way that I'll know if new instructions are waiting for me? Adam asked. You will know, replied the cube ominously. Adam approached the new feature in his world and put his hand on the stone orb. Immediately the Tome Keeper's voice filled his head. Patron quest. The Tome Keeper. Adam. I need you to find Aliferia's notes on chimeral transmutation. She made a promise to me that the notes would be mine once her research concluded, but she perished before we could make the transaction. I want them for my collection and study. Though I know much, I do not know where she hid the notes, but they must be somewhere within her tower. Reward, 1,000 points or relic. He gave me a quest. The overly familiar tone was somewhat off-putting, considering the Tome Keeper was a god that surrounded himself with monstrosities of his own creation. Adam wondered if it was because players rarely worshipped him, since it seemed the requirement was to possess knowledge that the Tome Keeper was not in possession of already. What kind of relic does the Tome Keeper reward? Adam asked the cube. I cannot say anything about the absolute in question, but relics rewarded by absolutes are otherwise inaccessible to players, with their powers and functions centered around the domain of the absolute who rewarded it. So it might be something that allows me to obtain knowledge or utilize knowledge that the Tome Keeper already possesses. It could also have something to do with the creatures that serve him. Still, I have no idea who Aliferia is or what tower he's talking about. Perhaps it has something to do with the next stage. Although it might also be something for a later stage. Adam pushed the thoughts from his mind for now and left the altar, heading for the market. Now that he'd made it further than ever before, he was starting to think that the cheat death relics sold by Levicidix might not be a bad thing to get, depending on how many points he was left with after selling off his haul to Luca. Although now that I think about it, it might have been smarter to ask how I could survive stage 8. No. I have to think long-term. I am unlikely to get lot of chances to ask the Tome Keeper questions like this. When he reached the market, he found Yenna standing in front of the fountain, playing a piccolo. The melody was spirited and upbeat, like the kind that'd play in the start of a fantasy movie as the heroes set off on their journey. He waved at her and passed by the fountain where the sculptures now resembled the statue elementals. The barrier with his lute floated in front of him like a magical dolly. Oh, before I forget. Put the fetish of sloth with the long cooldown in my storage along with the cruel summoner's gauntlets, and the golden map. Understood. And equip the other fetish of sloth. Understood. The dried worm appeared on his belt. He contemplated whether or not to sell the affliction ward, but decided he might as well save it. Pull the statue elemental core and affliction ward out of the sack and into my hands. Understood. Like magic, the two relics appeared in Adam's left and right hand. He put the ward in his pocket, figuring he'd swap to it in the next stage if necessary. Then he walked up to Luca's stall, keeping his floating lute behind him. I've brought a lot to sell, he told the spider. I can see that, she replied. First, I'd like to know how much this core is worth. Luca inspected the glass core in his hand. It was the first uncommon core he'd found, and he was hoping to sell it for more than the 150 points that uncommons normally sold for. You could be reading stolen content. Head to Royal Road for the genuine story. I'll be able to charge the slime a lot for this, she chittered gleefully. I will buy it for 200 points. Deal, Adam said. I'd also like to sell everything on my barrier behind me. Do I have to place it on your counter? Please don't, she answered. They are close enough for me to handle. After a moment of calculating, she said, the total for the statue core, 2 epic, 4 rare, and 7 uncommon relics is 3,250 points. Adam took a second to do the math in his head. It sounded right. Deal. Relics sold. Statue elemental core, uncommon. Blood mage choker, epic. Tainted helmet, epic. Captain's cape, rare. Forlorn cuirass, rare. Purple slime glove, rare. Slothling fur coat, rare. Barrage glove, uncommon. Blink ring, uncommon. Bone armor, uncommon. Fragile impact glove, uncommon. Parry bracer, uncommon. Stone bracer, uncommon. Tainted bracer, uncommon. 6,450 points remaining. I honestly thought I'd end up with more, but I still basically doubled my points from the stage. Adam wasn't sure what to put his points towards. Part of him wanted to invest half of it into the cheat death relic from Levicidix, but he could also buy the 25% permanent damage boost and finish out the rewards upgrade to gain a fourth option from all chests and upgrade rewards in the stages. He had until it got dark to decide, but he was heavily leaning towards the cheat death relic, though a part of him wanted to start chipping away at the scale of remembrance as well. Show me what relics you have for sale, he told Luca. Yes. Please spend some of the points you just made, she chittered before gesturing to the black chest next to her. A golden light glowed beneath its lid, and it popped open to reveal 4 relics. Relics for sale. Overflow diadem, uncommon, activate to immediately deliver all remaining damage of afflictions, dealing 10% increased damage for every affliction affected. Breaks after use. Choice ring, epic, allows you to pick 2 options from a stage reward. 1 stage cooldown. Scope of insight, rare, any target viewed through this relic has their weaknesses laid bare. Scroll preservation talisman, uncommon, when a spell scroll is activated this relic is consumed instead. The choice ring is new. I think it could easily earn back its cost, especially if I use it alongside the lucky stone. But I don't yet know how rewards work in the group-based stages. The rest of these options are all ones I've seen before. Don't you have any new relics besides the choice ring? He asked. Like the stone mask, for example. I do not, Luca replied. Aside from the choice ring, there are no new general relics added to the selection. Stage relics from the Forbidden Altar are exclusive to the stage itself, meaning I cannot sell them to you. Weird. Wait, what do you mean by general and stage relics? This is the first I've heard about that. Luca's 8 eyes all blinked. I thought that you would have picked up on this already, but there are 2 types of relics that I can sell. Stage relics are ones bound by the theme of a specific stage, such as the purple slime glove from stage 1. General relics are unlocked and added to the selection with each stage that is cleared. These are not bound by a uniting theme, but rather serve to fulfill some specific function, such as the parry bracer introduced after stage 2. That does explain what I've been seeing. I just never put 2 and 2 together, I guess. Are absolute relics a different type? Luca paused, her eyes staring at him intently. I do not sell those. Only the absolutes and their envoys may gift you those in exchange for your service. Are they worth a lot? He asked. Could I sell one to you? I would pay triple the sales price based on rarity, she immediately replied. But take care not to sell me relics your patron wishes for you to use. Like the abyssal tooth. I will not purchase such vile things, she said, chittering loudly. Gotcha, he replied. Would you like to purchase one of my relics? She asked. The choice ring is a good investment. I could afford it and still spend 5,000 points with Levicidix, but I think I'll hold off on buying anything until after I've talked to Amelia about it. But I'll definitely invest most of my points into meta upgrades, since that seems the smartest thing to do right now. Amelia also seemed to imply that stage 6 wasn't a huge challenge. That being said, my defensive stats are pretty poor, so I might just spend my remaining points on general upgrades instead of the choice ring. Adam said goodbye to the spider and took off on his barrier towards the center of the island. Time froze and the white moth descended from the clouds, alighting on the ground in front of him. He just now noticed how all the houses in the area looked like actual buildings now. A lot of players had to have died for them to become this coherent. You are back already, Levicidix said. I've decided to put 5,000 points into cheat death, he told her. His main issue was still that he didn't know anything about future stages, meaning it was impossible for him to properly plan ahead. Having the insurance of surviving death and being able to hopefully go further as a result, seemed a no-brainer to him. It could perhaps also be the thing that helped him get past stage 8, although he already felt fairly confident he'd survive that with his current setup. Good choice, she replied. Meta upgrades progress. Rewards, increase reward options by 1,626/4,000 points. Cheat death, start every loop with the cheat death relic, 5,000/10,000 points. Hopefully I can get enough points from the next stage to afford the rest, but we'll see. Adam brought up the currency menu. Player currencies. Points, 1,450. If I sell the committed attack ring, I'll be able to afford 5 general upgrades. I think that might be a good idea. I'll go check in with Amelia first, just to see if the choice ring is worth getting instead of upgrades. He bid farewell to the White Moth Girl for a second time and flew off to the tavern on his barrier. The Dimensional Tavern had undergone the same drastic transformation as the other buildings on Interim Island. It now looked like a quaint medieval inn, with warm light spilling out of the windows that only existed on the exterior and couldn't be seen from within. Adam pushed open the door, and the moment he stepped inside something surprising happened. A giant blue flower appeared in front of him, the petals forming a large pod. Then they pulled back and revealed Bellamorant before vanishing into motes of blue-purple light. "Hello, Adam," she said. "You're back," he replied, letting out a sigh of relief. He'd been worried he'd never see her again. Listen. I met the All-Mother. She is very nice and beautiful. She gave me this fruit as a gift for thee." The elfin girl handed him a blue apple-sized strawberry with pink seeds. Adam immediately recognized it as the same kind of fruit that had saved his life during stage 4 in his last loop. Relic. All-Mother's fruit, rare, consumed to restore health, stamina, and mana to 100%. Once consumed, the relic disappears. This is the same thing I would have gotten if I chose to worship the All-Mother. "Thank you," he said and put it in his left pocket. All-Mother's garden was incredible. Tasty fruits grew on every branch and stem of the trees and plants. There were a lot of children like me, and they all love her dearly. Adam smiled. "I'm glad she isn't upset about what her mother did." As though reading his thoughts, she said, "I thought that mine destiny was to open the way to the forbidden altar and save mine people, but All-Mother told me that our people only needed saving from themselves. She is an elfin too, is it not amazing? She is very wise." Adam nodded. "I'm glad she allowed you to come back here. She said I am safe on Interim Island, but I have to return to her at night." Charlie the Red Ant came over. "What would you like to eat?" she asked. She had a pep in her step, clearly excited that Bellamorant had returned. "Meat stew," the elfin girl exclaimed. "I'll have a strawberry milkshake," Adam started, "and a pad thai with chicken." "Of course," Charlie replied and left for the kitchen. Adam brought his fused barrier out in front of himself and shaped it into an ergonomic chair before sitting down. The tables around him and on the floor above filled with the holograms of people, but he quickly dismissed them with a mental prompt. "How many survived?" he asked the cube. 29 million players survived stage 5. Currently, 21 million players are utilizing the Dimensional Tavern. Damn, that's a lot. 131 million people gone, just like that. It's a couple percent under 20%, I guess because 6-man stages are rare, and some might have ended without any winners. Still, more than 20% was impossible and it could have been much worse. In the previous loop, probably less than 8 million people made it this far. But to think that only about 5,000 players make it to stage 10 in this universe is insane. And there's more than 10 stages after that. No wonder the divine relic is so enticing, since there must be only a handful of people left after stage 20. He prompted the tavern to show him Amelia, Beck, and Gladwin. All 3 of them appeared and Adam breathed a sigh of relief. Still, an anxious part of his mind couldn't help but wonder when their little group would lose its first member. Beck and Gladwin didn't normally survive that far, according to Amelia. The 2 older guys were clearly talking to each other already, but Amelia was looking around, no doubt trying to assess the damage. She had told him that she was only sharing information with those she knew would survive stage 5, so she was probably trying to do a headcount to figure out how effective her advice had been. Adam looked at the colored spheres above her head. She had white, beige, and orange, which meant she had gotten all secrets and a secret boss, but he didn't know what the beige color meant. She had failed to complete the speed run and had taken damage. "Are you okay?" Adam asked her, focusing his voice so only she could hear it. Amelia paused what she was doing and turned to face him. "I'm fine," she replied after a moment. "How did it go for you? Did you manage to save Willow?" "You already know the answer to that," he thought to himself. "No," he said. "She was dead before I could get to her. I went as fast as I could and was still too late." Adam sighed deeply. "I don't really want to talk about it, to be honest." "I tried the thing you suggested," Amelia said, surprising him. "Really? There's another girl in my stage 5 who I got to know a little bit during my first loop. She's only 19, but has a very strong spirit. I tried to get her to survive the altar with me, but it didn't work. In the end she let me claim it after we beat the secret bosses together. My patron told me how to do it," Adam blurted out when he saw how sad Amelia looked. Really? She asked. Yes, but I can't tell you. Adam said with a sigh. The Absolute told you not to share it? He nodded. Who is it? She asked. Mesmer has never told me anything like that. I can't tell you that either, he replied. I might get scorned if I tell you. Is it one of the Absolutes I didn't know about? She asked. Adam nodded. I see, was all she replied. But then she smiled a bit. I'm glad it's possible. I will find a way to save Maya in a future loop. She has all the requirements for it, but I'm not allowed to tell her, otherwise the Tome Keeper might intervene. I suppose for the primogenitor of greed, being miserly with knowledge is to be expected. Maybe I can find some way to tell her how to unlock him without actually saying it outright. Do you know who Aliferia is? Adam asked, remembering the patron quest he'd received. Amelia nodded. How did you hear of that name? I got a quest from my patron to find her notes on chimeral transmutation. She narrowed her eyes slightly. And you absolutely can't tell me who this patron is? Adam shook his head. Anyway, he started, I really just wanted to check you guys were okay. And I needed to ask you about how best to spend my remaining points. Should we invite Gladwin and Beck to our conversation? Amelia asked. Adam paused, before saying, actually, I was hoping you'd come visit me. It'd be a lot easier to decide what to do if you could see what I have to pick between. Are you sure? Amelia asked hesitantly. I meant what I said yesterday, Adam replied. I really do enjoy your company. I'm just not looking for more than a friendship. It's too complicated. I understand, she said. Then she smiled and added, I will be there in a few minutes then. With that she cut the connection. With her gone, Adam could only see Beck and Gladwin who were still talking to each other. Beck was doing an explosion gesture with his hands while his friend shook his head with a sigh. I forgot to ask Amelia what the beige color meant in terms of bonuses, Adam realized as he saw the spheres above Beck and Gladwin's heads. The tall spellcaster had the speed run, flawless, and eradication bonuses, which was quite impressive and made Adam pretty curious. He'd talked about using his spells as traps, and it seemed to have been super effective. After all, he'd beaten the stage in less than 10 minutes without taking damage and getting the eradication bonus, which Adam realized probably meant he'd killed all other players in his stage. Gladwin had the eradication, all secrets, and secret boss bonuses, meaning he'd also killed every other player in his stage, but he'd taken damage. Beck hadn't defeated the aristocrat in stage 4, so he wouldn't have been able to get the golden map, which might have been why he chose to focus on the speedrun bonus instead. Adam turned to the cube and asked, how many points did the speedrun bonus give for stage 5? 500 points. That's pretty good actually. Adam was wondering how he'd stack up compared to his friends in terms of points, when an announcement interrupted his train of thought. Visiting stone activated. Player Amelia has entered your dimension. He moved his floating barrier over to the door of the tavern, pausing at the threshold to yell to Charlie, can you hold off on delivering my food until I'm back? I'm going out for maybe an hour or so. The ant came over and said, of course, Adam. Do not delay mine food. Bellamorinth exclaimed, perhaps worried that Adam's order would affect her dinner delivery. Worry not, Bellamorinth, yours is on its way very soon, Charlie told the girl. Excellent. I have eaten nothing but fruit since yesterday, I crave meat stew. Charlie chuckled in that bubbly way of hers as Adam left the tavern. After stepping outside he shaped his barrier and hopped on, flying towards the center of the island. Adam spotted Amelia waiting next to the altar from the sky and descended towards her on a spiraling trajectory. It took her a moment to notice his approach, and when she did, she looked absolutely confused. After Adam landed and got off the barrier, she said, I had no idea you could do that. Arturo never showed it to you? No. Weird, I thought for sure he'd be zooming around on his barrier like this as well. It's super convenient. Is this the power of the fusionist? She asked. Adam nodded. Let me show you. He resummoned his barriers and flipped them horizontally. If I try to have a barrier carry me normally, it'll break, he explained. He sat down on one of them and, sure enough, it immediately cracked, triggering last stand's fervor. After letting 10 seconds pass, the barrier shattered and vanished, leaving him with just one left. The power of the fusionist is that I can combine the barrier with spells and magical attacks. Like this, he said, and triggered the blood fist ring. Then he moved the remaining barrier into the blood spike while activating the fusion. It was immediately absorbed into the barrier, turning it crimson and making it a strange crystallized form of blood. And it absorbs the effects of the spell, she asked, awed by what she was seeing. It was clear Arturo had kept secrets from her, since there was no way he hadn't been using the fusionist, given that it was clearly the best evolution of Shaper. It gains both the strengths and weaknesses of what it absorbs, so that means that anyone with the Fiend Barb can destroy this barrier in one hit, because it's now considered a blood spell. However, the most interesting part is what happens when you fuse two barriers together. Adam resummoned his barriers and combined them. Then he flipped the fused barrier horizontally and sat down on it. Although a small crack formed, it did not break. "Wow," she muttered. "Warder is a lot stronger than I thought." To be fair, Adam replied, it only works this way because of the additional summon created by Invoker. Amelia paused. "Would you mind taking off your mask? It's kind of creepy." Adam blinked. He'd gotten so used to its narrow field of view that he'd forgotten he was even wearing it. He took it off and put it in his spider silk sack attached to his belt. "That's better," she said. "Thank you for showing me how Fusionist works. It could be interesting to try it out next." She stopped herself before she could finish the sentence, but it was clear what she'd meant to say. Adam quickly changed the topic and said, "So, I got 6,450 points from Stage 5 and all the relics I sold. I already invested 5,000 points into the cheat death upgrade from Levicidix." She nodded. "That was a good decision. After Stage 7 you can invest points into permanent health and defense upgrades, which I think is a better investment, but cheat death is still a great pick. Do you think it'll help me survive Stage 8? "Not on its own," she replied. "Why not?" "It's more than likely that the group you end up with loses most of its players before the end. The final fight of that stage is incredibly difficult and basically impossible to solo, even if you manage to weaken the Patriarch. Alpha B. I'm a lot stronger now than I was then," Adam replied confidently. "Strength will only get you so far," she replied. "You know what Arturo told me? He said that he and I only made it as far as we did because we were lucky. Maybe if you manage to get all the permanent meta upgrades to boost damage, health, and so forth, as well as maxing out saved relic slots to bring back a legendary relic, then perhaps you'll be able to solo some of the stages before 10. "Is it really that bad?" he asked. "They make the stages group-based for a reason," she replied. "Anyway, enough about that. You wanted to know how best to spend your remaining points, right?" "That's right," he said before patting the barrier he was sitting on. "It'll be faster if we use this." Amelia eyed the barrier skeptically. "There's a crack in it. I doubt it'll be able to carry us both." "You don't look that heavy," he joked. She still didn't seem convinced, so he added, "I will keep it low to the ground, so we won't plummet to our deaths if it breaks." "Please tell me you haven't been flying over the edge of the island with this thing," she replied. Adam grinned. Amelia shook her head and sat down on the back of the barrier, legs dangling over the edge. The barrier held. "See, no problem," he told her. Adam shaped the front to give himself a handle and scooted forward a bit. Amelia didn't move though, so he grabbed her arm and pulled her all the way onto the barrier. "Grab onto me," he told her. She didn't hesitate and wrapped her arms around his chest. "Wait, why did you make a handle?" she asked. Then she realized why he'd asked her to hold on to him. "Adam, I swear to God, if you dash." Adam shot the barrier into the air and Amelia's words turned into a surprised scream. Before she could convince him to land by force, Adam moved their barrier past the player house and lighthouse, and over the edge. "Adam!" Amelia shouted in terror, but then she started laughing. "There's something I've got to show you," he told her, and maneuvered the flying barrier down below the edge. They continued down along the vertical cliffside and followed the tapering bottom of the island until they reached the creepy eye that Adam had seen. Amelia's laughter died down. "What the hell is that?" she asked. "I have no idea," Adam replied. "But I think it means that the island is alive." "I don't think you should mess with it," she said. Adam wasn't so sure, and just replied, "Maybe you can find out why it's here and what it truly means." Her grip tightened around his waist. "Don't talk like you won't be around to help," she said. "Don't worry," he replied. "I'm not planning on dying anytime soon." She squeezed him a little harder. After they returned to the surface and reached the market, Adam showed Amelia the relics he could get from Luca, and she told him that the choice ring was worth way more than any upgrades he could buy. "Why's that?" he asked. "Since you're doing a summoner-based setup, you need to get as many of the good relics from stage 6 as possible. There are several that boost summonings and spells, which should help you a lot." "What about reward sharing? How would that work?" "It's a mess," she replied honestly. "Every group does it differently, but yeah, if you find a chest, whoever opens it is the one who gets to pick the reward. If it's a relic, they're allowed to give it to other members of their group, but if it's an upgrade it obviously won't work." "I was wondering if I should use the choice ring alongside my lucky stone," Adam said. Amelia nodded eagerly. "That's a really good idea. If you can get the legendary relic from the stage, you could probably solo stage 8 if you manage to weaken the Patriarch." "A legendary? What does it do?" he asked, excited about the prospect. "So, I haven't seen it myself and don't know the exact wording, but it replaces your hand and upgrades all your summons somehow. Plus it lets you give them commands, which should be useful." Adam grinned. "I need to get it. If I could give direct orders to my slothling imps and winter wraiths, then they'd be way more useful. If someone in your group gets it instead of you, you have to do whatever you can to get it from them," she said seriously. "Even killing them?" he joked darkly. "Yes." Adam frowned. "I'm serious," she said. "I can tell. If you want to survive, you need all the power you can get." "Do you make a habit of killing people for their loot?" he asked. "No. But if I knew it would make the difference between surviving and dying, I would not hesitate, and neither should you." "I thought you wanted to help people survive," he countered. "Don't be naive, Adam. It doesn't work like that, and you know it. If you hadn't killed other players in stage 5, then you wouldn't be here." Adam's frown deepened. "I know she's right, but the idea of killing someone for a relic doesn't sit well with me." "Of course, your first option should be to trade them for it," Amelia added. "I'm not saying you should just go for the jugular without any questions asked. I didn't think we could trade with other players. You can trade relics with the other people in a stage with you. And if you get that legendary, you can make a deal with the others, like giving them the rights to any future rewards you'd otherwise have gotten from the stage or something. No matter what, you need to get it if it appears. Just out of curiosity, how much could you sell a legendary relic for with Luca?" he asked. 3,000 points. "Damn, that'll definitely cause issues." "If you do end up getting it," she said, "be prepared to fight to keep it. Epic and legendary relics in future stages always cause fights over who gets them." "You said that there's a problem with the points distribution that players learn about after stage 6. Amelia nodded. "It's a few things. The flawless bonus is a per-player basis, but the person who defends against the most damage on behalf of other players gets a bonus worth even more than that of flawless. On top of that, all secrets, secret boss, eradication, and optional stage objectives all give points based on participation. So if 3 out of 5 players got all the secrets, then they will get the bonus and the remaining 2 won't. Likewise, if some members didn't contribute to objectives with some kind of meaningful participation, then they won't get credit and the rewards are split between those who did. Did you know this text is from a different site? Read the official version to support the creator. But the main issue is the leaderboard and the most valuable player trophy that the #1 contributor gets. It always gives a lot of bonus points and an upgrade reward." "When you say leaderboard, do you mean that it's possible to see what points other members got?" Adam asked. "That's right. Shit. Jealousy, competitiveness, and greed always cause issues. My stage 9 always has someone get a legendary relic, and the last 2 times I've been unable to stop a fight from breaking out. That's the stage where you meet Arturo, right? Adam asked. She nodded. That's right. Fortunately, I got the secret boss because of him in my first loop. But if not for that it would be impossible, because the fight over the legendary relic always gets 2 players killed. By the way, I was wondering, Adam started, changing the subject, I saw you had a beige-colored bonus from stage 5. It's the pacifist bonus, she replied. It doesn't show up in all future stage, but it's always there for the ones where players have to fight each other. It was the last one I needed from stage 5 to get the special denizen. There's more than one stage like that. She nodded. Stage 10 is technically not a player deathmatch, but player deaths give a lot of points to the survivors, outweighing the reward from the pacifist bonus by quite a bit. How much is pacifist worth? 800 points in stage 5 and 10. The issue is that, starting from stage 6, you get bonus points for killing other players. It's 500 points until stage 10 where it's 1000. Adam frowned. They're trying really hard to make us kill each other. It's best you just focus on the challenge immediately in front of you. Leave the long-term strategizing to me. If you say so, he replied, unconvinced. Adam turned back to look at Luca's shop. The spider was patiently waiting for him to buy one of the relics visible as holograms above the black chest. Are you able to buy stuff from my dimension? Adam asked Amelia. It was something he'd been wondering about since seeing the past memories where she'd come to his world right after a stage ended. I can see the things you can choose between, she said, but if I want to buy something, it gives me results similar to my own dimension, with the same options as I would get there. That's convenient, Adam said. I think what's really happening when the visiting stone activates is that our dimensions collide and become one. All the denizens here know my name, after all. But what about the special denizens that you've unlocked? They haven't come with you, he said. That's true, she replied. Upgrades to my player house haven't either. You bought stuff for your house? He asked, surprised. They persist across loops, so it's a worthwhile investment, she said. Really? Why would they persist? It's thanks to an upgrade from Levicidix. If you spend 5,000 points or more on Builder, a new upgrade shows up that lets you persist additions to the house. There's something similar for the special denizen quests if you complete 3 of them in the same loop. That's good to know. Are you buying the choice ring? Luca asked. Adam turned back to the spider. I am, he confirmed. I'd like to sell my glutton collar and committed attack ring as well. Excellent, she chittered. Relics sold. Committed attack ring, uncommon. Glutton collar, uncommon. 1,750 points remaining. Relic purchased. Choice ring, epic. 750 points remaining. The collar vanished from his neck, and the ring on his right hand was replaced by the new one. It was a matte iron band with an orange stone that glowed faintly. With Amelia in tow, Adam went over to Carrie. How many points did you end up getting from 5? He asked. 2,670, she replied. Player kills each give 250 points each, but it was worth it because I finally unlocked the Death Guard special denizen. He's a physical combat trainer, which is super useful, since he matches your skill level and can help you improve your fighting style. Is there one for magic too? Adam asked. I would assume so, she replied. But I have no idea which stage would reward it. Adam looked at the cricket vendor. Hi Adam, she said. Show me your upgrades, he told her. Of course. You could ask a bit nicer, Amelia scolded him. She doesn't mind, Adam said. The cricket didn't comment and just waved an arm over her bubbling cauldron. Upgrades for sale. Defense, uncommon, increases all defense by 10%. Venom, epic, attacks inflict venom slowing target by 25% for 10 seconds. Force, uncommon, attacks pierce armor by 10%. Dodge, rare, grants a 15% chance to dodge a direct attack. You should buy defense, Amelia advised. It's better than dodge, right? With the amount of health you have, yes. If you can afford to take hits, then dodge might not be bad, but boosting defense is still better, I'd say. Beck is focusing on dodge, but I feel like I agree with Amelia, especially given the cooldown that dodge has. I'll buy defense. Thank you, Carrie replied. General upgrade purchased. Defense, uncommon. 450 points remaining. The cauldron bubbled and showed 4 new options. Upgrades for sale. Venom, rare, attacks inflict venom slowing target by 15% for 10 seconds. Damage, uncommon, increases all damage by 10%. Stamina, uncommon, increases stamina by 2. Luck, epic, increases luck by 5. Holy shit! Adam exclaimed. Epic rarity luck is really good, Amelia remarked. It also puts me above 25, he said excitedly. Is that the threshold for always getting rare results? Adam nodded. I've never had mine above 20 before, Amelia replied, but I like to get it above 10 to avoid common options appearing. There are a lot of useful uncommon relics though. I'm buying the luck upgrade, Adam told the cricket. Good choice, Carrie commented. General upgrade purchased. Luck epic. 150 points remaining. I've just got 150 points left now. Just save them, Amelia said. There's no way you're dying in stage 6. Don't jinx me, he replied. Wait, I just realized there was a stamina upgrade option in there. Stamina and mana upgrades were unlocked after you beat stage 5. After stage 8 you unlock antivenom and affliction to either defend against or increase the effects of afflictions. Adam brought up his stats. Player status. Adam. Fusionist. Level 35. Stats. Health, 60, plus 10. Stamina, 75. Mana, 200. Damage, 100%, plus 50%. Defense, 165%, plus 65%. Dodge, 10%, plus 10%. Speed, 85%, plus 10%. Luck, 26, plus 21. Attack speed, 125%, plus 25%. Looking pretty good, I think. He read aloud the values for Amelia. Your health is still way too low, she said. Even with your defense, you just need to take 100 damage in one go and you'll be dead. There are a lot of upcoming enemies that can deal that amount of damage in a single attack. I've got the stone mask too, he added. It's a one-time use, and it makes you withered, so the next attack only needs to deal 65 damage to kill you. I've also got the Queen's Pendant. If you become scorned now, you'll definitely die, she warned. Then why give us these relics, he asked in frustrations. Because they're traps, she replied calmly. The Slime Crown, the Hobgoblin Pendant, the Fiend Barb, the Blood Mage Choker, the Tainted Helmet, and the Queen's Pendant are all traps. It's very common with epic rarity relics, which is why the Choice Ring is worth getting, because it doesn't have a flaw that'll get you killed. How is the Slime Crown a trap? You won't be able to heal unless you use elemental cores, and if you take the crown off it'll put your health at 1 point. Not to mention that even equipping it in the first place fucks up your total health forever. So are none of the epic relics from stages worth getting? Not from the first 4, she replied. Adam refused to believe it. He could picture several use cases for many of the relics she'd mentioned. They were just hard to use, and the demerits had to be considered. However, Amelia added, if you make it past 10, then you can get a legendary conjuring stone if you're lucky, and use it to make the Queen's Pendant worth using. Perhaps. How do you know that scorn will get me killed, he asked. Because if you are worshipping an absolute and you're cursed by it, they will smite you as punishment. It's always some permanent affliction that's impossible to get rid of, she explained. Have you seen it happen, he asked. She nodded. The last boss of stage 10 inflicts scorn with one of its attacks. I saw someone who worshipped Morlight have a hole appear right through him, killing him on the spot. That one is obviously fatal no matter what. If you're scorned while worshipping Mesmer, then you go blind. If you're worshipping the All-Mother, your soul wing falls off, and your defense is permanently stuck at 0%. If it's Nharla, then you lose one of your limbs or go insane. There's also one that turns you to stone, but I don't know what absolute causes that. Adam shuddered. He had a pretty good idea what the Tome Keeper's affliction would be, given that he was the Lord of Knowledge. They left the market after listening to a performance by Yenna on her piccolo and arrived at the first light's flame behind Adam's player house. Adam went up inside the building to inspect the flame. It had doubled in size since the first time he'd seen it, but it still evidently had more growing left to do. Secret relic. First light's brazier, uncommon, grows for 2 stages. After leaving the small lighthouse, he returned to Amelia who was waiting outside. "I'm sorry I didn't give this to you sooner," she said. "I was really surprised when you weren't the Adam I was expecting and it put me on guard." "I didn't get the glass acorn either," he said. "It's a lot of power I lost out on." Amelia nodded. "After stage 9 it gives 10% to all stats with every stage you clear. It's quite invaluable." Since the sun was setting, they flew from the lighthouse to Olivida's tent where they waited until the sun was gone before entering. Adam was surprised to discover that Amelia wasn't time-frozen alongside the cube, but it made sense since she was a player too. Like her sister, Olivida had also transformed. She'd gone from being a human-sized black moth into becoming a short woman with black hair and eyes, gray skin, and dark wings that curled around her like a cloak. 2 fluffy antennae poked out of her head, twitching slightly. Both of the moths had become rather adorable, he thought. "I have new upgrades for you, Adam," Olivida said. "Let's see them," he replied. Mastery upgrades for sale. Scale of Nihility, make everyone forget you, 1 shard. Skipping Stone, skip a stage if eligible, 2 shards. Challenge Stone, challenge a player to a battle to the death, 3 shards. Visiting Stone, visit the dimension of a known player, 8 shards. Vanity, turn an interim island denizen into a humanoid, 10 shards. Scale of Nihility, he read aloud. "It's just like the Gate of Nihility," Amelia said, a grim look on her face. "I have no idea why anyone would buy the scale though." "Oblivion can be a mercy, perhaps," Olivida responded ominously. "If the Gate of Nihility makes everyone forget you," Adam started, "then why do you still remember Arturo?" "I don't know," she replied. He could tell it freaked her out. "But he definitely doesn't remember me anymore." Adam looked back at Olivida. "Are there any limitations to the challenge stone?" he asked. "It only works on the island," the moth girl answered. "You're better off saving up for the visiting stone," Amelia advised. "She doesn't realize how right she is, since I need the visiting stone to be able to save another player in stage 5. The moment they entered the dimensional tavern, Charlie brought Adam's pad thai and milkshake to the spot where he always sat. "I'd like the octopus salad again," Amelia told the tavern keeper. "And white wine." "Of course," Charlie replied and left for the kitchen. Bellamorinth was further down the hall, jumping up and down on Finian's bloated body. Adam had no idea where Sylvia and Migraine were, which troubled him greatly. He brought his barrier over to his spot and shaped it into the ergonomic chair again. Amelia sat down next to him, and shaped her own stool into an approximation of the one he'd made. "I wonder why I never saw Arturo use his barrier this way," she remarked. Adam shrugged. He squeezed the lime that had accompanied his meal over the noodles before spreading the chopped peanuts over top, then he dug in with the chopsticks. "Is it good?" Amelia asked. He mumbled through a mouthful of food. "Another player is trying to communicate with you. Do you wish to talk to them?" "Who is it?" she asked. "Player Princess Buttercup." Adam laughed, and immediately went into a coughing fit as a bit of peanut went down the wrong pipe. Amelia smacked him hard on the back a few times, also laughing herself. "Put him through," Adam croaked when he could finally breathe. Gladwin appeared opposite them with a heaping plate of stone crab claws in front of him and mustard sauce in a ramekin next to it. "Are you okay?" he asked. "I just..." Adam croaked before coughing again. Amelia smacked him even harder this time, shooting the errant piece of food across the hall and through Gladwin's hologram. He looked between the two of them and grinned. Then Beck appeared next to him. "It's finally time to dash," he started, before noticing Adam. "Is he okay?" "I'm good," Adam said with a hoarse whisper. "Maybe I should do the connection request next time," Amelia suggested. "Making Buttercup do it is dangerous." Gladwin sighed. "I'd better have one this time, I want to change my name." Beck rubbed his hands. "All right. Let's find out who the winner is." "He definitely thinks he won," Adam said, after finally recovering from his near-death experience. "I guess I'll go first," Amelia said, "since I'm pretty sure I lost." Gladwin gasped. "Really?" She nodded. "I got 2,670 points. At last, my victory." Beck exclaimed. "I got 3,300 points. "Damn, you beat me," Adam said. "I got 3,200. Beck looked positively drunk with power. "Well, then. For Amelia's new name, I have decided it will be Dash." Gladwin cleared his throat loudly, interrupting him. "Aren't you forgetting me?" Beck paused. "Why? What did you get?" 3,335 points. "Ha," Adam said. Amelia chuckled. "Bullshit," Beck replied. "I killed 10 statue elementals, and I got all secrets, the secret boss, and the eradication bonus for killing all 5 players," Gladwin said. "But I took 130 damage." Amelia did the math in her head and said, "He's right, that adds up to 3,335 points. How much were the statues worth?" Beck asked. 50 points each, she replied. "And player kills were worth 250. Beck frowned. "Damn it. At least he didn't contest his loss." Gladwin smiled. "Feels good to be a winner for once," he said. "As my first decree, I will no longer be Princess Buttercup. What are you changing it to?" Adam asked. "I'm just going back to Gladwin. What about me?" Amelia asked. "I was gonna call you Pink Eye," Beck said, a grin on his face. "They're purple, not pink," Adam pointed out. "My mother taught me to be nice to girls," Gladwin said. Beck booed. "You don't have to hold back," Amelia told him. Gladwin smiled deviously. "Very well, then your new name is, hello, my name is Amelia and I'm a time looper. Everyone paused. "What? That whole thing?" Adam asked, confused. Beck shook his head. "My choice was much better." "Done," Amelia said. "I just thought it would be kind of funny to see in the system messages," Gladwin explained. "Oh, I hadn't thought of that," Beck admitted. Amelia suddenly burst out laughing. "Oh no. My status screen looks horrible now." Then Charlie arrived and said, "Here is your ensalada di pulpo and white wine. Hello, my name is Amelia and I'm a time looper." Adam laughed. "You're a fucking genius, Gladwin. This might be a problem." Amelia said, realization dawning on her. "I still have a lot of people I need to talk to after this." "You had better win next time then," Gladwin said with a grin, cracking open one of his crab claws. She jabbed her fork into a bit of octopus and leveled it at him. "And you'd better hope you don't lose, princess." Beck laughed. "Now we're talking." Adam shook his head with a smile. These bets were quickly getting out of hand. Amelia cleared her throat. "All right, it's finally time I tell you about Stage 6, Aliferia's Crooked Tower. Adam sat up straight. He'd finally made it past the player versus player stage and finished the tutorial, so to speak. Now came the true test of his mettle, the group stages. Adam and Amelia walked through the moonlit interim island after the Dimensional Tavern had closed for the night. She had explained everything she knew about Stage 6 to Adam, Gladwin, and Beck, but he still felt some trepidation, given that she confessed to not knowing everything. Adam thought about the communion quest that he'd received from his patron, the Tome Keeper. Altar Communion. The Tome Keeper. Adam. I need you to find Aliferia's notes on chimeral transmutation. She made a promise to me that the notes would be mine once her research concluded, but she perished before we could make the transaction. I want them for my collection and study. Though I know much, I do not know where she hid the notes, but they must be somewhere within her tower. Reward, 1,000 points or relic. The fact that it mentioned the name Aliferia, when stage 6 was called Aliferia's Crooked Tower, made it clear that he was to find the notes in the stage. However, Amelia freely admitted that she did not know enough to help him. For starters, she was unfamiliar with Adam's patron and he was not allowed to tell her anything about him. Secondly, the stage was apparently massive, requiring the players to cooperate to even find their objective. Amelia had already told them that their objective was to locate a giant painting at the top of Aliferia's tower. As for the tower itself, it lay beyond the elfin sanctuary, which they would be returning to. Since all of them had saved Bellamorinth from being sacrificed, they would not be forced to immediately fight off the city's elfin, who would normally have been cursed by the All-Mother and turned into zombie-like monsters. Beck normally never survived this far, so Amelia said there was a slim chance he could end up in one of their stages as a sixth player, since the system tended to add players that normally didn't survive onto new groups, rather than putting all such players into groups of their own. Adam had been the sixth member of his stage 5, which meant that either he or someone else wasn't meant to survive up to that stage in the original design, before time loopers and Wetru's adherents started to meddle. As for Gladwin, Amelia was fairly sure he always survived his stage 5, but she didn't know for sure, since it was impossible to track the fate of every last person out of the millions that remained. Still, we're only done with 5 stages and only 29 million of the 600 million that survived stage 1 are left. And that number is going to keep dropping, until only 10,000 are left by stage 10, according to Amelia. Adam sighed. Are you okay? Amelia asked. She'd been quiet during their walk to the island center as well. I was just thinking about everything, he replied. More than 500 million people have died just during the introductory stages. It's a lot, she agreed. And that's despite your best attempts to save people, he added. But so long as just one person makes it to the end and wins, everyone else will be saved, Amelia replied. All we can do is help as many people as possible survive to reach the end. Do you really believe those who died come back if we win? He asked. If I didn't, what would be the point of fighting back? She retorted. You're right. There has to be a meaning behind what we're doing. Amelia touched his arm and he didn't pull away. It's okay to be worried, she told him. But don't let it consume you. Have you received a quest from your patron? He asked. I have, she replied. An envoy of the Eternal Serpent spoke to me when I received my altar. I have to find an egg that has been frozen in time. That's all I know. Ra. Did Messemer usually give you a quest for stage 6 as well? He did, she replied. I had to find an eye. It was in the laboratorium. Seems like they might all be fetch-type quests, Adam commented. I should have asked Gladwin what he had to retrieve, Amelia said. She had been very interested in his patron, since he chose the Guardian. From what they'd put together, it seemed that the Absolute's unlock condition was to negate an affliction using the affliction ward. Beck had chosen Morlight, since he had evolved his acolyte evolution of spellcaster into element tamer, which allowed him to absorb environmental elements and incorporate them into his spells. He had absorbed the element of one of the glowing gems in the ceiling of the tunnels and used it in a trap that killed another player. It was apparently considered sun magic, which also counted to unlock the Absolute, probably because he was associated with solar flares. Amelia had done her best to describe the monsters they would encounter in Aliferia's Crooked Tower and its environs, but Adam had a hard time picturing them exactly. They were some seemingly random assortment of cobbled-together golems, test subjects, bat-grown creatures, and chimera. They reached the altar that marked the center of the island and came to a halt. The moonlight covered all the buildings in a shimmering silver. Amelia and Adam glanced at each other for a bit, before she spoke up and said, I will see you after stage 6. Adam nodded. Be careful. Thank you for all the help. She stepped closer to him and he smiled back at her. Don't worry, I'll be fine, he told her. I don't know how things have changed this time around, she said. A lot more people survived stage 5 compared to last time, and it's bound to change up the dynamic of the coming stages. Even if you have my guide to go off of, make sure to stay on guard. Adam put a hand on her shoulder reassuringly. I've outperformed your expectations until now, haven't I? There really isn't anything to be afraid of. She smiled a little. I hope you're right, she said. Then she suddenly embraced him in a brief hug before stepping away and pulling out her visiting stone. She immediately vanished, not allowing him to get a single word out. Visiting stone deactivated. Player hello, my name is Amelia and I'm a time looper has left your dimension. Adam laughed at the message before realizing how fast his heart was beating. Why did her hug suddenly make me feel this way? Are the memories from the scale of remembrance affecting me? Or maybe it's just the nerves. Adam would be lying if he wasn't feeling nervous about stage 6. Teaming up with 4 or 5 other players after everyone just murdered each other the stage before seemed a recipe for disaster. He pushed the thoughts from his mind and went to his player house. When the tavern had closed, Bellamorant had vanished, returning to wherever the All-Mother lived, which was kind of bizarre. As a result, he was once again alone in the house. However, when he reached the garden out in front, he saw that Yenna was waiting for him. Good evening, Adam, said the wasp musician. The author's content has been appropriated, report any instances of this story on Amazon. Come on in, he told her, opening the door for her. After entering and closing the door behind them, she asked, Are you going to sleep right away? In a moment, he told her. He brought up his status as he walked over to his storage. Player status. Adam. Fusionist. Level 35. Stats. Health, 60. Stamina, 75. Mana, 200. Damage, 100%. Defense, 165%. Dodge, 10%. Speed, 85%. Luck, 26. Attack speed, 125%. Upgrades. Luck plus 21. Dodge plus 10%. Crush plus 15%. Damage plus 40%. Defense plus 40%. Health plus 10. His health was still quite low, but Amelia had mentioned the locations of all the rewards chests she knew of, with most of them being upgrade rewards. He was hoping his group would be able to work out a simple system for splitting the loot. The idea of having to trust random people and split loot with them was hard to reconcile, since his odds of surviving long-term depended on him growing stronger, but if other players took upgrades and relics for themselves then he would be losing out on important power boosts. And if those players ended up dying, there was no way to reclaim the upgrades from their bodies. Adam let out the breath he'd been unintentionally holding in. I can't worry about all that right now. My main objective is to gather knowledge. Even if I die it's not game over, and though I need to keep my guard up, I can't be too paranoid of other players or start to scheme about how to kill them. After all, Amelia made it clear it was impossible to solo these stages. He reached down into the storage and retrieved the Rotmaker idol and golden map. He figured either might potentially be used for unlocking something special in stage 6. Yenna watched him as he put the relics in his spider silk sack and looked through the trophies on the wall. He had all of the trophies for the first 3 stages, but was missing 2 from 4. He also needed the pacifist, eradication, and speedrun bonuses for stage 5 to perfect it. 6 was a different beast though. Amelia had said there were 8 trophies to get, with the new ones being Plunderer, Defender, and MVP. They were rewarded for getting all chests, protecting other players from the most damage possible, and scoring the most points in the stage out of the group. I should aim for MVP at least, since she said it gives an upgrade as a reward. Adam went over to his bed and laid down. This time I'll be gone for a full day, he told Yenna. The wasp lowered her large head slightly. Be careful with Aliferia's creations, they are drawn to those who wield magic. Adam blinked. He hadn't expected to get advice from the musician of all people. You know what I'm going up against, he asked. I cannot say any more than that. Amelia didn't mention anything about the enemies being drawn to magic users. Thank you, Yenna. I'll be careful. Despite all his worries and many swirling thoughts, Adam quickly fell asleep once the wasp started to sing her lullaby. Now entering Stage 6. Aliferia's Crooked Tower. 24-hour timer. Adam awoke to find himself walking up stone steps leading out of the dark underground. He emerged atop the stone disk at the bottom of the ritual site that lay within the heart of the elfin sanctuary. Around him on the steps awaited a few elfin guards, but it seemed everyone else had long since returned to their homes and were going about repairing the damage done to their city. The eye floated out in front of Adam where he paused at the top of the opening leading into the forbidden altar. Then it moved towards the center and he turned to track its movements. A tremor rolled through the ground as the large disk spun and closed off the entrance to the altar. For what comes next, you alone will not be powerful enough. With the power of the all-seeing system, the dimensions shall converge. Adam looked at the eye, wondering how exactly it would go about summoning the other players he was going to team up with. Then the air rippled and the disk spun a full rotation in an instant. It moved so fast he almost thought it was just his mind playing tricks, but he had felt the motion in his legs and inner ear. He blinked and realized there were 5 figures standing on the edges of the disk now, equidistant from each other. And he recognized one of them. The cutscene let go of him and he stumbled a step, as did the other 5 players. "Fancy seeing you here," said Gladwin from across the way. He was wearing quite a lot of relics, giving him a different vibe from normal. Adam realized that Amelia had been wrong. Normally Gladwin didn't survive stage 5, because otherwise she would have known that he and Adam would be teaming up in 6. "Do you know each other?" asked a woman to Adam's immediate left. He took a step towards the center, summoning his barriers with a thought and maneuvering them around behind him. "I'm Adam," he said. "I'm a magician, kind of. I use barriers." The woman to his left gave him a dubious look. "We're doing introductions," she asked. "I'm Gladwin," said his friend, taking a step forward as well. "I'm a shield wall, so I'll probably end up at the front taking all the hits." The guy to Gladwin's right stepped forward. "I'm Han and my class is Trickster." He lifted a shortbow that clearly had the Fiend Barb relic attached to it. That might have been a powerful combo against other players, but many of the enemies in this stage don't have flesh and blood. The guy looked Asian, maybe Korean, and wore a dark blue hoodie and loose black cargo pants. His black hair was shoulder length, and besides the Fiend Barb, his prominent relics were the forlorn cuirass and spring boots. The woman between Han and Adam stepped forward. "I'm Maggie. I've got the opportunist weapon. It's good for parrying, so I'll probably end up front with the old guy." "I'm not that old," Gladwin shot back. Maggie was white with brown hair and Adam guessed that she was American. She wore a dark gray tank top and shorts meant for running, as well as pink sneakers. She had the captain's cape relic hanging from her back, the duelist's glove on her right hand, and the purple slime glove on her left. She also wore the stone bracer on her right arm and the vigilant fighter's vambrace on her left. I should keep my distance from her, Adam thought. Her setup is basically made to kill players quickly and the stone bracer only works to disable someone else's relics. The vambrace allowed her to create weak points on anyone she parried, so she could be a good asset in a fight, but her attitude seemed ill-fitted for cooperation. The next person stepped forward. He was a tall black guy who wore a gray blazer and suit pants along with polished dress shoes. He didn't have any visible relics besides the Cursegiver necklace, choice ring, and blood fist ring. "I'm James," he said. "I'm a spellblade." His voice had a sing-song lilt to it, and unlike Maggie he didn't immediately seem like a threat to Adam. He didn't give any descriptions of what a spellblade was, but he had a sword on his right hip and could probably perform some kind of magic. I wonder what weapon evolves into that. The last guy didn't step forward and had his gaze aimed down at his feet. His hair was black, but it looked like it was dyed since his eyebrows were light brown. He wore both the forlorn cuirass and the tainted helmet. His pale face had dark rings around the eyes and on his back hung a large sword. He looked quite young, maybe only 18 years old. A lot of these people have terrible relics, Adam thought to himself. "What's your name?" Gladwin asked the teen. "I don't know you, I don't have to tell you," he replied in a small voice, still looking down. We'll have to work together in this stage if we want to survive, Adam told them all. Before the teen could protest, the eye in the center of the disc floated into the air and split into 6, returning to each of their sides. The timer has begun. Stage objective. Find a clue to the Godstone in the Crooked Tower. Amelia had said the tower wasn't always in the same spot, and players were meant to climb the tall tree in the sanctuary to find it. But Adam had an easier way to check. He moved his barriers in front of himself and fused them together. Maggie took a step back, and the others watched him closely, even the nameless teen with the big sword. Granted, Adam was also wearing the stone mask on his face, so he probably looked quite ominous. "I'll be right back," Adam told them and climbed onto his barrier, shooting himself straight into the air. The wind rushed past him as he soared higher than the canopy of the great tree and the dark blue trees of the forest around the sanctuary. To the northeast, dozens of kilometers away, was a portion of the vast forest where the trees were chopped away and a spire reached into the air. That was clearly where they had to go. For a moment he considered just picking up Gladwin and flying there, but then he thought better of it. Not to mention, Amelia said some of the monsters they'd face had ranged attacks, and Yenna had warned they might be attracted to his magic. Getting sniped out of the air was a pretty easy way to die given that his barrier, even in its fused state, was susceptible to piercing attacks. Adam lowered himself back down to the ground and got off his barrier, shaping it into a narrow lance that hovered over his right shoulder. "The tower is to the northeast," he told them. "How did you do that?" asked James. "Magic," he replied. The tall guy chuckled. "My magic doesn't work like that." "Is it far?" Gladwin asked. "Looked to be quite a few kilometers, yeah," Adam said. "We should find some horses or something then. Maybe the carriage from the previous stage is still around here." "I'm staying here," said the dark-haired teen. "Me too," Maggie quickly added, eyeing up the kid. "I don't think so," Adam told them. James and Han looked between them, both pulling out their weapons. "You wanna fucking force us to fight when we don't wanna?" Maggie shot back at Adam. He gritted his teeth. "Fine. Stay here. But if you don't participate, you don't get any points. And we're not coming back to pick you up." "Have fun," she replied in a biting tone. Adam shook his head and walked up and out of the ritual site, following the steps carved into the sides of the hole. Gladwin, Han, and James followed after him. "Should we really just leave them?" asked Han. "It's no use forcing them," Gladwin said. "Maybe they have given up," James remarked. "Just means more points for the rest of us," Adam said. They found the carriage they had all used during stage 3 pretty quickly, and one of the elfin even agreed to take them towards the tower, so long as they promised to protect him and his horses. Gladwin sat on the bench at the front with the driver while Adam and Han sat on the roof, since they were ranged attackers and would be able to respond to ambushes the fastest. James was inside the vehicle, since there was no place for him to sit up front and he didn't want to be on the roof. "I wonder what would have happened if we didn't save the girl," Gladwin said as they rolled down through the forest of dark blue trees. There was no path for the carriage and its horses to follow, but that did not deter the driver in the slightest. He managed to perfectly swerve around the trees, leaving a snaking trail in their wake. "We would have had to fight our way out of the city," Adam reminded him. "And I'm guessing we wouldn't have been able to hitch a ride. We're probably saving a lot of time." "I didn't save the girl," Han said. Adam explained how they'd done it, as well as the stage variant concept that Amelia had told him about. "It's a good thing we're in your dimension then," the guy replied. "I suppose that is pretty lucky," Gladwin agreed. "It's probably designed to use the dimension of any player who has triggered a variant, at least for this stage," Adam guessed. He suddenly realized that the hard mode orb hadn't appeared this time. It had made sense why he hadn't seen it during stage 5, but he was starting to suspect it had a hidden limitation to it that Olivita had not told him about. That being the fact that he probably had to defeat a stage before he could activate hard mode. Unless it somehow didn't work for group stages. Amelia had certainly made no mention of it, but it seemed peculiar that it might only work for the first 4 stages. "I suppose it doesn't matter right now, since I wouldn't want to use it on unfamiliar stages anyway. But I'll have to ask Amelia or Olivita about it." Adam turned to Han, who sat next to him, and said, "You've gotta unequip that fiend barb relic." The archer nodded. "I've been thinking about it, but I wanted to see what kind of enemies we were up against first. Also, I was just..." He started, but then paused. "You were worried you'd have to fight other players?" Gladwin guessed from where he sat below them. "Yeah. I can't blame you," Adam said. "You know, I don't think it was a good idea to leave those two back there in the city," Han said. "I've got a bad feeling about that Maggie girl." "You felt that too?" Adam asked. "She changed her tune the moment the kid said he didn't want to go," Gladwin pointed out. Adam frowned at the realization, since he hadn't picked up on that at all. It had been quite the switch up from her talking about fighting at the front to suddenly not wanting to go. "We might have to keep a lookout for her," Han suggested. "You think she'd kill the kid?" Adam wondered. "Maybe she thinks that she'll get a lot of points if she kills us one by one," Han said, sounding quite paranoid. "Let's not let our imaginations create enemies out of nothing," Adam replied. "Even if she does try something, she won't be able to beat us. It's possible she just didn't want to fight, and seeing that the kid was staying, she might have wanted to hedge her bet staying in the city while we take on the bad guys," Gladwin theorized. "Rain gobes." Han let out a deep breath. "Sorry, guys. My stage 5 was rough. I guess it's still weighing heavily on me. I had to fight one of my friends. He had the backstabber class like her, and he almost killed me when we reached the altar together." "There's nothing wrong with being cautious," Adam told him. "But we just have to avoid becoming paranoid. And let's say that Maggie really is planning on going serial killer on us, we're already so far away that it'd take her a long time to catch up." Han nodded. "What gods did you two end up picking?" he then asked, changing the subject. "I picked Mesmer since I liked the sound of the appraising eye skill. I'm able to see basic information about other players, and I'm guessing enemies as well." "What can you see?" Adam asked. "Your class, your level, and the names of your relics. It's quite useful." "That does sound pretty handy," Adam replied. "I got the Guardian," Gladwin said. "His boon makes afflictions 50% less effective against me." Han looked at Adam. "What did you get?" "My patron doesn't allow me to tell others about him," he replied. "Sorry. Is he strong?" he asked. "I'm not sure yet," Adam replied truthfully. James' head poked up from the side of the roof. "I picked Nharla," he said. "His power let me switch around my stats. Since evolving into Spellblade from Vanguard gave me 50 mana, I switched my health and mana around, as well as my damage and defense." "That sounds reckless," Gladwin commented. "Good thing you're here then," he replied. "What's Vanguard evolved from?" Adam asked. He assumed Vanguard wasn't the name of a weapon type, since he hadn't heard of one like that. And it was unlikely to be related to the special weapon from Stage 4, since Beck had said it was a two-handed sword. You could be reading stolen content. Head to Royal Road for the genuine story. "It's Defender," Gladwin answered. "It's interesting how different our weapons have become, isn't it?" James said. "Shield Wall is based on the Guardian evolution, isn't it?" "It is," Gladwin replied. "How does Spellblade work?" Adam asked. Before James could answer, Han yelled out, "Stop the carriage." Adam spun around and saw what the archer had seen. 30 meters away and up in the trees was a strange six-legged bone spider. Almost as soon as they'd spotted it and the driver brought the carriage to a halt, the enemy engaged, firing a large bolt from inside its spherical body. Gladwin jumped up and pulled out his shield. It was huge, much taller than his short frame. The projectile veered off from its intended target, Adam, and hammered into the great shield. The impact was powerful enough to push Gladwin back against the carriage and shift the vehicle half a meter backwards. He quickly jumped out in front of the horses, and James followed behind him. Han stayed atop the carriage and unequipped the fiend barb, before letting loose with his rapid-fire arrows. Adam hopped off the carriage as well, bringing his barrier out in front of him and spinning it up to boost its penetrative power. Flames licked off the edges of the white lance-shaped barrier and the air hummed the faster it spun. James spared a glance over his shoulder, while Gladwin prepared to tank the next shot. "Shitbox, what is that thing?" Adam asked the eye. "This is a construct called a bone creeper. Aim for the segments of its legs," James yelled, holding a telescope in front of his eyes. Adam realized it was the scope of insight. If he remembered correctly, the relic allowed the user to see the enemy's weaknesses. "I didn't realize how useful such a relic could be in a group situation," he thought to himself. Even if James had seemingly made the irrational decision to flip his health and mana values around, as well as his damage and defense, he was possibly quite thoughtful about his setup. Or maybe it just seemed that way because of how confidently he carried himself. Han's arrows did very little to hurt the giant bone spider, but it was also clear that his bow wasn't as effective in this environment, given that the trickster's main benefit was its ability to ricochet. "We have to get closer for me to hit it," Adam told Gladwin after huddling up behind his shield. "I'll take down the trees it's clinging to," James said. "Cover me." The three of them surged forward, while Han's arrows continued hitting the construct's body ineffectively. Adam shot his barrier through one of the two trees that the creeper was clinging to. Its spherical body was about the size of a car and each of its 6 legs was 4 meters long. The center of its body just had a large aperture from which it shot out the big bolts that all struck Gladwin's shield with loud echoing bangs. It didn't really make sense that it was able to keep producing bolts to shoot at them with, but at the same time Han was also firing off way more arrows than he could possibly keep in his quiver. The tree Adam had struck had a hole going through it, and James leapt forward with ice coating his gem-studded sword, before slashing all the way through the trunk, sending the tree on a collision course with one of its neighbors. The creeper didn't seem very intelligent, because the moment one of its anchor points faltered, it started slipping down towards the ground, not even trying to slow its own descent by grabbing something else. "Watch out!" Adam yelled, and the three of them quickly backpedaled as the large construct hit the forest floor with a loud crash and crunch of its bony body. No sooner had it collapsed than they all rushed back in and chopped off its 6 legs at the joints where they connected to the round body. Adam hammered his lance barrier into the joint of a leg and then unfurled it to explosively separate the bones. When he did it a second time, his barrier cracked and triggered Last Stand's fervor, making it momentarily unbreakable and increasing its damage and speed by 25%. But before his barrier could expire, they destroyed the last leg joint, and just like that the central body broke in two. A large soul essence flew out of its body and into Adam's lantern, but no one seemed to notice. "Elite enemy defeated," announced their cube companions at the same time. "That wasn't too bad," Gladwin said. Han came running over, but he was clearly slowed down by the forlorn cuirass he wore. "Sorry, guys," he said. "I couldn't damage it." "He's probably lacking penetration power even after unequipping the fiend barb," Adam guessed. "Let's leave the carriage behind and continue on foot," James suggested. Adam nodded. "Good idea." "I'll stay in the front," Gladwin said. "And I'll bring up the rear," Adam decided, which means James and Han stay in the middle. No one seemed to have a problem with that, so they immediately fell into formation and moved through the forest of dark blue trees at a brisk pace. "How were you able to make the enemy projectiles hit your shield?" Han asked Gladwin. "It's the shield wall's ability," he replied. "It pulls hostile projectiles towards the center of my shield when I'm guarding." "You saved my ass," Adam said. "I'm pretty sure it was aiming for my head with that first shot." "You can all thank me by giving me the first loot option," Gladwin replied with a grin in his voice. "Actually, if we find any relic chests, you should let me open them," Adam said. "I've got 26 luck which guarantees all relics and upgrades are rare or higher." "I didn't know that was a thing," Han said. "Me neither," added James. "I'd like to see it before I believe it though." Although they didn't blindly trust him, they seemed to at least be open to giving his suggestion a shot. "Thank God. I was worried we'd end up having to argue about this stuff." Adam inspected Gladwin's outfit as they continued forward. In the tavern he always just wore a simple white shirt and khaki shorts, but out here he had a full getup of relics. He wore the spirited defense nose ring, which staggered enemies on successful blocks and made them take 10% extra damage from follow-up attacks, some pants made with metallic scales, the glutton collar to allow him to consume 2 potions back-to-back, the potion belt around his waist with 3 small healing potions inside, the Sanctuary Defender's robes which raised dodge by 10% and speed by 25%, and lastly his right eye was completely black, which was probably some relic Adam had never encountered before. "What relic did you replace your eye with?" Adam asked him. Gladwin slowed down to answer. "It's called Slothling Ogre Eye," he answered. "It raises defense by 50% and lowers movement speed by the same." "You don't seem that slow to me," he replied. "I've gotten quite a few speed upgrades, and the robes counteract my scale trousers." "What do they do?" "The trousers, I mean," Adam asked. "They raise defense by 15% and lower speed by 25%. "How much defense do you have?" James asked. "Like 300%, Gladwin replied. "My speed is 120%. "God damn," Adam said. "I feel good about you being up front," Han remarked. "Me too," Adam added. Gladwin grinned. "Just keep my back safe and kill stuff quickly, and I'll defend against anything we encounter." "Deal," Han replied. They continued through the forest for about 20 minutes until the end of the trees came into view. Past the tree line the ground was barren, all vegetation entirely gone as though burnt away by chemicals that prevented even weeds from sprouting. All 4 of them stopped where the trees ended and gaped in awe and horror at what lay before them. Half a kilometer out from the tree line stood a wall made of metal and wood, hewn together by unskilled hands and looking like a post-apocalyptic fortification. A few hundred meters past that was the outer wall of the tower. And it was enormous. Its diameter was easily 40 meters and its height was like that of a 20-floor apartment block. If not for the hilly terrain of the forest and the fact that the ground of the vast clearing around the tower was sunken down, the tower would easily have been visible from the sanctuary. Amelia had not been able to do the tower justice with her descriptions, because Adam had wondered how on earth so many monsters, locations, and encounters could be packed into it, but he understood now. True to its name, the tower wasn't perfectly straight, since the top of it tilted slightly and the middle part looked warped and misshapen. Things just like the creeper they'd killed crawled around near the top of the tower, sure to make any attempts to fly to the top quite harrowing. "But it doesn't look impossible if I wanted to take a shortcut," Adam thought. They shared a few glances. "I think I understand why they gave us 24 hours to do this," Han commented. Atop the shoddy fortification walked humanoid creatures and it was clear they were the true first line of defense, with the bone creeper being more of an attempt to catch them off guard. If Amelia was right, there'd be golems and other large creatures waiting for them beyond that wall, but first they had to get over and in. "Let's go," Adam said. Almost the exact moment the 4 of them broke from the tree line, the humanoid creatures atop the scrap wall took notice of them. 10 immediately leapt from its top and down onto the barren ground before charging towards them. "They don't have a lot of armor," Adam told Han, and the archer seemed to immediately understand what he meant, because he re-equipped his fiend barb. Gladwin moved out in front, with James close behind him and Adam just a few paces after. The enemies were like hairless baboons that walked upright and wielded simple weapons and clothes. Their pale skin was stretched tight over their emaciated frames and their heads had protruding snouts full of blocky teeth. While the goblins and lesser demons had been quite haunting to look at, these creatures were by far the scariest Adam had encountered. They fell into a category of not quite right owing to their uncanny resemblance to humans and it was deeply unsettling. "These are Aliferia's wildlings," the eye announced after Adam prompted it. Before the first of them could reach Gladwin, 6 lay dead from Han's arrows which he sent skipping along the ground. 15 more were already leaping from the wall to reinforce their numbers. Gladwin bashed his large shield into a wildling, producing a sickening crunch and killing it. James followed right behind him with a wide slash that decapitated another. He wasn't using any magic, since these enemies were quite weak. As they died, soul essences flew into Adam's Wraith Lantern. Relic. Wraith Lantern, rare, when an enemy is slain nearby, their soul essence is absorbed. When the relic is fully charged with sufficient soul essence, a winter wraith is summoned. 2 loud shrieks filled the air and his teammates froze as the ghosts flew away from Adam and through Gladwin's defense. The pair were far more coherent than he had ever seen them before, and it was clear that the bone creeper's soul, as well as the souls of the wildlings, were more potent than those of the past enemies he'd fought. An orange flaming aura emanated off the wraiths, thanks to the fire effect of his crown, and they quickly tore through the closest set of wildlings. The moment their first slashes had torn the creatures to ribbons, they both turned red from triggering last stand's fervor, flying off with renewed speed as they aimed for the rest of the enemies coming from the wall. "It's a weapon relic of mine," Adam told them before they could ask. Han lent his barrage of arrows to the two wraiths and the wildling reinforcements were shredded before more of them could bolster their numbers. Gladwin, James, and Adam were able to calmly approach the barricade while the archer and wraiths went to town. Every fifth kill 2 more wraiths joined in on the slaughter, and before long 6 ghosts were summoned simultaneously. "Your relic is overpowered," Gladwin muttered. Adam grinned. When they made it to the wall, they had to climb over the heaps of dead wildlings that lay scattered around it. The wraiths had dissipated once no more enemies were in sight. They had contributed to half of the kills, with Han making up almost all of the rest. Gladwin and James had both just gotten 1 each. "That wasn't so bad," Han commented after he caught up. "Don't let your guard down," Gladwin told him. "I'll open the way," James said. He took a step towards the wall and lifted his gem-studded sword up in front of himself. Adam couldn't tell what was happening, but he got the sense that the guy was seeing something the rest of them couldn't, because suddenly one of the gems lit up bright red. Then the edge of the sword glowed hot, and a haze warped the air around the blade. With 3 efficient swings, an opening was made in the scrap wall, and the magic of his weapon died down. Somehow, the hole remained open despite the shoddy craftsmanship keeping the wall together. They didn't waste a moment and hurried through. Directly on the other side of the scrap barricade was something akin to a slum, and a few more wildlings roamed about, though they had seemingly killed most of them already. The houses here were simple shelters and huts made in the same way as the wall, and it seemed like the strange creatures had lived here until their arrival. Past the slum was a large mound of discarded bodies, though they somehow hadn't rotted in the sun. Beyond that was a large gate set into the tower itself. Gladwin looked around. "I don't see any golems," he said. Han was staring at the large mound of bodies. "Guys, that thing is a monster." "That's impossible," James remarked. "Let's not rule anything out here," Adam said. "My appraisal skill says it's called Aliferia's discarded golem," Han said. "Should we avoid it? It looks like it's inactive." "No," Adam said. "It might have treasure." Gladwin gave him a look. They both knew it had a relic chest inside it, thanks to Amelia, but they couldn't outright say that without making the other suspicious. "Let's first deal with the stragglers," James advised, and they spent the next few minutes killing the remaining wildlings hanging around the slum. Given that the gate to Aliferia's tower was right behind the mound of bodies, Adam doubted they'd even be able to get in without dealing with the golem first. A with grave Nigerian Naira Omicron. Although they defeated 9 more wildlings, the wraiths summoned by Adam's lantern did not fly off to engage with the golem. It seemed that until they activated the enemy, it wasn't considered a target. Amelia had mentioned that golems and other monstrosities roamed the area beyond the tower, but had also made a point of saying that it was always slightly different, even within her own world. The thing that was guaranteed, however, was that there'd be one boss guarding the tower and that killing it would give a relic chest. "I need that chest and the legendary relic from this stage." The lucky stone that he'd gotten all the way back in stage 2 was burning a hole in his pocket, begging for him to finally use it. Secret relic. Lucky stone, rare, flip to increase the rarity for the next reward options. 1 use. Given that his luck was over 25, which guaranteed rare quality or higher, he had a real shot of getting the legendary that Amelia had told him about if he used this relic. Adam looked at the others. They had moved past the wildlings' huts and in the open space before them was the large mound of corpses. If they went left or right around the tower, following the scrap wall, it seemed like they might encounter other creatures, but the tower only had the one entrance before them. This story has been stolen from Royal Road. If you read it on Amazon, please report it. "Are you ready?" he asked. "Hit it with an arrow first," Gladwin told Han. "I want to know if I should even attempt to guard against this thing." He had a point. The mound of bodies was probably 8 meters tall and 12 wide, so if it was one connected monstrosity, it would be way too big to make sense to fight normally. Even with Gladwyn's shield, a single hit might be fatal if it was big enough. Han readied an arrow, his fiend barb still equipped. After a nod from James, he fired it towards the top of the heap. Thwack! The sound was loud and wet, followed shortly after by the crunch of the crystals created by the fiend barb. However, the blood burst effect was localized to the corpse he had hit, not spreading to its neighbors. The ground rumbled and the mound shifted. "Oh fuck," Adam muttered as the entire thing lifted itself up from the ground. The corpses shifted and writhed as though pulled by strings, rising into the air and gaining 5 extra meters in height. 4 thick legs made of overlapping and interlocked bodies held up the giant, and its body was like a ball of flesh with 5 arms sprouting from around it like a pinwheel. There was no head, but it was clear that the main body was the egg they needed to crack. Adam spun up the lance barrier and fired it into the front right leg. At the same time Gladwyn and James got in close to the left leg and started hacking away. Han was doing the most damage due to his fiend barb, and the main body was quickly crystallizing thanks to him spreading his shots all over its round body. "Watch out!" Gladwyn yelled and got in front of James as the golem swung an arm down at them. Adam unfolded his barrier and exploded the right leg, sending the golem's attack off course. Its arm struck the dirt 5 meters away from Gladwyn and shook the ground with enough force to make them all stumble, even Han who was standing quite far back. "Shit, that would have killed me," Gladwyn muttered. As the right leg detached fully from the golem, 8 soul essences flew into Adam's lantern, filling it enough to trigger it twice. The corpses all count as individual kills. Shrieks filled the air as 4 wraiths flew out from the lantern, tearing into the enormous golem. It swung for Gladwyn and James again, but this time they were prepared for it and got out of the way. The large arm swung with enough force to create a buffet of wind that sent Han's arrows flying back towards the wall behind them, but none of them were hit. Almost as soon as they got back into it, Gladwyn and James were able to cut through the front left leg. The moment it detached, Adam's lantern was filled up with 7 souls and another pair of wraiths was summoned. The golem collapsed in his direction and he hurried out of the way as it struck the ground with a loud crash, sending a cascade of earth out in all directions. With 6 pissed-off wraiths tearing into it, and Han and Adam focusing their attacks on the main body, the golem very quickly popped open to reveal a large brain-like glob inside its round body. It was connected with synapse-like cables to the corpses, and a single well-placed arrow from Han sent a cascade of the blood burst effect through those connections. Within seconds, its entire body was riddled with internal crystallization that poked through the skin of the pale corpses it was made from. A soul essence the size of a beach ball flew into Adam's lantern and the discarded golem's body unraveled, leaving behind a pink and fleshy treasure chest. Elite enemy defeated. "Good job," Gladwyn said, clapping Han on the back. "The fiend barb really came in handy," Adam agreed. "I'm glad it wasn't a waste," the archer replied. "It seems we have a well-rounded team," James remarked. They shared a few glances between each other and the treasure chest in awkward silence. Adam pulled out the lucky stone from his pocket and approached the chest. "Trust me on this one," he told them. Gladwyn was clearly on board, but James and Han still looked skeptical. However, they did not stop him. Granted, it might also have been because the corpses strewn around it were rapidly decomposing into dust, producing a foul stench. "Here goes nothing." Adam flipped the lucky stone. Lucky stone activated. The rarity of options in the next reward has been raised by 1 level. He reached down and grabbed the lid of the relic chest. It felt like warm chewing gum that someone had just spat out, but the gross sensation didn't stop him in the slightest. Golden light spilled out from under the lid of the chest as it slowly opened. Then it suddenly popped all the way open, making Adam stumble back a step in surprise. The breath died in his throat as he saw the colors of the options. Purple, orange. Holy fuck. It was a brown hood with golden stitching, a wing of bone and sewn-together skin, and an obsidian hand with pearl-white nails. Relics available. Mage Aspirant's Cowl, epic, allows you to see mana and absorb it. Grafted Wing, epic, grows a wing on your body. Aleferia's Mandate, legendary, evolves all summons, allows for all summons to be commanded. Is that legendary? Han asked excitedly, coming over to Adam's side in a hurry. He started to reach out for it, but Gladwin blocked him with his shield. Hey, he protested. Adam has the choice ring, Gladwin said. He can pick 2 relics. I want the cowl, James said. If you pick that one as the second option, then I will give you my choice ring. You can then pick 2 things for the next chest that Gladwin and Han can have. Even though Han had done the most in this fight, Adam didn't wait for his approval and grabbed the legendary. The orange stone on his choice ring glowed brightly and he reached out to grab the cowl as well. With his choices confirmed, the last option vanished and the light in the ring disappeared, not even a glow left behind. Amelia told me to fight anyone for this if it showed up. And she was right. There's no way this isn't super powerful. Relic selected. Aleferia's Mandate, legendary. Mage Aspirant's Cowl, epic. The 2 relics landed in his arms. The black hand was cold and hard like glass, and the cowl was folded neatly. You are already wearing a relic on your available ring glove slot. Would you like to unequip choice ring and replace it with Aleferia's Mandate? Yes, he said, and a cold jab shot up through his right arm like a spike of ice injected through his palm. Adam could somehow still feel his hand and its fingers, even though it had been entirely replaced. The choice ring appeared in his left palm on top of the cowl. James took both and gave Adam his own ring in return. What does it do? Han asked, clearly very curious. Adam flexed the fingers of his new hand. Even though he could still feel everything like normal, there was something off about it, but he couldn't tell what it was. He put the choice ring into his pocket and pulled out his spell tome, summoning his 2 barriers. They were completely different from before, having turned a midnight blue color and losing most of their transparency. Even though he couldn't see their stats, he knew they had to be stronger. I almost want to use the fetish of sloth to see what on earth the imps would evolve into. Your spell is a different color? Han asked. That's it. Without needing to use his manipulation, he exercised the power inherent in Aleferia's Mandate. The 2 barriers turned into tubes that danced through a pattern in the air in front of him, moving with a kind of precision that would be impossible for him to replicate with one, let alone 2 simultaneously. That's cool, James said, already wearing the cowl. It was clear he was very interested in anything that allowed him to get mana, but Adam had the sense that there was a lot unsaid in the cowl's brief description. With another thought, Adam made the barriers orbit him while shaping into shields similar to Gladwin's. Their movements were quite a lot faster now, before even being fused together, but he couldn't tell if they had doubled in their stats or gone up by 50% or what. He had the barriers unfurl and go horizontal. Try to sit on them, Adam said. Han was the first to try it, and to Adam's glee the barrier held without breaking, meaning it had gained a lot more health. If I fuse them together now, they should be truly powerful. Gladwin and James sat on the other one and it immediately cracked, triggering last stand's fervor. Unsurprisingly, both of them quickly got off again. Does the relic do anything else? Gladwin asked, coming closer to look at Adam's new hand. I'm not sure yet, he replied. This cowl is quite something, James said, looking at the red glowing barrier that was about to expire. Before it vanished, he reached out and did a grasping gesture. The barrier was immediately absorbed into him, and his sheathed gem-studded sword suddenly glowed with the fervor effect, as well as the fire from Adam's crown. James pulled the sword out to look at it. Fascinating, he said. That cowl is incredibly powerful if it can absorb effects like that, Adam thought to himself. If it wasn't for my crown, then I'd want to take it from him. You should be careful with that cowl, Gladwin told James. He nodded. I was just thinking it may have unintended side effects. I'll try not to absorb anything clearly volatile. The last stand's fervor vanished from his blade, but the flame effect was still there. Ahead of them awaited the gate to the tower, but already it seemed that the power of their team had gone up a lot, all thanks to the lucky stone and Adam's high luck. Just so we're clear, I'm next on the rewards list and then Han, right? Gladwin asked. Why do you get to go before me? The archer protested. He saved us from the bone creeper, Adam reminded him. Oh, right. But after him, it's my turn. Right? Of course, Adam replied. With Adam's luck, I think it's a good idea to have him open all the relic chests, James said. The choice ring will also let him pick 2 options again next time. Han nodded, easily satisfied with James' solution. I wonder what that grafted wing was about, Gladwin said. James looked up at the tower. Seems like body modifications are pretty on theme for this place, he commented. I wouldn't mind a tail or something, Han said, sounding quite serious. Maybe it's possible to get extra limbs to hold more relics, Adam speculated. Let's keep going, Gladwin said. I'm excited to see what else lies in wait for us. They stood before the gate to Aliferia's tower. It was a massive thing, large enough that her creations could pass through, which made Adam wonder how the inside of the large tower must look. Standing at the foot of it, he doubted that his earlier estimation of its diameter was correct. Wood and metal had been wrought together to form the 2 doors of the gate, but it wasn't exactly the most complex creation, though its size was just absurd. Nevertheless, they went 2 to each side and pulled where they could dig their fingers in, with Adam's barriers lending their power. Although the gate doors were heavy, they slowly opened under their combined effort, which was a relief. Thought we weren't gonna get in for a moment there, Gladwin remarked, out of breath like the rest of them. Adam re-summoned his barriers and moved them in front of himself while shaping them into shields. Let's be careful when we enter. Thanks to Amelia, they knew about the containment facility in the basement, but it had a hidden lever on the first landing above that they needed to get to. Unfortunately, like with the outside of the tower and its location, it was always slightly different, so there was no telling what monsters awaited them in the entrance. Gladwin went in first with James next to him while Adam and Han brought up the rear. The archer cast a worried glance back the way they'd come, but there was nothing to see there. He was no doubt expecting an ambush. But I get it. There's no telling what happened to the other 2. Maybe they're just checked out and refusing to participate. Maybe they formed a pact to kill us. Or maybe one of them killed the other and the survivor is now coming for us, biding their time to strike. All of those possibilities were there, but Adam knew better than to worry about things he had no control over. Come on, he told Han. Yeah, I'm coming, he replied. Gladwin and James stopped only a few meters past the giant threshold, and when they caught up, Adam realized why. A massive ramp, big enough to fit 3 trucks side by side, moved up along the rounded walls of the tower. The scale was absurd. And he had the uncanny sense that the interior of the tower was somehow bigger than what the outside showed. Perhaps the crooked part of the tower's title is actually a reference to some magical fuckery going on. The spiraling ramp screwed up into the air, with maybe about an 8-meter wide gap in the center. They all moved over to the gap to look up. James cursed. What the hell? Gladwin said, frowning. Adam suddenly doubted that his idea of flying to the top of the tower would have worked, because when he stood there looking up, he saw that the screw-shaped stairwell just went on and on for what looked like kilometers. Oh Thailand Bodies. Will we be able to make it to the top? Han wondered. We'd best get started, James said. Adam nodded. Let's get going. Gladwin spared him a brief glance. Although Amelia had told them about the areas of the tower she knew about, she hadn't said they should seek them all out. It's starting to all make sense though, Adam thought. I was wondering how the hell you fit a lab, prison, library, and all that other stuff in here. No wonder they gave us a full 24 hours to finish the stage. I bet the speedrun must be like 6 or 8 hours, and that's probably with non-stop running. Gladwin took the first steps up the ramp and the rest of them filed into formation. The walls were a bizarre amalgamation of brickwork, wooden panels, metal braces and beams, and solid stone. The ramp was more uniform however, as it was made from colorful bricks in earthen hues like light and dark browns, reds, and greens. Somehow, despite the crudeness of the construction, the ramp was perfectly smooth with not a single brick out of place or a gap anywhere to be seen. It was like a chaotic type of perfection that Adam was sure could only be achieved with magic. They followed the ramp up without pause for 10 minutes before they reached the first landing. Recessed into the wall on their right was an opening for some kind of barracks built from gray bricks. No sooner had they set foot on the flat part of the stairwell than humanoids emerged. Although they were shaped like humans, they were made of bone plates and had blue glowing cables visible between the gaps, making them look like some kind of armored robots in a way. Gladwin moved forward, while James assessed the enemies with his telescope relic. "Target their torsos," he shouted. "They're similar to the statue elementals. These are constructs called mana hoarders." That sounds ominous. As if to point out why they had such a name, the constructs surged around Gladwin and aimed for James and Adam. Han had taken off the fiend barb and fired arrows that ricocheted between the targets but dealt minimal damage. James used his new cowl almost immediately, sucking the blue energy out of a hoarder that went right for him. It collapsed to the brick floor with a clatter and his sword lit up with the same energy, but also made him laugh like he'd gone mad. He immediately went on the offensive, moving past Gladwin's attempts to guard the rest of them, while carving his glowing blade through the constructs, shearing them apart. The enemies kept pouring out from inside the barracks though, and Adam was unable to keep track of James, since he was too busy fighting off the ones targeting him. His barriers whistled through the air as he commanded them simultaneously, both shaped like narrow lances. With their speed and damage, they tore right through the center of the constructs without slowing down, piercing the strange pumps that served as their facsimile hearts and kept the constructs alive. He couldn't tell if they were sentient, but the fact that they specifically targeted magic users was worrying and reminded him of Yenna's warning. If not for the fact that Gladwin was holding a lot of the enemies back through sheer effort and aggressive defending, as well as them focusing on Adam and James, then Han would have easily been defeated. Despite his amazing contribution against the discarded golem, he was absolutely useless the moment the enemies had any kind of meaningful armor or weren't made out of flesh and blood. Adam couldn't help but think that Han had only survived stage 5 by getting lucky, since there was no way he would have even been able to defeat the statues. Unauthorized duplication, this tale has been taken without consent. Report sightings. The soul essences of the dead constructs flowed into Adam's wraith lantern and soon a pair of wraiths were summoned. Except, they weren't wraiths. They were like pale white dancers covered in translucent shawls with glowing white eyes and smiles. Glittering snowflakes trailed after them while they moved through the air, floating a few centimeters above the floor as they pirouetted across the landing, slashing with their long and deadly nails as they passed through the enemies. Unlike the normal winter wraiths, they did not trigger the last stand buff until after their third attack. Although their swipes didn't instantly kill the constructs they hit, the cuts they made froze immediately and partially immobilized the bone creatures, slowing them down. Once the last stand's fervor did kick in, they became like whirling dervishes of ice and spite, causing only more of the soul essences to fly back into Adam's lantern, creating more of themselves. He looked down at his new right hand. This legendary relic is amazing. When the fourth pair of winter dancers were summoned, Gladwin and Adam had already pushed into the barracks. The place was a lot bigger than they had realized, having several branching rooms connected to its main one, and the constructs which had been stationed there were activating in batches as they went deeper. Adam resummoned his barriers after cracking one of them by striking a construct at an odd angle. The dancers were moving off into the different chambers at Adam's command, obeying his orders just as easily as the barriers did. Han caught up to them when they reached the last room, inside of which James was finishing off the final construct by draining its energy using the power of his cowl. The tall black man shuddered as the blue energy suffused his sword. What the hell was that? Gladwin scolded him once it was clear the danger had passed. Yeah, running off like that could get you killed, Adam said. James turned to look at them, some of the blue energy lighting up his eyes as well, which was worrying. Sorry about that, he said. The mana within the constructs is especially pure and consuming it seems to have made me quite reckless, I now realize. It was a debuff called mana euphoria. I had almost double the mana I normally have and I was able to just use my spells over and over. He was talking faster than normal and his expression was slightly crazed. Christ. Even getting too much mana is a problem. Adam was a bit disappointed he hadn't been able to see what James' spells looked like, but by the time he had gained control over the situation the spellblade had already vanished from sight. Still, there wasn't a scratch on him, so he had to have fought well, Adam thought. Sorry, guys. Han said. Before anyone could respond, their cubes all spoke with one voice. Encounter cleared. Do we get a reward? Gladwin asked his cube. Yes. An upgrade chest has been made available in the main chamber. Can we all use it? Adam asked. No. Chests may only be used by one player. It is advised that you decide who amongst you is most deserving of it. Adam and I already got rewards, so the next one is Gladwin's, James said. I'd rather wait until we find a relic chest, Gladwin replied. I think Han should take it, he needs more damage and penetration for his bow. Han lowered his head. Sorry, he said again. Hopefully we can find a relic that's useful to you, Adam added. Gladwin looked around the chamber they were in and Adam knew he was searching for the lever that opened the tower's basement. But it wasn't in here. After they returned to the main room and let Han open the bone chest that awaited them, Adam and Gladwin went through the side chambers until they found what they were looking for. Adam called the others over before he pulled down the lever and made a tremor roll through the tower. Did you know this was here? James asked. And what did that just do? I just figured they'd be hiding stuff from us, Adam replied. It sounds like something opened below us, Gladwin commented. The two of them weren't doing a great job of hiding the fact that they knew more than they should, but Adam figured it was at least slightly more believable since they were both in on it. Han returned to the upgrade chest, which he had already opened. None of the choices gave him additional penetration, but he had both projectile damage and a general damage upgrade available. There was also a draw speed upgrade that made him able to fire faster, but it didn't affect the speed of the arrows. Since the general damage upgrade was rare and the other two were uncommon, Han picked that one. They went through the barracks once more before leaving, finding nothing besides the remains of the constructs they'd fought. James went over to the edge of the stairwell landing and looked down. You were right, Gladwin, he announced. Something opened up down there. Let's go investigate, Adam said. Shouldn't we continue going up? Han countered. I have to find something for my patron, Adam replied. Me too, Gladwin added. We all do, I'm sure, James said. I have to find an eye that has witnessed its own death, Han said. That's gotta be the thing Amelia said was in the laboratorium. I have to find some notes or a book, Adam announced. Mine's a face given up willingly, James said with a frown. That's creepy as hell. I think my object was called a resistant organ, Gladwin added. Is it really worth searching for them? Han asked. We might lose too much time. Luca told me that the relics from absolutes are worth 3 times the normal rate, so I think it'll be more than worth it to finish our gathering quests, Adam replied. If we end up unable to find them all, then we will just give up and keep climbing the tower, Gladwin added. What even happens if we run out of time? Han asked. We die, James said with utter certainty. I saw it happen in the last stage. Really? Adam asked, surprised he had witnessed such a thing. Yeah. I had claimed the altar but there were still 3 minutes remaining when the timer ran out. Someone was running towards me while I stood within the altar and as the timer expired they collapsed to the floor, instantly dead. It was like the light in their eyes just vanished. I wonder if there's a way to survive such a thing, like with the cheat death relic or the hobgoblin pendant. Come on, Gladwin said and they followed him back down the ramp. It was faster down than up, but mostly because Adam used his barriers to speed up the process, resummoning each time their fervor ran out. What had taken them 10 minutes going up, took only 2 going down. If I fuse them together, I should be able to carry at least 3 of us, he realized. Since there's a hole in the middle of the tower, it would be easy enough to make an elevator sort of contraption with the barriers. Although that'd require them to trust me to not drop them. At the bottom of the stairwell, where the outside was visible through the large gate, was a new ramp leading down below the ground floor. Gladwin once again went first and after following the new stairwell down for a few minutes, they reached a subterranean prison, although Amelia had called it a containment facility. The walls, floor, and ceiling were all made of light gray bricks and from the ramp a large hallway led them towards a chamber. Along the walls of the tunnel were locked cells full of various creatures. Some of them were humanoid and called out for them with pleading voices, but the rest were twisted animals born from vile experiments. The 4 of them stuck to the middle of the hallway, not daring to get close to the creatures for fear of what might happen. Adam thought it might be worth trying to slip his barriers into their cells to kill the monsters before they could escape, but when he tried it, some sort of magical protection destroyed his barriers without even triggering Last Stand's fervor. It was clear they had to just keep going, but when they reached the large chamber, a cacophony of voices, screams, and roars trailed after them, and Adam feared they might be overrun if the cells were to be opened before they could leave. Maybe coming here was a mistake, he thought. Still, there was no going back now. The moment Han crossed the threshold of the chamber's entrance, a portcullis fell down, blocking their escape route. Shit, Adam muttered, moving his barriers out in front of himself. The chamber was quite big and the walls were curved like an arena. Stone slabs with manacles took up the right side, looking like some kind of setup for experimentation, though Adam knew the real laboratorium was higher up the tower. The left side of the chamber held vertical tube vats within which floated creatures and humanoids, suspended in oily bluish fluid. In the back, opposite from where they had entered, was a raised podium with various tools and instruments, as well as several levers that no doubt opened the cells they'd passed on the way. But what they all focused on was the hole in the ceiling from which came strange squelching sounds. Directly below the hole was a slightly raised dais with two chests on it, but none of them were foolish enough to move any closer. Fucking hell, James cursed as something appeared from the hole. It was a large yellow eye tinged with blue energy. The eye moved down into the chamber and the rest of its body followed. Optional stage objective. Defeat the cell warden. It's not optional if they lock us in here. Gladwin muttered. Maybe one of the levers works for the door, Adam suggested. I don't think we're getting around that thing, he replied. The cell warden was still lowering itself down from the hole in the ceiling, revealing a massive squishy body like that of a cephalopod, except instead of its head was a squishy ball with a giant eye on it that 8 arms sprouted from. The arms didn't have any suction cups, but there were tiny spikes all along their undersides that Adam feared were venomous. Its body was off-white with tiny red rings randomly dotting its skin. What are you waiting for? James protested. Let's kill it before it gets all the way in here. Han didn't waste a second and fired off his bow, the fiend barb yet again back on his weapon. But the projectiles failed to pierce the octopus monster's hide, bouncing off and clattering to the floor instead. Gladwin moved forward, smashing his shield into the nearest arm and producing a strange hum from the warden. James performed a flourish of his blade and sent a vertical crescent of shearing ice at the same arm, which left a shallow cut in the hide. Aim for the wound, he yelled to Han. Adam moved along the wall and shot his barrier lances towards the main body repeatedly, each impact creating small holes where they struck and scorching the flesh, which turned it gray and brittle. But he was unable to dig the barriers deep enough to deal significant damage, since the warden's flesh was bouncy, which aided in its hide's defense against projectiles. He recalled them after making several holes for Han to aim for, and then he fused the barriers together to create something he hoped would be powerful enough. The fused barrier gleamed as though moonlight hit its midnight blue body and Adam shaped it into a drill head. It needs to be able to grab onto the springy flesh and dig deep, he thought, and added tiny teeth along the shape. It was difficult to maintain coherence for the complex design, but it helped that he was able to just give the commands to move it, so that he could focus on keeping the design consistent in his mind's eye. With a prompt, he made the drill head spin as fast as it could go. The air around the barrier started to pulse before turning shrill and high-pitched. James cried out as the warden swung an arm into his leg, knocking him down and lifting him by the midsection, driving the spikes on its underside through his clothes and into his skin. Han scored a hit on the arm where James had left a weak spot for him, and the arrow dug in deep enough to trigger the blood burst effect, causing the tip of the arm to shear off like broken glass, releasing the spellblade in the process. But even released from its grip, James lay unmoving on the floor. He's paralyzed. Gladwin yelled after moving in front of his body to defend him. Adam's barrier had reached its top speed and with a simple nudge, he told it to fly into the warden's head. The sound was bizarre. It was like the whine its rapid rotations produced was stretched out unnaturally as it fired across the round chamber. Without pausing, the barrier zipped right through the warden's head and embedded itself in the wall behind it, leaving such an explosive exit wound that the octopus stumbled and dropped to the ground, momentarily immobilized from the damage. Remps. Han didn't waste a moment and launched a barrage of arrows into the gaping hole that Adam had made, quickly crystallizing the boss head and killing it completely. Or so they thought. The moment the archer stopped to celebrate, one of the arms slapped him with such force that he skipped once across the floor and then struck one of the stone slabs with a loud crunch before tumbling head over heels and landing in a heap. Fuck. Adam cursed. The arms are still alive. With a forceful command, he pulled the barrier projectile out of the far wall, managing to pierce it into one of the other arms, but then it disappeared, no doubt because the last stand's fervor had been triggered when it hit the wall and now the effect had run out of time. Gladwin. Move away from the entrance. Adam yelled as he summoned 2 new barriers and used them to scoop up James and Han, bringing them towards the back of the chamber. What are you planning? He called back, while defending against the arms as they tried to grab him. Thanks to his patron, he would be much better off if the spike stabbed him, but he wasn't immune, so he was fighting very cautiously. Adam hopped up onto the podium and immediately pulled all the levers. An ungodly cacophony came from the hallway outside the chamber as the cells opened. One of the levers also lifted the portcullis that locked them in the chamber. What the fuck, Adam? Gladwin shouted as he joined him and the 2 unconscious players by the podium. Stay here and protect them. Also, see if Han is still alive, he hit that slab pretty hard. With that, Adam hopped off the podium and landed on a barrier like it was a surfboard, using the other to protect him from the warden's arms that swung for him. Thanks to Fervor's invulnerability effect, none of them were able to break through the barriers and get to him, even after cracking it. He hopped off his improvised surfboard as he reached the chamber's entrance and resummoned his barriers. He felt a tinge of exhaustion from the repeated summonings, but knew he was still somewhere above 30% mana. Outside the chamber the different creatures fought each other, which, although not what he had expected, greatly helped his plan. Soul essences flew into his lantern, quickly summoning winter dancers until 6 of them were spinning around the mass of creatures, humanoids, and monstrosities, aiding Adam's barriers in killing as many as quickly as possible. When there were only a handful of the prisoners left, Adam spun on his heel and commanded all the dancers to fly into the chamber. In the back near the podium, Gladwin was fending off 2 of the arms, but when Adam's summons entered the fight, the octopus monster quickly slowed down. With its skin becoming brittle from the dancers' freezing magic, Adam's barriers and Gladwin's sword had a much easier time dealing damage. During the next 30 seconds, they defeated the remaining arms, but then had to switch to fighting off the prisoners that had survived the impromptu melee outside. 2 of them were smaller versions of the warden and the other 5 were red-brown panther-like animals with wings grafted to their backs and 2 horns sprouting from above their eyes. Adam and Gladwin quickly dealt with them. Optional stage objective complete. Unauthorized duplication, this narrative has been taken without consent. Report sightings. Defeated the cell warden. The tower crawler stirs. That was rough, Adam said with a sigh of relief. Yeah, no wonder this was designed for a group of 6, Gladwin replied, leaning on his large shield. James was slowly coming to, but Han wasn't moving. Adam looked at the archer. Is he? Gladwin nodded gravely. Yeah. I think he must have broken his neck. Fuck, Adam muttered. Since Han wore the forlorn cuirass it made his head a major weak point, which seemed to extend to the neck. If not for that relic, he might have survived. James groaned as he sat up. That was very unpleasant, he said. I could feel everything, but I couldn't move. Thank you for saving me. He apparently hadn't heard what they'd just said, because when he stood up and saw Han's unmoving body next to him, he cursed. Are we going to be alright with just the 3 of us? He asked. We don't have a choice, Adam replied and went over to Han's corpse. Loot. Loot, Sun Huan Han. Fiend Barb, epic. Forlorn Cuirass, rare. Rapid Fire Bracer, rare. Slothling Spring Boots, rare. Gladwin and James both watched him as he looked through the archer's relics, but neither of them said anything. They both knew that necessity meant they could not afford to leave anything useful behind. Adam inspected the bracer since he hadn't seen it before. Relic. Rapid Fire Bracer, rare, doubles your draw speed for the next 5 seconds. 2-minute cooldown. You should take the boots, he told Gladwin. What about the rest? James asked. I'll carry them for now, then we can split them at the end of the stage, Adam replied. What do we do with the body? Gladwin asked after Adam had put the relics into his spider silk sack. We leave him here, James said. Adam didn't like the idea of just abandoning Han's body down here, but it was even creepier to carry it with him, he thought. I agree, he said. Gladwin looked like he wanted to argue, but then he just looked towards the center of the room where the warden was slumped over the chests they had seen earlier. Let's get it off of the rewards and get the hell out of here. This place creeps me out. Adam nodded and got to work pushing the dead octopus monster away from the central dais. Somehow, the vats in the left side of the room were all still intact. The creatures inside were unmoving and probably in some kind of coma or maybe just dead. After a couple of minutes using his barriers to shove the warden, Adam managed to free up enough space for them to access the chests. Your weapon seems really strong, James commented. It's hard to get used to, he replied, but once you learn how to use it, it's very versatile. Spellblade isn't super difficult to use, but every spell consumes like 50 mana. Without using Harla's power, I would literally get mana exhaustion after every spell. Don't the upgrades help you make it more efficient? Adam asked. No. It's apparently still a mainly physical weapon, with the magic stuff meant to be used as a finisher or something. I don't really understand why. One of these is an upgrade chest, Gladwin commented. Whose turn is it? Let's see what the relic chest has first, Adam replied and opened it. The gem on his choice ring glowed as the three options appeared. There was a crimson cape with white fur and a gold clasp, a strange bone and flesh necklace with an eye on it, and a square blue metallic quiver. Relics available. Reckless Warlord's Cape, Epic, reduces defense by 25%, verbally taunting foes makes them inclined to attack you. The Summoner's Wandering Eye, rare, increase summon count by 1, summons die in one hit. Magical Quiver, rare, contains 3 arrows of ice, fire, and lightning magic. Once all 9 arrows have been used the relic is destroyed. I need that necklace. It's like they're doing this on purpose just to be cruel, Gladwin remarked as he saw the last option. Adam frowned. You're right, it would have been the perfect relic for Han. Troubling that we're still getting options for his weapon even after he died, James remarked. Gladwin shot him a glare. I need the necklace, Adam said, and I think Gladwin should take the cape. Give me the fiend barb and the upgrade, James said. Adam looked at Gladwin. He nodded. Sure, let's do it like that, he replied, pulling the fiend barb out of the sack tied to his belt and tossing it to James. Relic selected. Reckless Warlord's Cape, Epic. The Summoner's Wandering Eye, rare. The organic necklace appeared around Adam's neck, while the cape landed in his arms. Instead of immediately handing the relic to Gladwin, Adam froze as a horrifying realization hit him. He could see out of this new eye. Unfortunately, he couldn't control it. You okay, Adam? Gladwin asked, taking the cape from his outstretched arms and equipping it. This is deeply uncomfortable, he replied as his vision was mixed with that of the wandering eye. Weird, that necklace has the same eye color as you now, James commented. I can also see through it. Adam said. I think I'm gonna throw up. Can't you close it? Gladwin asked. No. Damn, he said with a small chuckle. This place is so fucked up. For some reason, the wandering eye kept looking over at James. Adam wondered if it was attracted to magic like the many monsters in the tower. Still, it was an amazing relic, because it allowed him to summon 3 barriers now. I'm sure I can get used to the third eye. Probably. Since the necklace was rare and the True Flames icon was epic, Adam was pretty sure that the one-hit debuff from the necklace couldn't overrule Last Stand's fervor, given that there was a rarity hierarchy to buffs and debuffs. He didn't get to see what upgrades were offered to James, because he quickly selected one while Adam was trying to not get disoriented from the change to his vision. Let's go, James said. One moment, Gladwin replied. He was looking around near the tube vats, no doubt searching for the object he had to find for his patron. James left the chamber to search through the hallway and cells, meanwhile Adam summoned his 3 barriers and tried to fuse them together. The wandering eye was making it difficult for him to concentrate, which in turn made it hard to visualize what he was trying to do in his mind's eye. Gladwin came over after failing to find what he was looking for. "Come on, Adam," he said. Adam left the warden's chamber with him and together they waded through the corpses of the prisoners. A lot had died thanks to Adam and his wraith lantern, but many of them had also killed each other. "Over here," James called, standing in the opening of a cell door. "What did you find?" Gladwin asked him as they came over. The cell was much like the rest, a square hole in the wall with sturdy steel bars and a door much the same. Adam found that he was still unable to slip his barriers between the bars, meaning there was some kind of invisible protection in place. Inside the cell lay the body of a man with 2 additional arms and a tail grafted to it. The body was crystallized into obsidian glass, similar in appearance to Adam's hand, but its face was still human, making it the only thing here that hadn't been fully warped. Gladwin went inside to look closer while Adam continued messing with his barriers. He needed to get used to the wandering eye before he had any chance of really attempting the triple fusion, but the possibilities of what he could now accomplish made him giddy with excitement. "Thank God I got Aliferia's mandate. Without this relic, I wouldn't be able to use the necklace at all." "Found it," Gladwin announced, holding up a kidney made of black glass. Adam inspected it after he left the cell. Quest object. Resistant organ, an organ that prevented the transformation of its host. That's a new category of item. I was worried for a moment that they'd be considered secret relics, since that would mean there would be at least 15 of them to find. Still, Amelia said nothing about the secrets in this stage, so they must be hidden well. She also didn't mention the trick for the warden. If we'd known then Han would have survived. Gladwin put the item in his pocket and they finally left the underground, returning to the ramp and going up. "We got some useful relics out of it, but we lost a person in the process. I don't think it was a good trade. If the 2 other players hadn't bowed out at the start, then Han's death wouldn't have been as impactful, but now they were down to just the 3 of them and Amelia seemed to suggest that stages scaled based on the number of players in it. We might be screwed." James was at the front of their formation as they reached the ground floor, but he froze at the top of the ramp and Gladwin nearly bumped into him. Before Adam could ask what was wrong, he saw the figure waiting for them at the top. "Hey guys, what did I miss?" Han asked. "What the fuck?" Gladwin muttered. Adam immediately commanded his barriers forward. "It's a mimic," he yelled. "Wait." James yelled and stepped in front of Han, forcing Adam to stop his barriers. Gladwin leveled his sword at him. "Adam is right, move out of the way." "Based on what?" James retorted. "Based on the fact that the real Han lies dead in the room we just came from." Adam said. "I'm not a mimic," Han protested. "I just got lost in the tower. I didn't realize you went down instead of up." Adam shuddered. "Shut up. You're not real. How do we know that the real Han is the one we saw die?" James retorted. "Why is he being so stupid? That cow must have fucked with the logical part of his brain." "That makes no sense," Gladwin replied. "I'm real," Han said, lifting his bow with the fiend barb equipped as proof. The spring boots and forlorn cuirass were equipped to his body as well. Adam frowned. "He has all the same relics as the real one. If he's able to use that fiend barb we might be screwed." "Amelia told us about this," Gladwin said calmly, though he kept his sword pointed at Han. "If you pick Nharla, you bring a human mimic into one of the stages between 5 and 10. You must have seen that the altar called Nharla the sire of mimics." James' posture softened as Gladwin's argument seemed to register in his mind. "Who's Amelia?" he asked. "She's a time looper," Adam said. "She's been helping us with the last few stages. We knew about the lever to the underground prison because of her." James looked at Han and then back at us. "If she told you about what was going to happen here, then why did you not know about the warden's arms?" he asked. Adam frowned. "She didn't mention anything about that fight. She might be so strong at this point that she kills the warden so completely that the arms never get a chance to fight back," he thought. After all, if her weapon combo was as powerful as she claimed, then it would explain why she didn't really know the patterns and special moves of a lot of bosses, like the Nightwing, Ezreal, and now the Warden. Amelia had warned them about the tower crawler, saying not to engage it unless they had a full group, but letting them know it would appear if they completed at least 2 side objectives. Killing the Cell Warden had been one, and Adam suspected more would appear as they climbed higher. "James, step away from the mimic," Gladwin said. "I'm not a mimic," Han replied. The spellblade still looked torn, but obeyed the order. Gladwin wore the Reckless Warlord's cape, the red fabric of which clashed starkly with the Sanctuary Defender's robes he wore. Adam was amazed the robes hadn't been destroyed yet, since the relic could only take 2 hits before breaking. He slapped his sword into his shield. "Come on, you freak," he taunted. The bow in Han's hands melted into his body as though being reabsorbed. "Don't kill me," he whined while stalking down the ramp towards them, his pleading voice and aggressive posture completely at odds. His fingers elongated into claws and everything except his face turned black like tar. "Fucking hell," James muttered. Adam shot his barriers forward, each shaped into a simple cone. The wandering eye on his necklace was locked onto the mimic for some reason, making Adam worry the monster had a lot of magical power. Beta. Amelia only warned me about the human mimics. She never actually said how they fight. The mimic leapt forward with a spin of its body, narrowly passing between the barriers mid-flight and striking Gladwin's shield. The effect of his nose ring triggered and staggered the mimic, allowing James to surge forward with his magical sword engulfed in flames. The burning blade passed through its right shoulder, separating the black limb from its body. But the mimic quickly recovered with an acrobatic backwards leap, flinging its left hand out into a whip and grabbing its severed limb, reabsorbing it into itself. The face still mimicked Hans and cried out in his voice, "You're hurting me." "Shut up!" James yelled. The mimic regrew its right arm and swiped its claws at his face, but Adam's barriers quickly lanced through its back, knocking it strike off course and leaving it open for James to decapitate it with his still-burning sword. The head fell to the floor with a clunk like metal, but the mimic was unfazed and spun around while swinging its left whip arm out, catching James across the cheek and drawing a shallow line of blood. "I'm okay," he yelled as he backed away. "Over here." Gladwin taunted, slapping his shield. Adam kept trying to deal a killing blow to the mimic's body with his barriers, but after only a couple impacts they all cracked and triggered Last Stand's fervor. Fortunately, Gladwin was focusing its attention on him and managing to score quite a few hits every time it was staggered by his successful blocks. With the added speed and damage from fervor, Adam was able to dig his barriers into the mimic's body and let them unfurl explosively, creating big craters in its torso. It switched its ire to him for a second, but then Gladwin taunted it again. "I don't think fire is effective against it," Adam called as he backed away and resummoned his barriers. "I'm gonna try ice," James said, backing off so that he was close to Adam and hopefully preventing the mimic from hearing them. "Good idea," he replied. "It might slow its transformations and turn its body brittle, like with the Warden." James performed the invocation and special flourish, coating his blade in frost. Meanwhile, Adam took the opportunity of the wandering eye's fixation on the mimic and Gladwin's distraction to attempt to fuse the 3 barriers. "I need more speed and power to deal enough damage to it," he thought. He shut out all the sounds of the fight in front of him and carefully fused the first 2 barriers into one. The midnight blue color darkened and it felt way faster than past fusions. He attempted to fuse the stronger barrier with the unfused one, but it didn't work. "Wait, I think I need to do it the other way around," he realized. Instead of imagining the stronger barrier absorbing the weaker one, he flipped the idea on its head, since the stronger had already used up its fusion while the weaker one hadn't. It felt like his brain was squeezed inside his cranium by the mental pressure he exerted, but with an echoing slurp the stronger barrier was absorbed by the weaker one, combining to become even stronger. Holy shit, it worked. Gladwin grunted as the mimic, which had at some point regrown its head, smashed into his shield with its arms melded together into a larger hammer. Although his big shield absorbed the blow, he was pushed back from the impact. Frozen cuts covered the mimic's body, making it clear that James' ice attacks were effective. But the spellblade wasn't anywhere in sight. Adam looked around until he found him slumped on his side on the curving ramp, his back to the wall. His right arm and shoulder were a mess, but he was still breathing. Shit. Adam ran over to him and pulled a small healing potion from the potion belt on his right forearm, pouring it into James' mouth while the triple-fused barrier floated in front of them like an impenetrable wall. James coughed and sputtered, but the healing quickly took hold. Stay here, Adam told him and focused his concentration on the barrier, shaping it into as narrow of a lance as possible, before inducing a spin into it with a command. Gladwin, get down, he yelled. The shield wall smashed his shield into the mimic and pushed it back, before throwing himself down the ramp, skating a few feet on his spring boots. The barrier lance spun so fast that the high-pitched sound it produced was impossible for Adam's ears to pick up, although he could feel the powerful vibrations it generated in his body. Fire! The mimic, perhaps sensing the threat, spun to face him, but even its inhuman reactions were too slow to avoid the barrier. It crossed the distance between them in an instant, moving so fast that it was impossible to steer and kicking back such a powerful burst of air that Adam was pushed into the wall next to where James lay. The sound was like that of a .50 caliber sniper and made his ears ring painfully. The story has been illicitly taken. Should you find it on Amazon, report the infringement. The mimic's body was hit almost directly in the middle of its torso and the explosive impact sent its four limbs and head in separate directions. Adam knew it was dead because the wandering eye lost its fixation and started panning around, focusing mostly on James again. He guessed that the mimic was much like a slime, in the way that the destruction or separation of a large part of its body was sufficient to kill it. What the fuck was that, Adam? Gladwin exclaimed, coming over to them. That felt like heavy ordnance. He looked around for his triple-fused barrier, but it had just left a hole in the ramp behind the mimic and was now completely gone from sight. Let's just say that the legendary relic and wandering eye necklace were quite a massive boost in power for me. I'll say. James got back to his feet. Thanks for saving me. Again. Don't mention it, Adam replied. I'm sorry I hesitated, he said. This place is messing with my head. I kept hearing these strange whispers. Whispers? Gladwin asked. Like what? They've been on and off since I selected Nharla as my patron, he said. But they got more insistent after we came down into the prison area. I thought maybe it was because the quest object I need is here, but I think it was because of the mimic. They've gone quiet again, now that the mimic is dead. That's creepy, Adam remarked. But it's good to know, since it's kind of like a warning system. I guess, he replied vaguely. They kept saying I couldn't trust you, that you were lying. They said the same about Maggie. I mean, I suppose we were lying to you, Gladwin said. You asked how we knew about the lever and Adam's answer was basically a lie. Are you okay to continue? Adam asked him. I have a medium healing potion that I'll use once the toxicity wears off. What do you think happened to Maggie and the kid? Gladwin asked. You think the mimic got to them first? Given that it can transform, it might have been able to get here quickly, Adam theorized, so it's possible it could have started off in the sanctuary and then made its way here. Should we go back to check? Gladwin asked. I could fly there with my barrier, but unless all three of us go, they would be exposed. Not to mention, the bone creepers might shoot us out of the air. I don't think it's worth it. If they're dead, we'd at most get a few hundred points from their gear, he replied, before realizing how messed up that sounded a second later. Even if they're alive, they'd probably just start a fight with us, thinking we were forcing them to join us, James said. How about this, Gladwin said, if we find the stage objective with a lot of time to spare, then we could go check on them. I'm okay with that, Adam said. James nodded. Gladwin turned to his cube. How much time is left? 18 hours and 6 minutes. Damn, we've already been here 6 hours. Adam muttered in surprise. No time to waste then, Gladwin said. They moved up the tower ramp, each atop their own barrier that Adam carefully controlled. It was much faster than walking and more efficient than running. They went past the barracks where they'd fought the mana hoarders, before stopping at the next landing. This one had different enemies guarding it and the design was like that of a cave. Bear-sized bats came out to attack them, each of them with blue glowing crystals embedded in their foreheads like crude horns. The cube called them mana wings. James realized he could drain the mana from their horns, which severely debilitated them and boosted his own reserves, though he used the power of the aspirant's cowl sparingly to avoid the mana euphoria that had made him charge headfirst into the barracks. With Gladwin drawing the monster's attention and Adam and James working together to kill them, they were able to quickly work their way through the cave, especially once 3 winter dancers manifested from Adam's lantern and lent their aid. Thanks to Gladwin, the creature's natural fixation on magic wielders was greatly mitigated, which made things a lot safer for them and allowed his expert defense to shine. Encounter cleared. Adam tried to loot the crystals from the bats, but it wasn't possible. Whose turn is it? James asked when they stopped in front of the upgrade chest. They were rewarded for their efforts. Gladwin's, Adam said. Although he really wanted to evolve his spell tome to see what the final evolution did now that he had Aleferia's mandate, he knew it was best to stick to the rotation they had decided upon, especially since he'd already gotten 2 relics and the other 2 had only gotten 1 each. They got back on Adam's barriers after quickly looking through the cave and finding nothing, then they continued up along the ramp. As expected, the next landing had yet another encounter for them. This time they were dealing with slimes, but instead of stones inside their bodies, they had blue crystals. Their jelly bodies were made of translucent gray metal that they could manifest into metallic weapons like swords, spears, claws, shields, hammers, and so on. These are elementals called metal slimes. Gladwin had trouble defending against them all, but since he focused them all together, Adam and James were able to come at them from the side, striking them before they could harden their bodies to protect their cores. Like with their last 2 encounters, ice magic was highly effective, but Adam was also able to kill one that got too close by using his blood fist ring, spearing it with a blood spike and destroying its crystal core. When Adam's winter dancers manifested, the horde of metal slimes were quickly turned to popsicles, allowing the 3 of them to methodically break their bodies into chunks to extract the crystals within. Collectible relic. Crystallized mana core, uncommon, mana condensed into a crystal that can power contraptions and sustain simple lifeforms. They managed to collect 4 of them before pushing deeper into the 3rd landing's strange chamber. James held up one of them and sucked the mana right out of it. The core turned to blue dust in his hand. Stop that, Adam told him, we can sell those to Luca. Since 3 winter dancers were still active, Adam sent them into the chamber recessed into the tower's wall. Then they followed them in. It was a round room where everything was made from metal like the slimes, but it resembled a miniature version of Stage 1, with the walls shaped like the trunks of densely packed trees and an apple tree in the center of the chamber. There were 4 slimes inside with 2 cores and 16 of the single-core ones they'd already fought. Watch out! Gladwin said, stepping in front of Adam and James just as the 4 big ones fired a barrage of metallic projectiles, producing a familiar sound. Plop plop plop. Thanks to the special effect of the shield wall, all of the projectiles found their way to Gladwin's shield and momentarily staggered the ranged slimes because of his nose ring. Adam sent his dancers through the crowd of slimes hopping towards them, while he and James repeated their maneuver from before. Focus on me, you brainless pudding wannabes. Gladwin taunted and the slimes turned their attention to him. He needs to work on his insults. The 4 in the back launched another barrage, while Adam's dancers tore into them. He sent 2 of his 3 barriers to attack their cores, while focusing on using the 3rd to kill the slimes attacking Gladwin up close. As soon as the second trio of dancers appeared, the first set expired. Adam sent the new ones towards the 4 in the back again, but when a 3rd trio was summoned, he used them to tear through the single-core slimes, allowing James to extract the cores while he focused on dealing with the ranged ones. A few minutes later, frozen metallic slime chunks littered the metal floor of the strange chamber and they had extracted 11 more cores successfully. Encounter cleared. Since James drained a core, he gets 4 and we get 5, Adam said. The Spellblade didn't argue about the fairness of that, which Adam appreciated. I'll carry them in my spider silk sack, he told them, and they seemed grateful, since they didn't have deep enough pockets for all the baseball-sized cores. How do you get a convenient bag like that? James asked as the 3 of them were looking around the chamber for clues. Him and Gladwin were checking the walls, while Adam stood atop a barrier and searched the apple tree's canopy. I got it from a secret vendor called Weaver, he replied. James nodded. I found her too. I didn't realize she could make bags, but she made my clothes, he said. Even the shoes? Gladwin asked, tapping the carved tree trunks of the wall with the pommel of his sword. Those I already had, James replied, but my original suit was ruined during stage 1. Same thing happened to me, Adam said. He lowered himself back down and then brought his 3 barriers out in front of him and focused as he fused them together. Meanwhile the other 2 continued checking the curving wall for false panels and hidden buttons. I've got nothing, Gladwin said after a minute. Me neither, James added. Adam had managed to triple fuse his barrier again and shaped it into a simple axe. Step back, he told them, it's pretty hard to control the spell when it's like this. Don't need to tell me twice, Gladwin replied as he jogged back out onto the landing. James quickly followed after him. With a mental nudge, Adam swung the barrier into the metal trunk of the apple tree. It chopped through with ease and continued going, producing a sound like that of a car crash thanks to all the protesting in screeching metal. James and Gladwin poked their heads into view behind him. "God damn, Adam," his friend remarked. He cast them a grin. Whoops. A massive hole now adorned the wall of the chamber, but instead of showing the world outside, it just showed a star-specked darkness. Cold wind blew in from the hole and Adam was so fascinated with it that he didn't even realize what he had uncovered within the trunk until James said something. "What is that?" Adam looked back at the chopped-down metal tree, seeing a blue crystal sword poking out from the severed trunk. It had somehow survived his barrier chopping through it. Its placement was clearly a nod to how Graham was hidden inside the tree in stage 1. He went up and put his right hand on it, feeling an electrical jolt up through his arm and a strange sense of how many decades the sword had been waiting for someone to find it. Secret weapon obtained. Blue shard, rare, crystallized sword of mana. Unique skill, mana blade, draw ambient mana from the environment to perform a slashing strike of pure magic. James' eyes lit up as he touched it as well and Adam withdrew his hand. It feels like it would suit him perfectly. Can I take it? He asked them. I have the second sheath already. Adam nodded. Sure, Gladwin said. I've been looking for a backup to my sword and shield, but I think I prefer a purely physical weapon. You didn't want Salber from stage 5? Adam asked him. Gladwin had found all the secrets there, so he would have found the spear as well. I tried it out, but it's not really my style. I've been thinking of getting the normal Lancer class, since you can evolve it to have a parry shield. Adam almost said, I've tried it and it's not bad. Fortunately, he managed to bite his tongue and stop himself from revealing that he was a time looper. But would it really matter if Gladwin knew? And besides, at this point I don't really have a leg up on anyone, since I know as much as he does about this stage. James swung his new crystal sword through the air, producing a strange hum. This feels really good, he muttered. He swung it a few more times, and suddenly a blue aura appeared around it, making the blade longer and sharper. How are you doing that? Adam asked. My cowl allows me to see the mana inside the sword, he replied, and I can apparently manipulate it with my thoughts. Sounds similar to my spell tome, he remarked, surprised at how quickly James had picked up the manipulation skill. Perhaps it's easier with the mage aspirant's cowl. I don't think there's anything else to find here, Gladwin said. Let's continue up. Adam looked around. I guess we don't get an upgrade chest this time. Perhaps the cores and secret weapon are meant to be the rewards. Gladwin guessed. That seems like a hint. Let's keep that in mind if we find other chambers that don't give rewards, he replied. After all, Amelia said nothing about the secrets in this stage. I wonder why, Gladwin said. Maybe she didn't know. Adam speculated. They left the chamber and Adam resummoned his barriers, since the triple-fused one had been flung into the black void beyond the tower's inner walls. Then they continued going up for the next few minutes until reaching the 4th landing. Unlike the previous 3, this landing covered the entire floor in a ring, leaving just a hole in the middle, but they were still able to move across the floor and take the ramp up if they wanted. Several chambers were recessed into the walls and looked like they went quite deep, even though there had been nothing on the outside of the tower indicating these rooms existed, just like the previous chambers. Optional stage objective. Destroy the laboratorium. "Ah shit, another optional objective," Gladwin muttered. "It might be worth skipping it," Adam said. "Why?" James asked. "Amelia, the time looper Gladwin mentioned, she said that if we complete 2 optional objectives, then a really difficult and dangerous boss will appear," Adam explained. "That tower crawler thing that was mentioned once we killed the warden?" he asked. "Yeah. But we get points for doing this, right?" he continued. "We do," Adam confirmed. "You know," Gladwin said, "I think Amelia underestimates us a lot. I say we do the objective and kill the damn boss. How scary can it really be?" Famous last words, Adam joked. "But I agree. I think the 3 of us can take on pretty much anything." James looked around. "Where do we start?" The 4th landing was a ring that hugged the walls of the tower and had 6 different chambers embedded into the brickwork. 2 of them were rectangular chambers with vats and flesh sacks that wriggled with inner life and which were fed by snaking tubes running along the ceiling, leading deeper into the lab. The next 2 were operating rooms with simple portcullis gates through which could be seen stone slabs. Creatures and constructs lay atop these slabs, and strange many-limbed humanoids performed vivisections on them and reworked their bodies. The last 2 chambers were covered by translucent skin on the wall facing them, providing a blurry image of the other side. It seemed like they were used for storage. Adam flung his barriers into one of the translucent walls, but they broke on impact, just like with the cells in the basement prison. "We have to go through one of those," Gladwin said, pointing to the 2 chambers with the wriggling flesh sacks. "I think they're connected to the rest by tunnels." "The layout of this tower is quite bizarre," James muttered. Adam let Gladwin take the lead while he ordered his 3 barriers to stab and slash at the vats and flesh sacks, killing the lifeforms within before they could pop out to ambush them. Each kill sent a soul essence into his lantern, and he managed to summon 6 winter dancers before they'd worked their way through the rectangular chamber. The summons floated behind Adam like his entourage until they found an opening that led into one of the operating rooms with a many-limbed surgeon inside. It looked like a man, though he was missing his lower body and 10 arms sprouted from his back like the limbs of a messed-up spider, lifting him off the floor. Each of the arms had 7-fingered hands. "This is an augmented humanoid called a flesh smith." Adam frowned at the name and sent his dancers to target the vile creature. "You're disrupting my work," he screamed with an unnatural voice. This chamber was full of operating slabs and half-completed constructs similar to the mana hoarders, as well as hybrid monstrosities like the animals they'd encountered in the prison. Despite their incomplete states, they charged for Adam and his party. The enemies themselves weren't dangerous, but it was difficult to fight in a confined space like this. The moment they killed the flesh smith, they suddenly had more half-finished surgery experiments coming from the next chamber, as well as half-formed humanoids sneaking up from the way they'd come, dripping with embryonic fluid from the vats and sacks. Adam sent 2 of his barriers to guard their back, while James went to town with his new crystal sword, carving through everything in his path. "Toss me one of my crystal cores," he yelled as the aura of his blade died down. When Adam threw one into his awaiting hand, James immediately drained the mana from it using his cowl. Adam thought it was a waste, but James was free to do whatever he wanted with his share of the cores. Rias. With renewed mana, James switched to his spellblade weapon and performed an elaborate flourish, coating the blade in fire before swinging wildly to launch flames at the vat-born humanoids. To their collective surprise, the embryonic fluid dripping off of them was highly flammable, and the malformed creatures quickly succumbed to the fire as it engulfed them. "Watch out!" Gladwin exclaimed as one of the burning half-formed humans lunged for Adam. He quickly shoved a barrier into it and pushed it away before it could grab him, somehow also managing to fuse the fire on its body into the midnight blue pane of magical glass. The creature was extinguished and crumbled into a heap of foul-stinking burnt meat. Meanwhile the fused barrier lost all physicality and became a square wall of fire. Adam didn't waste the opportunity and swept it through the other vat creatures, setting them ablaze. "Push through to the next chamber," he yelled to Gladwin. "You've got it," he responded and crouched down behind his large shield. It was just barely smaller than the doorway they'd be moving through. On the other side the constructs and surgery patients pounded on the metal. With the sound of shattering bones and a whoosh of air, Gladwin activated his spring boots and launched himself and his shield forward like a semi-truck, absolutely obliterating whatever was unlucky to be trapped between him and where he was going. The operation chamber was quickly consumed by flames and James and Adam ran through the corridor in the enemies Gladwin had made, killing every creature still alive and writhing on the floor. Once the two of them passed through the doorway to the adjoining operating room they quickly pulled a heavy surgery slab in front of it, blocking the remaining vat-borne monsters from following them in as the conflagration spread. Meanwhile, Gladwin kept them safe from the few constructs remaining in the chamber, as well as the flesh smith furiously slamming his spidery limbs into his shield while screaming that his research was ruined. The dancers were already tearing into them, 6 of the summons having followed Gladwin without Adam's explicit command. James switched back to his crystal sword and tore through the unfinished constructs while Adam resummoned his barriers and dispatched the flesh smith by driving 2 lances through his gangly body. No sooner had they cleared the room than an explosion from behind them rocked the floor. "Get down," Gladwin told them and moved between them and the barricade they'd made to the previous room. Adam maneuvered his barriers out in front of the shield wall just in time to save him from the flames that rolled through the lab and into the operating room they were in. As the fire touched the barriers, Adam fused it all into them, preventing the flames from rolling over Gladwin's shield and burning him. Once the threat had passed, they all took a breather and looked around the laboratorium. There was no simple passageway into the remaining 2 chambers with the strange translucent skin walls, but at the back of the operating room they were in was a hallway leading deeper. "In hindsight, it was quite dumb of me to step in front of the flames," Gladwin said. "Yeah, I don't think you'll block fire anytime soon," Adam replied. "Never say never," he argued. "Might be my next evolution, who's to say?" "Good thinking about using your barriers," James praised Adam. All 3 of them had turned into burning square panes and were letting off quite a lot of smoke even though they weren't burning anything. Adam resummoned them but had to steady himself against a stone slab as his mana dipped low again. "Mind if I take a moment to get my mana back?" he asked them. "Sure," Gladwin replied. "Is there a way to do it faster without potions?" James asked. Adam looked around the floor until he found a spot that was relatively clean and sat down. He tapped the floor next to him with his left hand. "If you are sitting, you regenerate 4 points of mana per second instead of just 1, he explained. James sat where Adam had indicated. "I had no idea that was a thing," he replied. "Unauthorized usage, this tale is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings." "Isn't it something you learn when you start with a magic-based weapon?" Gladwin asked. He probably knows about it because of Beck, Adam realized. "Maybe it's different because I evolved my weapon into one that's magical." James replied. Adam nodded. "That kind of makes sense." While they sat on the floor of the operation chamber, Gladwin looked around between the blood-slick stone slabs and dead bodies for secrets. He also kept an eye on the fire raging in the other room, although there wasn't too much stuff that could actually burn, aside from some cabinets and a few of the tools that used wooden handles. The rest was either stone or metal. With a click, the portcullis to their chamber opened and produced a screech of metal on stone. "I found a button," Gladwin said. Adam had almost regenerated all of his mana and got back to his feet. The button was actually a small metal lever hidden between the wall of the portcullis and a large cabinet. Inside of the cabinet were glass vials and bottles full of organs and strange alien bits of flesh floating in oily fluid. "I don't think there are any other ways to go than through that back hallway," Adam pointed out. "Regardless, it's nice to have somewhere to retreat if we need it," Gladwin remarked. "That's true. I'm back to full," James said. He must have been quite low on mana if it took him this long to refuel. "Maybe he doesn't get affected by mana exhaustion as significantly as me, or maybe he just handles it better." Gladwin moved in front of them as they followed the stone hallway that went even deeper into the tower's wall. It was uncomfortably narrow, not allowing them to walk side by side, and instead forcing them to go single file. "I hope we don't have to fight in here." After a tense minute in the narrow space, they reached a new chamber. It was a square room with the opening for another hallway on the right of where they emerged. "Shit," Gladwin muttered. In the center of the room was a bizarre and disturbing creature hanging upside down. It reminded Adam of a spider because of the large abdomen at the top near the ceiling and the many long arms spreading out from a round body below it. The arms were like those of a human, but they had a second joint and were absurdly long. Each one had a 7-fingered hand and was working independently from the rest, moving around above vats, flesh sacks, surgery slabs, and workbenches with disassembled constructs on it. The round body the arms grew from was just like a knot of flesh, and there wasn't any head visible on the creature. "What the fuck is that?" Adam asked, frowning in disgust. "This is an augmented humanoid called a master flesh smith. We should target its abdomen, it's full of the same fluid as the flammable vats," James said. Adam looked at the top of its body and realized he was right. He also noticed that the cables for the flesh sacks and vats in the other chambers all led to this thing. "If we do that, it'll fill the room with flames," he replied. "It doesn't seem like it's interested in us," Gladwin remarked. "Let's go through to the next 2 chambers before we deal with it." Adam nodded. "I don't think there's an exit in those, so we probably have to set fire to this thing and then run like crazy back the way we came." "Just say the word," James replied with a glint of arsonistic glee in his eyes. They spent a few moments looking around the spider's creepy chamber, but aside from the many projects it worked on, there was nothing of interest to them, not even the disturbing thing James had to find for his patron. Adam was fairly sure his quest object wasn't in the laboratorium either, since they didn't seem to be keeping notes anywhere and also didn't produce chimera here, not to mention the fact that it was the personal notes of Aliferia. "I'm more likely to find them if we locate her private lab or study. After all, I'm fairly sure we're still quite far from the top." They moved through the hallway from the Master Flesh Smith's operating theater to the last 2 chambers, but when they reached the end of the tunnel they discovered that the 2 rooms with the translucent walls were actually joined together, since the wall between them had been knocked down. The smell in this room was so bad it actually made Adam see stars, almost like his brain was malfunctioning. "God, that's foul," Gladwin muttered between gasps. Around them lay the discarded remains of surgery experimentations and there was not a single bit of flesh here that wasn't in some advanced stage of decay. However, there was a chest in the middle of the room. "It's an upgrade chest," James mumbled while covering his nose and mouth with his right arm. "My turn," Adam said and stepped forward. The chest was made from bone but was full of holes big enough that he could fit his fingers in them. Somehow, the sight freaked him out a bit, causing a bit of trypophobia. He kicked it and it sprung open. Upgrades available. Barrier efficiency, rare, reduces barrier summoning cost by 15%. Manipulation speed, rare, increases manipulation speed by 35%. Mana, epic, increase mana by 10. I feel like I can get pretty insane speed with my triple fusion, so I don't think I need that. The question here is really whether 15% reduced cost is better than 10 extra mana. My starting summoning cost for the barriers is 50 mana. It's already reduced to 40 by the 20% reduction I got from picking 2 efficiency upgrades before, but with another 15%, it would be down to 32 or 33, depending on whether it rounds up or not. With 200 total mana, I can summon 6 times in a row at a cost of 33 mana. With 210 total mana, I can only summon 5 times in a row at a cost of 40 mana. The choice was obvious. Upgrade selected. Barrier efficiency, rare. "Let's get the fuck out of here," Gladwin said, dry heaving after inhaling the smell. Adam followed after them as they returned to the chamber with the spider hanging from the ceiling. As they walked through the narrow tunnel, he pulled up his armament info. Weapon status. 1. Spell tome. Rare quality. Level 14. Stat upgrades. Barrier durability 90%. Barrier efficiency 35%. Manipulation effect 130%. Manipulation speed 55%. Manipulation range 20%. 2. Wand and Wraith Lantern. Rare quality. Level 8. Stat upgrades. Spell damage 35%. Spell speed 110%. Casting effect 35%. Still 4 levels before I can evolve the spell tome a 3rd time. After they returned to the chamber with the creepy master flesh smith, James asked, "How do you want to do this?" "I can shoot the flame effect from my spell blade at the sack from about 5 meters away." The wandering eye on Adam's necklace tracked the sword in his hand as he gestured with it. "You'll definitely be too close," Gladwin said. "I think you should let my barriers handle it," Adam told him. "I'll use one to puncture the sack and spill the flammable fluid into the chamber and then use a second one to ignite it. And I can be up to 12 meters away while I give the command." He could technically be further away, but when the barriers left his range he lost control of them, just like what had happened the last 2 times he triple fused his barriers. James nodded. "That's a better idea. Do you want me to produce a flame for you to absorb?" Adam grinned. "Thanks. Beats having to run back out there to get it from the other chambers." Gladwin returned through the hallway first while James set fire to his sword and allowed Adam to fuse the magic with one of the 3 barriers. Although it made his head feel like it was doing cartwheels in his skull, he managed to shape the 2 normal barriers into lances, while the 3rd flaming one remained in its large square shape. "Go on, I'll be right behind you," Adam told James. The spellblade clapped him on the shoulder and took off running. As he left, the wandering eye panned around before fixating on one of the operating slabs where a dead woman lay, most of her body flayed of its skin and the spider's arm methodically removing the rest. Adam commanded the 2 normal barriers to strike the large pouch of embryonic fluid. They shot through the air of the chamber and easily tore holes into the master flesh smith's abdomen, producing a sound like tearing canvas. The arms didn't stop what they were doing, even as the oily fluid cascaded out from its body through the holes he'd made and sloshed all over the experiments beneath. "It's like it can't even feel pain or anything. Creepy." Adam focused on the last barrier. "Wait 3 seconds and then fly towards where the enemy is tethered." There was no sense that the barrier understood his command and he was a bit worried it might be too complex, but he didn't waste a second running after James and Gladwin. The sound of his boots on the stone floor of the narrow tunnel echoed loudly in his ears. Whoosh! An explosion of wind and warmth brushed past him and he instinctively resummoned his barriers, positioning them behind himself and using them to move his body even faster. Adam came skating out of the hallway and into James, grabbing him as he flew towards the open portcullis outside of which Gladwin waited for them. They both skidded across the landing, while Adam redirected his barriers to cover the open entrance to the operating room, just in time to stem the roaring flames that chased after him. "That's way worse than I thought it would be," Gladwin said, holding his shield up in front of them, just in case. James was breathing heavily. Adam focused his attention on the barriers blocking the doorway. Since the flames could not push through them, even though they dealt enough damage to crack them and trigger fervor, the fire moved down the other opening in the room, trailing devastation back into the 3 chambers that had already been severely burnt by their previous ignition of the vats and flesh sacks. As the roaring flames reached their finale, a tongue of fire emerged from one of the rectangular chambers where the vats had been, charring part of the landing. The barriers expired, but the danger had passed, only hot air blowing out through the open portcullis. "I feel like we were meant to die to that," James said. Adam nodded. "Definitely a trap. Optional stage objective complete. Destroyed the laboratorium. The tower crawler has awoken." A shiver rolled through the tower's walls and the floor of the landing. "That can't be a good sign. Don't we get a reward?" Gladwin asked, looking around before answering his own question. Over there." There were 2 chests waiting next to the ramp leading down and the 3 of them went over to them. "You should take the relic chest, Gladwin," James said. "I'll take the upgrade chest." The shield wall nodded and gestured to Adam, "If you wouldn't mind blessing my dice roll with your luck." "Of course," Adam replied with a grin. The chest was made from stitched-together flesh with seams bound by coarse black string. Not wanting to touch it, Adam kicked it below the lid and it popped open. It showed a hooded robe of the same material as the chest, the torso of one of the mana hoarder constructs they'd killed on the first landing, and lastly a scaly dark green tail. Relics available. Flesh Smith Skin Robe, Rare, reduces damage from elemental effects by 40%, reduces dodge chance by 15%. Mana Hoarder's Torso, Rare, increases mana by 10 and restore 5 mana with every kill, increase defense by 25%, drains 5 mana every minute and prevents passive mana regeneration. Grafted tail, epic, grows a tail on your body. Adam thought it was weird the skin robe was named after the flesh smiths which hadn't worn any clothes. Gladwin looked at the options, and James quickly came over after picking his upgrade. That torso armor is quite good, he commented. It's only rare, Gladwin replied. And I don't use mana. That's good. It means I can easily pick it up after the stage in the shop, if I don't find it in another chest here, James said. None of the armor pieces have a durability effect, Adam noted. I think I'll pick the tail, Gladwin said and reached out to grab it. It immediately appeared from his lower back, pushing aside his Sanctuary Defender's robes. It was a lot longer than Adam had expected, reaching at least 1.5 meters. That's a strange feeling, Gladwin muttered. The tail swished about, even coiling all the way in front of him, which was a lot more dexterous than Adam had expected it to be. It should help you balance and climb, James said. Adam reached out and touched it with his obsidian hand. A zap rolled through his arm as soon as his fingertip connected, and Gladwin instinctively pulled his new tail away. What did you just do? He asked, backing away from Adam. He couldn't respond, because he was in the middle of reliving the memory of the grafted tail, seeing the monstrous creature it had once belonged to. The memories washed over him as though he was standing under a waterfall, until suddenly he saw the final moments of the tail being chopped off by a grinning lady with a large butcher's blade and a body covered in sores. Adam gasped. I think Aliferia's mandate has a hidden effect, he said. It felt like you just pinched me, Gladwin replied. Sorry. What's the effect? James asked, staring at Adam's black hand. It lets me see memories. Like, the memories of things I touch. I felt it too when I touched the crystal sword embedded in that tree. I could feel how long it had been waiting there. James offered his hand. Try it on me. Adam hesitated for a moment, but then reached out and put his index finger on James' dark skin. Another zap shot up his arm and James pulled his hand away, shaking it like he'd just touched a live barbed wire fence. Adam saw a hazy moment starting from the first stage of the trials, all of the memories focused on James' hand and how it had been used for holding a shield as he fought the slimes, and how in the following stage he'd used the shield to pummel the goblins to death. He saw random moments in between the stages too, and how he always ordered the same drink at the tavern and used his left hand to hold it. The memories sped up and blurred together, leaving Adam with just a vague sense of the fights James had been through. You okay? Gladwin asked him as Adam took a step back and shook his head. It's a really bizarre feeling, he replied. Also, you drink a lot of chai latte, he told James. The spellblade laughed. Gladwin swished his tail around. It seemed to respond to his emotions somehow, which was strangely adorable, in an absurd body horror kind of way. Let's continue, Adam said, resummoning his barriers. According to Amelia, the tower crawler appears at the top of the tower and works its way down, Gladwin told James. We should be quick then, he replied. Adam shaped his 3 barriers into simple sleds. Get on, he told them. The next special landing should be the library, and it's quite open, so we want to get to it before the crawler. What about the floors we're skipping? James asked. We can come back to them later, he replied. They trusted each other enough at this point that there was no need for him to convince them, and they got onto the barriers without a fuss. Adam commanded the barriers to carry them up through the middle of the tower, without following the ramps. It was riskier, but they were able to pass the next 3 landings without triggering any of the enemies. Adam only saw what awaited them on one of the floors and he was glad they were skipping it for now, because there were 4 armored and armed brutes guarding the doorway to some kind of treasure room, and they seemed likely to put up a serious fight. When they reached the library, it was similar to the laboratorium in that the landing ringed around the entire floor, hugging the tower's walls. Bookcases at least 15 meters tall covered the walls, cutting off the spiraling ramp and making the way up to where it continued only accessible by a series of strange ladders crisscrossing the walls, unless players could fly like Adam. This novel is published on a different platform. Support the original author by finding the official source. Optional stage objective. Destroy the library. This should be simple enough, James said and hopped off his barrier, landing on the wooden floor of the ring. Gladwin and Adam dismounted as well. Before James could set fire to his sword and burn down the whole library, Adam stopped him. My patron item should be here somewhere, he said. If we complete more optional objectives, it will empower the crawler, Gladwin added. Are we going to try and avoid that? James asked. I think that's for the best, Adam said, there's only 3 of us, after all. The spellblade nodded. What are you looking for here? He asked, but before Adam could reply, Gladwin moved in front of them and slapped his shield with his sword. Incoming. Adam hadn't noticed them until now, but humanoid bird creatures made of bone and wearing black hooded robes moved around the bookshelves above, meticulously organizing the thousands of books, though their attention quickly fixated on the 3 of them. He couldn't help but draw strong parallels between the Tome Keeper's domain and Aliferia's tower, and it seemed like she had been a student of the Absolute somehow, copying many of his areas of interest. Still, her tower and creations were like the work of a child imitating their parent. Gladwin slammed his shield again, taunting the birdmen as they swooped down towards them. These are Aliferia's librarians, Adam's cube announced. He shaped his 3 barriers into simple spikes and commanded them to strike the birds in their wings. It proved to be a very effective way to deal with them, since they were all laser-focused on Gladwin due to his taunting relic. As they crashed down around them with loud snaps and cracks, James moved between them and finished them off by chopping their heads from their bodies. Soon winter dancers emerged from Adam's lantern and then the slaughter truly began, as the summons danced through the air and froze the librarians' bodies, sending them crashing to the ground and shattering on impact thanks to the ice turning them brittle. Once nothing but headless and shattered humanoid birds were all that remained, the 3 of them looked around for clues to Adam's quest object. Their notes on chimeral transmutation, he told them, though none of them knew what that would actually look like. There must be like 10,000 books here, Gladwin remarked. No way we're finding 1 book amongst all of these. I thought for sure the item would stand out, Adam said. Gladwin's quest object had been pretty obvious in hindsight, but it had also been slightly out of the way and they'd only noticed it thanks to James. You know, I think this floor might be a trap as well, somehow, James said. It would be quite easy to burn it down, but given that everything including the floor is made of wood, I think we'd end up collapsing this whole area and potentially blocking the floors below. Gladwin nodded. Also, doesn't it seem weird to keep special research notes just on a random shelf? James continued. Not to mention, Gladwin continued, if I was a megalomaniac wizard who lived in this tower, I would keep my special books somewhere out of the way. Like a hidden chamber? Adam replied, thinking the same thing. James spun around, holding his telescope relic to his eyes and looking for clues. After a moment he said, some of the books have different colors. Adam looked around as well. Although he didn't have the benefit of the telescope, he quickly spotted a book with a green embroidered cover sleeve. Most of the books were gray, brown, or black, so it stood out, but since there were so many books, it wasn't immediately obvious at a glance. He used a barrier to fly up to where it was positioned 6 meters off the ground and reached out to grab it. The green book didn't pull all the way out, but just tilted and produced a click. It was like a switch. Adam looked around to see what it had opened, but there was nothing. There's a red one a bit down and about 8 meters to your right. James called from below. He followed his instructions and flew towards the book he'd indicated. When he pulled on it, it produced another click. The first book he'd pulled out tilted itself back into the row of books, as though triggering this second one had reset it. Adam flew back down to his friends and they both got on separate barriers, allowing him to lift them up into the air with them to make it easier to spot other books. After a minute, Gladwin noticed a blue one that was all the way at the top of one of the bookcases. When Adam flew over and pulled on it, the red book tilted itself back into its row, similar to the green one. Adam hummed contemplatively. There's gotta be some kind of order to them, Gladwin said, his barrier floating right next to Adam's. I see an orange book all the way at the bottom over there, James said, pointing off to their left. And a purple one a bit above it and further to the right. They flew over to these and Adam pulled on them as well, resetting the previous ones every time he activated the next in line. There's a white one almost at the top on the opposite side, James said. I don't think there are any others besides those. Adam flew them over to it, but Gladwin immediately frowned. If they are only activated once and it's some special sequence, then there's a 6 factorial number of combinations. That's 720 combinations, Adam said. We don't have time to test all those, Gladwin replied. Not before the crawler gets here, that's for sure. Amelia hadn't said anything about how fast the stage boss moved, but Adam guessed it wasn't super fast, since they had neither seen nor heard any sign of it. Still, it was better if they got to choose where and when to fight it, rather than letting it get the jump on them. Maybe we go according to the colors, James guessed. Or maybe top to bottom or something straightforward. I'm guessing they wouldn't make it ridiculously complex, Adam commented. After all, people who can't fly should be able to do this. Or I'd at least assume it's balanced that way. Is there anything special written on the books? Gladwin asked. Adam hadn't actually checked, but he reached out and pulled on the white book in front of him. Click. There was nothing on the front and back of the book nor on the spine. Nada, he replied. Float us back to the middle, Gladwin told him, and Adam obliged. Let's see, he mused while looking around. Adam followed his gaze. From top to bottom the colors were blue, white, green, red, purple, orange. He noticed the spacing was weird as well. From the floor to the books, the spacing of each color was 0 meters from the floor, then 2, 4, 6, 10, and lastly 16 meters off the floor from the very top. It can't be related to the floors below, Gladwin muttered to himself. Adam agreed, it didn't match the pattern they'd seen, since there had been 9 simple landings and 2 special ones between them and the ground. Perhaps James was onto something by looking at the colors. I'm willing to bet that the white book is either the first or last in the sequence. Depending on which way you look at it, the combination for the rest could be green, blue, purple, red, and orange. Or it could be in reverse. Orange might be the first, since it's at the bottom of the floor. I'm gonna try something, Adam said, and flew them down to the floor. I'll wait here, Gladwin said, and stepped off. Me too, James added. It'd be difficult to concentrate while you fly around. Exactly, Gladwin agreed. Adam stepped off the barrier and crouched to pull the orange book. Click. He got back onto the barrier and floated up towards the red one. Click. The first book pulled itself back in. Damn, maybe this isn't right. Unless they always reset themselves when the next is triggered. He flew down to the purple book, then the blue at the very top, and finally the green. Just the white book now. It seemed fitting to start with the orange book at the bottom and finish with the white near the top. When he looked at how the crisscrossing ladders were placed, going between the books like he had done was one of the many possible routes. Granted, that also meant it could work in reverse. When he flew up and pulled on the white book, it produced a loud click before pulling itself back in. Adam waited a moment, but nothing happened. Still, that's a good sign. I think that means there's a time element I didn't fulfill before, since it didn't reset itself, but the order is clearly wrong. Try that same pattern but in reverse. Gladwin called from below. The ladders draw a path between them. Oh, you're right, James realized. I was just about to try that, Adam yelled back. He pulled on the white book and it produced a normal click. Then he flew back down to the next, and then up again, and so on, until returning to the bottom where the orange book was. Adam stepped off his barrier and crouched to pull on the book. A loud click echoed through the library. Then the books clicked and pulled themselves out in the reverse order he'd activated them, until reaching the white book and producing another loud echoing click. I think that did it, Gladwin said excitedly. Opposite from where the orange book sat at the very bottom of its bookcase, a loud scraping of wood on wood drew their attention. Where 2 bookcases met was now an open seam, and they continued to swing outward, cut off from the rest of the shelves about 8 meters up the wall and revealing a dark hole. 2 glowing eyes stared back at them from within. As the bookcases parted, the creature in the darkness stalked forward, its yellow eyes growing bigger and bigger until the light of the tower fell on its head as it emerged from the hidden chamber. It had large snake eyes with slit pupils, the head of a serpent but with slightly strange proportions, and the body of some large feline although covered in dark green scales. It was the size of a polar bear, but quite a bit longer. This is Aliferia's first chimera. You don't reckon I'm wearing its original tail, do you? Gladwin asked with a horrified expression. The chimera immediately leapt across the ringed floor, sailing through the air towards them. Gladwin moved forward to meet the chimera, catching its leaping strike against his shield with a reverberating clang. The impact had enough power to send him backsliding a couple meters. Before he came to a halt, it had already surged around him and aimed for James. Holy shit, it's fast. The wandering eye on Adam's necklace was locked onto the creature, making it easy for him to focus. He shot all 3 barriers at the panther serpent before it could turn the spellblade into mincemeat. The spikes hit its scales and knocked it aside so that its claws barely missed James, however the spikes failed to pierce and small cracks formed along them from the impacts, indicating that the chimera's scales were incredibly tough. As it tumbled away from James, Gladwin slapped his grafted tail into the floor to get its attention while also banging on his shield and yelling, "Look at me. I've got your tail, Scaly." Despite the situation, Adam couldn't help but laugh. Then the chimera turned on him and leapt. "Oh fuck. Your taunt's not working," he exclaimed, summoning new barriers in front of himself and stacking them on top of each other. The chimera bounced off after striking with both front paws, but it managed to crack all 3 of them and trigger Last Stand's fervor. At least I was right about fervor still being able to trigger despite the necklace's negative effect. Adam immediately separated the barriers and sent them into the panther serpent, shoving it away from him. James didn't waste a second and moved forward with a downward slash of his crystal sword. The aura around his blade grew as he pumped mana into it, and he managed to clip the chimera's left hind leg, even though it dodged out of the way. The scales broke where he'd cut through them, but no blood was spilled. With a loud crack its scaly cat-like tail snapped forward, striking James in his leg and knocking him to the ground with a yelp of pain. The chimera pounced forward, but before it could sink its claws into him, Gladwin suddenly came flying, smashing his large shield into the creature and slamming it into the bookcase behind it with enough force to knock several tomes out of the shelves. As the books rained down around him and the monster, he shouted, "My taunt's not working on this thing. Focus on defending yourselves when it's aggroed onto you." Gladwin chopped his sword down at its neck, but his blade bounced off the durable scales, leaving just a slight groove. Then the panther serpent pushed its feet against the wall and shoved him away, immediately moving around his shield and swiping its claws down his back. It moved with fluid motions and its speed was not to be underestimated. Blood spattered the floor and hideous rends in Gladwin's back were visible through his damaged robe and shirt. "Arg!" he exclaimed and swung his shield to bash its head in, but the chimera disengaged before he could reach it and surged towards James again. "Use ice magic to slow it down," Gladwin yelled. James skillfully dodged around the panther serpent's leap and swung his fist into its side just as it landed, triggering his blood fist ring and shooting a spike of blood through the middle of its torso. Against a normal animal it would have been fatal, since both lungs and the heart were immediately destroyed, but the chimera was anything but normal. Still, it staggered from the attack and its blood ran down its underside, dripping from the edges of the scales covering its body and down onto the floor. James didn't waste a moment, switching to his spellblade and performing a flourish that made ice crystals form along its edge. Adam hadn't just been standing idly by while they fought, and he fired off his triple-fused barrier before James could swing his enchanted sword at the injured chimera. The sound was like a whistle as it shot across the round chamber, zipping through the front of the chimera's body and exploding out its back. The barrier continued through one of the bookcases behind it and vanished from sight. Not to be upstaged, James swung his frost-coated sword down through its ruined neck, decapitating it. Its large body and head collapsed to the floor with a thud and clunk. "Elite enemy defeated," announced their cubes. Gladwin came over and looked at the body and how it had been ruined by Adam's spell. "That was tough for a mini-boss," he remarked. "How's your back?" Adam asked. "Already mostly healed," he replied, patting his potion belt where one potion was now missing. Gladwin looked at James' leg and asked, "How much damage did you take from its tail whip?" "Rano. 30, he replied. "I've got 36 health left, so I should be fine. Gladwin looked unconvinced. I thought you said you only had 50 health, Adam recalled. I made sure to get more health upgrades after using Harla's power, he replied. He probably has more health than me then. I still think swapping your health and mana was a bad idea, Gladwin said. James nodded, not arguing the point. Adam went towards the dark opening that the chimera had emerged from. Let's see what it was guarding. The other two quickly followed after him. How long do you think we have before the tower crawler gets here? James asked. No idea, Adam replied. Still, let's not waste too much time, Gladwin advised. As they walked past the opened bookcases and into the hidden area, they found that it was actually a dark hallway that lit up with small blue crystals in the walls and floor at their approach, the effect seeming strongest around Adam and James. This tale has been pilfered from Royal Road. If found on Amazon, kindly file a report. The hallway curved to the left and led to a strange chamber, the front part of which was a study full of books, with a workbench stacked with alchemical reagents and tools, a surgery slab stained with blood and other secretions, and vials and tubes full of oily fluid arranged on shelves. Within the oil floated organs and tissue, as well as dismembered limbs. There was also a cabinet entirely reserved for bones, each meticulously organized by size. The chamber was lit up by a light coming from the back half of the room, which was like a vivarium designed for a giant lizard. The open door in the glass wall, which separated it from the study, made it clear that the chimera had lived inside. Sand littered with bones took up the left side and a carpet of blue moss covered the right and had a rock over it to block the artificial sun, which was represented by a big round crystal in the ceiling of the vivarium. Adam looked around, absolutely certain that this was the place where he was meant to find the transmutation notes. This tower is crazy, Gladwin muttered to himself. James nodded. Adam looked at the workbench, which had a dark residue left inside several glass tubes in a wooden holder, as well as the aftermath of some particularly messy experiment that had caused a fine brownish-white powder to coat many of the tools. After moving some of the things aside, he found 6 pages with detailed diagrams and lots of text. This has to be it. The moment he touched the pages, the description popped up. Quest object. Chimeral transmutation notes, detailed notes about the process of transmuting living creatures together to form a chimera. Adam frowned as he gathered up the pages. He couldn't read any of the text, and the diagrams and drawings didn't make any sense to him. The letters used to write the notes seemed like a mix of 2 alphabets, with one consisting of simplistic block and the other having strange curly shapes that hurt his head when he looked at them. Found them, he told the others. He turned around to find that James was inside the vivarium, standing atop the shading stone above the moss and using his sword in an attempt to break the crystal sun free from the ceiling. Gladwin was helping him by holding onto his legs to prevent him from falling. Adam shook his head. Come on, he told them. With a grunt of effort, James managed to chip off a small fragment of the yellow-orange crystal but fell back first into the sand behind him as a result, since Gladwin had let go of his legs. As Adam left the secret chamber with the chimera notes in his hands, trying to make sense of what was written on them, Gladwin walked next to him and looked down at the pages. Looks like there's something special inside the chimera, he commented. Adam scrunched his eyebrows, trying to see how he'd come to that conclusion. I genuinely don't know what I'm looking at, he replied. Gladwin took one of the pages from him and pointed with his index finger at a diagram on it. It was like a cross-section of a 4-legged animal, though it looked more like a dog than the panther-serpent thing they'd fought. There were rings around the side view of the figure, as well as ones inside its head and its body. The text for the 2 circles was different. This letter here is repeated again up here, Gladwin explained, pointing at the text inside the circle within the body and then at the strange notes higher up. The word was circled in the middle of the text, perhaps describing what it meant and did, and Adam was starting to understand how Gladwin had reached his conclusion. Are we cutting open the chimera? James asked after catching up to them. He was holding the crystal fragment in his hand. Is that thing special? Adam asked him in return, indicating the fragment. It has mana inside it, he replied. I think it's sun magic that's powering it. Just like the ceiling crystals in stage 5, Gladwin commented. And yes, we're cutting open the chimera. He handed the page back to Adam, who put it and the other 5 inside his spider silk sack. It wasn't the best way to store paper without crinkling it, but the pages seemed sturdier than normal A4. Although James was eager to be the butcher, Adam ended up being the one to carve open the chimera, using a double-fused barrier made to spin like a rotary saw in order to cut through the impossibly tough scales. Once he completely opened the belly scales, he shaped his barriers into blades that he slowly sheared through the inner meat with. After a couple minutes, he had split the chimera open to the point that he could use the 2 barriers to pry it apart, almost revealing a similar cross-section to the one in the notes. And just like the notes, in the middle of the torso, behind the stomach, heart, and lungs, was a strange and heavy sphere. It was the size of a fist and had tunnels carved all along its surface, as though they'd been made by stone-eating termites. Adam pulled the sphere out of its body. Secret relic obtained. Chimera stone, epic, once consumed, the transformation quickly takes hold. That sounds ominous, Adam remarked. Sounds like it'll turn you into a monster, Gladwin said, his new tail curling around his leg as if he wasn't already halfway there. Do you think it'll turn you into a lizard? James wondered. That does actually make some kind of sense, Gladwin replied. After all, the chimera had the body of a panther or lion or whatever, but was covered in scales. It was only the head that was different. So if any of us consume it, we'll gain a lizard-like head, but remain humanish? Adam responded. That sounds freaky. It probably makes you super fast, James guessed. Yeah, it might be strong, Gladwin mused in agreement. It's epic too. Adam eyed the stone. It was somehow spotless despite having resided inside the body of the chimera, not even a speck of blood on it. I don't think any of us could swallow this stone, he then said. Gladwin seemed to consider it for a moment. It says, consume, he replied. That probably means you don't have to swallow it whole. Could be you that'll end up consumed, James joked. I'll store it away for now, Adam said, putting it in his silk bag. Optional stage objective. Defeat the tower crawler. All of them froze. So far, none of the optional objectives had appeared without them being in the vicinity of one. Gladwin and Adam slowly looked up. The eye on his necklace stopped wandering, as if it too were frozen. Amelia had told them that the stage boss was creepy and highly dangerous. They hadn't really understood what she meant. She had said it had many arms that it used to crawl through the tower with, but they hadn't been able to imagine the picture she'd painted for them. And she had warned that, if it did find them, they had to run away as fast as they could, unless they were confident they could win. It was susceptible to magic, but actually damaging it was quite difficult. Adam hadn't truly understood until he looked up above the library and saw the enormous eye floating there in the middle of the air right where the floor ended and the ramp continued spiraling up. It was the same size as the hole between the ramps and the one in the ringed landing they were standing on. The eye had a tiny pinprick pupil within a strange golden-white iris that was made with several different rings that all had a black color, while the sclera of the eye was gray. Most bizarre of all was that the eye was partially obscured by invisible teeth, as though an enormous unseen mouth waited above and its eye peered out at them from within. But the reason it earned its name was not because of its freaky eye. No, it was called the Crawler because of the unseen giant hands it used to drag itself up and down the tower with. These were only noticeable in the enormous pale blue handprints they left everywhere they touched. James pushed Adam aside, sensing something he could not. Then a loud wet crunch came from where they'd stood, as an invisible hand landed on top of the chimera, pressing it so flat it became a paste. Its tough scales didn't stand a chance, and that was despite Adam not even noticing the attack, which had been almost gentle. For once, he believed in Amelia's advice about a fight he could not win, but that didn't stop him from sending all of his barriers directly up into the floating eye. They passed right through and vanished as though consumed. Run! Gladwin yelled.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.